My name is Lu Chun. I've been stuck in this broken-down vehicle for 15 days. It's freezing outside, 60 below zero. Snow everywhere. The world turned into ice over 100 years ago because of something called the frost catastrophe. People survive by living in mobile cities powered by ancient engines called source fire engines. Heat is everything here. Without it, you die. The guy who owned this vehicle before me froze to death right in the driver's seat. I took over, but I'm running out of coal. Maybe 2 days worth left. I'm not panicking though. In my past life, I was an engineering student. Hard problems don't scare me. Besides, I've been waiting for something, a system inside my head that's been counting down since I got here. Today, it finally activated. It's called the Truth Technology Tree System. It shows me my vehicle's stats, a tech tree with 4 branches, weapons, infrastructure, ecology, and power. And it tells me I need to upgrade everything at each level before moving to the next. That's fine by me. I'm the kind of person who upgrades everything anyway. I found 6 small glowing stones the old owner had hidden inside a boot. Source fire coal crystals. I converted them all and got 30 truth points. First thing I did, upgraded the boiler. 10 points. Right away, the dying fire roared back to life. The cabin warmed up to 15 degrees. I threw off my quilt. For the first time in weeks, I felt warm. Next, I spent 10 more points on a hydroponic grow box. It appeared inside an old crate near my bed, complete with lights and a water system hooked to the boiler. I planted a cabbage seed, one of a dozen the old owner had bought on the black market. The system said it'll be ready in 3 days. I can barely wait. I've got 10 points left, but I can hear something outside, some big creature moving through the storm. My coal won't last forever. I can't stay here. Soon I'll have to go out and hunt, find more resources. The danger isn't over. I spent my last 10 truth points on a weapon, a steam-powered repeating crossbow. It mounted right onto the firing port, connected to the boiler by a brass pipe. Each bolt was thick as a thumb, packed with black powder. Finally, I had some real firepower. I started up the Polaris and drove out across the pale shoal, looking for minerals. After 2 hours of crawling through endless white, I spotted some black stones glowing red behind an ice mound, a coal crystal vein. I didn't jump out right away. Good thing, too. 3 huge wolves exploded out of the snow. Each one was the size of a buffalo, covered in gray-white armored skin, with red eyes locked on my vehicle. The lead wolf slammed into my front armor. The whole cabin shook. It pressed its face against the firing port, clawing at the iron bars. I grabbed the crossbow handle and pulled the trigger. Steam hissed, black powder cracked, and the bolt went straight through its skull. Head gone. Done. The other 2 tried to run. I cranked the reload, fired twice more. One got pinned to the ice through the waist. The other took a bolt to the neck mid-jump. 10 seconds, 3 wolves, all dead. I went outside, cut open the bodies, and pulled out 3 glowing blue beast cores, better than coal crystals. I grabbed some meat too, then dug out a dozen coal crystals from the vein. Over 100 truth points worth of loot. Not bad at all. Then I heard something, a sharp engine noise cutting through the wind. Through my binoculars, I saw someone crawling through the snow a few hundred meters away, nearly frozen. Behind them, 3 armed snowmobiles with blood-red skull marks were following slowly, playing with their prey. Snow fiend gang raiders. I was about to leave. Not my problem. But then I saw what the person was holding. A silver-white case marked with old Federation symbols. The label read, Class A Constant Temperature Plant Seed Vault. My heart nearly stopped. With that vault and my ecology upgrades, I could build a real farm inside the Polaris. That's the most valuable thing you can find in this frozen world. The raiders raised their machetes, laughing. I jumped back into my vehicle and slammed the door shut. Those seeds were mine now. No way I was letting them go. I drove the Polaris straight toward the raiders. 3 snowmobiles, skull emblems, serrated blades, the usual wasteland scum. The leader was about to cut the arms off a woman just to take her box. I didn't give him the chance. 1 bolt from the steam crossbow, and he was gone. His snowmobile crashed and burned. The second one tried to run. I drifted the Polaris into his snowmobile and crushed it flat. The third guy fell off his bike and begged on his knees. I couldn't leave a survivor. If he reported back to the Snow Fiend gang, they'd come looking for me. I fired. Done. I jumped out and walked over to the woman lying in the snow. She was nearly frozen, wearing a torn winter suit. clutching that silver seed vault like her life depended on it. She looked at me like I was something worse than the raiders. I grabbed her by the collar, searched the dead gang members. They had nothing worth taking, and dragged her into the Polaris. The moment the door shut and the warm air hit her, she stopped struggling. She just stared at the boiler, the thermometer reading 18 degrees, completely stunned. Then she saw my hydroponic box. She crawled over to it, shaking, and nearly lost her mind. Turns out she's a botanist. Her name is Lin Wan. She recognized the cultivation system right away. I kept it simple. I told her I saved her life, so the seed vault was mine by wasteland rules. She started to argue, but I put a bowl of hot wolf meat soup in front of her. She hadn't eaten anything warm in 3 days. I laid out my offer: food, shelter, constant heat, and research equipment. In return, she and her seeds belong to the Polaris, and she grows fresh vegetables for me. She grabbed the meat, stuffed it in her mouth, and said yes before I could even finish. She promised she could grow watermelons if I gave her the right conditions. A top-level seed vault and a skilled botanist, both in one day. Perfect combination. Lin Wan ate like she hadn't seen food in years, grabbing wolf meat with her bare fingers, burning her mouth, crying from the heat, but she wouldn't stop. I didn't blame her. 3 days starving in -60 will do that. While she ate, I laid out my haul: 18 coal crystals and 3 beast cores from the wolves. I had the system scan everything: 90 points from the crystals, 90 from the cores. 160 truth points after keeping 4 crystals as backup fuel. I never convert everything. Always keep a reserve. The number felt good, but the cabin didn't. I could hear wind whistling through every gap in the doors and windows. My upgraded boiler was pumping out heat, and the thin metal walls were just bleeding it straight into the frozen air outside. Every gust was burning my coal for nothing. That drove me crazy. I'm not the kind of person who tolerates waste. I opened the tech tree and found what I needed: double-layer asbestos insulation under the infrastructure branch. 10 points. I unlocked it immediately. Lin Wan nearly choked on her food watching it happen. Yellow light crawled up the walls like living vines. A thick, gray-white insulation layer grew over every surface: walls, door gaps, window cracks, even the screw holes in the ceiling. 10 seconds, and it was done. The howling wind outside went almost silent. The thermometer climbed from 15 to 20 degrees and held steady. 20 degrees. Inside a beat-up crawler in the middle of a deadly blizzard. Lin Wan dropped her wolf bone and stared at me like I was some kind of god. She asked who I was. I tapped the wall, felt the solid coating under my fingers, and told her I was just a driver who likes things done right. Then I looked at the silver case she was still clutching to her chest. She'd had her meal. Now it was time to show me what was inside my seed vault. Lin Wan opened the seed vault for me. 16-digit code, pressurized seal, the whole thing. Inside were hundreds of small tubes sitting in shock-absorbing gel, each one holding seeds in nutrient solution. She started listing what was in there: Highland barley, winter wheat, cabbage, sweet potatoes, carrots. Good stuff. But then she pointed to some tubes glowing purple at the back. 3 watermelon seeds. 5 strawberry seeds. Improved varieties from before the frost. In this world, a dried apple can cost several lives among the nobles. Fresh watermelon. That's beyond imagination. I couldn't help it. My mind started building. I pictured a huge armored crawler with vertical farms inside, automatic sprinklers, and me sitting under a glass dome eating chilled watermelon while raiders froze outside. I told Lin Wan to seal the vault and guard it. She mentioned the hydroponic box was too small for more than the cabbage already growing in it. I told her I'd handle the space problem later. Her job was to make sure that cabbage was perfect in 3 days. Then I noticed something. The boiler sounded heavier. I checked the fuel gauge. Consumption hadn't dropped at all. The insulation sealed the gaps, sure, but the metal walls were still bleeding heat. If the temperature outside dropped further or I ran out of coal, everything would collapse. That wasn't good enough for me. I opened the tech tree and found the second node on the infrastructure branch: deep enhancement. It added a vacuum insulation layer that would completely cut off heat transfer between inside and outside. 50 truth points. Expensive, but worth it. I unlocked it. The walls lit up with a silver glow, then faded. The boiler clicked and dropped to a low idle. The flames went from bright orange to dark red. Lin Wan watched the thermometer nervously. but the needle didn't move. 5 minutes passed. Still 20 degrees. The boiler was barely sipping fuel now. I looked at the fuel gauge and finally felt the weight lift off my chest. With this setup, the leftover coal could keep us warm for 10 days, maybe 2 weeks, even in the worst storm. No more burning through my reserves just to stay alive. I found an old hand-crank radio hidden under the control panel. Rusty, half-broken antenna, but it still worked. I cranked it up and picked up a broadcast from Black Rock City. The news was bad. A massive extreme ice storm was coming in 48 hours. Alert level, black. Lin dropped her tweezers and went white. She told me she'd lived through one before in a mobile city. Thousands died overnight, even with proper engines. At -100 degrees, blood freezes instantly. Winds strong enough to flip vehicles. Hailstones the size of fists. I told her to be quiet. Despair is useless in my vehicle. The cabin temperature was handled. The vacuum insulation would hold. But I had a bigger problem: mobility. If I stayed still during the storm, snow and ice would freeze the tracks to the ground. When the storm passed, I'd be stuck, easy prey for beasts or raiders. I opened the tech tree and found what I needed. Track anti-freeze lubrication system, second node underpower engine. 50 points. It would build tiny heated pipes through the chassis and gears, pumping anti-freeze lubricant into every joint. The tracks would never jam, even at -80. I unlocked it. The whole underside of the Polaris started humming. Fine pipes spread through the wheels and gears, pulling heat from the boiler. Lubricant pumped into every bearing. The stiff, groaning tracks loosened up completely. I tested it. The steering lever that used to take real effort now moved with one finger. I hit the accelerator and the Polaris shot forward. No delay, no slipping. The tracks bit into the ice, and I made a clean turn through the snowstorm. I had 100 points left before this. Now 50. But my vehicle could move in any cold, any storm. That was worth every point. Lin stopped panicking. She couldn't explain it, but she could feel the difference. This wasn't a broken-down crawler anymore. It was something solid. Something that might actually survive what was coming. I looked at our water supply. A rusty kettle with murky, gray-brown water full of sediment. That was all we had. In this world, snow is everywhere, but you can't just eat it. The frost catastrophe brought radiation and heavy metals with it. Every snowflake carries poison. Drink it raw, and you'll get organ failure or radiation sickness within days. The old city lord probably died slowly from drinking barely filtered water his whole life. With the cabin at 20 degrees and our bodies burning through that wolf meat, we needed clean water fast. Without it, Linwan's cabbage seedling would die too. The whole system would fall apart. I had exactly 50 truth points left. The tech tree had what I needed: snow-melting purifier under ecological logistics. It would build a funnel on the outside of the vehicle to suck in snow, then run it through triple reverse osmosis membranes and radiation filters. 50 points. Every last one I had. I unlocked it. A panel near the boiler folded outward into a funnel, and a steel cylinder appeared inside the cabin, sleek, precise, connected to the boiler's heat system. It started pulling in snow immediately. A red light flickered for a few seconds, then turned green. I told Lin to bring her bowl. I turned the faucet and clear, hot water poured out. No smell, no color, just pure water. Lin drank with both hands, gulping it down, crying into the bowl. She said even the best labs in her old city couldn't make water this clean. I filled my own cup and leaned back in the driver's seat. Warm water, warm cabin, fuel problem solved. No more worrying about freezing, fuel, or thirst. The basics were covered. 0 truth points left. But all the survival problems inside the Polaris were handled. Now it was time to go outside and gather resources before the ice storm buried everything. The sky was getting darker. The storm was close. Lin was kneeling by the hydroponic box, pouring clean water on the cabbage seedling drop by drop, talking to it like a baby. I left her to it. I had work to do. I went to the shooting port and pulled out the steam crossbow, removed both drum magazines, shook out the bolts, and checked every single one. A few had small dents from punching through wolf skulls earlier. I threw them in the scrap box. A damaged bolt means less penetration. Good enough, gets you killed out here. I sifted the black powder through a fine mesh to remove junk, then filled each bolt's propulsion slot with clean powder and loaded them into the magazines. Locked them back onto the crossbow. Opened the steam valve, Pressure needle climbed right to the red line. Perfect combat condition. I put on my coat, buttoned it to my chin. We had maybe 2 weeks of coal and wolf meat. If the storm lasted a month, we'd starve in a warm cabin. I needed to hunt before everything outside locked down. Beast cores, meat, coal crystals, anything I could grab. Linwan begged me not to go. Low air pressure, aggressive beasts, raiders fighting over shelter. I patted the crossbow and told her nothing could threaten me as long as I stayed inside the Polaris. I gave her instructions: watch the cabbage, feed the boiler if the flame drops. She nodded fast. I sat down, gripped the wheel, and hit the searchlights. 2 beams cut through the snow. I floored the accelerator. The boiler roared, the tracks bit into the ice, and the Polaris charged into the storm like a steel beast. Time to hunt. I drove for half an hour through the pale shallows until the searchlights caught something. A dozen coal crystals glowing red near a glacier fault. Fresh vein, pushed up by ground movement. I didn't rush in. I killed the lights, slowed to a crawl, and moved to the crossbow. Watched through the scope for 3 full minutes without blinking. Good thing I waited. A snow mound exploded open and a massive creature stood up. A mutated snow bear, 3 meters tall. One of its arms had turned into solid black rock. That thing could have crushed my hull if I'd driven straight in. It was 180 meters out. Too far. Below 80% headshot accuracy with the wind. Not good enough for me. I crept the Polaris forward using ice hills as cover. 150 meters. 130. At 120, perfect range, I stopped. Crosshairs on the forehead, the only soft spot. Pulled the trigger. 1 shot. The bolt hit dead center. The bear dropped into the snow and didn't move. I jumped out, cut it open, pulled out a mid-level beast core, bigger and brighter than the wolf ones. Grabbed the bear meat and the coal crystals, threw everything in the cargo hold. Then I heard gunfire and explosions from a canyon 2 kilometers away. I raised my binoculars. 3 armored vehicles fighting a pack of raiders over a wind shelter, rockets, machine guns, blood in the snow. All that killing for 1 broken cave. Some people would rush in to pick the scraps. Not me. That kind of fight is stupid. The only real shelter is the one you build yourself. I turned the Polaris around and slipped behind a snow hill. The hunt was done. Time to get ready for the real storm. I parked the Polaris under an L-shaped ice ridge 5 kilometers from the battlefield. Perfect spot. Blocks the north wind, hides us from above. Nobody would find us unless they walked right up to us. I came inside carrying 2 heavy sacks dripping with blood. Linwan looked like she'd been worried sick. Her eyes went wide when she saw the haul. Big chunks of snow bear meat, a dozen coal crystals, and that mid-grade beast core. Then I got to work organizing everything. I can't stand a messy space. Coal crystals went into the storage box, sorted by size and brightness, evenly spaced. The beast core I wiped clean with a cloth and set into a shockproof groove above the control panel. Emergency backup power. The meat was the tricky part. 20 degrees inside, meant it would rot fast. But I had a solution. I cut the bear meat into equal strips, then opened a panel on the right wall. On the other side of that panel was the outside air, minus 60 degrees. A natural freezer. I stacked the strips neatly, closed the panel, and checked the gaps with a ruler. When I was done, I sat on the iron bed and looked around. Boiler on the left, coal box and cold storage on the right, hydroponic box with green leaves at the foot of the bed, insulated walls all around, 2 cups of hot, clean water on the table. 20 square meters of perfect order. Linwan thanked me, said I'd saved her life. I told her it was too early for that. Then the Polaris shook hard. A roar tore across the sky, not a beast, but wind. The searchlights outside went black, swallowed by a wall of gray air. I gripped my cup and stared into the darkness. The extreme ice storm had arrived. The first hit nearly flipped us. A wall of wind slammed into the Polaris like a 1,000-ton train. The ice ridge took most of the impact. Without it, we'd have been done right there. Linwan pressed her face to the glass and went white. Outside was pure chaos. Black blizzard, swirling ice, and radioactive dust, fist-sized chunks hammering the armor nonstop. The sound was like 100 hammers beating the hull at once. The backup thermometer on the window started dropping fast. Minus 70. Minus 80. Minus 90. It passed 100 and kept going, broke right through the bottom of the scale. At that temperature, normal steel cracks like glass. Lin shut her eyes. She was waiting for the walls to split open. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5. Nothing cracked. Not a single breath of cold got in. I watched her open her eyes and look around in shock. The boiler hummed steady. The insulation layer flickered with tiny silver flashes, the vacuum thermal brake running at full power. The thermometer on the wall read 20 degrees. Hadn't moved at all. Under the floor, the antifreeze system kept pumping warm oil through every gear and bearing. The track stayed loose and ready. I could start moving any second if I needed to. Outside was the end of the world. Inside was 20 degrees, warm light, and a cabbage growing its third leaf. I sat in the driver's seat with my arms crossed, watching the black storm rage against my hull. This was exactly why I upgraded everything. No shortcuts, no weak points. Every system working together. Lin was still staring at me like she couldn't believe any of this was real. I pointed at the hydroponic box and told her to stop worrying about the storm and go check on her cabbage. She nodded, wiped her eyes, and knelt down by the grow box. Outside was hell. Inside was the only safe place left in the wasteland. The ice storm raged for 48 hours straight. No day, no night, just darkness and screaming wind. Through the glass, I could see frozen bodies near the canyon where those people had been fighting earlier. The cold had turned them into ice sculptures. One gust snapped an arm clean off and shattered it. The radio picked up distress calls. People begging for coal, saying their boilers died, their legs were numb. Lin shivered every time she heard them. I turned the radio off. Opening my door to help someone in this storm would be suicide. I'm not a fool. Then the hydroponic box beeped. 72 hours, right on schedule. The cabbage was ready, bowl-sized, thick green leaves, drops of water clinging to them. It smelled like real food. We both stood there staring at it, mouths watering. After days of nothing but tough, gamey meat, fresh vegetables felt like treasure. I cut it into 4 parts. 1/4 for tonight, the rest vacuum sealed and stored in the cold panel. Roots stayed in the soil for a second harvest. I cooked cabbage stew with wolf meat. Cut the meat into even cubes, boiled it for half an hour until the broth turned milky white. Added peppercorns and coarse salt. Then I tore the cabbage by hand and dropped it in. 3 minutes, not 1 second more. The green leaves soaked up the fat and turned into something beautiful. Lin cried while eating. Not from fear, from taste. She said it was the best meal of her life. I won't lie, when that sweet cabbage juice mixed with meat broth hit my throat, even I let my guard down for a moment. After the meal, I caught Lin about to wash dishes with purified water. I stopped her immediately. Pure water is for drinking and watering seeds. Boiler condensation water is for cleaning. In my vehicle, nothing gets wasted. Then I got to work. I pulled out my haul, 10 low-grade coal crystals, and the mid-level beast core from the snow bear. I arranged them on the table in a perfect circle, core in the center. Not a millimeter off. The system scanned everything. Coal crystals, 50 points. The beast core, 200 points. I hadn't expected that. 1 core worth 40 coal crystals. High-level mutant beasts are walking treasure chests. I converted everything. 250 truth points, total. I opened the tech tree and took stock. Ecology and power branches were solid. Water system worked. Cabbage was growing. Tracks stayed mobile in -100-degree cold. All proven. But defense and firepower had gaps. The insulation kept heat in, but the armor itself was still thin steel. A heavy hit from a snow bear or serious weapons could punch right through. And the steam crossbow was great at range. But if enemies got close to the hull, the firing angle was useless. I needed close-range defense and something that could punch through heavy armor. I looked at the second gray node under the weapons branch. That was next. I looked at the next weapon node on the tech tree, surrounding steam high-pressure spray gun. 50 points. It would install hidden nozzles at all 4 corners of the Polaris, connected to the boiler. On command, they'd blast 200-degree steam and boiling water in every direction within 3 meters. Perfect for the thing I feared most. Scavengers and predators sneaking up to pry at the doors or chew on the tracks where my crossbow can't reach. I unlocked it. The boiler sprouted 4 brass connectors that snaked through the walls and punched through the armor. 4 honeycomb nozzles popped out at each corner of the hull and did a full rotation check. A new brass switch with a red safety cover appeared on my control panel. Lin asked what it was. I told her it was a warm water shower head, but I needed to test it for real. I flipped the safety cover, pushed the switch up. The boiler screamed. For jets of superheated steam exploded from the corners of the Polaris. Outside was minus 100 degrees. The steam was over 200. 300-degree temperature difference. The ice within 3 meters didn't melt. It shattered, blew apart into white powder. Everything disappeared behind a wall of scalding fog. Any raider caught in that would be blinded and burned head to toe. Attack and smoke screen in one. I shut it off after 5 seconds. The cabin temperature had dropped half a degree and the water tank dipped slightly. Powerful, but expensive to run. Not for everyday use. A last resort when something gets too close. Close-range blind spot. Covered. Now I needed the opposite. Something for long range. Heavy targets. Armored creatures that could take a crossbow bolt and keep coming. One shot, one kill. I looked at the third node on the weapons branch, the top of the current firepower tree. That was the answer to the big, tough things out there. The cabin warmed back up to 20 degrees in half a minute. Lin1 was upset about the water I'd used for the steam test. I didn't care. Snow is everywhere. I can make more. I looked at the third weapons node. Armor-piercing explosive fish spear cannon. 100 truth points. When I read the description, I couldn't help it. My heart started pounding. A 25-kilogram pure steel spear with barbs and a delayed explosive fuse. Powered by compressed steam and black powder. Punches through basic and mid-level armor. 3 seconds after it hits, it explodes inside the target. And there's a chain attached to the tail for dragging. The crossbow handles small and medium targets. The steam spray covers close range. But this is for the big ones. The things that could crush my hull. One shot, one kill. I spent 100 points. The Polaris groaned as the roof tore open. A heavy turret base formed on top, locked down with 4 hydraulic shock absorbers bolted through the ceiling into the frame. A 2-meter iron barrel, thick as a man's thigh, took shape above. Inside the cabin, a bulletproof glass observation dome appeared over the driver's seat with a periscope sight and 2 big brass handles. Lin1 curled up in the corner and stopped trying to understand. I grabbed the handles and turned them. The barrel rotated smoothly through the snowstorm. Up, down, side to side. No delay. Through the periscope, the crosshairs tracked perfectly, like the cannon was part of my body. Long range, mid-range, close range, the firepower loop was complete. But I had 100 points left, and I knew my armor was the weak link now. The insulation kept the heat in, but the actual steel was old and cracked from years in extreme cold. If a wounded beast charged me or raiders opened up with heavy guns, that shell wouldn't hold for 3 seconds. A perfect tank needs more than a big gun. It needs armor to match. I looked at the third node of the infrastructure branch. Outside, the storm screamed. On the roof, my new cannon tilted its barrel into the wind. Waiting. The storm was dying down. I could feel the air pressure changing. 12 hours, maybe less, and it would be over. After that, everything on the pale shallows, beasts, survivors, raiders, would come pouring out, starving and desperate. I had to finish upgrading before dawn. I spent my last 100 points on the third infrastructure node, riveted scrap steel armor plate. 10 centimeters of composite steel bolted over the entire hull at angled slopes. Ricochet effect. Absorbs 70% of impact energy. Immune to basic firearms and normal mutant bites. As a mechanical engineering guy, I knew exactly what angled armor meant. In this beginner zone, nothing short of a city-state's heavy weapons could punch through it. The Polaris sank under the new weight. The suspension groaned, but held. Outside, the system hammered dark steel plates onto every surface. Thick rivets the size of thumbs locking everything in place. The front reshaped into a sharp icebreaker bow. Heavy side skirts dropped down to protect the track gears. 2 minutes, and it was done. My little crawler was gone. In its place sat something a full size bigger, a black steel hedgehog covered in rough armor and dark rivets. Hailstones bounced off and left nothing but tiny white marks. I couldn't even feel them inside. I closed my eyes and listened. The storm sounded far away now, muffled behind 10 centimeters of steel and a vacuum insulation layer. Everything was complete. Long-range spear cannon, mid-range crossbow, close-range steam spray, vacuum insulation, heavy armor, anti-freeze tracks, constant temperature cabin, pure water system, seed vault, hydroponic farm. 0 truth points left, but every single one was built into this vehicle. Linwan asked if we were safe. I told her the truth. There's no real safety in this world. Only thicker armor and bigger guns. The LV.1 tech tree was fully upgraded across all 4 branches. But this was just the starting level. To evolve the Polaris into something bigger, I needed to activate the core nodes at the top, and that required resources far beyond coal crystals and beast cores. The storm was almost over. I set down my water glass and stared through the frost at the lightning sky. After dawn, we were going out. Time to do something big. The storm faded from a roar to a whisper. Fine snow replaced the hailstones. Gray light crept through the windows. It was ending. I sat in the driver's seat and studied the tech tree. All the LV.1 nodes were lit up, except the top cores. 2 of them, still gray. I opened their descriptions. The first was a modular reinforced chassis under infrastructure, a complete redesign of the frame to handle 5 times more weight. Without it, the Polaris could never grow bigger. 200 points. The second was a mechanical gear fire control console under weapons. 1 unified control center for the crossbow, spear cannon, and steam spray, with semi-automatic targeting. Another 200 points. 400 points just for those 2. And I still had the top cores for power and ecology to unlock too. 1,000 points total before the Polaris could evolve to LV.2, get bigger, hold an eco-farm, mount heavier weapons. 1,000 points. That's 5 mid-level beast cores or 200 coal crystals. An impossible number for most wanderers. But I wasn't most wanderers. If the wasteland didn't have enough minerals, it had plenty of things worth killing. Linwan told me the cabbage root was replanted. 5 days for the next harvest. I told her 5 days was too long. Soon the Polaris would expand, and her little grow box would become an eco-room. She couldn't believe it. I told her not to use the word impossible on my vehicle. I checked every weapon. Crossbow drums fully loaded. Spear cannon armed with its 50-pound steel harpoon. Everything secured inside the cabin. Boiler valve turned up half a notch. The black sky finally cracked open. Pale light came through. The wind stopped. The storm was over. Countless things had died in it. Whatever survived would be pouring out now. Hungry, desperate, and carrying exactly the resources I needed. I fired up the boiler. The Polaris shook off its blanket of snow, bit into the ice with its heavy tracks, and broke out onto the pale shallows. The real hunt was starting now. The storm was over. The pale shallows looked like a graveyard. Frozen creatures mid-stride. Snowmobiles packed with dead people, all turned to ice sculptures. Total silence except for my engine. I spotted something moving 500 meters out. A creature the size of a rhinoceros, covered in rock-like shell with 2 bone tusks. An ice rock pig just crawled out of its den, starving and angry. The old me would have sniped it from distance. But I had 10 centimeters of armor now. I wanted to test it. I floored the accelerator and charged straight at it. It charged back. We hit head-on at full speed. The shockwave cleared snow for 10 meters. Its tusks snapped. My armor took 2 white scratches, not a single rivet loose. The pig got back up and came at my side, mouth wide open. I flipped the steam spray switch. 200-degree boiling water blasted straight into its face and down its throat. Its eyes burst. It collapsed, twitching, cooked from the inside. Then I tested the big gun. I grabbed the brass handles, aimed through the periscope, and fired the spear cannon. The recoil pushed the whole Polaris back half a meter. The 50-pound steel spear punched through its belly like nothing. 3 seconds later, the fuse went off inside. The beast blew apart. 2 pieces. Blood and shell fragments everywhere. I collected a damaged beast core, maybe 50 points, and the broken spear for scrap. Harpoons are consumable. I'd need to make more. Then I heard engines. Not one, many. Coming fast from behind an ice ridge. Through my binoculars, I saw 2 vehicles, each much bigger than the Polaris. Level 2 camp-grade mobile cities. Blood-red skulls painted on the front, frozen bodies hanging from the sides. Snow Fiend Gang. My radio crackled. Their leader, Black Wolf, started talking trash. Said I'd killed his men and stolen his supplies. Told me to get out, kneel, bow 100 times, and hand over Linwan. Said his 2 75mm cannons would turn me into ice shards if I refused. Both vehicles stopped at 300 meters. Their turrets opened up, 2 dark cannon barrels aimed right at me. Linwan went white. She knew what 2 camp-level vehicles could do. I told her to shut up, Sit down and buckle in. I shoved the damaged spear back into the cannon's loading port. It was bent from the explosion, but the chain was good. One shot was all I had. I didn't answer the radio. I pulled the boiler valve to maximum. If they came to deliver resources to me, then both the men and the vehicles would stay. I charged straight at them, tracks throwing sparks across the ice. No retreat. No hesitation. Black Wolf screamed over the radio to open fire. The fight was on. They fired first. 2 75mm shells screaming toward me. I turned the wheel half a turn. The first shell missed, blew a crater in the ice behind me. The second hit my front V-shaped armor dead on. Flash of fire. Lin 1 screamed. But when the smoke cleared, the Polaris was still charging. The sloped armor deflected the hit. Just a shallow dent and scorch marks. Not one rivet popped. Black Wolf couldn't believe it. Neither could I, honestly. But the math was right. Angled composite steel eats kinetic energy for breakfast. 150 meters out now. I jumped to the crossbow. For bolts, rapid fire, all aimed at the same spot. The gap in the left vehicle's track drive gear. Every bolt hit. The track snapped. The vehicle spun out of control and slammed into an ice hill. Done. Black Wolf in the second vehicle went crazy. Abandoned his cannon and charged straight at me, trying to crush me with weight. I let him come. At 5 meters, I hit the steam spray. 200-degree boiling water poured through every crack in his half-open cockpit. He screamed. His vision went white. He yanked the wheel in pain, and his vehicle skidded right past me, scraping my side skirt. That was the moment I'd been waiting for. I grabbed the cannon handles and aimed at his exposed rear, where the boiler sat behind thin armor. Less than 10 meters away. Point blank. I fired the spear cannon. The bent harpoon punched through the side plate and buried itself in his high-pressure boiler. 3 seconds. The boiler blew. A small mushroom cloud rose over the snowfield. The vehicle launched into the air and crashed back down in a ball of fire. Nothing left. 2 medium-sized combat vehicles against my 1 upgraded crawler. Both destroyed. The Polaris sat idle in front of the burning wreckage, scratched and dented but unbroken. Every upgrade, every point I'd spent, armor, crossbow, steam spray, spear cannon, all of it worked together exactly as I'd built it. Long range broke their tracks. Close range blinded them. Heavy fire killed the engine. A perfect system. The pale shallows after the storm looked like a graveyard. Frozen bodies, wrecked snowmobiles, ice sculptures of people caught mid-step. I drove past all of it without stopping. I looted the 2 Snow Fiend vehicles, converted the wreckage into 200 truth points. Then I converted the damaged beast core from the Ice Rock Pig for another 50. 250 total. But before Black Wolf died, he told me something bad. Every Snow Fiend member carries a radiation isotope tracker. When they die, it transfers to whoever killed them. Their boss has a Geiger radar that can spot me like a spotlight across the whole wasteland. I had maybe hours before the main force came. I opened the tech tree and checked what I needed for LV.2. The numbers hit hard. 2,000 points total. I had 250. Shortfall, 1,750. No time to panic. I spent 200 points on the 3rd power engine node, a crude coal boost machine. A mechanical cylinder grew out of the boiler's side, with a push-pull lever on the cockpit panel. Activating it gives 1.5 times burst power. My armored tank could now sprint like a charging beast when I needed it. Burns coal fast, but speed means survival. Then I spent 10 points reforging my broken harpoon. The system melted down all the scrap steel and rebuilt a fresh spear right into the turret barrel. Full ammo again. 40 points left. I headed deep into the pale shallows to hunt. 2 hours in, I found massive footprints at the entrance to an ice valley. Basin-sized. Next to them, the torn-apart remains of a mutant wolf, spine snapped, skull chewed to pieces. Whatever left those marks was at the top of the food chain. I followed the tracks into the valley. A kilometer in, I found it. A mutated ice armor mammoth. Big as a level 2 mobile city. Covered head to toe in thick gray-black ice armor. Centimeters of mutated composite shell. 3-meter spiral horn that could punch through reinforced concrete. No weak spots anywhere. My crossbow bolt bounced right off, left nothing but a white scratch. But that scratch woke it up. It charged. 400 meters closed in seconds. Snow tornado 10 meters high behind it. Lin 1 collapsed to the floor. At 50 meters, I slammed the boost lever. The Polaris surged sideways in a sharp Z-turn. The mammoth's horn scraped past my left skirt, sparks flying, metal screaming, and it plowed straight into the ice wall behind me. The whole valley shook. Tons of ice buried half its body. I hit the rear steam spray. 200-degree boiling water poured over its exposed back half. The temperature difference cracked its skin, drove it wild with pain. It thrashed free from the ice pile, shaking its head, blinded by rage. First move, successful. I'd pulled it, burned it, and bought myself time. But this fight was far from over. This thing could take everything I had and still keep coming. This was the real test of every system I'd built. The mammoth changed tactics, stopped charging blind, and started walking toward me slow and heavy, like a tank. Smarter than I expected. I switched to kiting. Used the ice pillars and rocks in the valley as cover, circling it at mid-range. I fired the crossbow non-stop with one hand, steering with the other. The bolts couldn't pierce the armor, but I aimed at the joints, knees, eye edges, gaps between armor plates. Just enough to keep it angry and turning. 5 minutes of that. In this cold, a beast that size burns through energy fast when it moves hard. Its breathing got rough, white mist and blood from its nostrils. The armor plates on its sides heaved unevenly. It was gassing out. That was my moment. I floored it. Pushed the boost lever to max, charged straight at it. The mammoth lowered its 3-meter horn for one last collision. At 30 meters, I let go of everything and grabbed the cannon handles above my head. The Polaris kept rushing forward on momentum. I swung the turret barrel down and locked the crosshairs on the back of its neck, a small patch where the steam spray had cracked the armor earlier. I hit the button. The 50-pound spear punched through the weakened armor like paper. Barbs sank deep into the cervical vertebrae. The mammoth froze mid-charge. 3, 2, 1. The fuse went off inside its neck. The whole back half of the beast blew apart, blood, bone, organs spraying across the valley like fireworks. It dropped dead on the spot. Instant kill. I climbed out, cut open the chest, and pulled out a beast core the size of my fist. Crystal clear, glowing bright blue, radiating a halo into the air. A perfect top-grade intermediate core. I set it on the table and had the system scan it. 400 truth points. 1 core. As much as 80 coal crystals or 2 destroyed gang vehicles combined. I converted it immediately. Balance, for 140 points. My wallet was full again. Time to start building the brain this war machine still needed. That mammoth fight showed me my biggest problem. I'd been juggling the steering wheel, boost lever, crossbow, and cannon all at the same time, jumping around the cabin like a madman. One mistake at that speed, and I'd be dead. Raw firepower means nothing if you can't control it cleanly. I had 440 points. The top core of the weapons branch cost 400, the mechanical gear fire control console. I didn't hesitate for a second. The cockpit transformed around me. Brass gears and drive rods grew out of the control panel like metal vines, clicking into place by the thousands. A semi-enclosed fire control station formed on my right side, pure steampunk. In the center, a cross-shaped periscope sight made of layered lenses, giving me a full 360-degree view outside without moving from my seat. Below it, a heavy dual joystick with 3 color-coded triggers, black for the crossbow, white for the steam spray, blood red for the harpoon cannon. Thick cables ran from the console to every weapon on the vehicle. I grabbed the joystick and tested it. Moved left. The crossbow outside tracked my wrist perfectly. Looked through the periscope. The mechanical crosshair adjusted automatically for distance and bullet drop. Semi-automatic targeting. Unified control. From now on, left-hand drives and boosts. Right-hand fights. No more jumping around. Long range, mid-range, close range. All 3 layers of firepower under my fingertips at once. Weapons branch, fully complete. 40 points left. Still needed 1,360 more to unlock everything else and reach LV.2. 3 top cores at 400 each, plus 1 more regular node at 200. But with the boost engine and this fire control system, the Pale Shallows were my hunting ground now. The storm had just ended. Starving beasts and desperate wanderers were everywhere, all of them walking bags of truth points. I fired up the engine and charged back out. The harvest was just beginning. 5 days of hunting. Non-stop. With the fire control console, everything changed. My hit rate went to 100%. Right hand on the joystick, Press the trigger, 2 seconds to reload and fire again. I didn't even need to shift in my seat. Ice wolves got pinned to the ground from hundreds of meters out before they knew I was there. A snow bear tried to ambush me, walked into the steam spray at 3 meters, and went blind. A crossbow bolt through the throat finished it. I swept every corner of the pale shallows. Dozens of kills. The Polaris became a harvesting machine. The cabin turned into a proper stockpile. The cold storage panel was packed with bear shoulder meat and wolf leg meat, all cut into perfect equal blocks and stacked with precision. The coal bin was doubled in size, filled with cleaned low-grade crystals. The crossbow was fully loaded. The harpoon was ready. Linwan looked like a different person. 5 days of fresh vegetables and beast meat had put color back in her cheeks. She was kneeling by the grow box. Excited, the cabbage root had sprouted 2 new leaves. Second harvest on schedule. But the cabin was maxed out. 20 square meters, crammed with supplies, weapons, and equipment. No room to expand the grow box for the Class A seeds. The Polaris had hit its physical limit. My truth point balance had climbed to 1,000. Only 400 more to unlock everything and reach LV.2. I grabbed my coat, ready for one last push. Today would finish it. Then I felt it. A deep vibration shaking the ground. Not a beast. Machinery. Heavy tracks grinding ice. Industrial-grade engine noise. I grabbed my binoculars and looked through the glass. On the horizon, something massive was moving through the thin snowstorm. I stopped breathing for half a second. Whatever was out there, that was a real wasteland monster. Something appeared on the horizon. When I raised my binoculars, I stopped breathing. A level 3 fortress-class mobile city. The real thing. Its base was the size of a football field, rolling on hundreds of tracks, each one thicker than my entire hull. Black steel walls rising dozens of meters high, covered in dried blood and age. Industrial chimneys pumping black smoke. Heavy gun arrays lining the walls, twin barrels, triple barrels, muzzles wide enough to fit a human head inside. The flag showed a Gear Snowflake badge. Winter Trade Alliance, a massive organization that controls high-level mining rights and ancient ruins. They travel between settlements with armed merchant fleets, squeezing every resource out of smaller groups through unfair trade. And this fortress was just a mid-tier fleet for them. Linwan came to the window and stared. I told her what it was, and that it could crush us like a pebble. Any single cannon on that wall could tear apart everything I'd built. No fighting this. Not even close. I shut the engine to idle and parked against a big ice rock, trying to disappear. It didn't work. Their radar picked us up from kilometers away. A hydraulic door opened at the bottom of the fortress. 3 sleek, white-armed snow vehicles shot out at 80 kilometers per hour, leaving snow trails behind them. They surrounded me in seconds, stopped 30 meters out, kicking up dust that hit my armor. Guards jumped out. Nice gear, fine rifles, windproof masks. They looked at my scratched, rusty hull like it was garbage. One grabbed a loudspeaker and called us mice in a rusty coffin. Said they wanted to check if our junk had anything worth recycling for their alliance. I kept my hands off the weapons. Opening fire inside their main gun's range would be instant death. I sat still and waited to see what they really wanted. They called my vehicle a rusty coffin. Linwan grabbed my sleeve, terrified. I told her to calm down. As long as nobody shoots, it's just business. I picked up the microphone and told them I had no junk. Only luxury items they couldn't afford. That made the lead guard furious. He aimed his rifle at my glass and gave me 3 seconds to open up. I opened the door a crack. Not to surrender, to show them something. A mechanical arm pushed out an iron rod with a vacuum-sealed bag hanging from the tip. Inside was a piece of fresh snow bear meat. Clean, well-marbled, no radiation damage. The kind of meat that nobles and mobile cities would pay fortunes for. In this world, fresh, uncontaminated game meat is rarer than coal crystals. It extends life, fights radiation sickness, and screams status. Every guard swallowed at the same time. I could hear it through the storm. I told them through the speaker that this quality of meat was what I fed to dogs in my vehicle. The lead guard put his rifle down. His whole attitude flipped. He asked how much I had. I told him, enough for his team leader to come out of that big turtle shell and negotiate with me personally. Then I pulled the meat back inside and slammed the door shut. They stood in the cold for a moment. Then the guard ran to his radio to report to his superiors. I put the meat back in cold storage. Fighting this fortress was impossible, but I didn't need to fight. The Winter Trade Alliance were merchants. Merchants can't resist profit, and I had exactly what their rich clients craved most. If they took the bait, I'd get the last resources I needed to reach LV.2. The cold wind on the snowfield howled, stirring up swirls of white hair wind, pounding against the sturdy steel armor of the Arctic Star. It had been less than 15 minutes. The mobile city, parked a few kilometers away at a level 3 fortress, once again emitted a dull mechanical roar. A command vehicle, twice the size of a normal off-road car, was covered in heavy black armor. It crushed through the snow, escorted by 2 guard vehicles, speeding toward the Arctic Star. Big fish coming. Lucan looked at the monitor and coldly smirked. The command vehicle stopped steadily about 10 meters from the Arctic Star. The door opened, and a chubby middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a gray mink coat, supported by 2 fully armed guards struggling to move him across the snow. The man wore a fine filtration mask, revealing only a pair of sharp, greedy eyes. He was Fernand, the manager of the lower-tier traders in the Winter Business Alliance. Is this the poor guy in that broken car who brought out top-quality purified meat? Fernand looked disdainfully at the rough welds and rivets on the Arctic Star. He tried to maintain a commanding presence, but a quick glance at the door betrayed his eagerness. The high-ranking people above had a crazy demand for fresh, high-quality food. If he could get this batch of purified meat, his status in the Alliance would definitely rise. Listen, homeless person inside. A guard beside Fernand shouted loudly. Our trader Fernand personally comes to trade with you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hurry up and open the door, show us the goods. Ding. A red light flashed on the communicator outside the Arctic Star. Lucian's cold voice came through. No need for luck. It's just business. If you want to see the goods, let that fat guy come to my observation point himself. I don't like a bunch of gun-toting dogs circling my vehicle. Fernand's eyelids twitched. He had seen many homeless people, and usually, traders of this level would kneel and beg. But this guy didn't show a hint of fear. His tone was as firm as steel. Surviving after the snowstorm in a modified tracked vehicle, with top-quality meat in hand, made him a tough opponent. Interesting. It's been a long time since I saw such a bold seller in the wasteland. Fernand pushed aside the guard and carefully walked to the side of the Arctic Star's hull, stopping in front of an observation port protected by thick, bulletproof glass. Click. The internal panel of the observation port was opened, revealing Lu Chen's cold, stern face. Fernand looked at Lu Chen through the glass and spoke arrogantly. Young man, I heard you have top-quality mutated beast meat. According to the Trade Alliance rules, show your goods and name your price. If you can bring 10 gene of that same grade snow bear meat, I can buy it for 100 low-grade source fire coal crystals or 1,000 Trade Alliance circulation points. 100 low-grade coal crystals? That's only about 500 truth points. This price might seem huge to a wandering low-level trader, but to Lu Chen, it was like giving away a beggar's meal. 100 coal crystals? Fernand, your attitude of trying to bribe a beggar shows no sincerity at all, Lu Chen sneered. He was too lazy to waste words. He simply picked up a piece of top-quality snow bear meat weighing about 20 gene from the nearby table and slapped it against the glass of the observation port. The rich, fatty meat, with its fresh color that couldn't be hidden, made Fernand's eyes widen instantly. His breathing grew rapid. 20 gene. Such high-quality meat, in the core area of the fortress, could sell for more than 10 times the price. This is just the appetizer. Before Fernand could recover, Lu Chen made a bold, almost crazy move, showing off wealth on the wasteland. He suddenly had in his hand a piece of something about half a palm in size. That thing was bright green, and there was even a drop of clear water hanging from it. White. Lettuce? Fernand's face, filled with fatty flesh, wrinkled with excitement. He rushed to the glass, his small eyes fixed on the leaf in Lu Chen's hand. A hungry growl escaped his throat. Top-quality mutated meat was a luxury. But on this barren, frost-ravaged ice plain that had been destroyed for 100 years, fresh green plants were priceless treasures. The vitality and vitamins they contained were irreplaceable by any source fire engine. How? How do you have something like this? Even a fortress-level moving city would struggle to grow such fresh vegetables. Fernand's voice became sharp and strained. Nothing is impossible for me here. Lu Chen pinched a green vegetable leaf. clearly holding the vital link of the business alliance's management. Now, Manager Fernandez, can we talk about the price again? Lu Chun withdrew the meat and the leaf from the glass, his gaze cold and sharp, directly looking into Fernandez's greedy eyes. The cold wind still howled, but Fernandez's forehead was covered in fine sweat. That green cabbage leaf and the top-quality snow bear meat tightly held his heart as a merchant. If he could bring these back to the business alliance and present them to the high-ranking figures above, not only could he get a promotion and raise, but he might even be transferred to a higher-level city-state mobile city. Name your price, friend. Fernandez, separated by bulletproof glass, no longer sounded arrogant, but was eager and pleading. Whatever you want. High-grade pure water filters? Tons of quality coal? Or the most advanced alloy armor plates? As long as I have it in my caravan, I can trade with you. His offer was enough to drive any wanderer in a small camp crazy. These are the most practical survival resources on the wasteland. However, Lu Chun's expression remained unchanged. Put away your worthless junk, Lu Chun said expressionlessly. I don't lack coal, water, or your shoddy armor. Fernandez was stunned. On the wasteland, besides these hard currencies, what else could he want? I only want one thing. Lu Chun's face pressed close to the glass, his dark eyes flickering with a passionate light. Rare scientific blueprints from pre-civilization, or any technical data carriers that you wasteland merchants can't decode. The more, the better. The higher the level, the better. As soon as he said this, Fernandez was visibly shocked. Pre-civilization blueprints? Those are the things the business alliance occasionally finds when exploring ruins. But today, due to severe technological gaps, most of those blueprints have become unreadable texts. Either they lack the industrial base to produce them, or they are just worthless paper. Only a few core scientific madmen in the alliance keep such things. What does this wandering scavenger want with these useless papers? The famous Winter Trade Alliance can't even produce a few broken blueprints? Lu Chun looked at Fernand's hesitant expression and pressed him hard, pretending to close the observation hatch. Since there's nothing, the deal is off. I'll keep this piece of meat to feed the dogs. Wait. Fernand became anxious. Seeing his chance for promotion and wealth slipping away, he slapped his thigh hard. I have one. I happen to have a copy in my private collection. He turned around and carefully took out a flat, silver-gray metal code tube from inside his thick mink coat lining. This was found by our trade caravan 6 months ago in an ice-covered underground military bunker from the ancient civilization. The people there said it recorded a forging diagram of a special memory alloy. Fernand gritted his teeth and said, but the technology involved is too outdated and the energy required is too high to analyze. The Alliance considered it useless and just gave it to me as a keepsake. A high-level composite memory alloy diagram. Hearing these words, Lu Chun's usually calm heart skipped a beat. He knew the system's rules better than anyone. The more technically valuable the blueprints, the harder it is for wasteland civilizations to understand and the denser the hidden truths. This kind of thing is scrap copper in Fernand's hands, but in front of the truth technology tree, it's an undeveloped gold mine. Throw the tube into the external collection slot. Lu Chun suppressed his inner joy and spoke stiffly. Click. A small metal collection box popped out from outside the vehicle. Fernand painfully placed the silver-gray code tube inside. The box quickly retracted into the vehicle. As Lu Chun took the code tube, the silent system in his mind issued a sharp alarm. Ding. High-value knowledge carrier detected. Scan target. Medium secret of the Pre-Civilization Federation. Memory alloy forging diagram and micromolecular arrangement formula. Status. Complete. System. If I perform high-dimensional degradation on this blueprint, how many truth points can I convert? Lu Chun asked mentally. Calculating. This blueprint contains substantial and relatively complete material science truths. Estimated conversion, 1,500 truth points. 1,500 points. Lu Chun's breathing completely stopped. He had thought this item was valuable, but never imagined that a set of discarded land traders' blueprints could fetch such a huge price. Not just getting rich. In one night, he was instantly close to reaching level 2, and even surpassed it. Good deal. Lu Chun forced himself to keep a straight face, even as he almost laughed. He pushed the 20-pound piece of top-quality snow bear meat and the green cabbage leaf onto a larger external tray without hesitation. Payment received. Steward Fernan, it's been a good cooperation. After saying that, with a loud click, Lu Chun roughly pulled down the heavy cover of the observation port, cutting off the outside view. Outside the vehicle, Fernan held the precious beast meat and the rare vegetable leaf, trembling with excitement. He was sure he had made the most profitable deal of his life, trading an useless iron pipe for a ticket to a higher-level city-state. Inside the carriage, Lu Chun tightly held a silver-gray password tube, his eyes burning with a passion strong enough to melt steel. System. His voice was low and hoarse from excitement. Decompose this damn blueprint completely. Reveal all the truth points. Ding. Command received. An unprecedented, brilliant golden light burst out instantly, filling the 20-square-meter dim carriage of the Polaris. The dazzling golden glow even outshone the fire from the basic efficiency boiler. Golden light cascaded like a waterfall, engulfing the silver-gray password tube. Countless complex molecular formulas and mechanical diagrams flickered wildly in midair, finally transforming into a golden rainstorm that poured into the holographic panel. Transformation successful. Gained 1,500 truth points. Current account balance, 2,500 truth points. Looking at the golden number about to explode the top right corner of the screen, Lu Chun took a deep breath of the warm air inside the carriage. He not only met the requirements to upgrade to level 2, but also exceeded it by 1,100 points. The moment the Polaris shed its tiny snow shell and transformed into a mobile city at the camp level was now within reach. The Winter Trading Alliance's massive, fortress-like mobile city slowly moved away at the horizon. The giant caterpillar tracks left deep, crisscrossing trenches on the ice surface, which took a long time to fill in. Lu Chun stood in front of the bulletproof glass, watching the outline of the huge vehicle being gradually swallowed by snow and wind, until the last wisp of black smoke disappeared into the gray sky. He then turned around and casually tossed the silver-gray empty code tube into the scrap metal box. City Lord, is that big thing gone? Linwan peeked out from beside the cultivation box, her voice still tinged with nervousness from earlier. It's gone. Lu Chun sat back in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on the glowing golden number in the top right corner of the holographic panel. 2,500. He stared at this number for a full 5 seconds. Then he reached out, scooped a cup of warm, pure water from the water collection tray beside the boiler, took a big sip, and washed away the bitter excitement in his mouth. Linwan, here, put down what you're doing. Come sit properly. Linwan was surprised. She carefully placed the tweezers on the edge of the cultivation box. She walked over to sit on the welded metal chair by the iron table, her hands neatly resting on her lap. She noticed that Lu Chun's expression was different from usual. That normally cold face, as hard as iron, had lifted its skin by a millimeter. You will see some things soon. Lu Chun's voice was very low, and his speech was a bit faster than usual. No matter what you see, don't scream, don't run around, and don't touch anything that's glowing. Got it? Yes, I got it. Linwan nodded hard, her heartbeat quickening. Every time Lu Chun said something like this, something shocking would happen that would turn her world upside down. Lu Chun took a breath of the warm air inside the carriage, about 20 degrees, and slowly activated the truth technology tree. The 4 main branches' light screens spread out in the dim carriage. On the military branch, from the bottom's rapid-fire crossbow to the top's fire control console, each node shone with bright gold light. The mark of perfection shimmered at the very top. The other 3 branches, their bottom and middle nodes, also glowed brightly. Only the core node at the top and the 3rd node of the ecological logistics branch remained dull gray. That gray color was especially glaring against the sea of golden light. Today, I want to fully activate this tree. Lu Chun's voice was filled with a stubborn certainty that went to his core. He extended his finger and found the 3rd node of the ecological logistics branch on the light screen. Let's start with you. Ecological Logistics LV1, Node 3 coal-fired central heating pipeline. Node description. A complete network of coal-fired hot water circulation pipes is installed between the vehicle chassis and the wall of the carriage. The heat generated by the boiler no longer relies on radiation diffusion, but is directed through a sealed copper pipe carrying high-temperature hot water. This ensures even heating in every corner of the vehicle, eliminating cold spots. The pipeline system is compatible with higher-level vehicle structures and can be used in future upgrades. Unlock cost, 200 truth points. 200 points. When Lu Chen mentioned this number, his tone was casual, as if he were talking about what to eat today. System unlock. Ding. 200 truth points deducted. Ecological logistics, LV1. Node 3 coal-fired central heating pipeline. Successfully unlocked. Current truth point balance, 2,300 points. The noise of the upgrade was louder than any before. This time, the system was working on the entire chassis and all the walls of the vehicle, leaving no part untouched. Buzz. A dull tremor came from the bottom of the carriage. The metal chair Lin Wan was sitting on trembled slightly. She looked down, and the metal floor beneath her was visibly changing. Copper-colored pipes emerged from the gaps in the floor. Some were as thick as an arm, others as small as a thumb. They all looked alive, with organic vitality, crawling and spreading wildly along the interior walls of the carriage. The pipes were arranged in a precise, almost terrifying pattern. From the heat vent behind the boiler, a main pipe branched into 2, then 4. It ran symmetrically along both sides of the carriage, with a thin pipe branching out every half-meter into the asbestos layer of the wall. Finally, all the pipes converged at the rear of the carriage into a water return main pipe, reconnecting to the boiler's water inlet. This formed a tight, sealed hot water circulation loop. The entire process lasted 20 seconds. When the last brass flange automatically tightened with a crisp metallic click, a subtle change occurred in the air inside the carriage. Although the previous constant temperature of 20 degrees was comfortable, if you pay close attention, the areas near the car door and rear are always 1 or 2 degrees cooler than around the boiler. This is due to the physical limits of heat radiation diffusion, creating unavoidable cold spots. But now, Lin Wan opened her eyes wide and reached out to touch the wall of the car beside her. It was warm. It was even. From the front to the back of the car, from the floor to the ceiling, every metal surface she touched had the same temperature. This feeling of being evenly wrapped in warmth was completely different from before. City Lord, this pipe, heating pipe. There will be no cold spots inside the car anymore, Lu Chun said quickly without turning his head. Plus, this set of pipes can work with more advanced car bodies. In other words, even if the Polaris becomes 3 times larger, these pipes will still work. 3 times larger? Lin Wan couldn't keep up with Lu Chen's explanation. Stop interrupting. There are 3 more. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the next target. At the top of the LV1 power engine branch, that dull core node. Power engine LV1, top core high-pressure steam mini-hub, node description. Fully reconstructs the steam output system of the basic efficiency boiler. Creates a highly integrated steam distribution hub, using precise pressure regulation valves to distribute high-pressure steam generated by the boiler to each vehicle module. Solves the problem of power contention and energy loss when multiple modules run simultaneously. Meets the peak power supply needs of all LV.1 level equipment. Unlock cost, 400 truth points. 400 points. Lu Chen glanced at his balance. 2,300. He was very wealthy. Unlock. Ding. Deducted 400 truth points. Power engine LV1, top core high-pressure steam mini-hub successfully unlocked. Detected that preconditions are met, and the power engine LV1 branch is now fully unlocked. Current truth point balance, 1,900. The half-human-sized cast iron boiler in the middle of the carriage underwent a dramatic transformation for the second time. Lin Wan saw the top armor of the boiler being cut open by the system's blue light. A complex device made of over a dozen brass valves and steam manifolds grew out from inside. The craftsmanship of those valves was so fine, it was almost unbelievable. Every knob is engraved with tiny pressure scales. Several steam pipes extend from this central hub. One connects to the track drive system under the vehicle, another links to the side-mounted rapid-fire crossbow steam supply pipe. The high-pressure spray guns at the 4 corners and the steam launcher on top of the harpoon cannon are also connected one by one. When the last pipe is plugged into the connector, the boiler emits a deep, long sound unlike anything before. The previous faint humming is gone. Now, the boiler produces a strong, steady roar. City Lord. The sound has changed, Lin Wan shouted, covering her ears. It's not just changed. Lu Chen closed his eyes, feeling the steady vibration from his feet, and his facial expression lifted 0.5 millimeter. It's aligned now. Before, the boiler had to supply heating, store energy for weapons, and drive the tracks, all at once. It was hard to manage 3 tasks at once. Now, with this hub, every drop of steam is sent exactly where it should go. No waste. He opened his eyes. 2 major systems are fully upgraded. 2 more remain. Lu Chen's fingers slide across the light screen, locking onto the top core of the infrastructure armor branch. Third one, infrastructure armor LV1, top core modular reinforced chassis. Lu Chen stared at the gray words on the screen. From the first time he saw this name, he believed this was the foundation for the Arctic Star's upgrade. No matter how thick the armor or how powerful the weapons, if the chassis can't support the weight, everything is just a castle in the air. No description. Fully reconstructs the vehicle chassis structurally. Replaces the original civilian chassis frame with a system-grade alloy skeleton, greatly increasing load capacity and structural rigidity. The chassis reserves standardized modular interfaces for seamless expansion during higher-level evolutions. Unlock cost, 400 truth points. 400 points. Unlock. Lu Chen's tone was casual, like ordering food. Ding. 400 truth points deducted. Infrastructure armor LV1, top core modular reinforced chassis unlocked successfully. Conditions met. Infrastructure armor LV1 branch is now fully upgraded. Current truth point balance, 1,500 points. This time, the upgrade was more powerful than all previous improvements combined. Because this time, they worked on the bones. The bones of the Polaris. Bang! The entire vehicle jolted upward sharply, then slammed back onto the ice surface. Lin Wan didn't sit steadily and slid off the metal seat, falling heavily onto the metal floor where heating pipes had just been laid. City Lord, was that an earthquake? No, it's not. Don't panic. Sit on the ground and stay still. Lu Chen tightly held the control panel's armrest, his eyes fixed on the ground below. A bright blue light burst out wildly from every crack in the floor. All the light shone downward, digging frantically into the ground. The entire chassis of the Polaris was undergoing a violent physical transformation. The cheap, civilian-grade steel frames were being dismantled and pulled apart by the high-dimensional force field of the system. Following that, a new alloy frame with a darker color and higher density was added. These frames had a honeycomb-like hexagonal cross-section, ensuring super high strength while keeping weight as low as possible. What made Lu Chen most satisfied was the subtle vibrations coming from the bottom of the vehicle. The vibrations indicated that the new frame had many standardized bolt interfaces at key stress points. These were reserved for future expansion of the vehicle body. Modular design. This term was fundamental in industrial fields in the previous world. But in this wasteland world, where technology had been lost for over 100 years, only a system-level force could achieve such precise modular reservations. The transformation lasted nearly half a minute. When the last alloy beam snapped into the load-bearing node at the rear, a deep, steady metallic click sounded from beneath the vehicle. The body of the Polaris no longer trembled. But Lu Chen noticed a change. The vehicle's height had lowered by about 5 centimeters. That was settling. The new chassis had a much higher load capacity than the old frame, but it also became more compact. The suspension system was readjusted, lowering the center of gravity. He tentatively pressed the accelerator. As the tracks started to turn, an unprecedented sense of solidity spread through his entire body from his feet. Even the previous Polaris, despite being equipped with 10 centimeters of scrap steel armor, would shake slightly at high speeds. That was a natural result of the civilian chassis operating beyond its limits. Now, this shaking completely disappeared. City Lord, has the car become a bit shorter? Lin Wan got up from the ground, leaning against the wall to adjust to the change under her feet. Lowered the center of gravity. Changed the chassis. Lu Chen released the accelerator and leaned back in his seat. Changed to what? To a foundation that can support a larger body. Lin Wan's mouth slightly opened, but she didn't make a sound. A larger body. These words made her mind buzz. 3 major completions. Lu Chen looked at the bright golden marks at the top of the 3 branches on the light screen, feeling a rare sense of relief from his perfectionist tendencies. But one more is still needed. The last one. His gaze shifted to the top of the ecological logistics branch. That is the last dull node on the entire tech tree, and the final threshold to fully upgrade the city after completing the 4 main branches. Ecological Logistics LV1. Top core miniature internal circulation eco-cabin. Node description. Generates a fully enclosed basic ecological cycle system inside the vehicle. Includes a miniature air purification and oxygen regeneration module, along with a water condensation recovery device. Achieves basic self-sufficiency of water and air inside the carriage. When fully sealed, it can support 2 occupants' basic breathing and drinking needs. Unlock cost, 400 truth points. Just 400 points left. Lu Chun recited the number. 1,400 truth points. 4 top cores. All completed in one go today. Lin Wan. Here. You asked me before how big the Polaris can get. Lu Chun turned to look at her, the 2 flames burning in his eyes hotter than the flames in a boiler. The answer will be revealed soon. System. Invest 400 truth points. Activate the Ecological Logistics LV1 top core. Ding. Deduct 400 truth points. Ecological Logistics LV1 top core miniature internal circulation eco-cabin. Successfully unlocked. Detected that preconditions are met. The Ecological Logistics LV1 branch is fully completed. Lu Chen's nostrils caught a moment of fundamental change in the air inside the carriage. In the space beside the boiler, a delicate metal device peeked out from the compartment. It is a set of tightly arranged filtration membranes and catalytic grids connected by a pipe to the condensation loop of the snow-melting water purifier. The fan in the air purification module starts running at a very low speed, emitting a faint buzzing sound. From this moment on, every breath of air inside the cabin is being circulated and filtered, and every drop of exhaled water vapor is being recovered and condensed. The Polaris has transformed from a passive metal box relying on external resources into a living entity capable of self-breathing. But none of this matters anymore, because in the next second, a system message appears on the holographic panel in bold, eye-catching gold letters. Ding. Detection complete. LV.1 Mini Snow Fortress Technology Tree, with 16 nodes, including 4 top core nodes, all fully lit. Prerequisites fully met. City upgrade and evolution unlocked. Current truth point balance, 1,100 points. Execute immediately. LV.1 Mini Snow Fortress LV.2 Camp Grade Mobile City Upgrade and Evolution. Lu Chun stared at the message, his chest rising and falling several times. The entire technology tree shone with a brilliant golden glow on the light screen, with 4 branches extending from bottom to top, each node shining like a star. Perfect. Flawless from every angle. The 4 major branches are fully completed. His deep-seated obsessive-compulsive disorder was satisfied in this moment like never before. City Lord? What's wrong with you? You look so scary. Lin Wan whispered, watching Lu Chen's wild and terrifying expression. Lu Chen didn't answer her. He only said 2 words. Execute. Ding. Upgrade and evolution command confirmed. Warning. During city upgrade and evolution, vehicles will enter a complete lock state. All power systems will be forcibly shut down. Estimated duration, 180 seconds. Please keep still, host, and all personnel inside the city. Evolution begins. At the moment the system prompt sounded, the primary efficiency boiler of the Polaris emitted a sound Lu Chun had never heard before. That sound was much deeper than a roar, much more primitive than a scream. It was a resonance from deep within the steel skeleton. The entire vehicle began to shake. During a previous repair of a certain part, only a small vibration occurred. But now, the entire vehicle is shaking violently from front to back. Every steel plate, every rivet, and every pipe is resonating at the same frequency. Get down. Hold onto the pipe on the ground. Lu Chen quickly pushed Lin Wan to the floor. Lin Wan's face turned pale with fear, and she tightly grasped the newly installed brass heating pipe at her feet. All the lights inside the carriage suddenly went out. In the darkness, the only light came from the furnace of the primary efficiency boiler. The originally dark red flames were changing color at a visible speed. Dark red turned to orange yellow. Orange yellow turned to bright white. Bright white turned into a strange, ghostly blue. The temperature inside the boiler was rising rapidly, but the heat was locked inside the system by the thermal brake and heating pipes, so the temperature felt inside the carriage remained unchanged. Then, a sound appeared. Crack. It was as if something was growing. Metal was expanding. Steel was stretching. The floor beneath her face was slowly but steadily moving forward. Wait, wasn't that the floor? The entire vehicle was expanding outward. The left wall of the carriage emitted a series of creaking sounds. The welds and rivets, under the blue glow of the system, were being dismantled one by one, then reassembled further away. The walls were retreating. The ceiling was rising. The iron door at the back was being pulled farther away, beyond her reach. City Lord. The vehicle is getting bigger. Lin Wan's voice changed. Don't move. Lu Chen's voice came from the darkness. He was also crouched under the control panel, watching and counting. Every second, the length of the carriage was increasing. 8 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters, 12 meters. The originally cramped space of over 20 square meters was expanding very quickly. The ceiling, which was just within reach before, now rose to a height where she had to stand on tiptoe to touch it. And the situation outside was even more terrifying. Even through 10 centimeters of scrap steel armor and double-layer asbestos insulation, Lu Chen could still hear the sounds of metal cracking and rejoining outside. The scrap armor plates originally riveted to the vehicle body are being rearranged by a system force field. New armor is continuously growing from the module ports reserved in the chassis, filling the gaps caused by the vehicle's expansion. Heating pipes are extending. Steam hubs are redistributing the piping. Fire control cables are automatically lengthening and recalibrating. The filtration modules of the internal ecological cabin are copying and expanding. All the Level 1 technologies he previously maxed out are evolving in sync with the vehicle's growth. 120 seconds have passed. The tremors begin to weaken. The ground beneath Lu Chen detects a dull click from the chassis. This is the last set of expansion nodes locking into place on the modular chassis. 30 seconds remaining. The faint blue glow inside the cabin reaches its brightest peak, then quickly fades. The boiler flames shift from blue back to normal orange-yellow. All the lights turn back on. The illuminated scene reveals. This is no longer the familiar 20 square meter metal box that Lu Chen knew. Ding. City upgrade and evolution complete. Vehicle name. Polaris, mobile city level. LV.2 camp level mobile city. City population. 2. Current registered residents. Lu Chen, City Lord. Lin Wan. Lu Chen stands up from beneath the control console. He looks around. His mouth is slightly open. The cabin length has expanded from 8 meters to at least 20 meters. The width has widened from 3 meters to nearly 8 meters. The ceiling height has increased from just over 1.8 meters to over 3 meters. The area has increased more than 5 times. Over 100 square meters of indoor space. In this wasteland world where a camp-level mobile city is only about 70 square meters, this area already exceeds the standard configuration of most Level 2 camp-level mobile cities. System. Lu Chen's voice is hoarse for a moment. Why is it bigger than the standard Level 2? Reply. Because the host fully completed all 16 nodes of the 4 main branches at Level 1 without missing any, reaching a major completion. The more complete the Level 1 foundation, the higher the initial specifications of Level 2. This is the reward for laying a solid foundation. Lu Chen pauses for 3 full seconds. Then he smiles. A deep, suppressed laugh from within the chest suddenly burst out from deep inside the throat. Fully upgraded rewards. Very good. City Lord, look outside. You see. Lin Wan didn't know when she had climbed to the new reinforced bulletproof glass window on the side of the vehicle. Her voice was trembling. Lu Chen strode over and looked outside through the window. The appearance of the Polaris was also completely changed. The small tracked vehicle, originally 8 meters long and 3 meters wide, was now at least 1.5 times the size of the LV.2 medium tank from the Snow Killer gang they had encountered before. The 10-centimeter thick scrap steel armor was still intact, covering every inch of the vehicle's surface after expansion. The V-shaped ice-breaking ram at the front had become larger and more intimidating. The tracks had been expanded from narrow double rows to wider, heavier-duty tracks. The side skirts extended enough to cover the entire walking mechanism. The turret with the harpoon cannon on top remained steady at the highest point, but now it had a wider rotating base and a larger firing range. The steam nozzles at the four corners were also rearranged to match the vehicle's expansion, greatly increasing coverage. Now, this vehicle had no trace of a tracked vehicle. It looked like a small moving fortress. Even bigger than those two tanks from the Snow Killer gang. Linwan's voice broke into a breathless whisper. At least 1.5 times bigger, Luchin corrected. Executable functions include external material collection and loading, initial decomposition of prey carcasses, non-contact collection of animal cores, and surface mining of low-grade source fire coal crystals. Control method. Integrated control of the cockpit fire control center. No need for the host to leave the cabin. After reading this, Lu Chun tapped the table with his finger. No need to get out of the vehicle, he said. Linwan blinked, not understanding the importance of these 5 words. But Lu Chun knew very well. Before, every time he hunted a mutated beast, he had to brave the -60°C cold to jump out of the vehicle, manually cut open the beast with a skinning knife, and extract the beast core. That exposure on the icy plains was the biggest safety risk. Now, with a mechanical arm, he can stay inside the warm cabin and operate everything remotely with a control stick. From hunting to recovery, he stays inside the cabin the whole time. Continue. Second item. LV.2 City Resident Management System, Basic Version. As the LV.2 Camp-Level Mobile City Lord, the host gains the following permissions. 1. City Damage Immunity Order. All registered city residents are protected by system-level life protection within the Arctic Star. Registered residents in the city cannot cause fatal harm to each other. 2. Lord's Shield Authorization. The City Lord can grant registered residents a special protection status, preventing others in the city from harming them. Current available slots. 3. Currently registered residents. Lu Chun, City Lord, Linwan. Use slots. 0/3. Lu Chun paused after reading this. City Lord? What's wrong? The system won't let you kill me, and it won't let me kill you. At least not inside this vehicle. Lu Chun raised his eyelids. Linwan's mouth opened slightly, looking confused. Why would I want to kill you? It's none of your business. Rules are rules. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping the armrest. In the future, if new people come on board, this rule will be the safety net. He paused. 3 shield slots. 1 for you, 1 for me, and another for someone trustworthy later. No one can touch us. City Lord, I don't need this protection. Whether you need it or not isn't important. Lu Chun interrupted her. There must be order on my vehicle. He operated the holographic panel twice. Ding. The City Lord has allocated shield protection. Slot 1, Lu Chun, City Lord. Slot 2, Linwan. These 2 residents are now under top security inside the Arctic Star ship. Linwan looked at the faint golden words that suddenly appeared in front of her. Her name was clearly written there. She moved her lips, but didn't say anything. Her eyes turned red around the edges. In this wasteland where people's lives are treated like nothing, someone has written her name on the safety list. This is more valuable than 100 pieces of coal crystal. Don't cry, stop fussing, Lu Chun said without turning his head, continuing to look at the system prompts. I'm not crying. Linwan secretly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Third item. LV.2 Camp-Level Vehicle Interior Layout. Cockpit, front, main living area, middle, cold storage and supplies, port side. Ecological planting zone, starboard, power and weapon core area, rear. Each zone is separated by standard partitions and can be adjusted as needed. Lu Chun stood up and began to walk slowly around the expanded carriage. The cockpit area was nearly doubled in size. The original fire control console was fully preserved, but next to it, a new mechanical arm control panel had been added. 2 sturdy control sticks extended from the panel, wrapped with non-slip leather. The central living area was no longer in the poor condition of torn blankets on metal plates. The system automatically generated 2 simple metal-framed beds, arranged in a staggered manner. Although still basic, they provided a private sleeping space. The cold storage and supplies on the port side were greatly expanded. The previously packed meat bricks and coal crystals now seemed somewhat spacious in the new area. The coal bin capacity has doubled, and the cold storage capacity has tripled, Lu Chun said happily. He walked over to the ecological planting zone on the starboard side. The small, half-meter square soil-less cultivation box was still in its original position. but the space next to it was enough to hold 5 or 6 more cultivation boxes of the same size. Lin Wan, come see. Lin Wan hurried over. Seeing the planting area specially set aside for her, her eyes lit up instantly. Can I use all of this to grow things? Lu Chen said. There will be better equipment upgraded later. That's enough. With this area, I can plant the winter wheat and sweet potatoes from the A-grade seed bank first. Lin Wan squatted down to examine the empty space, gesturing with her hands to show the size, her eyes full of the enthusiasm of a botanist. Don't rush. I haven't finished looking yet. Lu Chen walked to the back of the carriage to the power core area. The upgraded boiler was nearly half larger, but since the whole carriage was tripled in size, it didn't feel crowded anymore. The steam hub operated steadily on top of the boiler, with many branch pipes working together. The external cylinder of the pressure booster was also scaled up proportionally. The thick exhaust pipe passed through the reinforced roof armor and extended outside. On the inner walls of both sides of the carriage, Lu Chen found 2 rails that weren't there before. The rails ran from the middle to the rear of the body, ending with a folded hydraulic arm in each slot. The black metal arms looked strong and rough, with thickened brass rivets at the joints. The front end was a replaceable multi-purpose clamp. Lu Chen reached out and touched the cool metal surface. The tough, cold industrial feel made him feel very comfortable. Let's go back to the control cabin to test it. He quickly returned to the cockpit and sat down. On the right side of the fire control console, there was a new control panel with 2 joysticks. The left joystick controlled the left arm, and the right joystick controlled the right arm. Each joystick had a trigger-like button at the top to open or close the clamp. He placed his right hand on the right joystick and gently pushed it forward half an inch. Outside, the hissing sound of the hydraulic system starting could be heard. Through the porthole, Lu Chen saw a hidden maintenance cover on the right armor plate of the Polaris starship being opened. A dark mechanical arm extended out from inside the body. The joint moved smoothly, and the metal arm traced an arc in the cold wind. The clamp at the front opened and reached toward the ground. Lu Chen fine-tuned the control, and the clamp securely grabbed a fist-sized ice lump on the ice beside the vehicle. He pressed the trigger, and the clamp tightened. With a click, the ice lump was crushed into fragments. Useful, Lu Chen said, releasing the joystick. The mechanical arm automatically retracted into the body. This thing is more stable than my hand. In the future, I won't need to leave the vehicle to dissect beasts or extract cores. The mechanical arm finished testing, and Lu Chen's mood unusually stayed at a very comfortable high level. He sat in a cockpit that had doubled in size, with the fire control panel and mechanical arm controls arranged side by side, within easy reach. Behind him was a warm space over 100 square meters, filled with the scent of copper from the heating pipes, maintaining a steady 20 degrees Celsius. This sense of control soothed both his obsessive-compulsive tendencies and his hoarding habits. But Lu Chen never stayed in this feeling of satisfaction for long. He activated the Truth Technology tree again. The changes on the display immediately caught his attention. The entire tech tree looked completely new. The 16 bright gold nodes at level 1 were compressed into a small golden ring, sinking into the root of the tree, symbolizing the completed basics. Above the ring, a larger, more complex new tech tree rose up. This was the level 2 technology tree. It still had 4 main branches: armament, infrastructure armor, ecology logistics, and power engines. Each branch had the same number of nodes at the bottom as the 3 regular nodes, plus 1 core at level 1. But the truth points needed for each node had increased significantly. Lu Chen first checked his balance. 1,100 points. Then he looked at the first node at the bottom of each of the 4 branches. System, display detailed information for level 2, branch 1. 4 information panels appeared on the display at the same time. Power engine level 2, node 1 high-energy fuel conversion machine, node description. Install a biological oil cracking furnace next to the boiler. It can convert fat tissues from mutated beasts in the ice plains into burnable low-quality diesel through high-temperature cracking. This provides a second fuel source besides the source fire coal crystals, greatly reducing dependence on coal crystal mines. Unlock cost, 500 truth points. Refine the fat from mutated beasts into oil. Lu Chen quietly repeated this function. From now on, hunted beast meat can be eaten, and the fat can also be used as fuel. 2 benefits from 1 beast. He nodded and looked at the next. Infrastructure Armor Level 2. Node 1 Homogeneous Manganese Steel Bumper. Node description. Replace the original scrap steel V-shaped bumper on the vehicle's front with a heavy-duty bumper forged from homogeneous manganese steel. It is much harder and more flexible than scrap steel. It can directly crash through small icebergs and light vehicles. During a frontal collision, the opponent's structure is damaged, while our side only experiences minimal impact. Unlock cost: 500 truth points. Manganese steel bumper. When Lu Chen said these words, his tongue tingled slightly. The previous scrap steel bumper was fierce, but still made of scrap iron. It was fine for hitting low-level creatures like ice rock pigs, but it would deform when hitting medium-sized vehicles. Manganese steel is different. It is a true military-grade alloy. Next, Ecological Logistics Level 2. Node 1 Constant Temperature Hydroponic Plant Garden. Node description. Install a large-scale constant-temperature hydroponic system inside the vehicle's ecological planting area. The planting area is 8 times larger than a simple soilless cultivation box. It includes an independent UV light array and a nutrient solution circulation pump. It can grow high-calorie crops like tomatoes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. The growth efficiency is 40% higher than simple cultivation boxes. Unlock cost: 500 truth points. 8 times the area. Li Wan's voice came from behind. Lu Chen turned his head and glared at her. Why did you come over? I just want to look. Li Wan shrank her neck, but kept talking. City Lord, with an 8-fold hydroponic garden, I can plant all the sweet potatoes and potatoes from the seed bank. She became more excited, gesturing with her hands. If tomatoes can also be grown, with protein, vitamins, and carbohydrates, the nutrition will be complete. Later. Let's see the last one first. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the Weapons and Armor branch. Weapons and Armor Level 2. Node 1 Twin-Mounted 6-Barrel Heavy Machine Gun. Node description. Install a twin-mounted, 6-barrel rotating heavy machine gun turret on the front part of the vehicle's roof. It is driven by steam power to rotate the barrels. It has a very high rate of fire and wide coverage. Ammo consumption rule. Each 1 truth point can exchange for 10 standard caliber rounds, which are generated directly in the ammunition box. Unlock cost: 500 truth points. Lu Chen stared at the text for a full 10 seconds. A 6-barrel rotary machine gun. Metal Storm. 1 truth point equals 10 rounds of bullets. His breathing slowed slightly. The fear of running out of firepower, which he kept buried deep inside, was now frantically clawing at him. Earlier, the steam-powered rapid crossbow was fierce and deadly, but fundamentally, it was a single-shot weapon that needed manual reloading. When facing many enemies, its firepower was severely lacking. But this heavy machine gun, with 6 barrels rotating to fire, had an astonishing rate of fire. The amount of ammunition fired in 1 second could match what a rapid crossbow could shoot in half a minute. More importantly, there was the issue of ammunition. In the wasteland, ammunition was more precious than guns. Many raiders' rifles could fire, but they only carried about a dozen rounds. Lu Chen's ammunition came from the truth points. As long as he had truth points, his ammo was unlimited. For nodes, each worth 500 points. Lu Chen quickly calculated in his mind. He had a balance of 1,100 points. That was only enough for 2 nodes. Must choose. His finger paused over 2 nodes. Armament and infrastructure armor. City Lord? Lin Wan looked at his thoughtful expression and tentatively spoke. Should we plant crops first? The constant temperature hydroponic garden. No, Lu Chen cut her off decisively. The radiation mark from the Snow Shaman gang is still on the Arctic star. It's been 6 days since it was marked. About 9 days left. Within 9 days, that damn swarm of wasps might come looking for us at any moment, following the signal. He turned to look at Lin Wan, his face cold. Before that, planting crops won't save us. Heavy machine guns and rams will. Lin Wan opened her mouth, but swallowed her words. She knew Lu Chen too well. His decision-making logic was always survival first, comfort second. System, Lu Chen's tone was firm. Invest 500 truth points to unlock armament LV2. Node 1. Dual-mounted 6-barrel heavy machine gun. Ding. 500 truth points deducted. Armament LV2. Node 1 dual-mounted 6-barrel heavy machine gun unlocked. Current truth point balance, 600 points. The sound of modification crashed down directly from the roof of the vehicle. The clash of metal and the screech of hydraulic systems intertwined, causing the entire carriage to vibrate slightly. A real metal storm was forming above the North Star. On the thickened composite armor plate of the roof, a cut appeared out of nowhere. Blue system lights traced along this line, splitting the armor open. A circular opening about half a meter in diameter formed at the front of the roof. Metal parts grew wildly from inside the opening. First, a rotating base appeared, with a brass bearing ring securely embedded at the edge of the opening, allowing 360-degree rotation without blind spots. Next, a gun mount emerged. A sturdy steel frame rose from the base, with 2 sets of tube gun arrays fixed on each side. 6 dark barrels were arranged in a circle, facing forward. The rear of the barrels connected to a compact steam-powered rotating mechanism. A pipe extended from the bottom of this mechanism, passing through the roof and leading to the steam hub's distribution valve. Finally, the ammunition supply system was installed. 2 large metal ammo boxes sat on each side of the gun mount. They were empty now, but had standardized feeding ports on top. From the opening to the last rivet securing the ammo boxes, the entire installation took less than 20 seconds. Modification complete. Dual-mounted 6-barrel heavy machine gun online. Gun turret control integrated into the fire control center. Current ammunition reserve, 0 out of 500, single box capacity, 500 rounds. Please use truth points to exchange for ammo. Lu Chen looked at the new gray trigger on the fire control panel. This was the 4th trigger. Black represented the rapid-fire crossbow, white the high-pressure spray gun, and blood red the harpoon cannon. The new gray trigger was engraved with a tiny rotating gun barrel symbol. Load first, Lu Chen ordered mentally. Consume 10 truth points to exchange for 100 standard rounds. Ding. 10 truth points deducted. Standard caliber ammunition times 100 generated. Automatically loaded into the ammo box. Current ammo, 100/500. Current truth point balance, 590 points. Heavy metal collision sounds came from the roof. 100 brass shell casings of bullets appeared directly in the ammo box, neatly arranged on the feeding chain. Use the 100 shots first, then recharge after they are finished, Lu Chen nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to test the heavy machine gun because there was a more important step to take. System, spend 500 truth points to unlock construction armor level 2. Node 1. Homogeneous manganese steel bumper. Ding. Deducted 500 truth points. Construction armor level 2. Node 1 homogeneous manganese steel bumper. Unlocked successfully. Current truth point balance, 90 points. This upgrade was the biggest so far because it involved changing the front of the vehicle. On the front armor of the Polaris, the previously welded V-shaped bumper made of scrap steel began to dissolve under the system's blue light. There was no heat, no sparks. The scrap steel defied physics, breaking down into a semi-fluid state, slowly flowing along the armor surface to the bottom of the vehicle, where it was absorbed by the recycling port on the modular chassis. Then, new material emerged from the reserve port. It was an alloy with a deep color and a dark silver metallic shine. Manganese steel. In the world of Lu Chen's previous life, manganese steel was the top choice for making safes and bulletproof armor, known for its high hardness and toughness. The system used high-dimensional forging to directly shape this alloy into a brand-new ice-breaking bumper at the front of the vehicle. The new bumper was sharper and heavier than the old one, with an extremely acute inverted V shape. From the front, it looked like a giant axe splitting ice. The surface of the bumper had no rivets. It was a seamless, integrated piece, with no welds or joints. That was the brutal beauty of forged metal. As the last blue light faded from the bumper's surface, Lu Chen looked through the thickened bulletproof windshield and saw the shiny manganese steel tip. Under the pale daylight, that tip reflected a cold silver gleam. City Lord, did you change the front of the vehicle? Lin Wan leaned forward to look. Yes, it was scrap metal before. Now it's manganese steel. What's the difference? The difference is, before, I would get hurt when I hit things. Now, only the other side gets hurt. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, his gaze lingering on the number 90 in his balance. From 2,500 points to 90 points. 1,400 points filled the upgrade gap. 1,000 points were invested into 2 level 2 nodes. The remaining 90 points were just enough to remake 9 spears or exchange for 900 rounds of machine gun ammunition. Calculating everything, today's spending was the most reckless since he traveled here. But he didn't feel any regret. Turning truth points into combat power is the only rule that never changes. Lin Wan, here, move that A-grade seed bank to the right side planting area. Lu Qin stood up and walked toward the new living area in the middle of the carriage. There's space for 5 planting boxes there. When the system upgraded, it automatically added 5 simple cultivation boxes like the original ones. Just use them for now. Lin Wan hurried to the right side planting zone, where 5 new soilless cultivation boxes stood neatly in a row. They were arranged in that dedicated space, with soft light from ultraviolet lamps, and the nutrient medium smelled like damp soil. Including the one already in use, there were 6 boxes in total. Lin Wan stood there, looking at this rare green patch on the wasteland, covering her mouth with both hands. 6 boxes. 2 for winter wheat, 1 for sweet potatoes, 1 for carrots, and 1 for cabbage. Her voice grew softer. The last one, she choked up at the end. City Lord, yes, thank you. Lin Wan turned to look at Lu Qin. Her eyes were red, and her nose was red too. It was already good enough. Hot meals, warmth, clean water. She took a deep breath. I never thought I'd have so much space to grow things. When I escaped, I thought I would die in the snow shaman's attack. It was you who saved me, gave me food, a place to stay, and let me keep doing what I love. I'm really grateful. As she finished, tears finally couldn't be held back, sliding down her cheeks. Lu Qin stood still, coldly watching her cry for 5 seconds. Then he took out a dirty, torn cloth from his pocket and casually tossed it over. Wipe your face. Don't let tears fall into the cultivation boxes. The salt can affect the pH level. Lin Wan caught the cloth, crying and laughing at the same time. This was the only way this man knew to show kindness. After a hearty meal of stewed snow bear meat with cabbage leaves to celebrate the upgrade, Lu Qin began comprehensive equipment testing. Lin Wan sat beside the planting area, secretly watching Lu Qin transplant cabbage seeds into a new cultivation box. Inside the cockpit, Lu Qin started the engine of the Polaris. The upgraded boiler's power output had clearly increased. The sound of the tracks turning was now steady and deep, and the previous metallic grinding noise had completely disappeared. The steam hub distributed power to each subsystem. Engine drive, weapon energy storage, heating cycle, air purification. Each line worked independently without interference. The Polaris slowly moved out of the ice rock shelter where it had been parked. The vehicle was nearly 2 meters wider than before, and the tracks were much thicker. The marks left on the ice surface were almost twice as deep, a clear sign of the increased weight. First, test the collision angle. Lu Qin's gaze fixed on a 3-meter-high ice hill 200 meters ahead. He pressed the accelerator without engaging the boost. The Polaris moved steadily at a normal cruising speed toward the ice hill. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Bang! As the tip of the manganese steel collision wedge pierced the ice hill, Lu Qin felt no intense impact. When he previously rammed an ice pig with scrap steel, the shock inside the cabin made Lin Wan bounce out of her seat. But now, that 3-meter-high ice hill offered no resistance to the manganese steel wedge, splitting apart easily. Ice chunks splashed to the sides, and the Polaris passed through the hill without a noticeable decrease in speed. Lu Qin looked back toward the rear. The ice hill was split in half neatly and smoothly. Not bad, he said casually. Lin Wan peeked out from the planting area. City Lord, what was that sound? I hit an ice hill. No problem. Keep planting your vegetables. Oh. Lu Qin continued driving the Polaris forward for another kilometer. On a flat snowy patch, he found a body of an early-stage ice plain wolf frozen to death by the blizzard. The body was mostly covered in snow and ice, but there was still a lot of frozen meat on its exposed hind leg. In the past, when encountering this situation, Lu Qin had to stop the vehicle, put on his coat, jump out, and manually cut the meat with a skinning knife to extract the core. He would be exposed outside for at least 3 to 5 minutes each time. In temperatures below -60 degrees Celsius, 3 minutes is enough to cause frostbite on unprotected skin. But now, Lu Qin parked the Polaris near a wolf carcass, about 5 meters away. He didn't get out of the vehicle. Instead, He held the control lever of the mechanical arm with his right hand. The repair cover on the armor plate on the right side opened with a hiss, and a dark hydraulic mechanical arm slowly extended out, drawing a curved line in the cold wind. Through a small observation mirror added in front of the cockpit, Lu Chun could clearly see the claw at the end of the mechanical arm. He slightly adjusted the control stick, and the claw firmly gripped the frozen hind leg of the Arctic wolf. The hydraulic system applied full pressure. Crack! The frozen wolf leg was snapped off from the body by the claw. Lu Chun used the mechanical arm to lift the leg and placed it into an external storage port on the side of the vehicle. Inside the port, a conveyor track led the prey directly into the cold storage area inside the vehicle. Lin Wan heard a dull thud from the storage cabin, and when she went to check, she saw a complete frozen wolf leg lying on the cold floor. City Lord? Where did this come from? Found outside. You got out of the vehicle? No. Lin Wan was silent for 2 seconds. Mechanical arm? Yes. Lu Chen's voice sounded unusually relaxed. He continued to operate the mechanical arm, further disassembling the wolf carcass inside the vehicle. First, he peeled away the ice shell from the chest cavity, then carefully used the claw to extract a pale, frozen basic beast core from the heart area. The beast core slid into a small dedicated tray inside the vehicle through the collection port. He didn't leave the driver's seat the entire time. This thing is so convenient. Lu Chun retracted the mechanical arm into the vehicle. From now on, we won't need to get out to hunt outside. Extracting cores, cutting meat, mining, all can be done inside the vehicle. It's much safer than before. He glanced at the beast core, but didn't rush to convert it. With 90 points in reserve plus 30 points from this core, the total was only 120 points, still far from the 500 points needed for the next technological milestone. Save it for now. I'll decide later. Lu Chun placed the beast core into the storage compartment next to the cockpit. He grabbed the steering wheel again, his gaze calm but focused. It was time to test the machine gun. The Polaris continued moving forward for half a kilometer. Ahead, 2 beginner-level mutated Arctic wolves were tearing at their prey in the snow. Lu Chun did not slow down. His right hand moved from the steering wheel to the fire control lever, with his thumb resting on the gray trigger. Through the brass periscope sight, the crosshairs steadily lined up with the wolf on the left, which was eating. City Lord? There are wolves ahead. Lin Wan nervously pressed herself against the window. Got it. Don't block my view. Duck down. Lin Wan quickly crouched. Lu Chun applied slight pressure to the trigger, and the gray trigger was pressed. Bang, 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 bang. A fierce burst of gunfire erupted from the roof of the vehicle. 6 barrels spun rapidly under steam power, golden shell casings flying out in a stream from the ejection port. More than a dozen standard caliber rounds were fired in less than 2 seconds. The dense spray of bullets tore through the upper body of the wolf on the left, turning it into a bloody mess. Blood, flesh, and shattered ice splattered on the ice surface. The wolf didn't even have a chance to scream. It was reduced to a blurred pile of meat. Its companion on the right was so frightened by the terrifying firepower that it froze in place, not moving. Lu Chun adjusted the joystick slightly, shifting the crosshair twice. Bang, bang, bang. Another short burst, 8 rounds hitting the target precisely. The second wolf's head disappeared from its neck. The inside of the vehicle was filled with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder, and the spinning barrels hummed with residual noise after stopping. Lu Chun released the trigger and checked the ammunition count. 100 rounds minus what was used, remaining 70. 30 rounds to take down 2 beginner wolves. He quickly calculated in his mind. 1 arrow per wolf, 15 rounds for a machine gun per wolf. In terms of efficiency, arrows are more economical. But in terms of firepower density and suppression, the machine gun outperforms arrows tenfold. When facing groups of enemies or multiple tanks, the machine gun is the real ace. 1 truth point per 10 rounds, 15 rounds to kill 1 beginner wolf. 1 beast core worth 30 truth points, netting 28.5 points. Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction. This business is guaranteed to make a profit with no risk of loss. He operated the robotic arm, collecting the beast cores and usable meat from both wolves and loading everything into the vehicle. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. From spotting the prey to finishing the harvest, he never even unfastened his safety belt. Future hunting will be much more efficient. Lu Chun retracted the robotic arm and muttered to himself. Lin Wan crouched below the window, still hearing the echo of the heavy machine gun fire from earlier. She looked at the man sitting steadily in the driver's seat. He handled the steering wheel with one hand and the fire control panel with the other, completing the entire hunting process. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Instead, she lowered her head and worked hard to plant seeds into the cultivation box. After finishing all the tests, Lu Chun drove the Polaris back to the previous ice rock shelter. The Polaris was much bigger now, but before removing the radioactive isotopes, he still kept a low profile. He parked the vehicle steadily and shifted the engine to idle. The boiler operated at very low energy under the control of the steam hub. Hot water circulated through the heating pipes, evenly warming every corner of over 100 square meters at a constant 20 degrees. Lu Chun stood up from the driver's seat and stretched lazily. The continuous upgrades and tests had drained a lot of his energy, but the sense of satisfaction from fully upgrading the system made him feel much better mentally. He walked to the middle living area and looked at the two newly made metal-framed beds. The top bunk was high enough not to hit the ceiling. The bottom bunk was wide enough for an adult man to lie on his side. The bed was made of a metal grid with a thin, insulating mat on top. It wasn't luxurious, but on the wasteland, it was considered quite comfortable. The top bunk is mine. You sleep below? Lu Chun said without turning around to Lin Wan. Got it, Lord Mayor. Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area on the right side. Lu Chun walked over, and the planting area looked completely new. 6 simple soilless cultivation boxes were rearranged according to a logic only Lin Wan understood. 2 boxes on the left already had winter wheat seeds planted. She used her fingers to create neat planting grooves in the nutrient medium, with each groove spaced evenly. The 2 boxes in the middle contained seeds for sweet potatoes and carrots. She carefully cut the sweet potato slips into small pieces with buds using tweezers and evenly buried them in the soil. The box on the right holds the roots from the second crop of cabbage, which are sprouting new leaves. The last box is still empty. What do you plan to plant in that box? Lu Chun asked, pointing to the empty one. City Lord, I want to save it for potatoes, Lin Wan said, kneeling in front of the planting box, her hands covered in grayish-brown nutrient powder. Potatoes have the highest yield among all crops and provide the most energy. She patted the powder on her hands and looked up. 1 seed potato, under good conditions, can produce 5 to 8 times its weight in food. If all 6 boxes are used, the harvest each month would be enough for 2 people to eat comfortably. Can you give me specific numbers? Lu Chun leaned against the partition wall, arms crossed. 2 boxes of winter wheat, harvested every 40 days, each yield about half a pound of flour. 1 box of sweet potatoes, harvested every 60 days, each yield 3 to 4 pounds. 1 box of carrots, harvested every 45 days, each yield just over 2 pounds. Lin Wan counted on her fingers, calculating faster and faster. 1 box of potatoes, harvested every 55 days, each yield 4 to 5 pounds. 1 box of cabbage, harvested every 72 hours. She paused and gave a confident answer. In other words, in 2 months, our food supply won't rely solely on hunting anymore. With the crops from the planting area and the stored meat in the cold storage, we could eat for a whole year without worry. 1 year, Lu Chun repeated the word. At the start of the journey, he was worried about the next meal. A year seemed like a distant dream. Now, his botanist had told him confidently that they could comfortably eat for a whole year inside this moving fortress. But, City Lord, I have a request. Lin Wan looked up at him, her eyes shy but hopeful. Go ahead. The 3 watermelon seeds and 5 strawberry seeds in the level A seed bank. I want to wait until the temperature-controlled hydroponic plant garden is unlocked before planting them. Her fingers fiddled with the muddy tweezers. The simple cultivation boxes don't have enough temperature control precision. These seeds are very precious, and if something goes wrong, agreed, Lu Chun nodded without hesitation. Wait until the best equipment is unlocked before planting them. You know better than I do how to treat them. Lin Wan nodded firmly and turned back to continue working on her cultivation box. Lu Chun stood in the planting area for a while, watching the green plants quietly growing under ultraviolet lights. Then he turned around and went back to the cockpit, sat down, and slowly drank a cup of warm water. The cabin was very quiet. The deep hum of the boiler remained steady, which was quite comforting after a while. The sound of hot water flowing through the heating pipes was faint but warm. Occasionally, you could hear Lin Wan softly muttering technical terms about planting density in the planting area. This was a rare moment of peace. On this harsh wasteland where people preyed on each other, under the countdown of radiation markers and shadowed by the snow killer gang, a man and a woman were inside an upgraded metal box. One was studying how to kill more efficiently. The other was researching how to grow things more effectively. Lu Chen finished his water and placed the aluminum cup back. His gaze fell on the old military hand-crank radio on the right side of the control panel. This radio had always been there. Since it was turned off during the extreme cold storm, it had never been turned on again. Lu Chen reached out and turned on the power knob. Faint radio static crackled inside the cabin. He adjusted the frequency, skipping over blank spots and noise. Most channels received nothing. After the ice storm, very few survivors on the Pale Shoals could still transmit radio signals. Lu Chen slowly turned the dial. On one particular frequency, a clear but intermittent voice came through. Repeat, BlackRock City State Public Affairs, official announcement. Lu Chen's finger paused. BlackRock City State. A large mobile city-state. According to the original owner's memory, its main influence was in the rust-wind wasteland, with some presence in the Pale Shoals, the place where Lin Wan once lived. The male voice on the radio cut through the heavy static, but every word was clear. Repeat, BlackRock City State Public Affairs, official announcement. The city-state now reports on all public channels. We are searching for a resident who has gone missing. Name, Lin Wan. Female, age 20. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Profession, senior botanist, carrying a temperature-controlled plant seed bank for the city-state. He did not look back at Lin Wan. If anyone has information about the whereabouts of the individuals mentioned above, please contact the BlackRock City Civil Management Committee through the following frequency. After verification, the city-state will offer generous material rewards. The broadcast paused for a second here. Then the announcer's tone subtly changed. Additionally, the Civil Management Committee officially states, the internal disputes involving Lin Wan before her departure have been properly resolved recently, and the related faction issues are settled. The city-state's Ecological Revival Research Group, supported by Lin Wan, received the majority of votes in the latest city council. The city-state officially promises that if Lin Wan returns, she and her seed bank will receive the highest level of security and resource support. This broadcast will loop on the public frequency. BlackRock City Civil Management Committee, sizzle. Radio noise once again covered the channel. The carriage fell into strange silence. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, his fingers still on the radio dial. He did not turn around, but Lin Wan heard everything. Because the previously faint sounds from the planting area had completely disappeared. Lin Wan. There was a 2-second pause before she responded. Here, her voice came from behind, soft and complicated. Come here. Footsteps sounded behind her. Lin Wan moved to the entrance of the cockpit and stopped. She wore an expression Lu Chen had never seen before. Excitement and confusion mixed together, fear and guilt flickering alternately. City Lord, I. First, explain everything clearly. Lu Chen's voice was steady, without any emotion. Why did you run away? Tell me from the beginning. Lin Wan bit her lip. After standing for a few seconds, she sat down across from Lu Chen. There are two main factions inside BlackRock City. Her voice lowered, calm after repeated restraint. One is the military main combat faction, which advocates using most of the city's resources to expand the military and plunder externally. She paused, clutching the fabric on her knees. In their view, only those with fists the size of the wasteland are worthy of living. Another is the Ecological Revival faction, which is my group. We believe in shifting some military resources to farming and ecological research. Although the city-state is large, its biggest problem has always been food supply. Relying on plunder to get food is not a sustainable solution. Before I left, the military faction had the upper hand in the city council. They not only cut our research group's funding, but also threatened to seize the Level A seed bank to trade for weapons. Lin Wan clenched her fists tighter, her veins bulging on her hands. That seed bank represents 20 years of hard work by our entire research team. Those seeds carry the last green on Blue Star. How can they be used to exchange for guns and cannons? So I took it and ran. Lu Chun listened silently after hearing this. Your research team leader, did he run too? Both the leader and my brother Lin Xiao told me to run. Lin Wan's eyes turned red. He said he's too old to run fast and told me to take the seed bank and the map to a safe place to keep. My brother was responsible for facing the military faction directly, worried I might fail and need to escape. Other researchers also had their roles. Some transferred data, others delayed the military faction's attention. I was the only one who escaped with the physical seed bank. On the way, I encountered the Snow Shashan gang, and everyone protecting me was killed. Then I met you, Lord City Lord. You saved me. Lu Chun nodded. The broadcast said your faction won. Yes. Lin Wan couldn't hide her excitement. The Civil Management Committee issued a statement saying the City Council voted in favor of the Ecological Revival Group with majority support. This means the military faction has been pushed down. Leader and my brother succeeded. They are looking for me to come back. After saying this, she looked up at Lu Chun. Her eyes were full of excitement, but also a strange, unclear struggle. City Lord. Huh. I won't go back. When Lin Wan said this, her voice trembled, but every word was spoken firmly. I promised you that I and the seed bank belong to the Polaris. I am not the type of person who makes promises lightly, and her gaze swept over the warm space behind her, over 100 square meters. 6 cultivation boxes glowing with purple light, a cold storage filled with meat bricks. The air maintained at 20 degrees, with evenly distributed heating pipes. Even if Black Rock City gives me the best laboratory, it can't compare to what you've provided. Over there, I am just a tool caught up in faction struggles. Here, I can peacefully grow things. Lu Chun looked at her. He watched for 3 seconds without speaking. Then he turned back, lowered the volume knob on the radio, but didn't turn it off. Don't rush to conclusions. The missing person notice from Black Rock City might not be sincere. It could be a trap. A trap? You took the most valuable things from the city. Now that your people have one, they will naturally want to recover the seed vault. And whether they still see you as a hero after that is another matter. Lin Wan's face lost all color. What does the city lord mean? I'm just stating the facts objectively. Lu Chun picked up his thermos and took a sip of water. This isn't urgent. Let the bullets fly for a while. First, you should plant your crops. He put down his cup and looked again at the pale icy plains outside the window. Compared to the trouble with Black Rock City, I care more about those damn wasps. In 9 days, Lu Chun's voice was very low. After 9 days, the radiation mark on my body will naturally fade. If the main force of the Snow Shaman helps us during these 9 days, his right hand already rested on the fire control joystick. Then let's see if the LV.2 Polaris can be enough to crush them into scrap metal. Lin Wan watched Lu Chun's stern profile, swallowed her words about Black Rock City, and held back her concerns. Now is not the time to worry about that. City Lord, what is it? I'll go heat up a bowl of cabbage and pork soup for you. Okay, but go easy on the salt. We don't have much coarse salt left. Lin Wan nodded and headed toward the iron pot by the boiler. The carriage returned to silence. The radio kept playing the missing person notice every 15 minutes, and Lu Chun didn't turn it off. He needed more information. Why did Black Rock City choose this time to broadcast? Do they know Lin Wan is at the Pale Shallows? How far does the city-state's influence reach? These questions had no answers now, but Lu Chun was not in a hurry. He had the LV.2 Polaris, a heavy machine gun, manganese steel horns, and a mechanical arm. There was little on the Pale Shallows that could threaten him, except for the main fleet of the Snow Shaman gang. Lu Chun picked up the cabbage and meat soup Lin Wan handed him and slowly took a sip. The fragrant soup, mixed with the sweet and smooth taste of cabbage, slid down his throat. Keep clearing them out tomorrow. He put down the bowl. More truth points are good. More ammo is good. More coal crystals are good. Before the Snow Shaman gang arrives, I want to arm the Polaris to the point where they will have nightmares. The first night after leveling up. The Polaris was parked behind the windbreak of the ice rock bunker, with the engine set to idle. Inside the 100 square meter cabin, the faint sound of water flowing from the heating pipes could be heard. The air, kept at 20 degrees Celsius, was filled with the lingering aroma of cabbage and meat soup, along with the ozone smell from the ultraviolet lamps. Lu Chun lay on the upper bunk. The metal-framed bed was stiff, but it was the best sleep he'd had in a long time. Compared to the early days, shivering on cold iron plates wrapped in hard, stiff blankets. This warm bed was a luxury. He closed his eyes and started to do some mental calculations. Current truth points balance, 90. Adding the points from hunting 2 beginner wolves and recovering beast cores from the mechanical arm test today, plus 60 points in stock that hadn't been converted, totals 150 points. He still needed 350 points to reach the next tech node at 500 points. With an average of hunting 5 to 8 beginner mutated beasts per day, plus scavenging coal crystals, he could gather 500 points in 3 to 4 days. He silently calculated in the dark. A 9-day window. If he maintained today's hunting efficiency every day, by the time the radiation mark dissipated, he could unlock at least one more LV.2 node. As for which one to unlock, we can decide later. Below, Lin Wan's voice came from the lower bunk as she turned over. City Lord? Are you asleep? No, I can't sleep either. What are you thinking about? Thinking about the Blackrock city-state. Lu Chen opened his eyes and looked at the copper-colored arc of the heating pipe on the ceiling. Tell me, City Lord, I was thinking that if the team leader and others really win, the future direction of the Blackrock city-state might change. Lin Wan's voice sounded muffled from the lower bunk. They will put more resources into farming and ecological research. What does that have to do with me? I mean, if the Blackrock city-state really follows the path of ecological revival, they will need lots of seeds and farming technology. Lin Wan's voice became more lively in the dark. The City Lord has an A-grade seed bank. I am a botanist, and there is system-based cultivation equipment. If we can do business with the Blackrock city-state in the future, business depends on being alive. Lu Chen interrupted her. I am currently marked by the snow-shattering gang, and those crazy people might come with hundreds of battle vehicles at any time. Until that problem is solved, the Blackrock city-state's affairs are not a priority. I understand. But, sleep. Oh, the carriage became quiet again. 5 minutes passed. City Lord, what now? If, Lin Wan's fingers unconsciously played with the metal bed frame at the edge of the blanket. In the future, once the snow-shattering gang's issues are resolved, would you consider contacting the Blackrock city-state? Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds. Depends on the situation. If they can offer something that satisfies me, we can talk. What kind of things would satisfy you? Research blueprints from the previous civilization. The more, the better. The higher the level, the better. Lin Wan chuckled from the lower bunk. Just like what Fernando the fat guy asked for. Research blueprints are like a treasure of knowledge. One blueprint is worth a month of my hunting. The Business Alliance has them, and the Blackrock city-state probably does too. As long as they are willing to share, everything is negotiable. But the key is still being alive. Being alive is the basic requirement, Lu Chen repeated. So stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow, we need to go out again to clear the area, resupply ammunition and truth points, and rest up. Okay. Good night, Lord Mayor. Lu Chen turned over, facing the wall of the vehicle. The warmth from the heating pipes seeped through the thin metal wall onto his face. Warm and comforting. He closed his eyes. The last image that flashed through his mind was that brand new level 2 tech tree. For branches glowed faintly blue in the darkness, with a dozen gray nodes waiting to be activated. Behind each node was a transformation that would make the Arctic starship evolve. Lu Chen's tense facial muscles relaxed a little. Then he fell asleep. Outside, on the icy plains, wind and snow never stopped. The radio broadcast from the Blackrock city-state was looping every 15 minutes. Between the stiff voice of the announcer, occasional noise from other channels could be heard. There were stranded travelers calling for help. Information about supplies exchanged between small camps. And a faint signal from the Snow Shaman Gang's channel, barely drowned out by static. That signal contained only 4 words. Target locked. But Lu Chen was already asleep. The engine of the Arctic star hummed softly at idle. Its large, new body rested quietly in the shadow of the ice rock shelter. The twin-mounted heavy machine gun on the roof swung slightly in the cold wind. The manganese steel bumper reflected the pale moonlight. A calm before the storm. This peace wouldn't last long. Inside the vehicle, the old radio still faithfully recorded every sound passing through the waves, including those 4 words. They would wait for their owner to wake up tomorrow morning. Morning light shone through the reinforced, bulletproof glass window, casting a pale white strip on the metal floor of the cockpit. Lu Chun turned over and opened his eyes. The metal mesh on the upper bunk pressed hard against his back, but the even warmth from the heating pipes made his body relax completely. He lay there for 3 seconds, then quickly woke up. He turned over and got out of bed, placing his feet on the warm metal floor. Lin Wan, sleeping on the lower bunk, was curled up on an insulating mat, breathing evenly and sleeping deeply. Lu Chun did not wake her, but walked straight to the cockpit. The boiler of the Polaris still hummed at idle, sending faint steam through the pipes to the heating system and air purification modules. Everything was working normally. He sat in the pilot's seat and habitually checked the gauges. The coal supply was sufficient, the cold storage was at the right temperature, and the track lubrication system was on standby. His eyes fell on the radio. The old military hand-crank radio was still on, with the volume turned down to the lowest last night. Faint static mixed with the boiler noise, making it hard to notice. Lu Chun reached out and turned up the volume 2 notches. The static filled the cockpit. The city's missing person broadcast was still looping. He could recite the monotone voice of the announcer by heart. Just as he was about to switch to another frequency for new information, his finger moved the dial, and a short burst of radio signal broke through the static. Lu Chun's finger froze suddenly. He slowly turned the dial back half a notch. Amid the static, a heavily compressed radio signal appeared intermittently. The signal was very poor, most of it swallowed by noise. But 4 words were clear to Lu Chun. Target locked. The cabin was silent for 5 full seconds. Lu Chun leaned back against the pilot's seat, his finger resting on the radio dial, unmoving. His facial muscles were tense, and a cold, terrifying look appeared in his eyes. Snow-shattering gang channel, he said in a low voice. Target locked means the Geiger radar has detected radiation isotope signals from the Polaris, and the location is confirmed. That swarm of hornets is either on its way or calculating a surrounding route. Lu Chun turned the volume down again, but did not turn it off. He needed to keep listening to this frequency. Any new leak of information could be crucial for judging the enemy's next move. City Lord? Lin Wan's voice came from behind, still hoarse from just waking up. When did you get up? I was just woken up by the sound of you turning on the radio. Lin Wan rubbed her eyes as she walked to the entrance of the cockpit. Seeing Lu Chun sitting in the driver's seat, she paused briefly. What's wrong? Snow Shashang's encrypted channel leaked a radio signal, Lu Chun said without turning around. For words, target locked. Lin Wan's hand froze midair. Did they find us? More accurately, they've locked onto the signal's direction, Lu Chun corrected. The radiation isotope signal weakens with distance. They're probably still scanning from hundreds of kilometers away. He paused. But from when they locked onto the signal to when the convoy departs, there's some preparation time. That's our window. Lin Wan stood there, her face losing all color. City Lord, should we run now? Run? Lu Chun looked back at her. Where to? The radiation marker is still on us. Even if we run to the ends of the earth, they can still track us. So what should we do? There are 2 options, Lu Chun said, holding up 2 fingers. First, wait 9 days for the marker to naturally disappear, and they'll lose track. Second, before they catch up, arm the Polaris to be able to face their front units directly. He withdrew his fingers and looked out the window at the pale ice plain. These 2 options aren't mutually exclusive, we can do both. So what does that mean? It means we keep sweeping today, Lu Chun said, standing up and walking to the boiler to add 2 coal crystals into the coal box. The truth won't fall from the sky. Every day we delay, we unlock 1 less node. Go check on the cabbage, then get ready to leave. Okay, Lin Wan responded and quickly headed toward the starboard planting area. Lu Chun closed the boiler's ventilation valve, causing the flames to jump 2 inches higher. The steam hub sensed the temperature change and automatically adjusted the power distribution to various systems. The engine shifted from idle to low power operation, and under the protection of the anti-freeze lubrication system, the tracks made a smooth, tight grip sound. The Polaris slowly moved away from the lee side of the ice rock shelter. The twin-mounted 6-barrel heavy machine gun on the roof swung in the cold wind. The manganese steel bumpers glinted with a cold light in the morning sun. The massive vehicle, over 20 meters long, crushed through the snow, leaving 2 deep track marks. Lu Chun held the steering wheel with one hand and rested his other hand on the fire control joystick, with the gray trigger just below his thumb. City Lord, The cabbage is growing well, and the winter wheat has sprouted. Lin Wan's voice comes from the planting area. Got it. Lu Chen stares at the icy plain ahead, where everything looks dull and lifeless. He hasn't told Lin Wan that those 4 words made him rethink the timeline. 9 days is not enough. The main force of the snow-shattering gang is moving quickly. From locking onto the signal to reaching the Pale Shoals, it will take about 3 to 5 days. The time left for him is even shorter than he thought. Speed up. Lu Chen presses the accelerator. The engine of the Polaris roars loudly. The heavy tracks crush the ice, sending up 2 white snow waves. This level 2 mobile city, a camp on wheels, is rushing toward the heart of the Pale Shoals. The Polaris has been moving across the ice for 40 minutes at cruising speed. Lu Chen's tactical binoculars scan the terrain ahead. Near the edge of a shallow valley flattened by an ice storm, he spots 3 beginner-level mutated ice wolves fighting over food. The prey is a bit larger than the ones they saw before, with darker shells, indicating they've survived more than 1 ice storm cycle in this area. 3. Beginner level, 200 meters away, Lu Chen reports, sounding like he's just reading the weather forecast. He doesn't slow down. His right hand moves from the steering wheel to the targeting control stick. City Lord, should I use the crossbow or the gun? Lin Wan asks from beside the planting boxes, without looking up. Gun, Lu Chen replies, his thumb on the gray trigger. Using a crossbow to kill beginner wolves is a waste. Save it for tougher targets. 15 rounds of the heavy machine gun can take down 1 beginner wolf. 1 truth point equals 10 rounds of ammo. 3 wolves will cost 4 or 5 truth points, but 3 beast cores can convert into 60 to 90 points. It's all worth it. The crosshairs of the brass periscope sight lock onto the closest wolf. 150 meters. 100 meters. Lu Chen pulls the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 6 barrels spin rapidly, golden shells flying out in a stream. In less than a second and a half, dozens of bullets tear into the wolf's upper body, turning it into a sieve. The other 2 wolves are frightened and instinctively run in opposite directions. Lu Chen adjusts the joystick slightly, keeping the crosshairs on the left wolf. Bang, bang, bang. A quick shot. 8 rounds of bullets hit the target's lower back, breaking the spine and killing it instantly. The third wolf ran about 30 meters, but Lu Chen did not chase. He released the trigger, turned the steering wheel slightly, and the Polaris moved in a curved line on the ice, blocking the escape route with its body. The wolf was frightened by the large vehicle and collapsed on the ice. Bang bang. 2 shots fired. The wolf's head disappeared. 35 rounds used. Lu Chen quickly calculated. After yesterday's test, he had 70 rounds left. This round used half, leaving about 30. At this rate, his current ammunition won't last through the next large-scale encounter. Need to restock. He called up the system panel in his mind. System, spend 5 truth points to exchange for 50 standard rounds. Ding. Deducted 5 truth points. 50 standard caliber rounds generated. Automatically loaded into the ammo box. Current ammo, 85/500. Current truth point balance, 85 points. The sound of heavy shells hitting the roof came from above. The newly generated ammunition was automatically linked by the feed chain. Lu Chen nodded, stopping the Polaris next to the 3 wolf corpses. He held the mechanical arm control stick with his right hand. With a hiss, the hydraulic arm extended from the right armor plate, and its claw opened in the cold wind. The first wolf corpse, the claw clamped onto the chest cavity, applying hydraulic pressure. Crack! The frozen sternum was broken open, revealing a still blue glowing primitive beast core inside. The claw securely gripped the beast core, separated it from the heart tissue, and sent it into the truck through an external collection port. The beast core rolled into the tray beside the driver's seat, making a crisp, dinging sound. The second and third corpses followed the same process, clean and swift. 3 primitive beast cores neatly arranged on the tray. Including the 2 saved from yesterday, there are 5 in total. 5 primitive beast cores, at a minimum of 20 points each, total 20 points, Lu Chen silently calculated. Plus the 85 points remaining, that's a total of 185 points. Still need 315 points. He used the mechanical arm to put the edible meat back into the truck, remaining seated in the driver's seat the whole time. City Lord, hunted 3 more. Lin Wan came from the planting area, her eyes brightening when she saw the beast cores on the tray. Yes, Lu Chen took a sip from the thermos cup with warm water. Today's efficiency is good. I plan to hunt 5 to 8 more animals this morning, enough to reach 500 points. So, which node do you plan to unlock today? I haven't decided yet. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, unconsciously tapping the metal handle of the fire control joystick twice. This morning, those 4 words from the radio still echoed in his mind. Target locked. The time window is shrinking. Every truth point's destination must be carefully calculated. You said the fuel converter in the power engine can turn beast fat into diesel, reducing reliance on crystal coal. You probably want the water cultivation garden, with 8 times the planting area. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. But right now, the most useful things are related to fighting. Lin Wan bit her lip, but didn't argue. She knew very well that under the shadow of the snow-shattering gang, planting crops always comes after survival. City Lord, how long do you think it will take for their encrypted radio signals to arrive? Most likely 3 days. Lu Chen glanced at the vast, white horizon outside the window, which was so empty it was almost frightening. It depends on where their main force is and how many troops they send. If they only send a few scout units with LV.2 tanks, the Polaris can handle their firepower now. But if their main force comes out in full— He didn't finish the sentence. His finger paused on the joystick, then he gripped the steering wheel again. Lin Wan was silent for a few seconds, then walked back to the planting area and squatted down to check the winter wheat sprouting. Lu Chen restarted the engine and continued moving into the pale, shallow marshes. Over the next 2 hours, he hunted 4 more beginner-level Arctic wolves and 1 mutated ice rock pig that had just entered the intermediate threshold. The ice rock pig's beast core was clearly higher quality than the beginner wolves, with a conversion rate of 80% according to the system scan. Including the 4 wolf cores, this round earned him between 160 and 200 points. Adding to his previous stock, his available truth points were close to the 400-point threshold, just 100 points short. Lu Chen stored the last beast core in the carriage, his gaze crossing the distant horizon. The density of mutated beasts in the pale marshes was visibly decreasing. Several days of intense hunting had already cut down most of the ecological chain in this area. The spawn rate of beginner wolves was starting to fall behind his hunting speed. Either he should go deeper into the area or wait 2 days for the prey to naturally replenish. Lu Chen weighed his options and decided to first convert all the existing beast cores. He wanted to see the specific numbers before making a decision. System, perform a full scan and calculate the value of all unconverted beast cores. Ding. Scan complete. 7 basic icefield wolf beast cores. Quality varies. Total conversion value, 230 truth points. 1 mid-level ice rock pig beast core. Good quality. Conversion value, 180 truth points. Convert all. Ding. Conversion begins. Consuming 7 basic beast cores and 1 mid-level beast core. Conversion successful. Gained 380 truth points. Current account balance, 465 points. 465 points. To reach 500, he still needed 35 points. Lu Chen looked at the number, tapping the steering wheel rhythmically 3 times. Hit 2 or 3 more basic prey in the afternoon, and I'll have enough today. He turned the vehicle around, heading toward a patch of ice hills to the west that hadn't been cleared yet. The heavy treads of the Polaris moved over the ice, manganese steel bumpers cutting through a block of ice blocking the way. Shards of ice splashed to the sides, and the vehicle kept moving at the same speed. The Polaris traveled west for 20 minutes. Lu Chen was using a tactical telescope to scan the terrain ahead, trying to find the habitat of mutated beasts. A faint tremor was felt under his feet. This tremor was very different from the vehicle's usual shaking. It was lower in frequency and more dull, transmitted from deep within the ice. Lu Chen pressed the brake pedal. City Lord, Lin Wan, in the planting area, also sensed the strange vibration. She stood up, holding onto the edge of the cultivation box. Is it an earthquake? No. Lu Chen lowered the telescope and looked toward the distant horizon. A deep, muffled roar, close to subsonic, rolled in from due west of the Polaris. That sound was thicker than the howling wind of a freezing storm, deeper than the engine noise of the LV.3 fortress of the Winter Trade Alliance. The ice beneath the vehicle vibrated in resonance, and the rivets on the cabin walls trembled gently. The flowing hot water in the heating pipes created tiny visible ripples on the pipe walls. Luchin stopped the Arctic Star. The engine shifted to idle. He needed to eliminate engine noise to judge the direction of the sound source. Boom, boom, boom. Luchin raised his telescope, zoomed in to the maximum, and aimed at the western horizon. He saw it. At the boundary between the gray-white sky and the pale ice field, a black line was slowly appearing. Is it an ice hill? A mountain ridge? Storm clouds? None of these. It was a wall. A moving, black steel wall far taller and wider than his field of view. What's that? Linwan leaned against the window, already seeing the growing black outline on the horizon with her naked eye. Luchin didn't answer. His fingers rapidly turned the focus wheel on the telescope, trying to see more details. As the huge object approached, details became clear through the lens. First, the chassis. Dozens of tracks? Hundreds? Impossible to count. In the telescope's view, the dense rows of heavy tracks stretched endlessly, each at least twice as wide as the entire ship. The tracks crushed the ice surface, turning meters of thick ice into powder, leaving a deep trench hundreds of meters wide behind. Next was the wall. A black steel wall nearly 100 meters tall, at least 3 times higher than the LV.3 fortress wall of the Winter Business Alliance. The surface was rough, showing signs of industrial age craftsmanship, with rows of large rivets, each as big as a human head. The wall was coated with thick rust-proof paint, covered by a layer of icy dust, shining dull metallic under the pale sky. At the top of the wall was a ring of gear-shaped battlements, with gun turrets visible between them. Dozens? More than 100? Luchin quickly glanced. On the side of the wall within his view, there were at least 100 cannons of various calibers, from twin-mounted rapid-fire guns to triple-mounted heavy main guns, and even some extremely oversized turrets with barrels wide enough for a small vehicle to pass through. On top of the city wall, dozens of industrial chimneys stretch into the sky, spewing black smoke that gathers into a dark cloud blocking the sun. At the base of these chimneys, steam pipes and cables are tangled together, along with countless skywalks and suspension bridges connecting the endless buildings inside the city walls. On the front of this moving city, a huge flag is prominently displayed. The flag features a black rock totem, with fiery red lava cracks flowing through its crevices, symbolizing unbreakable strength. Black Rock City-State. System. Luchin's voice was hoarse for a moment as he summoned the holographic panel in his mind. Scan the target, report its level and specifications. Ding. High-level remote scan initiated. Target identified. Main city of Black Rock City-State. Level of moving city. Level 4, large city-state on the move. Estimated size. Over 800 meters in length, over 400 meters in width. Tallest building about 150 meters, including chimneys. Estimated permanent population, 30,000 to 50,000. Armament overview. Hundreds of city wall cannons, including several heavy main guns, driven by a city-level source fire engine, with total power far exceeding that of a Level 3 fortress by dozens of times. Threat level, overwhelmingly dominant. Luchin lowered his telescope. The city is over 800 meters long and more than 400 meters wide. The base of the Level 3 fortress-type moving city of the Winter Trade Alliance is about the size of a football field, just over 100 meters. This Level 4 city, however, is more than 4 times wider, with an area over 16 times larger. The Polaris stands before it like a tiny grain of sand. City Lord, what is that? Linwan's voice came from behind, now changed. She also saw the approaching steel giant wall. Luchin stared at the massive moving object slowly approaching, his throat moving slightly. Black Rock City-State, he said. Level 4 city-state on the move. Linwan held on to the edge of the window, frozen in place. Her eyes widened, lips moving slightly, but she couldn't speak. Her hands started to tremble, not out of fear, but because she recognized the totem on the flag. That is, your hometown. Luchin finished speaking for her. The Arctic Star quietly stopped on the ice plain. The engine idled, and the deep rumble of the boiler was drowned out by the sound of the LV.4 city-level moving city in the distance. The tremors grew closer, and each time the treads crushed the ice, The whole ice field echoed with a deep roar. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, his hands crossed over his chest. He didn't touch the control stick or the steering wheel. Facing such a large moving city, the idea of fighting or fleeing was simply an insult to intelligence. System, is the other side slowing down? Target speed is decreasing, expected to stop at 3 kilometers from this position. They are already slowing down. If they wanted to crush, they wouldn't need to slow. They could just keep coming. Slowing down means they know there's something here and want to communicate, not attack directly. City Lord, are they coming for the wanted notice? Lin Wan's voice trembled, filled with excitement and nervousness, but not fear. Yes, they're coming for that. Lu Chen's tone remained calm. A LV.4 city-level moving city, coming all the way to the Pale Shoals, either for you and the seed bank, or for something bigger. No matter what, we can't act rashly. Lin Wan nodded firmly. After 5 minutes, the towering steel city finally stopped 3 kilometers from the Arctic star. After the last muffled braking sound, the ice plain returned to silence. But this silence was very different from before. Before, it was empty and lonely. Now, there was a suffocating pressure. The giant city was crouched 3 kilometers away, with smoke still drifting high into the sky. Lu Chun pressed the tactical binoculars tightly against his eyes. He saw the bottom of the giant city, an armored door dozens of meters wide opening, with hydraulic systems roaring loudly, audible even from 3 kilometers away. No tanks rushed out. No armed off-road vehicles. Nothing at all. The armored door stopped halfway open, revealing a gap large enough for a medium-sized tank to pass through. Then, the radio crackled. This time, it was not the usual missing person broadcast. A new signal came through, a very strong, close-range communication signal that completely overpowered all background noise. Ha! A loud, hearty male laugh burst out from the radio, so loud that the old speaker trembled. Then, a male voice spoke. He spoke quickly, confidently, each word showing a natural commanding presence. I am Lin Xiao, the City Lord of Black Rock City. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. City Lord, Lin Xiao, Lin Wan's brother. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble. The voice of Lin Xiao continued to echo from the radio. I led 30,000 people over 1,000 kilometers to this remote, barren plain, all for one thing. He paused, his tone becoming more urgent. Is my sister, Lin Wan, in your vehicle? The inside of the vehicle suddenly fell silent. Lin Wan stood at the entrance of the cockpit, clutching the edge of the partition wall tightly, her veins bulging on the back of her hands. Her lips trembled constantly, but she couldn't say a word. Brother, her voice was faint, like a whisper. Lu Chen didn't turn to look at her. Instead, he reached out and took the rough microphone connected to the outside communication device. Before pressing the talk button, he glanced at Lin Wan. Are you sure he's your brother? Yes, it's his voice. Lin Wan nodded hard, her eyes already red. It's him. Lu Chen paused for a second, then pressed the button. Captain Lu Chen of the Polaris. His voice transmitted through the old speaker to the steel city, 3 kilometers away. Lin Wan is on my vehicle. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the radio. Then, that bold, joyful laugh burst out again. Lin Zhao's laughter was full of happiness, as if he had just been relieved. Huh, that's great. That's great. Kid, you have no idea how badly I wanted to turn over the entire rust-wind wasteland just to find her. His tone was quick and urgent, mixed with clear fear. Based on information from others and a strange radiation signal fluctuation detected near the Pale Shallow Flats, I took a gamble and drove straight over. I didn't expect to actually find it. When Lu Chun heard the words, radiation signal fluctuation, he tapped his thigh. The fact that the other side could intercept signals from radioactive isotopes showed that the Black Rock City-State's reconnaissance equipment was better than the Snow Slaughter Gang's. But they intercepted signals marked with radiation, the same type of persistent source fire isotope on the Polaris. In other words, both the Black Rock City-State and the Snow Slaughter Gang could find him using this signal. Brother Lu Chun, Lin Zhao's voice became eager. Xiaowan, Lin Zhao's voice softened, completely different from the hearty, laughing city lord just now. Is that you? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you cold or hungry? I'm fine, brother. Lin Wan rubbed her nose hard. I'm doing well now, eating enough, staying warm. Really? Lin Xiao didn't sound convinced. You ran out alone with 2 guards, carrying such a heavy seed vault, in a place as terrible as the pale shallow flats. How could you be doing well? Well, it's all my fault. I was in such a hurry, made a bad decision, and caused you to suffer. It was Lord Lu Chun who saved me. Lin Wan looked at Lu Chun sitting in the driver's seat and continued. After I escaped, I was chased by 3 raiders from the Snow Slaughter gang. I almost lost my life in the snow. He killed those 3 men and took me onto his vehicle. The radio's laughter suddenly stopped. When Lin Xiao spoke again, his anger was clear and strong. The Snow/gang. Those 3 words came out through clenched teeth. Did they dare to hurt my sister? The laughter from the radio stopped. A controlled anger seeped from deep within, low and steady. Those 3 fools, are they dead? Lin Wan held the microphone tightly. Lord Luqing shot them with 1 arrow each, and they were all killed on the spot. Later, the Snow/gang sent 2 more LV.2 camp-level battle vehicles to attack, but Lord Lu Cheng completely destroyed them too. There was silence on the radio for several seconds. 2 LV.2 vehicles? Lin Zhao's voice was full of surprise. You mean he single-handedly took out 2 LV.2 camp-level battle vehicles with just 1 car? Yes, brother. Lin Wan spoke carefully. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, not turning his head, but listening carefully. Brother, how is the situation in the city-state? Is the leader okay? The leader is doing very well. He's now a standing member of the council. Lin Xiao relaxed his tone. The fools in the military department have been pushed down by me and the leader. Now, the city-state's resource distribution plan has been changed, and the ecological revival research team has received the highest priority funding. Only you and the seed bank haven't come back yet. Do you know what your seed bank means for the city-state? Food security for 30,000 people, Xiao Wan. Lin Wan bit her lower lip, looked down at the cultivation box with the soft purple UV light beside her, then turned her gaze to Lu Chen sitting ahead, expressionless. Brother, She lowered her voice very carefully. I don't really want to go back. The breathing on the other end of the radio suddenly stopped. What did you say? I said I don't want to return to Black Rock City. Lin Wan clenched the microphone tightly, her hand trembling with visible veins on the back. Every word she spoke was clear and firm. Lord Lu Cheng gave me a good environment. There are temperature-controlled cabins, soil-free planting boxes, and clean water. I've already planted 6 boxes of crops: winter wheat, sweet potatoes, carrots, cabbage, and potatoes. All are growing normally. A breath was heard from the radio. 6 boxes? Lin Xiao turned up the volume. You planted 6 boxes of crops in a vehicle? Yes, brother. Lin Wan straightened her back unconsciously. She entered the professional mindset of a botanist, her voice becoming decisive and sharp. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, listening as Lin Wan reported the situation inside the vehicle, without stopping her. These are agricultural data. Directly revealing the details is much more useful than hiding them. The inside temperature of this vehicle stays at 20 degrees. It has a heat-insulating system and central heating pipes. It has a separate water purifier providing pure water. It has a small internal ecological chamber for basic air purification and oxygen water circulation. 6 simple soil-free planting boxes with UV lights and nutrient substrates, capable of simulating a complete plant growth environment. She spoke faster and faster. Winter wheat matures in 40 days, cabbage in 72 hours. In 2 months, the food supply will be self-sufficient. With the mutant beast meat stored in the cold storage, we can eat for a year without problems. After saying all this, she added, and there are only 2 of us here, very quiet. No faction conflicts, no one coming to steal the seed vault. I can focus on my research. There was a long silence on the radio, so long that Lin Wan thought the communication had been cut off. Brother, I'm here, Lin Zhao's voice came again. This time, Lin Xiao didn't laugh or get angry. His tone lowered, full of that brotherly helplessness toward his sister. 20 degrees constant temperature? Yes. Unlimited supply of pure water? Yes. 6 cultivation boxes? Yes. The cold storage is fully stocked, so you won't have to worry about food for a year. Yes. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, the bold laughter burst out from the radio again. Ha ha. This loud laugh was even more exaggerated than the previous ones. It was the first time in his life he heard something so funny. Wow. Wow. Lin Xiao laughed so hard he could hardly breathe. No wonder you don't want to come back. The temperature is kept at 20 degrees, but the core living area of my city is only at 18. 6 cultivation boxes, and the agricultural equipment in my city has a failure rate of 30%. 1 LV.2 camp vehicle, and its conditions are better than my LV.4 city? What exactly is this kid Lu Chen's background? Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, listening to the laughter from the radio, looking calm, but his eyes twitched slightly. This Lin Xiao, the city lord, is rough and brave on the outside, but inside, he is quite detailed. That series of questions just now, though playful, was actually him trying to assess the true strength of the Northern Star ship based on Lin Wan's description. Someone who can achieve this level of equipment in a LV.2 vehicle either has extraordinary skills behind the scenes or a special background. Either way, it's worth paying attention to. After laughing enough, Lin Zhao's voice came from the radio. All right, if you don't want to come back, then don't. But little Wan, I need to see for myself if you're really doing well. Just hearing you isn't enough. He paused. Lu Chen, brother, are you still there? Lu Chen reached out and took the microphone from Lin Wan's hand, pressing the talk button. Yes, brother, I have a suggestion. Lin Xiao adopted the calm and steady tone of a city lord. Bring your vehicle into my city. I promise your vehicle and your safety. Not a single hair will be harmed. Let's sit down face to face and talk. You saved my sister and took out the Snow Shaman gang members. Because of these two things, you are a friend of Black Rock City. Friends, sit down and have a cup of hot water. That's not too much, right? Lu Chen did not speak immediately, but tapped the microphone twice. Entering the interior of a level 4 city-state mobile city meant being completely under the enemy's fire coverage. If something went wrong, the Polaris would not even have a chance to start its engine. But on the other hand, if Lin Xiao really wanted to attack with a level 4 city-state, he wouldn't need to invite him in. He could just send 20 tanks to surround him directly. And Lin Wan was still on the vehicle. Lu Chen released the call button and looked at Lin Wan. What do you think? My brother wouldn't hurt me. Lin Wan answered quickly and clearly. He's hot-tempered and loud, but he's never mean to his own people. Lu Chen nodded and pressed the call button again. All right, give me the coordinates for the entry point. Haha, sure. Lin Zhao's laughter rang out again. Go straight west, see the open armored door at the bottom, and drive right in. I'll be waiting inside for you. The communication ended. Lu Chen hung up the microphone and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. The engine shifted from idle to medium power, and the tracks began to speed up, crushing the ice surface. The Polaris turned its head. The forged manganese steel ram aimed straight at the towering steel city in the west. A level 2 camp-grade mobile city, over 20 meters long, headed toward the 800-meter-long level 4 city-state. It was like a small fish, just over 20 meters long, swimming directly toward the mouth of a giant whale. As the distance closed, the full view of Black Rock City-State unfolded inch by inch in front of the windshield. Lu Chen had to keep looking up to see the top of the city walls. When the Polaris entered within 500 meters of the city, the walls completely filled his field of vision. The steel giant wall stretched down from the sky, blocking out all the daylight ahead. Shadows covered the entire body of the Polaris. The temperature rose a few degrees under the shadow of the wall, caused by the industrial heat spilling out from inside the city. The open armored door at the bottom was just 200 meters ahead. The doorway was at least 15 meters high and over 30 meters wide. The Arctic Star's body is over 20 meters long and 8 meters wide, but in front of this door, it takes up less than a quarter of the space. Inside the door, warm yellow industrial lights glow, outlining a wide metal ramp that extends deep into the city. On both sides of the ramp, about a dozen vehicles of various models, from armed off-road cars to medium transport tracked vehicles, are parked neatly. Next to each vehicle, well-dressed city guards stand, holding standard rifles with the muzzles pointed downward. There is no hostility. Lu Chen quickly surveys the layout inside the doorway. The guards are in a welcoming formation, with no defensive stance. Everyone's attention is focused on the front of the Arctic Star, stretching their necks to look, without any alertness. City Lord, we can start moving in. Lin Wan stands at the cockpit entrance, her voice tense. Okay. Lu Chen reduces the vehicle's speed to the slowest crawling gear. The Arctic Star's heavy tracks move very slowly over the metal ramp. The ramp's surface is covered with anti-slip steel plates, engraved with dense horizontal lines, giving a rugged industrial feel. The tracks grip the steel plates with a regular clicking sound, echoing inside the doorway. The city guards on both sides observe this slowly entering LV.2 Mobile City. Their eyes are first fixed on the shiny manganese steel bumper at the front, then scan over the thick, slanted scrap steel armor, and finally settle on the turret with twin-mounted heavy machine guns on the roof, and end on the hydraulic arms stored on both sides of the vehicle. Several guards' mouths open wide in surprise. A LV.2 Mobile City vehicle, equipped like this? Among all LV.2 vehicles they've seen, the Arctic Star's firepower setup is at least 1.5 levels above the rest. Lu Chun doesn't even glance outside. All his attention is fixed on the corridor ahead. After the ramp extends 50 meters upward, it leads into a larger interior space. This is the docking area of the Black Rock City. The area is surprisingly spacious. Lu Chun glances around. Just within his line of sight, there is enough space to park 50 LV.2 vehicles at once. The ground is made of polished thick steel plates, marked with white parking lines and guiding symbols. The ceiling is filled with crisscrossing steel beams and steam pipes, with a high-powered industrial light hanging every few meters. The air smells of machine oil and coal smoke, mixed with the burning sensation from metals that have been repeatedly heated. The Arctic Star, a small iron box just over 20 meters long, pulls in. Compared to it, the other vehicle looks tiny, like a nail that fell into the factory. Attention, Level 2 vehicle ahead. Please turn right at the third docking bay. A voice from the city guide system echoes through the broadcast. Lu Chun turns the steering wheel slightly. The Arctic Star slowly moves into a spacious, separate docking bay, guided by signs. The bay is at least 3 times larger than the Arctic Star. It is enclosed by metal fences, with a standard Level 2 transport vehicle parked on each side. Compared to the Arctic Star, those 2 vehicles look like plain, unarmored boxes. He shifts the engine to idle and pulls the parking brake. The Arctic Star is steady inside the city of Black Rock. He sits calmly in the driver's seat, looking through the bulletproof glass. Outside the bay, about 10 city members are gathered, guards, technicians in work uniforms, and a few clerks in gray uniforms. Everyone is curious, watching the Arctic Star. A middle-aged woman in a gray uniform walks to the front of the vehicle, holding a communicator. I am the docking area supervisor. The city lord of the Arctic Star. I am here to assist. Her voice comes through the communicator into the vehicle's radio. Lord Lin Xiao is waiting upstairs in the reception area. May I ask? I will not get out of the vehicle. Lu Chun presses the talk button, speaking stiffly. I do not want anyone to enter my vehicle. If Lord Lin Xiao is available, please come to the docking area. My people will come out to meet him. He releases the button, cutting off any bargaining. The administrator outside pauses, then nods and speaks a few words into the communicator. City Lord, you're not coming out. Lin Wan looks surprised. The vehicle has city management systems and shield authorization. Lu Chun glances at the status display of the Arctic Star on the holographic panel. Inside the vehicle, both of us are fully protected. Once outside, we are just ordinary people. He pauses briefly. I will guard the vehicle. You go meet your brother. Lu Chun took out a folding short knife from under his seat and handed it to Lin Wan. Take this, City Lord. I don't need a knife in front of my brother. Rules, Lu Chun said sharply, giving her a stern look. Lin Wan obediently took the short knife and tucked it into her waist. When we get outside, just talk about the main features of the Arctic Star. You can mention the number of cultivation chambers, the insulation system, and the water purifier. But do not mention the system, the tech tree, or the truth points. Not a single word. Understood. Lin Wan clenched the handle of the knife and pushed open the car door. Outside, the air rushed in. The temperature was about 15 degrees, 5 degrees lower than inside the Arctic Star, but it was still a paradise compared to the minus 60 degrees on the ice plain. The air was thick with a strong industrial smell, metal and coal smoke filling her nostrils. The moment Lin Wan stepped out, the eyes of the dozen or so members of the city-state gathered around immediately turned toward her. Her feet touched the steel ground of the parking area, still warm from the Arctic Star's interior temperature. A heavy clicking sound came from behind her. Lu Chun had already locked the car door again from inside. Lin Wan stood beside the Arctic Star, her feet on the steel ground of Black Rock City's parking area. The surrounding members kept a few meters away, curious but not approaching. A gray-uniformed administrator hurried over. "Ms. Lin Wan, the city lord is on his way down." As soon as he finished speaking, a rough mechanical noise came from a distant industrial elevator. The platform lowered to the ground, and the railing opened. A tall, broad-shouldered young man strode out. He wore a dark, gray military jacket, with the Black Rock City's Fire Rock totem embroidered on the left chest. His hair was shaved very short, and he had a faint scar on his chin. His features resembled Lin Wan's by 6 or 7 points, but his lines were strong and rugged. His face was full of lively joy, with a wide smile revealing bright white teeth. He walked with a commanding presence, each step making the steel plates of the parking area tremble. Behind him, 2 fully armed bodyguards followed, but they couldn't keep up with the city lord's pace. "Xiaowan," Lin Zhao's voice echoed loudly in the open docking area, 3 times louder than from a radio. The city ruler saw Lin Wan standing beside the Polaris vehicle, quickening his steps and rushing over on foot. "Brother!" Lin Wan couldn't hold back anymore and ran toward Lin Xiao. They met in the middle of the docking area. Lin Xiao quickly hugged his sister, spinning her around. "Haha, you're back. I finally found you." He set Lin Wan down, holding her shoulders and examining her carefully. "Have you lost weight? Are you hurt? Let me see your hands. Are they frostbitten?" "Brother, I'm fine. Let go. There are many people watching." Lin Wan's face turned red as she pushed against Lin Xiao's arm. "Just looking won't hurt, right?" Lin Xiao didn't mind and continued to check her shoulders. He noticed her cheeks were rosy, without any bruises from the cold, showing she was well-fed, rested, and healthy. Her fingers were clean and soft, with no signs of frostbite, and there was some brownish powder in her nail crevices, evidence of detailed planting work done in a warm environment for a long time. Lin Zhao's eyes widened. "Your complexion is better than when you were in the city. I told you, Lord Lu Chun treats me well." All right, your Lord Lu Chun." Lin Xiao released her and turned to look at the Polaris vehicle. His gaze swept over the body of this LV.2 camp-grade mobile city, with manganese steel bumpers, sloped armor, a 6-tube heavy machine gun turret, and mechanical arm rails. The smile on his face faded, and his eyes became sharp, like an expert inspecting a weapon. "This vehicle is not simple." Lin Xiao circled around the Polaris once. 10-centimeter sloped armor, the standard for LV.2, is at most 5 centimeters. And the bumper at the front, manganese steel, forged as a whole. He reached out and tapped the surface of the bumper twice, his knuckles feeling the texture, causing his eyes to narrow. "No welds, cast from a single piece of manganese steel. My military factory can't even do this." Then the city lord looked up at the turret on the roof of the vehicle. Double-mounted 6-barrel rotating guns. "Steam-powered," Lin Xiao whistled. "Kid's got skills." Just then, the communicator on the side of the Polaris lit up with a red light. Lu Chen's voice came through the speaker. "City Lord Lin Xiao, this is Lu Chen. Sorry I didn't come out to greet you. There are some things in the car that need watching. Hope you understand." Lin Xiao turned to face the communicator, his tone friendly again. Understand. It's your vehicle, you call the shots. But, brother, at least come out and let me see what you look like. I've heard your sister is healthy and chubby. I want to thank you in person." The parking area was quiet for 2 seconds. The hydraulic lock on the Polaris's door clicked, and the heavy composite steel door was pushed open from inside. Lu Chen stepped out. He wore a thin sweater, tall and slim, with a face that looked a bit too young. But his eyes didn't match his age, calm and steady, showing the traits of a veteran who had survived the wasteland for decades. Lin Xiao watched the young man come out of the vehicle, expression unchanged, with a look of curiosity. The leader of the city walked forward confidently, extending his right hand. "Lin Xiao, leader of the Black Rock City, thank you for saving my sister." Lu Chun reached out and shook hands with Lin Xiao. The other's hand was large and rough, with a strong grip. His fingers were thin, but his grip was firm. Their hands stayed in the air for 2 seconds. "Ha ha!" Lin Xiao burst into his signature big laugh. "I thought someone who could take out 5 members of the Snow Shad Help and 2 vehicles in the shallow waters would be a grizzled old soldier. Didn't expect it to be a young guy not much older than my sister." "City Lord Lin Xiao, you're flattering me." Lu Chun released his hand and took a half step back. His tone was steady, polite, but a bit distant. Rescuing Lin Wan was easy. She has an A-grade seed bank that's useful for my vehicle. Taking out the Snow Shad gang members was also easy. They blocked my way. Just a simple task. Lin Xiao patted Lu Chen's shoulder with such strength that Lu Chen staggered forward a bit. Young people who kill so easily are rare in the wasteland. He turned to look at Lin Wan. Little Wan, your eye for choosing people is better than I thought. Lin Wan's face turned red again. Brother, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by choosing people? In a corner of the docking area, there was a makeshift metal table and chairs where guards took breaks. Lin Xiao had someone bring 3 chairs and 3 cups of hot water. The 3 sat down. Lu Chen chose the seat closest to the North Star, so he could reach his car door easily. Lin Xiao sat opposite, crossing his legs, casually turning the cup of hot water in his hand. Lin Wan sat in the middle, holding her cup and sipping water quietly. Lu Chen, let's skip the small talk, Lin Xiao said, putting down his cup and leaning forward. Little Wan just mentioned the Snow Shaman gang on the radio. You destroyed 3 of their motorcycle soldiers and 2 LV.2 battle vehicles. But their tracking methods are still on you, right? Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiao. The City Lord's intelligence network was bigger than he expected. Yes, Lu Chen replied honestly. I've been marked for 7 days, and 8 days remain before it naturally fades. But this morning, I intercepted a leaked signal from the Snow Shaman gang's channel. It only had 4 words, target locked. Lin Xiao stopped turning his cup, his normally smiling face tightening. Target locked, he repeated. That means they've already detected your signal with radar. Yes, Lu Chen said, raising his cup to drink. It takes time for the organization to gather a convoy after detecting the signal. But I don't know where the main force of the Snow Shaman gang is now, or how many people they'll send. Worst case, a large convoy could arrive at the Pale Shallow in 3 to 5 days. The scar on Lin Xiao's chin twitched as he clenched his teeth. Those beasts of the Snow Shaman gang. Lin Xiao's voice was very low. Lu Chen, do you know how much they have in their arsenal? Only that they have over 100 battle vehicles and heavy artillery, but the exact number isn't clear. Let me tell you. Lin Xiao leaned back against the chair and tapped his fingers on the table. The main base of the Snow Killer gang is in Roaring Ice Abyss. Their core force is a level 4 city-level moving city, the same level as my Black Rock City. Lu Chen's eyes tightened. The same level. A raider organization with a level 4 city-level moving city is not an easy opponent. Apart from their main city, they also have 2 level 3 fortress-level moving cities as outposts. Lin Xiao raised 2 fingers. Each fortress is equipped with a full set of cannons and troops. Beyond that, there are over 100 medium and small tanks at level 2 and level 1. The total population is estimated between 40,000 and 50,000, with at least 10,000 fighters. Lin Xiao paused, his expression becoming serious. Moreover, the recent movements of the Snow Killer gang are very unusual. How so? Their main base is in Roaring Ice Abyss. That place is dangerous, but resource-rich, Lin Xiao frowned. Normally, they wouldn't leave their stronghold. But in the past 6 months, their influence has expanded greatly. First into the Ashen Rift, then into Rust-Wind Wasteland, and now they even have people in Pale Shallows. Their territory overlaps more and more with ours, Black Rock City, causing increasing friction. Last month, their patrols fought with our mining convoy, and 12 of our people died. At this point, Lin Xiao slammed his fist on the table. With new and old debts, plus today's incident where they chased my sister, I will settle this with them sooner or later. Lu Chen listened quietly, slowly rubbing his fingers along the cup's rim. Does Lord Lin Xiao mean that a war between the Snow Killer gang and Black Rock City is inevitable? Eventually, yes, Lin Xiao squinted. That's why I'm eager to bring Xiao Wan and the seed vault back. Once war starts, food supplies will be vital. Our city has over 30,000 people, and our current reserves can only last 3 months at most. If the seed vault can be used, it could give me at least half a year's more confidence. Lu Chen said nothing. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. There is a deep hatred between the Snow Killer gang and Black Rock City, and their conflict is escalating fast. He had killed members of the Snow Killer gang, and with a radiation mark on him, he had become a target for their pursuit. If the main force of the Snow Killer gang really comes to Pale Shallows to find him, the conflict with Black Rock City will inevitably erupt early. He and the Black Rock City-State share a common enemy with the Snow Killer Gang. This provides a solid basis for cooperation. City Lord Lin Xiao. Lu Chen put down his water cup and looked directly at the Black Rock City Lord. I have a proposal. Speak. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and stared intently at Lu Chen, whose eyes were very similar to Lin Wan's. The industrial lights in the docking area cast long shadows of the two, while the residual heat from the boilers seeped out through the armor cracks of the Polaris, mixing with the strong oil smell from the lower levels of the Black Rock City-State. I'm marked with the Snow Killer Gang's radiation tag. Their front units will arrive in at most 3 days. Lu Chen spoke slowly, each word carefully weighed. I have a level 2 vehicle. I can fight a few tanks, but facing the main force of the Snow Killer Gang's convoy, it's not realistic to hold out. You need a seed vault and Lin Wan's technology. I need a safe environment to protect the Polaris before the mark disappears. He paused, looking into Lin Xiao's eyes. Cooperation. Lin Xiao didn't answer immediately. His fingers tapped rhythmically on his arm, his gaze shifting from Lu Chen's face to the Polaris behind him, then back. Cooperation is possible. He spoke softly, voice low. But I need to clarify a few things first. Go ahead. First, Lin wants safety. Lin Xiao raised a finger. She's on your vehicle. If the Snow Killer Gang finds her, will she be in danger? No, Lu Chen answered firmly. The armor of the Polaris can withstand 75mm shells from level 2 tanks without damage. He knocked on the armor of the vehicle behind him, the sound solid and heavy. The interior has an independent ecological cycle system. Even if fully sealed, it can sustain life for at least a week. Moreover, the Polaris has a city management system with a special function. He paused again. Registered residents enjoy system-level life protection inside. Lin Wan is a registered resident. No one inside can harm her. Lin Xiao's eyebrows twitched slightly. System-level life protection? He noticed the unusual wording. Your level 2 vehicle has this feature? Yes. Lu Chen didn't explain further. Lin Xiao looked at him for 3 seconds, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Your vehicle's features are becoming more advanced. His tone was not dismissive, but full of genuine interest, like a hunter discovering a rare item. All right, I trust you on safety. Lin Xiao raised a second finger. Second, the specifics of our cooperation. What do you want from me? Lu Chen silently tapped his thigh twice, quickly listing his needs. The core requirement was the truth point, but he couldn't reveal the system's existence. What could be obtained from the Black Rock City-State must be tangible external resources or information. 3 things. He held up 3 fingers. First, pre-civilization research blueprints. The higher the level, the better. The more complete, the better. Your city-state's mobile city must have uncovered many pre-civilization ruins during migration. Those technical documents you can't decode are useful to me. Lin Zhao's expression remained unchanged, but a nearby guard instinctively tilted his head. On the wasteland, most pre-civilization research blueprints can't be understood with current technology, but as a potential strategic reserve, no faction would easily hand them over. Can be discussed. Lin Xiao didn't directly agree or refuse. Specify what type of blueprints later, make a list, and I'll have someone check the storage. Second, detailed intelligence on the snow-shattering gang. Lu Chen's eyelids slightly narrowed. Their main forces, common tactics, vehicle configurations, commander's style. You've clashed with them for a while, so you should have accumulated some knowledge. No problem, Lin Xiao readily agreed. Knowing your opponent before battle is basic skill. I can give you a copy of the snow-shattering gang files from the Military Intelligence Department. Third, temporary shelter. Lu Chen took a sip of water, as if announcing tonight's menu. My radiation mark will disappear in 8 days. During these 8 days, the North Star will stay inside the Black Rock City-State, which is much safer than being on the ice plain. After the mark disappears, I will leave on my own. You don't need to do anything. Just lend me a parking space. After hearing these 3 points, Lin Xiao stopped turning his cup. He was silent for a few seconds. The city lord smiled. Ancient civilization blueprints, we can talk about that. Information about the Snow Shaman gang, I already have it. And the parking space, it's free. He patted his thigh and stood up. Brother Lu Chen, you are much more generous than I expected. Others, after saving the city lord's sister, would ask for at least 100 boxes of coal crystals and 3 level 2 war vehicles. You only want a few pieces of paper and a parking spot. I need something more special. Lu Chen stood up. Coal crystals and war vehicles are not very useful to me. This sentence made Lin Zhao's facial muscles tighten for a moment. Coal crystals and war vehicles are not very useful to him. What kind of confidence does one need to say such things in the wasteland? All right, Lin Zhao clapped his hands a few times. Our cooperation is settled. Details can be communicated through Xiaowan. Just say whatever you need. He turned to look at Lin Wan. Xiaowan, you continue to follow brother Lu Chun. But remember, you are part of Black Rock City-State. The seed vault is a strategic resource of the city-state. Lin Zhao paused for a moment, lowering his voice slightly. I'm not in a hurry to ask for the seed vault back, but in the future, we need to discuss things slowly. Lin Wan opened her mouth, about to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Lu Chun. Of course, Lu Chun answered for her. The ownership of the seed vault isn't urgent. We can discuss it slowly. Right now, the most important thing is the Snow Shaman Gang. Yes, Lin Zhao clapped his hands. Snow Shaman Gang. He turned around and shouted to the guards behind him. Go call the chief strategist and have the files on the Snow Shaman Gang sent to the docking area. All of them. Yes. The guard quickly turned and left. Lin Zhao sat back down, holding a cold water cup in his hand, but his gaze drifted toward the closed door of the Polaris ship. Anyway, he said, rubbing the scar on his chin. Little Juan praised your car to the skies. 20-degree constant temperature, 6 cultivation boxes, unlimited pure water supply. The city lord put down his cup, leaning forward with curiosity burning in his eyes, which looked very much like Lin Wan's. I have to see it with my own eyes. When Lin Zhao said this, his tone was very casual, like a neighbor dropping by to see the new decoration of their house. Very natural. But Lu Chun understood the weight behind these words. A level 4 city-state leader asking to see the interior of a level 2 camp vehicle is not about curiosity, but about evaluation. Evaluating whether Lu Chun has the ability to protect Lin Wan and the seed bank. Evaluating the true strength of the potential partner. Evaluating whether the Polaris ship is truly capable or if Lin Wan is being kept in the dark. Lu Chun quickly considered the layout inside the vehicle. The system panel is only visible to him. The holographic display won't appear in others' eyes, so there's no risk of exposure. The existence of the Truth Technology tree doesn't require any physical display. It's just an interface in his mind. Anything that needs to be hidden is stored in his mind. What can be seen? Armor, weapons, cultivation boxes, water purifiers, heating pipes. These are proof of strength, and it's fine if they are visible. In fact, being seen might even be beneficial. Okay, Lu Chun nodded. Follow me. He turned and walked toward the Polaris vehicle door, knocking a specific rhythm on the metal panel. The hydraulic lock disengaged from inside, and the heavy door slowly opened. Warm air rushed out from inside. The 20-degree constant temperature airflow brushed his face, mixed with a subtle, fresh scent of metal and plants. Lin Zhao stood at the door, first peering inside. He instinctively took a deep breath. This temperature, he reached out and touched the door frame. The metal surface he touched was warm to the touch. Is the metal all warm? Central heating pipes. Lu Chun entered the carriage, turning sideways to make way for Lin Zhao. The heat generated by the boiler is distributed throughout the entire vehicle via a sealed copper water circulation system. The walls, floors, and ceilings maintain a consistent temperature. Lin Zhao stepped over the doorway and entered the interior of the Polaris. His first step was on the metal floor. The sensation under his feet made his eyes widen. Warm, even solid. The cheap, thin iron sheet creak typical of level 2 vehicles was completely absent here. Instead, he felt a sturdy, heavy industrial feel underfoot. He quickly looked around the cockpit. The integrated control panel on the fire control station, for differently colored triggers, a brass periscope sight, and a mechanical arm control stick. He had seen various fire control systems in the military command room of the city-state, but never one so highly integrated into a level 2 vehicle. How many weapon systems can this fire control station operate at the same time? Repeating crossbows, spray guns, harpoon cannons, machine guns, plus 2 mechanical arms. Lu Chun sat back in the driver's seat. 6 systems, operated by one person. Lin Zhao's eyelids twitched twice. One person drives, one fires, one recovers prey. Yes. How many hands do you have? 2. A reasonable layout is enough. Lin Xiao stopped asking about the fire control station and moved toward the middle of the carriage. The middle section was the living area, with metal-framed bunk beds neatly arranged against the wall. Though simple, it was clean and free of clutter. Lu Qin's obsessive-compulsive tendencies were evident here. Everything was in its fixed place. Lin Xiao's gaze lingered in the living area for 2 seconds before turning to the port side. The doors to the cold storage and supplies warehouse were open. He saw neatly stacked blocks of frozen beast meat. Each piece was exactly the same size, aligned uniformly. The source fire coal crystals in the coal bin were sorted by size, with larger chunks at the bottom and smaller ones on top. Your cold storage is more orderly than my city-state's military warehouse. Wasting space is wasting life, Lu Qin replied from the driver's seat. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and walked toward the starboard side. The starboard side is the ecological planting area. 6 simple soil-free planting boxes glowed softly under ultraviolet lights. In the gray-brown nutrient medium, young winter wheat sprouts had already broken through the soil, forming 2 neat green lines. Small buds appeared on the sweet potato seed chunks. In the carrot planting furrow, tiny seedlings could be seen just beginning to sprout. The cabbage roots were sending out new green leaves, bright and eye-catching. Lin Xiao stood in front of the planting boxes, bent down, and looked carefully for half a minute. His expression changed from casual to serious, then to a vague sense of wonder. Green, his voice lowered. Inside a vehicle, in a bleak, pale place like this, 6 boxes of green. He straightened up, turned to look at Lin Wan standing nearby. Little Wan, did you plant these? Yes, Lin Wan nodded. 2 boxes of winter wheat, harvest every 40 days. 1 box of sweet potatoes, harvest every 60 days. 1 box of carrots, harvest every 45 days. 1 box of cabbage, harvest every 72 hours. The last box is for potatoes. In 2 months, we can be fully self-sufficient in food. With cold storage, we can last over a year. After hearing these numbers, Lin Xiao was silent for a moment. He looked up at the winding copper heating pipe on the ceiling. Then he looked at the shiny insulation layer inside the wall. Next, he glanced at the precise steam hub beside the boiler. Finally, his gaze returned to Lu Qin sitting in the driver's seat. Brother Lu Qin, Lin Xiao put away his casual tone. The hearty laugh and confident attitude disappeared completely, replaced by the calm, strategic gaze of a city lord used to big scenes, examining a top-tier asset. I've been a city lord on the wasteland for 5 years, and I've seen all kinds of level 2 camp vehicles. Some have thick armor but are full of junk inside. Some have strong firepower but can't even keep warm properly. But someone like you, armor in place, firepower in place, insulation in place, ecology in place, heating in place, clean water in place, and each done to the highest standard. I've never seen a vehicle like that. He walked up to Lu Qin and looked down at the young man. Who exactly are you? Lu Qin leaned back in his chair and looked him in the eye. I'm a driver with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lin Xiao paused for a second. Then he burst out laughing again, a loud, distinctive laugh. Huh, an OCD driver. This is the most ridiculous self-introduction I've ever heard. He patted Lu Qin on the shoulder, with enough force to make the driver's seat shake. Fine, a driver is just a driver. But I have to say something. He stopped laughing and spoke seriously. Xiaowan doesn't want to go back to the city. I won't force her, but I have one condition. Lu Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. Speak. Let me be sure you can really protect her. Lin Xiao looked around every corner of the carriage. I've checked your equipment, and I've looked at the environment too. Honestly, it's pretty good, better than I expected. But your enemy is the Snow Shaman Gang. Those crazy people have a level 4 city-level fortress and 2 level 3 strongholds, with just a level 2 vehicle. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand their main forces? Lu Qin didn't answer directly. He reached out and operated some controls on the dashboard. A hissing sound came from the hydraulic system on the roof. The turret with twin 6-barrel machine guns slowly rotated a circle overhead. The barrels made a deep metallic grinding sound as they turned, a noise that echoed through the armor into the cabin, like some giant beast grinding its teeth. Lu Qin pressed another control button. At the same time, a hissing sound of hydraulic release came from both sides of the vehicle. 2 dark mechanical arms extended from the side armor plates. Through the windows inside, You could see their broad silhouettes unfolding from the sides of the vehicle. The claws opened and closed in the air, making a sharp metallic clang. Lin Xiao watched this scene, his eyes fixed on the mechanical arms. "Your vehicle," he said with a grin. "Even more equipped than my bodyguards. Protecting one person is enough?" Lu Chun retracted the mechanical arms, and the turret stopped rotating. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Lin Xiao. "Lord Lin Xiao, have I met your condition?" Lin Xiao looked at him, studying him for a full 5 seconds. Then he extended his right hand. Satisfied, the two of them shook hands again. This time, they held hands longer than before. When Lin Xiao let go, he returned to his usual carefree look. "All right, the archives of Commander Snow Shasang should already be delivered to the docking area. Let's go take a look." He turned and headed toward the car door, pausing briefly as he passed Lin Wan. He reached out and gave her a firm pat on the head. "The driver you chose is pretty good." Lin Wan covered her aching head, feeling both annoyed and amused. "Brother, be gentle." Lin Xiao had already stepped out of the car door with a big stride. His laughter echoed under the steel dome of the docking area, drawing the attention of nearby city members. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, watching Lin Xiao's departing figure. His fingers lightly tapped the control stick. An agreement had been reached. There was a parking space, intelligence, and a way to access the old civilization blueprints. Now, only the Snow Shasang matter remained. Lu Chen looked down at the radio. That old military device still crackled softly. On some frequency, who knew how many encrypted signals he hadn't yet intercepted were hiding. "Target locked." Those 4 words still hovered above his head, like a sword about to fall. Lu Chun turned the volume up 1 notch on the radio. He needed to hear more. Lu Chun turned the volume up another half step. The crackling static filled the cockpit, mixed with the deep hum of the engine idling. Lin Xiao's footsteps faded away on the steel plates of the docking area, and his distinctive laughter occasionally echoed from afar. The door of the Polaris was locked from inside again, the hydraulic lock making a steady click. Inside the carriage, only the quiet belonging to 2 people returned. Lu Chun leaned back in the driver's seat, fingers tapping lightly on the metal handle of the fire control stick. His mind replayed every word and detail of the previous conversation. Lin Xiao was rough but meticulous, more difficult to deal with than he expected. But he was also more valuable for cooperation than anticipated. "City Lord." Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area, hesitant. "Speak. Did my brother leave?" "Just now. He went to get the files from the Snowshade gang." Lin Wan stood up beside the cultivation box, brushed off the nutrient medium powder on her knees, and walked to the entrance of the cockpit. She stood there, opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again. Lu Chen glanced at her. "Just say what you want. No need to hesitate." "City Lord, I want to see my brother." Lin Wan twisted her fingers around her clothes, speaking faster than usual. "In the parking area, not far. Just sit by the car and talk." She paused briefly, adding, "It's been over 2 weeks since I saw him. He traveled over 1,000 kilometers to find me." Lu Chen's finger paused on the control stick. He didn't answer immediately, instead looking out the window. The warm yellow industrial lights in the parking area reflected softly on the armor of the Polaris, casting gentle spots of light. In the distance, most of the city guards had left. Only a few patrols remained on their routes. "Are you afraid I won't let you go?" "Not at all. It's the rules," Lin Wan said seriously. "You said once you leave the vehicle, you're just an ordinary person. Only inside the vehicle is there system protection. I don't want you to worry." Lu Chun turned to look at her. This girl was quick to learn, remembering every rule he had mentioned before. "Go ahead." "Really?" "Within the parking area, stay within the line of sight of the Polaris." Lu Chun raised one finger. "Bring a folding knife, a communicator, and if anything unusual happens, come back immediately." "Understood." Lin Wan nodded firmly and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Lin Wan stopped. Lu Chen reached into a storage compartment under the control panel and threw something wrapped in oiled paper toward her. She hurriedly caught it and opened it. It was a neatly cut block of frozen beast meat. "Take this to eat with your brother. City Lord, don't delay. Come back early. The dishes are still waiting for you to water." Lin Wan held the meat block happily. She pushed open the car door and jumped out, walking briskly. The door locked again behind her. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, watching her run across the steel ground of the parking area through the bulletproof glass. heading toward the industrial elevator in the distance. She ran for about 10 meters, then stopped and turned around, shouting loudly toward the Arctic Star ship, "City Lord, I will come back." Her voice echoed several times in the empty docking area. Luchin did not answer. He adjusted the radio frequency and continued listening to the encrypted Snow Shashan Gang channel. There was only static, with no useful information. But those 4 words kept lingering in his mind. Target locked. Luchin picked up his thermos and took a sip of warm water, his gaze fixed on the golden number on the holographic panel. 465, just 35 points away from unlocking the next node. But there was no rush now. The advanced scientific blueprints from the pre-civilization that Lin Xiao promised to provide had not yet arrived. That was the real key. One blueprint could mean a month of hunting. Fernand's memory alloy forging diagram was a clear example. If Blackrock City could produce more blueprints of similar or higher levels, the gap in the truth points would be instantly filled. Luchin placed the thermos back on the control panel, crossing his arms over his chest. He waited. On the wasteland, patience was a more precious weapon than firepower. He closed his eyes, letting the deep hum of the boilers serve as white noise. The faint sound of water circulating in the heating pipes and the steady 20-degree temperature wrapped around him evenly. Automatically, a list of needs appeared in his mind. Ammunition, 85 rounds, far from enough. Harpoon cannon, 0 backup rounds, can be replenished but useless against the large Snow Shashan gang. Truth points, 465, just 1 breath away from any level 2 node. Radiation markers, 7 to 8 days remaining. Snow Shashan's front troops, 3 days at most. Time was racing against him. But for now, all he could do was wait. Wait for Lin Xiao's blueprints. Wait for the next piece of intelligence on the radio. Wait for the botanist who ran out to see her brother to come back and water her plants. After 40 minutes, a familiar knocking rhythm came from outside the door. Luchin opened his eyes and unlocked the hydraulic lock. Lin Wan slipped inside, her cheeks flushed from walking quickly, holding a flat metal box. "City Lord, I'm back." Luchin glanced at what she was holding. "What is that?" "My brother gave it to me." Lin Wan carefully placed the metal box on the empty space beside the control panel. She said it was a complete intelligence file from the Snow-Shattering Gang, organized by the staff department, with all original documents. Luchin sat up straight. There was one more piece of news. Lin Wan looked serious. She said her brother had already asked someone to check the list of ancient civilization research drawings stored in the warehouse, and they would be delivered early tomorrow. What exactly did he say? He said that the city's warehouse was filled with many technical documents excavated from ancient ruins, most of which their technicians couldn't understand. His exact words were that those old papers had been gathering dust in the warehouse for years. Instead of letting them rot there, it was better to give them to you to try. Luchin tapped his thigh. Unbreakable ancient civilization blueprints. To the Blackrock city-state, they were just useless papers. To him, they were a treasure trove of truths. Information gap. The most profitable business in this world always relies on information gaps. What else did he say? He said the Blackrock city-state would set out tomorrow to return to the Rust-Wind Wasteland. Luchin raised an eyebrow. Back to the Rust-Wind Wasteland? Yes, Lin Wan nodded. She said the Pale Shoals weren't his main area. The Rust-Wind Wasteland was the stronghold of the Blackrock city-state. He planned to withdraw the main forces there and wait for the Snow-Shattering Gang to come to them. Luchin was silent for a few seconds. This decision made sense militarily. The Pale Shoals was flat and open, with no natural defenses, making it very vulnerable. The Rust-Wind Wasteland had been the territory of the Blackrock city-state for many years. The terrain was familiar, supply lines were short, and there were scattered outposts and resource points. If the Snow-Shattering Gang really launched a large attack, fighting in the Rust-Wind Wasteland would be much better than being passively attacked in the Pale Shoals. Did your brother ask me to go with them? No, Lin Wan shook her head. He said the Polaris ship's docking station could be used until the radiation marker dissipated. Whether you go or not is your decision. He wouldn't interfere. Luchin nodded. He looked down at the flat metal box. Let's check the files first. He reached out and opened the lid. Inside, there was a thick stack of handwritten documents. The paper was yellowed, with worn edges, bound together with rough hemp rope into 3 bundles. Each cover bears the Fire Rock emblem of the Blackrock City-State Military Staff. The first document is titled, Main Composition and Troop Deployment of the Snowshade Gang. The second document is titled, Recent 6-Month Activity Records and Expansion Routes of the Snowshade Gang. The third document is titled, Known Commander Profiles of the Snowshade Gang. Lu Chun picked up the first document and turned to the first page. Go water your vegetables. I'll call you after I finish reading. Okay. Lin Wan stepped back into the planting area. Outside the docking area, the Blackrock City-State was operating several meters above Lu Chen's head. The low-frequency vibrations from industrial engines vibrated through the steel plates into the carriage, blending with the boiler sounds of the Polaris. Lu Chen flipped through the files page by page, while hot water quietly circulated inside the heating pipes along the walls. The radio was still on. On a certain frequency, encrypted signals from the Snowshade Gang occasionally emitted a few syllables before being drowned out by static. The next morning, Lu Chun was awakened by the sound of the docking area's broadcast system. A brief internal city announcement stated that the Blackrock City-State would depart in 3 hours, and all external vehicles needed to return within an hour. He rolled over from the upper bunk, his feet touching the warm metal floor. Lin Wan, on the lower bunk, had already gotten up and was crouched beside the cultivation box, checking the root growth of the winter wheat seedlings. Good morning, City Lord. Lu Chun walked to the cockpit and glanced at the gauges. The coal bin was normal, the cold storage was functioning, and the track lubrication system was on standby. The radio had been on all night, but no new Snowshade Gang signals had been intercepted. He was about to wash his face when knocking came from outside the vehicle door. 3 short knocks followed by 1 long. This knocking pattern was completely different from Lin Wan's usual style. Lu Chen walked to the porthole and looked outside. 2 people were standing on the steel ground of the docking area. One was the gray uniform administrator he saw yesterday, and the other was a young man in military uniform, with a copper badge of the staff department on his chest, holding a metal box twice the size of the one from yesterday. Lu Chun pressed the communication button. What is it, City Lord Lu Chun? City Lord Lin Xiao asked me to deliver these supplies. The young officer's voice came through the speaker, respectful. The items in the box are ancient scientific blueprints from the city-state storage, a total of 7 copies. Lord Lin Xiaocheng said. These things are just waste paper to me. It's up to you to see if you can use them. Lu Chun paused his finger on the communicator button. 7 copies. Place them at the car door, step back 5 paces. Yes. The young aide gently placed the metal box in front of the North Star's door, stepped back 5 paces, and stood at attention. Lu Chun unlocked the car door, leaned out half of his body, and single-handedly carried the box inside. It was heavy, at least 15 pounds. He set the box next to the driver's seat and locked the door again. Mission accomplished. We are leaving. Please thank Lord Lin Xiaocheng for me. Understood. Footsteps faded away. Lu Chun sat back in the driver's seat and opened the metal box lid. Inside, the box was divided into 7 compartments with moisture-proof oilcloth, each holding a copy of an ancient scientific document. Some were sealed in metal tubes, some burned onto alloy plates, and others layered with glass fiber sheets, varied in form. He took them out one by one and placed them on the dashboard. Lin Wan, come help me take notes. I'm coming. Lin Wan jogged over, squatted beside him, holding a torn piece of paper and a charcoal pen. Lu Chen picked up the first document, a silver-gray alloy code tube, similar to the one he exchanged with Fernand before, but thicker in diameter, with a longer number engraved on it. System, scan, ding. Scan initiated. Target identified. Ancient scientific document, IDFC 2271. Summary, high-frequency resonance welding process parameters. Truth density assessment, moderate. Estimated conversion value, 400 truth points. 400 points, Lu Chen reported. Lin Wan quickly jotted it down on the paper. The second document was a small alloy plate, about the size of a palm, with dense miniature engineering drawings engraved on both sides. System, scan, ding. Target identified. Ancient scientific document, IDFC 3044. Summary, composite ceramic armor sintering formula. Truth density assessment, high. Estimated conversion value, 650 truth points. 650. Lin Wan's charcoal pen scribbled quickly on the paper. The third set was a stack of thin film documents stored between glass fiber sheets. The handwriting was blurry, but mostly readable. Ding. Target identified. Pre-civilization research document. IDFC. 1887. Summary. Steam turbine supercharger improvement plan. Incomplete. 60% complete. Truth density assessment. Below average. Estimated conversion value. 280 truth points. 280. Incomplete document. At 60% value. The fourth set was a slightly shorter alloy tube, with rust marks on the surface but intact inside. Estimated conversion value. 520 truth points. The fifth set was a thick alloy plate, with only one side engraved. Estimated conversion value. 370 truth points. The sixth set consisted of two pieces of glass fiber with a thin film in between, with burn marks on the edges. Estimated conversion value. 480 truth points. Lu Chen's scanning speed increased, and his counting tone became shorter. Lin Wan's charcoal pen was about to fall behind his pace, and the numbers on the notes were crookedly lined up. The seventh set was Lu Chen picking up the last code tube. This tube was heavier than the other six, with a special prefix engraved on its marking. System, scan, ding. Target identified. Pre-civilization research document. ID MIL 0093. Summary. Basic fusion constraint parameters manual for the source fire engine. Truth density assessment. High. Estimated conversion value. 1,135 truth points. Lu Chen's finger paused on the code tube for exactly 3 seconds. 1,135 points. This single item's value was over 300 less than Fernand's memory alloy forging diagram, but considering it was just one of 7 items, the total sum was the real number. City Lord? How much is the last one? 1135. Lin Wan's charcoal pen hovered in midair, her mouth opening slightly. City Lord, how much did you say? 1135 points, Lu Chen repeated. And the previous 6 items? Lu Chen quickly added the numbers in his mind. 3835 plus the 465 points in the account. Total, 4,300 points. 4,300. He stared at the number, his chest rising and falling several times. He picked up a thermos and took a big sip of water, pushing down the bitter excitement in his mouth. City Lord, what does 4,300 points mean? Lin Wan asked cautiously, watching his expression. It means enough points to reach 4 LV.2 nodes, plus 300 points left for extra supplies, he replied. Lin Wan didn't fully understand the detailed calculations of truth points, but she understood one thing. Lu Chen was about to upgrade the Polaris. Every time he showed this kind of expression, big changes followed. City Lord, should we convert everything? Yes. All of it. Lu Chen lined up 7 documents on the control panel. System, perform high-dimensional degradation on these 7 pre-civilization scientific documents, converting all into truth points. Ding. High-dimensional degradation process initiated. Target, 7 pre-civilization scientific documents. 7 password tubes and alloy plates on the control panel glowed faint blue at the same time. The light was not harsh, but had a piercing power that made the heart race. The glow lasted 10 seconds. Then, the 7 documents silently dissolved in the blue light, transforming into invisible data streams that flowed into the system. The control panel was now empty, leaving only 7 shallow indentations. Ding. Degradation complete. Truth points gained. 3,835. Current account balance. 4,300 points. The golden numbers flickered on the holographic display, hot and dazzling. Lu Chen looked at the number, silently tapping his thigh several times. 4,300 points. The last time he held such a number was after getting that blueprint from Fernand. That time, he spent 1,400 points to fully upgrade the LV.1 tech tree, triggering a level-up evolution. This time, for 1,300 points. That's enough to do many things. Lin Wan, here, finish your work, then sit in the planting area. Lu Chen's voice was very low, and his speech was half a beat faster than usual. Very soon, you'll see some things. No matter what you see, follow the rules as before. No screaming, no running around, no touching anything that's glowing. Lin Wan's heart raced. This passage is very familiar to her. The last time she heard these words, The Arctic star grew from 8 meters to over 20 meters. Understood, she nodded firmly and quickly stepped back into the planting area. Lu Chun turned around and faced the holographic panel. Four branches of the Level 2 technology tree spread out on the light screen, with 2 glowing gold nodes and 14 gray nodes forming a clear contrast. His finger hovered above the screen, beginning the final calculations for selection. 4,300 points. The front troops of the Snow Shashan gang will arrive in 3 days at the fastest. The battle is about to begin. He doesn't need the hydroponic garden for farming or the refinery for oil processing right now. What he needs is to turn the Arctic star into a nightmare-inducing steel monster for the Snow Shashan gang. Lu Chen's finger locked onto the first target. Construction Armor Level 2, Node 2. Construction Armor Level 2, Node 2 Multi-Angle Bulletproof Outer Armor. Lu Chen stared at the gray words on the screen, carefully reading the node description. Node description: add a multi-angle bulletproof outer armor module to the existing sloped armor layer. Using precisely calculated angular geometry, it causes incoming projectiles to ricochet violently upon contact. Fully deflects standard caliber bullets of level 2 and below. Still offers some protection against level 3 weapons. Unlock cost: 1,000 truth points. 1,000 points. He repeated the number aloud. Previously, level 2 Node 1 only cost 500 points, but Node 2 doubles that amount. It has indeed increased. But with 4,300 points available, 1,000 is just a small part. System, unlock it. Ding. Deducted 1,000 truth points. Construction Armor Level 2, Node 2 Multi-Angle Bulletproof Outer Armor, unlocked successfully. Current truth point balance: 3,300 points. The upgrade begins outside the vehicle. The entire shell of the Arctic star emitted a deep metallic resonance. Lin Wan crouched in the planting area, gripping the edge of the cultivation box tightly, feeling the tremors beneath her feet. She kept her mouth shut, not making a sound. Rules. Outside the vehicle, 10 centimeters of scrap steel-inclined armor was visibly changing. Blue system light shot out from every rivet seam on the armor plate, then gathered into new metal modules on the surface. These modules had very unique shapes, not flat or curved, but multifaceted wedge shapes with precise angles. Each wedge-shaped module surface was microscopically treated to be as smooth as a mirror. They fit along the vehicle's outline, forming a custom-made exoskeleton that perfectly covered the original armor. The most important part was the angles. The angles between each wedge module and its neighbors were carefully optimized for ballistic purposes. Lu Chen looked through the porthole and saw the transformed appearance. The body of the Polaris was now more sharply defined, with the wedge modules dividing the surface into many reflective facets. Any bullets coming from any direction would be deflected by these geometric angles, sliding harmlessly away. The modification took 40 seconds. When the last wedge module snapped into the rear load-bearing point, the entire vehicle made a deep metal grinding sound. City Lord, the car is thicker now, Lin Wan whispered by the window. It's not thicker, Lu Chen corrected. It's more slippery. In the future, low-level cannons hitting the car will have the same effect as throwing stones at a metal lid. Everything bounces off. He didn't linger at this point and moved his finger to the next target. Weaponry LV.2, Node 2. Weaponry LV.2, Node 2 Fragmentation Grenade Launch Array, Node Description: a set of multi-barrel fragmentation grenade launchers installed on each side of the vehicle. Each set contains 6 launch tubes, capable of firing a total of 12 fragmentation grenades in a spread pattern within 3 seconds. The grenades detonate at a set altitude in the air, showering high-speed metal fragments over a fan-shaped area below, causing destructive damage to unarmored or lightly armored targets. Ammunition consumption rule: each full salvo, 12 grenades, costs 50 truth points. Unlock cost: 1,000 truth points. Area coverage firepower, Lu Chen muttered softly. The heavy machine gun is a precise weapon for point attacks, but has a limited coverage area. Fragmentation grenades are area weapons, firing in volleys that cover the entire zone at once. Faced with the charge of over 100 tanks from the Snow Slayer gang, point attacks are not enough. What is needed is the ability to turn the sky into a storm of fragments. The ammunition cost of 50 truth points per volley makes him look a bit serious. 50 points for one round, equivalent to 2 or 3 basic beast cores or 10 low-quality coal crystals. This is a powerful weapon reserved for decisive battles. Unlock. Ding. Deduct 1,000 truth points. Armament Level 2, Node 2 Fragmentation Grenade Launch Array, successfully unlocked. Current truth point balance, 2,300 points. This time, the upgrade's momentum comes from both sides of the vehicle simultaneously. On the left and right armor plates of the Polaris, reserved module interfaces are cut open by system blue light. Metal and mechanical parts pour out from deep within the interfaces, growing into 2 groups of 6-barrel launchers on each side of the vehicle. The diameter of the launch tubes is twice that of the machine gun, arranged in 2 rows of 3 in a tight formation. Each tube's rear is connected via a reinforced ammunition feed pipe to a newly created ammunition compartment inside the vehicle. The ammunition compartments are empty. Unlike machine gun ammo, fragmentation grenades cannot be pre-stored. Each volley's ammunition must be generated in real time using truth points before firing. 50 points per volley. Liu Chen calculated silently. He still has 2,300 points left. If he spends all of them on grenades, he can fire 46 volleys, but he won't do that because there's a more important node waiting for him. Third one. His finger slides toward the third node of the Level 2 armament branch. This is the largest portion of the 4,300 points spent so far, and the one he's most looking forward to today. Armament Level 2, Node 3 High-Temperature Melting Cutting Ray Cannon. Node description. Install a high-energy melting ray turret on the rear top of the vehicle. By focusing high-temperature melting rays, it can cut through most armor and biological surface protections within effective range. It can penetrate the scales of large ice beasts and the thick armor of heavy vehicles. This weapon consumes a lot of electrical power, and the vehicle's current power supply can support only limited shots. Recommended as a last resort. Unlock cost, 2,000 truth points. After reading this explanation, Liu Chen's breathing grew heavier by half a beat. The high-temperature melting cutting ray can cut through all known materials. This is a strategic-level secret weapon. The restrictions are very strict. The current power supply can only support a limited number of shots. The core power source of the Polaris is a coal-fired boiler and a steam hub, which at LV.2 stage is the weakest link. To make this cannon a regular weapon, higher levels of the engine branch need to be unlocked later. For now, as a last resort, one powerful shot is enough. 2,000 points. He looked at his balance. 2,300. Spending 2,000 leaves 300 points, which can be used to refill ammunition. The 85 rounds of the heavy machine gun won't last long in large battles. Unlock. Ding. Deducted 2,000 truth points. Armament LV.2, Node 3 High-Temperature Melting Cutting Ray Cannon, successfully unlocked. Current truth point balance, 300 points. This upgrade was the most intense among today's 3 upgrades. A deep, heavy roar came from the rear of the Polaris's roof, signaling the activation of the heavy hydraulic system. A new turret base rose from the roof armor, wider and thicker than the front-mounted machine gun turret. The turret was fitted with a short, thick barrel. Its material was different from all other weapons on the vehicle, with a dark red heat-dissipating coating on the surface and dense energy-conducting coils wrapped around the barrel. The base of the turret was connected to the steam hub inside the vehicle by a set of thick cables, which looked absurdly sturdy. These cables passed through thick insulation sleeves, each as thick as an adult's wrist. When the last energy interface clicked into place, a faint dark red glow flashed across the surface of the heat-dissipating coating, then quickly cooled. The turret entered standby mode. Liu Chen checked the status of the new weapon through the holographic panel in the cockpit. High-temperature melting cutting ray cannon, standby. Current stored energy, 12%. Single shot consumes about 30% of stored energy. Number of shots available, 0. Insufficient energy for 1 shot. Charging method, continuous charging by the boiler steam generator. Estimated full charge time, 6 hours. He looked at the data, his gaze becoming serious. 12% of the energy storage couldn't even fire once. It would take 6 hours to recharge. After charging, it could only fire 3 shots before running out. Right now, this cannon is just a one-time big lighter. Its single shot of cutting laser power is enough to turn the tide of a battle. City Lord? Lin Wan peeked out from the planting area. Is it over? Yes, it's over. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, looking at the holographic panel showing his remaining balance. Only 300 points left. He spent 4,300 points, and now only 300 remain as ammunition funds. The items gained are worth it. He equipped armor to avoid bullets at angles, fired all his low-level cannons, launched fragment grenades in a wide area, and prepared his ultimate weapon, high-temperature melting laser. With the previous heavy machine gun and manganese steel ram, the Arctic Star's Level 2 weapons and infrastructure branches have activated 4 nodes. System: spend 30 truth points to exchange for 300 standard rounds. Ding. 30 truth points deducted. 300 standard caliber rounds generated. Automatically loaded into the ammo box. Current ammo: 385/500. Current truth point balance: 270 points. He glanced again at the harpoon cannon. The harpoon shell storage was empty. Spend 20 truth points to remake 2 armor-piercing explosive harpoons. Ding. 20 truth points deducted. 2 armor-piercing explosive harpoons remade. Automatically loaded into the harpoon cannon. Current harpoon ammo: February 4th. Current truth point balance: 250 points. Lu Chun looked at this number and drank the last sip of water from his thermos. 250 points. Not many, but enough to last until the next resource income. All right. He put away the holographic panel and stood up, stretching his shoulders. Lin Wan, how are the cabbages? The new leaves are growing well. In a day and a half, we can harvest the 3rd crop, and the winter wheat. The seedlings are all up, growing very healthily. Lin Wan paused, her voice lowering. City Lord, that new thing on the roof earlier, it was very loud. Laser cannon, he replied briefly. Can it pierce through what? Generally, most armor. Lin Wan was silent for 2 seconds. City Lord, what do you plan to do if those darn wasps come? Wait for them to arrive, then send them back. Lu Chun's tone was calm. He sat back in the driver's seat and placed his hand on the radio dial. With a crackling sound, the departure announcement for Black Rock City started looping on the public channel. They would set out in 3 hours. Lin Xiao was heading back to the rust-wind wasteland. But before leaving, the Arctic Star had to complete one last task: acceptance of the results. When the departure announcement played for the 3rd time, the industrial elevator in the docking area sounded again. Lu Chun looked through the window and saw Lin Xiao walking quickly out of the elevator, followed by 2 people he hadn't seen before. One was a slim young man in a dark blue city-state military uniform, with a large bronze badge on his left chest, bigger than usual guards' badges. The other was a big middle-aged man with a full beard, carrying a metal flask in his right hand, which made a clinking sound as he walked. Lin Xiao stopped about 10 meters in front of the Arctic Star, looked up, and surveyed the area. His steps suddenly paused. Wow! This exclamation came from his nose, filled with confusion. The Arctic Star he had touched yesterday looked completely different today. The smooth, flat steel armor on the body now had a layer of sharply angled wedge-shaped modules. These wedge surfaces reflected a cold, metallic shine under the dock lights, making the entire vehicle look like a spiky steel hedgehog. On each side of the vehicle, there were 6-barrel launchers, with sturdy barrels neatly arranged, like 2 rows of cannons embedded in the shell. At the rear of the roof, a new turret stood tall, with a short, thick barrel wrapped in dark red energy coils, echoing the twin-mounted 6-barrel heavy machine guns at the front. With 2 turrets, missile launchers on both sides, steam spray guns at the corners, and a rugged harpoon cannon, this over 20-meter LV.2 camp vehicle had firepower comparable to a small fortress. City Lord, was this vehicle like this yesterday? The slim young man behind asked softly. Of course not, Lin Xiao said with his hands on his hips, smiling broadly. He walked around the Polaris, completing half a circle, and stopped in front of the group of fragment grenade launchers on the right side. He reached out and tapped twice on the edge of the launcher's opening. This wasn't here yesterday. The City Lord then moved to the back of the vehicle and looked up at the newly appeared ray cannon turret. This also just appeared today. His gaze swept over the extra wedge-shaped armor modules on the vehicle's surface. This shell, there wasn't even a shadow of it yesterday. Lin Xiao turned around and faced the communicator of the Polaris. Brother Lu Chun. I'm here. Lu Chen's voice came through the speaker. What did you do in the vehicle last night? Were you doing some late-night repairs? There was a 2-second silence on the line. Minor fixes and adjustments. Lin Xiao stared at the ray turret at the rear of the roof for 3 seconds. The thick barrel wrapped with dark red coils. No military factory on the wasteland could produce such material and craftsmanship. Minor fixes and adjustments. Lin Xiao repeated these words with a playful tone. He could easily ask more. A level 2 camp vehicle, after just one night, suddenly had 3 new sets of weapons and armor systems. There was more to this than he initially thought. He stopped speaking. Some secrets didn't need to be revealed. Revealing them could make relationships complicated. All right, Lin Xiao clapped the dust off his hands. You, the obsessive-compulsive driver, are quite capable. He turned around and waved to the 2 people behind him. Come here, I want to introduce you. The lean young man quickly stepped forward and stood at attention beside Lin Xiao. This is Zhou Yuan, my deputy, vice chief of the Black Rock City State Military Advisory Department. Zhou Yuan nodded toward the Polaris communicator, speaking clearly. Zhou Yuan, I've heard of City Lord Lu Chen's reputation. Thank you. Lu Chen's voice came from the speaker. Lin Xiao then pointed to the bearded man carrying a wine jug. This is Horton, the combat team leader and main gunner of Black Rock City State. All calibration and command of the city-state's 120 artillery cannons are under his control. Horton, the bearded man, took a step forward. He was around 45 years old, with weathered scars on his face deeper than Lin Xiao's. He looked up at the twin-mounted 6-barrel machine gun turret on the roof of the Arctic Star, then glanced at the newly appeared ray cannon turret and clicked his tongue. Lin Xiao, you're not joking with me. The firepower density of this small vehicle is truly incredible. Horton unscrewed his metal flask and took a sip, speaking louder than Lin Xiao. Brother Lu Chun, I am Horton. I've been a gunner for 20 years. The 6-barrel rotating gun on your vehicle's front roof I saw from afar yesterday. I told the city lord then that the gun's rotating bearing isn't made of ordinary steel. Today, I looked again, and wow, there are 2 more side launchers and a rear turret. Where did you get all these things? Built them myself, Lu Chun replied. Horton was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing louder than Lin Xiao. Huh, built them yourself? Impressive, building them yourself. He took another sip of alcohol and gave a thumbs up to the communicator. Respect. Lin Xiao watched Horton's excited reaction to the new weapons and shook his head. All right, stop bragging. He walked over to the communicator and lowered his voice. Brother Lu Chun, I have something else to tell you. Go ahead. The Black Rock City State will set out in 3 hours, heading back to the Rust-Wind Wasteland. Lin Xiao's tone shifted from teasing to serious. Qingbai Shallow Beach isn't my main area. Fighting the snow-shattering gang there isn't good for me. The Rust-Wind Wasteland is the territory the Black Rock City State has managed for 5 years. I know the terrain well, supply lines are short, and all the outposts and resource points are there. If the snow-shattering gang wants to attack, I'll be waiting for them in the Rust-Wind Wasteland. Lu Chen nodded inside the carriage. What about the Arctic Star? I've already arranged your docking berth. Whether the city-state moves or not, I'll leave this spot open for you for 8 days. Lin Xiao paused. But my personal advice is, you don't need to stay in the docking area all the time. Before the marker disappears, if the snow-shattering gang's vanguard reaches Qingbai Shallow Beach, they won't be facing just a LV.2 camp vehicle. It's a steel beast with firepower density comparable to LV.3. Before I left, I took a look at your vehicle. Lin Xiao lowered his voice. Honestly, if I were the leader of the Snow Shaman Gang's front team, I would turn around and run when I saw this car. Lu Chun did not respond to this comment. I received the plans. He changed the subject. Good. Are those scrap papers useful? Yes, they are. That's good. Lin Xiao clapped his hands. Brother Lu Chun, the city-state is about to set out. I want to talk to you before we go. How should we talk? Let's go out for a meal. Lin Xiao grinned broadly, smiling openly. Horton brought a good bottle of wine from the city, and Zhou Yuan got some hot dishes from the cafeteria. Right here in the parking area, set up a table. You, me, Xiao Wan, and 3 others. Let's have a simple meal. Lu Chun was silent for 3 seconds. Okay. The hydraulic lock on the car door made a clicking sound. The makeshift metal table and chairs in the corner of the parking area had been rearranged. Zhou Yuan somehow brought a clean canvas to cover the table, on which were 4 tin plates and a large iron pot. 2 sizes bigger than the plates. The iron pot was steaming, filled with the city-state's standard salted pork and potato soup. The soup was cloudy, but being able to enjoy hot salted pork and potato soup in the wasteland was considered a decent meal. Horton's tin wine jug was placed at one corner of the table, next to 5 rough ceramic bowls. Lin Xiao sat at the main seat. Zhou Yuan and Horton sat on either side. Lu Chen approached and sat down in the spot closest to the Polaris, with his side facing his car door. Xiaowan sat between them, hands resting on her knees, looking a bit reserved. "Come on, don't be shy." Lin Xiao scooped a spoonful of soup from the iron pot and poured it into Lu Chen's bowl. The city-state cafeteria's cooking isn't as good as the stew from your car's boiler, but it's enough. That's enough. Lu Chen picked up his bowl and took a sip. The salty meat smell was much stronger than that of mutated beast meat, and the potatoes weren't cooked enough, with a noticeable grainy texture. But the warmth from the hot soup was real and comforting. Oh, by the way, Lin Xiao took a paper-wrapped package from his military uniform pocket and opened it on the table. Inside was a piece of cheese about the size of a palm, with a faint yellowish oil sheen on the surface. This is sheep milk cheese produced in the city-state's pasture area, only 2 batches a month. Take it with some cabbage. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Cheese. Brother, can your pasture area raise sheep? Just about 20 or so, relying on greenhouses to survive. Lin Xiao tore off a piece of cheese and handed it to her. The milk produced each month is very little, mostly made into cheese and stored as strategic reserves. Today, I brought it out just to show you. Lu Chun took a small piece of cheese from Lin Wan and chewed it a few times. It tasted slightly sour, with a rough texture, but had a very high protein content. It was much more balanced than just eating meat from animals. He silently noted in his mind, the Black Rock city-state has live livestock, which shows their ecological support level is at least enough for small-scale animal husbandry. Brother Lu Chun, do you want some wine? Horton held up a wine jug and leaned over. No, I don't drink. Oh, young people don't drink? Horton looked a bit disappointed. Then I'll drink by myself. He poured himself a full bowl, tilted his head back, and drank half of it. Afterward, he wiped some wine stains off his beard. That was satisfying. Zhou Yuan shook his head and quietly explained to Lu Chun. Captain Horton is good at everything, but he just likes to drink a little. But don't worry, when it comes to fighting, he's more reliable than anyone. He's the one who keeps the calibration and command of the main guns, 120 of them. When have my guns ever missed? Horton glared at Zhou Yuan. No, never. Zhou Yuan raised his hands in surrender. Lin Xiao was amused by these lively characters and patted the table. All right, don't embarrass yourselves in front of others. Brother Lu Chun, these 2 are the people I trust the most. Zhou Yuan is my deputy, smart and capable. He's the one who plans all the tactical strategies. Horton is the combat team leader. His artillery skills are unmatched in the rusty wind wasteland. He's a bit rough, drinks a lot, but he's dependable when it counts. The city lord is too kind. Zhou Yuan bowed in response. You're making me sound unreliable. Horton took another sip of wine. Lu Chun watched the interaction among these 3, said nothing, and slowly sipped his salty meat and potato soup. He is observing. Lin Zhao's team is well organized, with 1 person handling intelligence, 1 in combat, and the city lord coordinating in the middle. Zhou Yuan is responsible for thinking, Horton for fighting, and Lin Xiao for making decisions. The 3 of them have built trust over many years of working together. Brother Lu Chun, I've been wanting to ask you something. Horton puts down his wine jug, leans forward, and his sharp eyes beneath his thick beard sparkle. How did you manage to defeat those 2 LV.2 tanks with just a LV.1 mini snow vehicle? Little Wan told us roughly, but I want to hear it from you directly. Lu Chen puts down his bowl. Which details do you want? All of them. Horton pats his thigh. I've been fighting in the wasteland for 20 years, from LV.1 to LV.4. I've fought many battles where small forces faced larger ones. He leans forward slightly, hands on his knees. But I've never heard of a LV.1 tank surviving a direct hit from a 75mm shell from a LV.2 tank. What material is your armor made of? How thick was it? Lu Chen thinks for a moment. It was 10 centimeters of scrap steel angled armor, between 55 and 60 degrees. The 75mm shell caused a ricochet on the sloped surface, deflecting most of its penetrating energy, and the rest was absorbed by the armor's hardness. 10 centimeters of scrap steel can withstand a 75mm shell? Horton's eyebrows furrowed. The hardness and toughness of scrap steel vary greatly, depending on the alloy. Luchan pauses. My armor was reinforced scrap steel at a system level, much better than ordinary scrap steel. System level. Zhou Yuan notes this phrase, but doesn't ask further. What happened next? Horton asks. I charged at full speed, using a rapid-fire crossbow to disable the left tank's track drive wheel. It then crashed into an ice hill and flipped over. The other tank tried to ram me at close range. I used a steam jet gun to spray boiling water at the driver's face from 5 meters away. Luchan takes another sip of soup. His tone is casual, as if he's talking about what he ate yesterday. Then I used a harpoon cannon at very close range to pierce its boiler. The boiler exploded, destroying the entire vehicle into scrap metal. The docking area was quiet for 3 seconds. Horton held his flask in midair, forgetting to drink. Firing the harpoon cannon from 5 meters away? Yes. A 50-pound solid steel harpoon, 5 meters away, hitting the boiler? Yes. Aren't you afraid you'll also be affected by the blast wave? The armor can handle it. Horton's Adam's apple moved up and down several times. He looked down at his flask, then up at the sharply angular armor of the Arctic Star. The battle team leader stood up, holding his wine cup, and raised it to Luchan. Brother, I've survived 45 years in the wasteland. I've only met a few people worth mentioning. Today, there's one more. I toast to you. He drank all the wine in his cup. Lin Xiao and Zhou Yuan exchanged a glance. Zhou Yuan nodded. Lin Xiao patted the table. All right, old Horton, don't scare the newcomer. Luchan is visiting Black Rock City for the first time, and you start pouring him drinks. I didn't force him to drink. If he doesn't want to, I'll drink it myself. Horton sat back down heavily. Lin Wan nearby tried not to laugh, quietly eating cheese. Luchan looked at Horton's big beard face, full of boldness and respect, and felt the tension in his heart loosen a little. This person is genuine. A veteran who has been in the wasteland for 20 years, able to say such things to a young stranger, shows his honesty. Thank you for your praise. Luchan raised his bowl of salted meat soup, took a sip, and responded in kind. Zhou Yuan spoke at the right moment, bringing the mood back to the main topic. City Lord Luchan, if you don't mind, after dinner, the City Lord would like to take you for a tour around the city-state. Let you see the foundation of Black Rock City. Since we're partners, it's good to understand each other's strengths, which will make future coordination easier. Luchan looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was chewing on a potato, mumbling with food in his mouth. It's just to show you our strength. Since we're working together, we need to know how much the other can handle. Inside a level 4 city-state mobile city, the structure and military setup are priceless information in the wasteland, worth more than any amount of coal crystals. Lin Xiao voluntarily opened the door for him to enter, knowing it was better to see than not. Okay, he said. After dinner, Zhou Yuan efficiently cleared away the leftovers from the table. Horton's wine jug was already empty, but he still walked steadily like an old pine tree, completely sober. 20 years of drinking experience was not gained in vain. Lin Xiao led the way, with Zhou Yuan walking on his right and Horton on his left. Luchan was in the middle, with Lin Wan just half a step behind him. The 5 of them headed toward the industrial elevator at the end of the docking area. The lift slowly rose along rough rails, the steel cable tightening and creaking. Through the iron bars on the side of the elevator, Luchan saw the cross-section of the Black Rock city-state. Below the docking area, there were multiple layers of industrial space stacked one on top of another. Pipes crisscrossed everywhere, and the hissing of steam valves could be heard from all directions. Technicians in work uniforms hurried through the corridors, glancing at Lin Xiao as they passed the elevator. Black Rock city-state has 7 levels. Lin Xiao leaned on the elevator railing, pointing upward. You've already seen the bottom level, the docking area, and the main engine chamber. Second level is the industrial zone, with smelting factories, military factories, and parts processing workshops all here. Third level is the storage area. He counted on his fingers. Grains, coal crystals, ammunition, spare parts. Everything that can be stored is here. Fourth level is the residential zone, with housing for 30,000 people, schools, medical stations, and markets, all packed into this level. Fifth level is the military zone, with the command center, staff offices, communication towers, and radar arrays. Sixth level is the agricultural zone, with greenhouses, pastures, and water recycling plants. Seventh level is the city wall and artillery array. Horton's territory. The elevator stopped at the second level. When the door opened, a hot metallic smell hit them. The temperature in the industrial zone was at least 10 degrees higher than in the docking area, filled with glowing steel ingots and flying sparks. Lin Xiao led Lu Chun along the main corridor. On both sides, workshops were in full operation, with furnaces burning brightly and hydraulic hammers pounding loudly every few seconds. Workers, shirtless, sweat shining under the lights. This is our main smelting workshop, producing 40 tons of steel each day. Li Xiao casually pointed to a large crucible furnace on the left. The military factory is ahead, making standard ammunition and track parts for city walls. Lu Chen's eyes scanned the equipment in the workshop. The machines varied in model. Some were modified from ancient relics, others assembled from scrap on the wasteland. Overall, the operation was efficient, and the workers were skilled. For a level 4 city-state, this industrial capacity could support daily needs and basic repairs from battle damage. Lu Chun mentally estimated the value of this production line. If he could get the blueprints for these machines and turn them into resource points, they would be worth at least a few thousand. Lu Chun, what do you think? Zhou Yuan asked nearby. The capacity is good, but the equipment is quite old, Lu Chun honestly replied. Those hydraulic forging hammers have worn seals. If not replaced, the forging accuracy will decline. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Can you tell? I studied mechanical engineering before, Lu Chun said, then didn't explain further. Lin Xiao looked back at him from the front, but didn't ask more. The elevator continued upward. When passing the storage area, the city lord deliberately slowed the lift. Lu Chun looked through the bars and saw rows of metal shelves filled with standard supply boxes. Coal crystal boxes and ammunition boxes were on the left, food and spare parts boxes on the right, clearly categorized and well-labeled. Upon closer inspection, about 1/3 of the food shelves were empty. Lin Xiao noticed Lu Chen's gaze. You saw it, right? He sighed. Food reserves are the biggest weakness of Black Rock City. Over 30,000 mouths to feed, with daily consumption being astronomical. The greenhouse output in the farming zone only covers 40% of the needs. The rest relies on trade and raiding. But recently, the Snow Shashan gang has blocked several trade routes, cutting trade volume in half. If this continues, in 3 months, they will have to start rationing supplies. Lu Chun took note of this information. 30,000 people, 3 months of food. The A-grade seed bank and Lin Wan's planting skills are becoming even more valuable in this context. Lin Xiao took him on a quick tour of the residential and military areas, but they did not enter the core command center. They only passed through the corridor outside the staff building. Lu Chun noticed a large hand-drawn map hanging on the wall, covering the entire wall. It showed the terrain and power distribution within hundreds of kilometers around Black Rock City. The map marked the snow-shattering gang's activity area in red, forming a network that surrounded the outskirts of the rust-wind wasteland. Here we are. This is the place I really want you to see. Lin Xiao stopped at the exit of the 7th level. Lu Chun stepped over the threshold, feeling the cold wind enter his collar. He stood on top of the walls of Black Rock City. Below him was a steel city wall several meters thick, wide enough for 4 level 2 vehicles to pass side by side. Between the battlements, there were rows of turrets stretching to the horizon. Horton walked over to the nearest triple-mounted heavy turret and patted the thick steel shield on the barrel. See that? That's my treasure. The 180mm triple main gun. There are 12 of these on the city walls of Black Rock City. He patted the shield, knocking on it with his knuckles. Effective range is 8 kilometers. One shell can pierce a level 2 tank from front to back, plus 48 medium-caliber rapid-fire guns and 60 small-caliber anti-aircraft guns. The total number of artillery is 120, and these are just fixed positions. In combat, dozens of mobile artillery units can be added. Horton patted his chest proudly. All my soldiers. Lu Chun stood on the wall, looking out. The pale, icy plains stretched to the horizon below, with a gray-white sky pressing down on the ice, like closed eyelids. From this height, standing on this wall, he finally saw clearly the terrifying size of the level 4 city-state mobile city. It was 800 meters long, 400 meters wide, and 150 meters high. It had 120 fixed gun positions and a population of 30,000 to 50,000. This was a moving fortress, a small steel city slowly walking across the icy plains. How is it? Lin Xiao stood beside him, leaning on the battlement. It's very powerful. Lu Qin did not hide his admiration. Haha, Lin Xiao laughed loudly. This is not everything, he said, pointing outside the city wall. Blackrock City-State is not fighting alone. I also have a level 3 fortress-type mobile city stationed in the Rust-Wind Wasteland, plus about 20 patrol vehicles of level 1 and level 2, forming a complete outer defense line. Lu Qin nodded. The level 3 fortress, combined with the main body of Blackrock City-State and the patrol fleet, makes it hard for the Snow Killer Gang to take us down in a defensive battle in the Rust-Wind Wasteland. Yes, Lin Xiao's smile slightly faded. But their level 4 main city is about the same size as mine. 2 level 3 guard cities together are not weaker than mine. If it comes to fighting, the outcome is 50-50. Food is the key to winning or losing, Lu Qin added. Lin Xiao looked at him, his smile growing wider. You are smarter than I thought. War is won with logistics. This is true in any era. Lu Qin leaned against the battlement, the cold wind whistling past his ears. He had clearly seen the strength of Blackrock City-State and understood Lin Xiao's sincerity in revealing these assets. It was a way of telling him that Blackrock City-State was worth cooperating with and had the capital to do so. Brother Lu Qin, Lin Xiao turned around, leaning against the battlement with his arms crossed. There's something I've been wanting to talk to you about. The wind on the wall was strong, howling through every gap in the battlements. Lu Qin stood still, waiting for Lin Xiao to finish speaking. Have you considered joining Blackrock City-State? He asked clearly over the wind. He didn't answer immediately. Zhou Yuan and Horton stood nearby, each with different expressions but silent. Join, Lu Qin repeated the word, his face calm. I don't plan to make you give up the Polaris. Your vehicle is still your vehicle. Your people are still your people, and I won't touch your seed bank or those black technologies I don't understand. My idea is for you to join Blackrock City-State as an independent entity. You, as the city lord of Polaris, retain full independence. However, during wartime, you will fight alongside the Blackrock City-State, sharing intelligence and supply lines. In simple terms, this is an alliance, but officially, you still belong to the city-state. Lin Xiao held out one hand, spreading 5 fingers. There are 5 benefits. First, Polaris no longer fights alone. Behind you is a city of 30,000 people to support you. Second, the blueprints from the ancient civilization are available in unlimited supply, and the warehouse is open to you. Third, the supply lines for ammunition, fuel, and food are connected to the city-state's logistics system, so you don't need to worry about consumables. Fourth, Blackrock City-State has an existing intelligence network in the Rust-Wind Wasteland, and every move of the Snow Shroud Gang is under our surveillance. Fifth, the city lord paused, glancing at Lin Wan, who was standing behind Lu Qin. My sister is on your vehicle. Since you're tied to the city-state, I, as her brother, can feel more at ease. After listing these 5 points, he crossed his arms behind his back and smiled, waiting for Lu Qin's response. Horton nodded nearby, showing strong support for the proposal. Zhou Yuan remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Lu Qin's face, watching for his reaction. Lu Qin was silent. He didn't hesitate. Instead, he was genuinely considering this decision, joining the Blackrock City-State. The benefits are real. Each of Lin Xiao's 5 points hits his current pain points. A level 2 mobile city, fighting alone, is ultimately like an ant trying to carry an elephant in front of the main forces of the Snow Shroud Gang. Relying on a level 4 city-state would greatly improve his ability to withstand risks. But the disadvantages are also clear. Officially belonging to the city-state means giving up some independence. Even though Lin Xiao said he would retain full autonomy, in the face of real conflicts of interest, the official affiliation itself is a form of restraint. Moreover, the system's existence is his biggest secret. Joining an organization with thousands of members increases the risk of exposure, as more people pay attention to and study him. He needs more time to evaluate the long-term consequences of this decision. City Lord Lin Xiao, Lu Qin spoke. I understand your proposal, and the 5 benefits are indeed attractive. But this is a big decision. I need some time to think about it. Lin Xiao looked calm and normal. Of course. Such things can't be decided on a whim. If it were me, I need at least 10 or 15 days to think. He patted Lu Chun on the shoulder. Take your time, no rush. And I need to say this up front. Lin Xiao's tone became serious. No matter whether you join or not, the 3 cooperation conditions I promised will stay the same. The plans will be sent, the information will be provided, and if you need help, just contact us. Cooperation is cooperation. We won't turn hostile just because you don't join. That's how I, Lin Xiao, do things. Always follow this rule. Lu Chun looked at him. His gaze stayed for 3 seconds. Thanks. No need to be polite. Lin Xiao chuckled and returned to his carefree attitude. Let's go. It's too windy outside. My loud voice almost gets blown away. The 5 of them walked back into the tunnel inside the city walls, heading toward the elevator. Horton walked beside Lu Chun, turning a metal flask in his hand. Brother, no matter what you decide in the end, I want to say this. Your car and your skills are real assets in the wasteland. If you ever need firepower support when fighting the snowstorm gang, just say the word. My 120mm cannons can back you up immediately. Thanks, Captain Horton. Don't call me Captain Horton. Just call me Old Horton. Old Horton, the bearded man grinned, showing 2 rows of yellow teeth. That's right. Zhou Yuan walked on the other side and timely added, Lu Chun, Lord of the City, I'm giving you my personal communication frequency. If you need to coordinate anything later, you can contact me directly. Faster than contacting the city lord, since he's mostly busy arguing with the staff. Stop spreading rumors behind my back. Lin Xiao glared at Zhou Yuan. Just the truth. Zhou Yuan looked innocent. During the elevator descent, Lin Wan finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Brother, when will you arrive at the Rust-Wind Wasteland? Fastest, 3 days. Slowest, for days. Lin Xiao calculated. This city doesn't move quickly. With a load of 30,000 people, its speed is only 12 kilometers per hour. After reaching the Rust-Wind Wasteland, we prepare and get ready for battle, Lin Xiao said seriously. Since the Snow Slaughter Gang has already locked onto the signal, their main force will move sooner or later. Whether they come for Lu Chun or for me, the final battlefield will be in the Rust-Wind Wasteland. I need to rebuild the defenses at my doorstep. The elevator returned to the bottom docking area, and 5 people stepped out. The Iron Beast, the angular steel monster of the Polaris, still quietly rested in its independent berth, the engine idling softly echoing in the empty docking zone. Lin Xiao stood in front of the Polaris, then turned to look at Lu Chun. Brother Lu Chun, this trip has been a good introduction. No matter what happens in the future, remember one thing. He pointed to the huge steel city above. Black Rock City, with 30,000 people and 120 cannons. As long as I, Lin Xiao, am the city lord, I will always be your friend, Polaris. Lu Chun stood by his car door, looking up at the moving fortress that was 800 meters long. From the docking area, he could only see the crisscrossing steel beams and pipes overhead, with pale daylight filtering through the distance. But he knew that above all this steel and pipes was the life of 30,000 people, the roar of 120 cannons, and everything built over 5 years as city lord. Got it, he said. He reached out his hand. Lin Xiao shook it. This was their 3rd handshake. Each time, the grip was firmer than the last. 3 hours later, the giant city set out. The last calm before the storm. Lin Xiao released his hand and patted Lin Wan's head again. Take care of yourself. Don't cause trouble for others. Got it. Can you stop patting my head, brother? Lin Wan covered her head and stepped back. Nope, Lin Xiao said, turning around and walking briskly toward the elevator. Zhou Yuan followed beside him, then took a few steps back and nodded at Lu Chun. City Lord Lu Chun, take care. Deputy Commander Zhou, take care. Horton was the last to walk, his wine jug already empty, but he still held it and spun it in his hand. When they reached the elevator, he stopped and looked back at the Polaris. Brother Lu Chun, Old Horton, on your vehicle, that new rear turret with the dark red material wrapped around the pipe. What is it made of? It's a heat dissipation coating. How does it work? Because the heat is intense. Without this layer, the barrel would overheat and deform. Horton squinted his eyes. The heat that can deform the barrel, he muttered softly, must come from some serious firepower. Horton, the elevator's waiting for you. Lin Xiao called from inside. I'm coming. I'm coming. Horton took one last look at the dark red coil-wrapped turret, shook his head, and turned to step into the elevator. The platform slowly rose, and the three figures disappeared between the upper steel beams. The docking area returned to silence. Lu Chen stood at the car door, in the cold air, for about 10 seconds. He turned around, entered the vehicle, and locked the hydraulic lock from inside. City Lord, Lin Wan followed behind and squeezed in. Are you really considering joining the Blackrock city-state? Yes. Lu Chen sat back in the driver's seat, but not now. He turned up the radio volume a notch and tuned back to the encrypted frequency of the Snow/Gang. There was a crackling sound, but no useful signals. So, what do you think my brother means? What do you mean? Why did he invite you to join? Lu Chen leaned against the seat back, tapping his fingers on the metal handle of the control stick. Many reasons. First, you and the seed bank are on my vehicle. He wants to bring me in to keep those two things within the city-state system. Second, he sees the potential of the Polaris. Lu Chen paused. A LV.2 camp vehicle with this level of configuration is rare in the wasteland. He wants to tie me down while things are good, and once the Polaris gets stronger, negotiations will be different. And third, your brother is genuinely trustworthy. Lu Chen took a sip from his thermos. No matter how many interests he has, he kept all 3 promises he made. No discounts. He gave me 7 blueprints, a full set of intelligence, and still kept the parking space. And he clearly said, whether I join or not, the cooperation remains the same. On the wasteland, few people can say such things and make others believe they will do it. After hearing this analysis, Lin Wan was stunned for a few seconds. City Lord, do you think better of my brother now? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Chen glared at her. My impression of your brother has always been an objective assessment, not good or bad. Right now, the evaluation is that he's a reliable partner. That's all. Oh. Lin Wan nodded and smiled softly. She turned around and walked back to the planting area, squatting down to check the winter wheat seedlings. Lu Chen sat in the cockpit and summoned the holographic panel. Current truth point balance, 250 points. Level 2 tech tree status. Armament. Node 1, heavy machine gun. Node 2, fragmentation grenade. Node 3, ray cannon. Top core, infrastructure armor. Node 1, manganese steel bumper. Node 2, bulletproof armor. Node 3, top core. Ecological logistics, all gray. Power engine, all gray. There are 4 main branches with 16 nodes, 6 of which are lit, 10 remaining. The armament branch is 1 top core away from being full. The infrastructure branch needs 2 more. Ecology and power are still completely empty. It's a long way to reach full level 2 upgrade. But today, activating 3 nodes at once was the largest single-day upgrade since crossing over. 6 weapon systems are integrated into the fire control console, with angled armor shielding allowing low-level artillery to fire all shells freely. This over 20-meter-long Level 2 camp vehicle's firepower and defense are already close to the threshold of Level 3 fortress level. Lu Chen put away the holographic panel and looked out the window. The lights in the parking area remained warm yellow, and a few guards patrolled in the distance. A dull mechanical noise came from above. The main engine of Blackrock City was entering pre-start warm-up. In 3 hours, this 800-meter-long steel giant city would leave the pale shallows and return to the rust-wind wasteland. And the Polaris would follow it into the rust-wind wasteland within Blackrock City. The pale shallows had little left. Beasts and coal were too low level, needing to go somewhere better. Then wait for the radiation markers to dissipate. Wait for the Snow Shard gang to come. Or wait for them not to come. No matter the outcome, the North Star was ready. Lu Chen turned the radio back to the public channel. The announcement about the departure from Blackrock City was still playing repeatedly, with the announcer's voice steady and monotone. He didn't turn off the radio. He needed to hear everything. The air in the carriage was kept at a constant 20 degrees Celsius, with the sound of water flowing from the heating pipes faint and long. From the planting area, he could hear Lin Wan quietly adjusting the cultivation boxes. Everything was quiet and orderly. Lu Chen's fingers rested on the radio dial, his thumb gently rubbing the metal ridges. His obsessive-compulsive side told him everything was in its proper place, but his intuition told him this quiet wouldn't last long. 2 hours later, the broadcast system in the docking area issued its final announcement. Attention, all personnel. Black Rock City will activate the main engine in 30 minutes. All external vehicles must return to their stations. The hatch will close soon. The announcement repeated several times. The mechanical voice echoed under the steel dome of the docking area, bouncing around several times before being drowned out by the low-frequency resonance of the boiler. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat. In front of him were 3 handwritten documents tied with hemp rope. He had skimmed through them overnight, only reading the framework. Now, with 30 minutes to spare, he decided to read every word carefully. Lu Chen untied the hemp rope from the first document. It detailed the snow-shattering gang's main forces and troop arrangements. The cover bore the blurred stamp of the Black Rock City Military Staff Department's Fire Rock Totem, the edges of the pages slightly curled. He opened the first page. The first line was an overview of total forces. The snow-shattering gang's estimated population is between 40,000 and 50,000, with no fewer than 12,000 combatants. Below that was the organizational structure. There were only 3 lines in the core layer. Supreme Commander, codename Ice Thorn, details unknown. Deputy Commander, codename Iron Spine, male, around 40 years old, responsible for strategic coordination and logistics management, rarely fights personally. Battle Commander, codename White Bone, male, around 35, directly commands or authorizes all external combat convoys, fights extremely fiercely, using pincer tactics. Lu Chen circled the name White Bone with a carbon pen. Battle Commander, the one who makes real decisions on the battlefield. If the main force of the Snowshade Gang attacks, this is the person they will most likely face directly. Moving on. The main convoy is divided into 3 combat groups, named the North Ice Group, the Split Ice Group, and the Shattered Ice Group. North Ice Group, stationed at the Roaring Ice Abyss main base, guarding the Level 4 main city and 2 Level 3 satellite cities. Around 4,000 soldiers and over 40 armored vehicles, directly commanded by Iron Ridge. Split Ice Group, a mobile strike force with about 3,500 soldiers and more than 30 armored vehicles, equipped with several medium-caliber cannons. Personally led by White Bone, it serves as the main offensive force for the Snowshade Gang's expansion. Shattered Ice Group, responsible for outer patrols and reconnaissance. Around 2,000 soldiers, over 20 armored vehicles, and many armed snowmobiles. The commander, codenamed Gray B, is a woman about 25 years old, skilled in small-scale infiltration and intelligence gathering. Lu Chen turned to the second page, which listed the firepower configurations of each group. He scanned the lines one by one. North Ice Group, 12 180mm main cannons fixed on the Level 4 city walls, mirroring the setup of the Black Rock city-state. Split Ice Group. Each Level 2 armored vehicle is equipped with a 75mm rapid-fire cannon, and 6 105mm medium howitzers are mounted on 3 modified heavy transport trucks. Shattered Ice Group, focused on light firepower, mainly modified rifles and homemade rocket launchers. The last section contained additional notes. Note: the above data is estimated by the Black Rock City-State Intelligence Department based on the past 2 years of skirmishes and trade intelligence. Actual troop numbers may vary by 10 to 20%. There are signs that the Snowshade Gang has been purchasing large amounts of scrap steel and ammunition from the Ash Rift area over the past 6 months, suggesting possible secret military expansion. Lu Chen closed the first document and tapped the cover twice with his finger. The troop distribution matched what Lin Xiao had described, but the written details were much richer. White Bone, Gray B, Iron Ridge. 3 combat groups, 3 commanders, each with clear responsibilities. City Lord, what are you reading? Lin Wan called out from the planting area. Your brother's homework. What? The Snowshade Gang's file. Don't come over. You wouldn't understand it anyway. Lin Wan pulled her head back and went on tending to her winter wheat. Lu Chen picked up the second document. It shows the activity and expansion routes of the Snow-Shattering Gang over the past 6 months. This document is thinner than the first, but it contains very detailed information. On the cover page, there is a simple map drawn with red ink. The scale is rough, but the main landmarks are clearly marked in relation to each other. The Roaring Ice Abyss is marked in the northwest corner with a solid black circle, next to 3 skull symbols representing the LV Point 4 main city and 2 LV.3 guard towns. From the roaring ice abyss, a thick red arrow crosses a large blank area heading east toward the Ashen Rift. The Ashen Rift is outlined with jagged lines, with over a dozen small red dots densely marked on it, each with a date and a brief event note. The red arrow splits at the Ashen Rift. The main route continues southeast, entering the northern part of the Rust-Wind Wasteland. The Rust-Wind Wasteland is shown with large diagonal shading, with the Black Rock City located in the southern part of the wasteland. Another branch extends south from the Ashen Rift, ending at the Pale Flats. Liu Chen's finger traces along this expansion route from the roaring ice abyss to the Pale Flats. The entire route fans out, expanding from northwest to southeast, with the fan gradually widening. Why expand? He stared at the map, his finger stopping at the Pale Flats label. Lin Xiao once said that the Snow Shattering Gang's main base is at the roaring ice abyss, a resource-rich area, so there's no reason for them to leave their stronghold. But in the past 6 months, they have been expanding massively outward, with a very regular pattern in both direction and pace, unlike the chaos of random looting. This looks like a strategic move with a purpose. But what is it for? The files don't give a clear reason. Only a note from the staff department, written in blue ink, different from the main text in black ink, added later. The reason is unknown, ongoing observation required. It's signed with the initials of Zhou Yuan. Liu Chen noted this doubt in his mind and opened the last document. It is the known commander's profile of the Snow Shattering Gang. The first page shows the gang leader. In the center of the page, there is a small white paper, about the size of a palm, with nothing printed on it, only a large question mark drawn with a charcoal pen. Next to it, the information section is very brief. Code name, Ice Thorn. Real name, unknown. Gender, male. Age, unknown. Physical features, unknown. Combat style, unknown. Historical record, unknown. Note, has never appeared in public. All commands are sent via encrypted signals. The Black Rock City State Intelligence Agency spent 3 years trying to gather information about this person but failed. It is even uncertain whether Ice Thorn is a single individual or a code name for a group. He looked at the string of unknowns, his brow tightening. A leader commanding 40 to 50,000 people, yet lacking basic appearance details. This suggests the person is either very cautious or extremely dangerous, or both. The second page is about Iron Spine. This page has more information, including a blurry photo taken with a telescope. The picture shows a thin middle-aged man standing on the wall of a level 3 fortress, wearing a heavy fur coat. Code name, Iron Spine. Real name, unknown. Male, around 40 years old. Responsible for logistics and strategic planning. Rarely fights personally, but led a defensive battle 3 years ago during a conflict with the Winter Merchant Alliance, demonstrating high-level defensive tactics. Assessment. This person is the chief steward of the Snow Shard Gang, the final authority on resource distribution and troop movements. Eliminating him would severely weaken the gang's logistics. The third page is about White Bone. The photo is clearer than Iron Spines, showing a burly middle-aged man, bald, with a deep scar from his left eyebrow to his jaw, splitting his face into an uneven half. Code name, White Bone. Real name, unknown. Male, around 35 years old. Combat commander of the Snow Shard Gang. Fighting style, extremely fierce, skilled in large-scale convoy encirclement tactics. Signature trait, commands all tanks to charge at full speed without slowing down, willing to crash into enemy formations even if it means destroying their own vehicles and risking death. Battle record. 2 years ago, led the Icebreaker Group in a raid on a medium scavenger outpost in the Ashen Rift, crushing 7 guard vehicles and all defenses with 20 tanks, killing over 2,000 people inside, with no survivors. Assessment. Extremely dangerous. He has strong control over his subordinates and is fearless in battle. Liu Chen stared at the scar for 5 seconds. He would rather have the car destroyed and people harmed than let it crash into the enemy formation. This tactic requires strict discipline and extreme obedience, showing that the Snow Shashan's basic combat strength is not to be underestimated. Page 4 features the Grey Bee. There are no photos, only a written description. Code name, Grey Bee. Female, around 25 years old. Ice Fragment Group Commander, responsible for reconnaissance and infiltration. She acts very secretly and has infiltrated the outer patrol lines of Black Rock City many times without being detected. Captured members of the Ice Fragment Group describe her consistently: small, quiet, with excellent shooting skills. Assessment: Gray B is the eyes and ears of the Snow Shasang. Eliminating her would greatly reduce their intelligence-gathering ability. Lu Chun gathered the 3 files, tied them with a hemp rope, and placed them back into the metal box. He leaned back in his chair, tapping rhythmically on the armrest with his fingers. 4 high-level leaders. Ice Thorn, a fog of mystery. Iron Spine, the logistics brain. White Bone, battlefield commander. Gray B, infiltration and reconnaissance expert. Plus 3 combat groups totaling nearly 10,000 fighters and over 100 tanks. This lineup was much thicker than he expected. A tremor suddenly intensified beneath his feet. The steel floor of the Polaris was humming with resonance, and the water in the cultivation tanks in the planting area rippled with tiny waves. The main engine of Black Rock City had started. A deep tremor, only produced by LV.4 city-level source fire engines, with a very low frequency, so low that it couldn't be heard by ear, but could be felt in every bone of the body. Lu Chun looked out the porthole toward the docking area. The warm yellow industrial lights flickered briefly, then brightened. The crisscrossing steel beams and pipes overhead began to emit continuous metallic stress sounds, structural adjustments, as the entire city started to move under engine thrust. Black Rock City was moving. This steel giant, over 30,000 people, an 800-meter-long moving fortress, was pulling its anchor from the pale, shallow ice surface, heading toward the rust-wind wasteland. And the Polaris was parked inside this giant city's core. It was like a bullet lodged in a gun barrel, waiting for the day to be loaded. Lu Chun stored the 3 files in the compartment below the control station, leaned back, and closed his eyes. His 30 minutes of reading was over. He needs a short rest. The road ahead is still long. Lu Chun was awakened by a steady, low-frequency hum. The hum was very stable, with a dull pulsing feeling. He opened his eyes and looked at the clock on the left side of the control panel. 6 hours had passed. Under the low-frequency tremor caused by the continuous operation of the main engine of Black Rock City, he slept soundly. It was the most peaceful sleep he had had since crossing the wasteland of Blue Star. Lu Chun sat up straight and moved his stiff neck. The first thing he did was check the holographic panel. A pale blue screen appeared before his eyes, and his gaze fixed on the bottom row of status information in the weapons and armor section. High-temperature melting cutting laser cannon. Fully charged. Current stored electricity, 100%. Number of shots available, 3. Lu Chun stared at the number, and the tense muscles on his face relaxed. 6 hours ago, it was just a display that couldn't fire at all. Now, it was fully charged and ready to fire 3 shots. With 3 laser shots, plus the heavy machine gun on the roof, the fragment grenade arrays on both sides, the harpoon cannon, the rapid-fire crossbow, and the corner spray guns. The Arctic Star had transformed from a level 2 camp vehicle into a fierce steel hunting dog with sharp teeth. He put away the holographic panel. City Lord, the cabbage can be harvested now. Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area, her tone high and cheerful. 3rd harvest? Yes, exactly 72 hours, not a second off. Lu Chun stood up and walked to the planting area. The cabbage in the cultivation box looked healthy, with lush green leaves that were full and shiny at the edges. Under the ultraviolet light, the green was bright and juicy. Around the thick stalk at the root, a new set of leaves had grown completely for the 3rd time. Each leaf's veins were clear, the pattern smooth, with no signs of disease. The gene advantage of the grade A constant temperature seed bank was fully displayed at this moment. Harvest. Keep the roots. Keep them for the 4th harvest. Understood. Lin Wan gently plucked the mature cabbage leaves, one by one, and stacked them on a clean iron tray. There were 12 leaves in total, each about the size of an adult's palm, thick and full of water. Lu Chun picked up a leaf and looked at it under the ultraviolet light. The leaf was evenly translucent, and its quality was perfect. This batch is better than the previous 2. Did you adjust the nutrient mix? Yes, I did. Lin Wan crouched beside the cultivation box, her hands covered in brownish powder. After harvesting the second batch, I fine-tuned the phosphorus and potassium ratio. The leaves now have better water content and taste. Good. Lu Chun divided the cabbage leaves into 2 parts. He kept 8 large leaves and placed 4 smaller ones into a clean metal lunchbox. These 4 are for your brother. Lin Wan's eyes widened. For my brother? Yes. Contact him with the communicator and ask someone to come pick them up at the docking area. City Lord, why? He gave 7 sets of blueprints and 3 pieces of information. We shouldn't keep debts of kindness. Lu Chun closed the lunchbox and handed it to Lin Wan. 4 cabbage leaves are not much, but in the wasteland, green things are like currency. Lin Wan took the lunchbox, a smile forming at the corner of her eyes. She picked up the communicator and tuned it to Lin Zhao's private frequency. Brother, are you there? There was a crackle from the communicator for 2 seconds. Then Lin Zhao's loud voice came through. Xiaowan, what's wrong? Did something happen? No, City Lord asked me to bring you something. What is it? Cabbage. There was a 3-second silence on the other end. Then, a loud laugh that made the communicator shake burst out. Ha! Brother Lu, you're so generous. After laughing, Lin Xiao shouted again. Tell him for me. With these 4 cabbage leaves, he can look through the blueprint library of Black Rock City anytime he wants. I'll have someone pick it up. The communicator went dead. 5 minutes later, a city worker in a gray uniform appeared at the docking area, took the lunchbox from Lin Wan, and hurriedly disappeared into the elevator. Lin Wan returned to the car, locked the door again. City Lord, my brother is overjoyed. That's good to hear. Lu Chun sat back in the driver's seat, placing the remaining 8 pieces of cabbage into the cold storage's freshness compartment. 4 pieces of cabbage for the right to use a blueprint library. This deal isn't a loss. Lin Wan thought for a moment and agreed with this idea. Lu Chun took a sip from his thermos cup, his gaze fixed on the neatly stacked frozen beast meat bricks in the cold storage. Lin Wan, here. The remaining 8 pieces of cabbage, cook a pot tonight. With what meat? Snow bear meat, seasoned with Sichuan pepper and coarse salt. No extra salt. Got it, Lin Wan responded, rubbing her hands together, then went to the cold storage to pick out the meat. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, looking through the porthole at the ceiling of the docking area. The crisscrossing steel beams still emitted faint metallic stress sounds. The Black Rock City state was moving across the ice plain at 12 kilometers per hour. According to Lin Xiao, it would take about 3 days if fast, or 4 days if slow, to reach the rust-wind wasteland. The journey was expected to take 3 to 4 days. The ray cannon was fully charged. Ammunition had been replenished. Intelligence had been thoroughly analyzed. There were only 2 things left to do. Wait for the radiation markers to dissipate. After arriving at the rust-wind wasteland, find a new source of truth points. With a balance of 250 points, at LV.2 stage, it was barely enough. He still had 10 nodes to unlock. Rough calculations based on known increasing patterns showed the total demand was astronomical. Low-level mutated beasts and inferior coal crystals from the Pale Shallows could no longer sustain the truth technology tree. If the rust-wind wasteland truly had richer resources as Lin Xiao claimed, then the medium and higher-level mutated beasts and higher-quality coal crystal veins there were what he needed. Lu Chun turned the radio dial to the encrypted frequency of the snow-shattering gang. Static crackled, hollow and empty. No new signals. But silence itself was a signal. Before a storm, everything is unnaturally quiet. 3 days later, the clock in the North Star carriage pointed to 10 a.m. Lu Chun sat in the driver's seat, his hand resting on the steering wheel, looking through the bulletproof glass at the open armored door at the front of the docking area. Grayish-white light spilled in from the door gap, gradually cutting through the warm yellow industrial lights of the docking zone. The scene outside the city was very different from what I saw 3 days ago at the Pale Shallow Sands. The world outside the gate had changed its face. The broadcast system in Black Rock City announced briefly, Black Rock City has reached the target area. Main engine switching to docking mode. Lower deck passage open. He shifted the engine from idle to low speed. The heavy tracks of the Polaris moved on the steel ground, heading toward the open armored door. The light outside the door grew brighter. The tracks rolled down the last slope of the metal ramp and finally touched the real ground with a crunch. Then, Lu Chun saw the rust-wind wasteland. It was very different from the endless white ice surface of the Pale Shallow Sands. It was a different world. The ground of the rust-wind wasteland was gray-brown. Beneath the thick ice layer, there were lots of metal scraps and minerals. From afar, it looked like a wide, rusty-colored sandpaper covering the view. The wind blew from the north, carrying visible rust-colored dust, creating orange-red veils in the air. That dust hit the armor of the Polaris, making a faint rustling sound. But what caught Lu Chen's eyes was the scattered debris on the ice surface. Everywhere were remnants of machines from before the civilization era. The chassis of a giant tracked vehicle was half buried in the ice, showing rusted steel beams and broken drive wheels. Next to an ice hill about 30 meters away, a chimney at least 5 stories tall stood straight up from the ice, its surface eroded and pitted by the fierce wind. Farther on the horizon, several large metal outlines stood in the rust-colored fog, remnants of a heavy factory from the old civilization, twisted and shaped strangely by the shifting glaciers. It was like an industrial graveyard frozen in ice for over 100 years. Lu Chun tapped the steering wheel with his finger. The scattered remains of the old civilization meant there were many potential blueprints and recyclable materials everywhere. His communicator lit up. "Brother Lu Chun, we've arrived." Lin Zhao's voice came through the speaker. "See those metal lumps? The Rustwind Wasteland used to be a heavy industry zone of the old civilization. The ground is full of scrap iron and slag. When the wind blows, it's full of rust dust. Breathing too much can damage your lungs. Does your vehicle have air purification?" "Yes." "Good." Lin Zhao stopped joking and got straight to the point. "The main body of the Black Rock city-state will stay at this location. We have a fixed outpost in the central wasteland, with reinforced foundations capable of supporting up to level 4 weight. I'll have Zhou Yuan update you on the surrounding situation." A different voice came through the communicator. "Lord Lu Chun, this is Zhou Yuan." "Yes." "The defense layout of the Rustwind Wasteland is as follows." Zhou Yuan spoke quickly and clearly. "Centered on the Black Rock city-state outpost, within a radius of 30 kilometers is the core zone, covered by the city-state's main artillery range. From 30 to 60 kilometers is the buffer zone. The Level 3 fortress-level mobile city, Iron Wall, is stationed 45 kilometers northeast, along with 10 Level 2 patrol vehicles forming the first warning line. From 60 to 100 kilometers is the outer zone. Several Level 1 and Level 2 patrol vehicles patrol fixed routes, and they report any abnormalities quickly." He paused briefly before continuing. 80 kilometers northeast, there's a forward outpost built from an underground shelter of ancient civilization, with a squad of scouts responsible for listening and early warning. 30 kilometers southwest, there's an open pit mine producing intermediate-grade source fire coal crystals, currently operated by 2 Level 2 mining vehicles. 15 kilometers north, there's a group of ruins from an ancient factory, which is a high-risk area for mutated beasts. Our hunting team goes there weekly to clear them out and collect beast cores. Lu Chen visualized a complete map of the defense line in his mind, centered on Black Rock city-state, with 3 concentric defensive circles. The core zone is covered by main artillery, the buffer zone is supported by Level 3 fortresses, and the outer zone relies on patrol vehicles and outposts for early warning. The layout is reasonable and sufficiently deep, but what he truly cared about were the key points. Intermediate-grade source fire coal crystals, mutated beasts of intermediate level, ruins of an ancient factory. These 3 keywords were imprinted in his mind, each highly valuable. "Thanks, Deputy Commander Zhou." "You're welcome." Zhou Yuan paused. "The city lord said that the Polaris during the Rustwind Wasteland period can move freely within its range. Inside the core zone, you can act at will. If you need to leave the core zone, it's best to inform us in advance so we can coordinate patrol routes to avoid you." "Understood." The communicator switched back to Lin Zhao's voice. "Brother Lu Chun, what are your plans?" "I want to go out for a walk, hunting, both hunting and exploring. There's a factory ruin 15 kilometers north. We can check it out. The mutated creatures inside are much stronger than those in the Pale Shallows." "Intermediate level?" "Starting from intermediate," Lin Zhao snorted. "The mutated creatures in the Rustwind Wasteland are more heavily affected because they've been exposed for a long time to residual radiation from old industrial waste. Be careful. Those things are much tougher than the ice wolves in the Pale Shallows. Don't worry." Lu Chen's finger pressed the trigger on the fire control panel. "I'm bringing my gear, huh?" Lin Zhao chuckled loudly. and the communicator cut off. Lu Chun turned the steering wheel 15 degrees. The heavy tracks of the Polaris moved over the gray-brown ground of the rust-wind wasteland, heading straight north. The tracks crushed over mixed metal debris on the ice surface. The sound was very different from the crisp cracking of ice in the pale shallows. Instead of that sharp ice-breaking sound, there was a dull, rough, grinding noise. The ground beneath was harder, with more minerals. This geological condition meant the coal crystal veins there would be of higher quality. Mid-level coal crystals could be worth dozens of truth points each. One mid-level creature core was worth 5 beginner cores. The remnants of technology buried in the old factory ruins from the previous civilization were extremely valuable. He looked at the faint outline of the factory ruins in the rust-colored fog, tapping lightly on the control stick. Rust-wind wasteland. Everywhere is a treasure, and he was the best at turning treasures into truth points. The Polaris traveled at 30 kilometers per hour across the surface of the rust-wind wasteland for 40 minutes. The further north they went, the more remnants of the old civilization were scattered on the ice. A toppled large excavator occupied half an acre in the front left. Its bucket was rusted into a sieve, with white-gray ice crystals growing through the holes. On the right, a row of collapsed industrial chimneys lay broken on the ice, their inner walls covered with rust-colored ice formations. Lu Chun slowed the vehicle, controlling the mechanical arm to extend 3 meters out from the right side of the vehicle. 50 meters ahead on the ice surface, a dark black stone was exposed among a pile of scrap metal, glowing with a deep red light that was richer than the pale sand's low-quality coal crystals. System, scan the target ahead. Ding. Scan complete. Target identified. Intermediate source fire coal crystal. Quality, medium. Single piece conversion value, 50 truth points. Lu Chun paused his finger. 50 truth points. A low-quality coal crystal from the pale sands was only worth 5 points. Here, an intermediate coal crystal is worth 10 of those. He controlled the mechanical arm to extend to its maximum radius, gripping the fist-sized intermediate coal crystal with the clamp, pulling it out along with the surrounding broken ice. The clamp tightened, and the coal crystal was securely dragged toward the vehicle, then sent into the cargo hold through the side material loading port. The whole process took less than 20 seconds. City Lord, this coal crystal is very dark in color. Linwan peeked out from the planting area, glancing at the black stone delivered by the mechanical arm. Intermediate level. Intermediate. How much more valuable is it compared to the previous ones? 10 times. Linwan's mouth opened slightly. Then she withdrew back into the planting area to continue her work. She was already used to the numbers Lu Chun kept spouting, each time making her scalp tingle. The Polaris continued forward. Over the next hour, Lu Chun slowly circled the perimeter of the factory ruins, using the mechanical arm to collect 9 more intermediate source fire coal crystals of varying quality from the wreckage and cracks. Each was scanned by the system and confirmed, with conversion values ranging from 40 to 60 truth points. 10 crystals in total, estimated to yield a total of 500 truth points. Adding the 250 points in his account balance, the total available truth points reached 750. But he wasn't in a hurry to convert. The coal crystals would stay in the coal box for a one-time operation, because the real big prize was still coming. When the Polaris bypassed to the northern entrance of the factory ruins, Lu Chun stopped the vehicle. The ground ahead was covered with dense claw marks, at least a circle larger than the wolf paw prints on the pale sands ice plains. The depth of the claw marks indicated that the creature leaving them was not light. Mutant beast activity zone. He unlocked the safety of the heavy machine gun, and the turret entered standby mode. 2 spare rounds of harpoon cannon were ready. The ray cannon was fully charged, with 3 shots available. The fragment grenade launcher array was on standby, but the ammunition consumption of 51 rounds made him decide to save it for last. Lu Chun slowly guided the Polaris into the ruins. On both sides were collapsed factory walls, with exposed steel frames sticking out. Some horizontal metal beams remained overhead, blocking part of the rusty-colored dust and sand. The light dimmed, and the searchlights automatically turned on. 80 meters ahead, a large dark shape crouched at the entrance of a collapsed factory building. His hand rested on the dual control sticks of the fire control console. System scan. Ding. Scan complete. Target identified. Mutated iron lizard. Level, intermediate. Threat level, high. Poses a deadly threat to level 1 and lower vehicles. Weak points, gaps in belly scales, neck, joints. Mutated iron lizard. It was slightly smaller than the mutated ice-armored giant rhinoceros, but its body was covered with metallic-looking scales caused by long-term contact with industrial waste. Under the searchlight, these scales shimmered with a cold, bluish metallic glow. Luchin didn't hesitate. He operated the fire control console to rotate the heavy machine gun turret to face directly forward, locking the crosshair on the lizard's head. 80 meters away. For a 6-barrel rotating gun, this was the most comfortable shooting distance. 5-round burst. Let's test its hardness first. He pulled the trigger. Pew, 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 pew. 5 standard caliber rounds shot out in 0.3 seconds. The buzzing sound from the rotating barrels amplified in the narrow space of the ruins. The shots hit the right side of the lizard's head. Sparks flew. All 5 bullets bounced off the metallic scales, leaving 5 shallow pits on the ground. The lizard was startled. Its massive body shifted from crouching to standing, supporting itself on 4 limbs, and its ugly head turned toward the Polaris. 6 crimson eyes fixed on the searchlight. Too tough at the head. Change target. Lu Chun lowered the crosshair to aim at the front leg joint of the lizard. The joint was the weakest point covered by scales. This time, he didn't fire a burst but kept pressing the trigger. Pew, 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 pew. 15 shots in rapid succession. The shots clustered around the right front leg joint. This time it worked. The scales at the joint cracked under continuous impacts, and 3 bullets successfully lodged into the gap. The iron lizard issued a deep growl, stumbling with its front right leg. Breakthrough achieved. He switched to the harpoon cannon. Through the periscope sight, the iron lizard was already rushing toward the North Star, moving slower than the armored rhinoceros, but each step caused the ground to shake. The distance shortened to 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Luchin pulled the trigger on the harpoon cannon. Bang! A 50-pound solid steel harpoon with a delayed explosive fuse was propelled out of the barrel by steam and black powder. Target: the cracked area at the right front leg joint of the iron lizard. Hit confirmed. The harpoon's barbs embedded deeply into the joint gap. The iron lizard let out a piercing scream, tilting its body to the right. After 3 seconds, the delayed fuse detonated. A loud explosion echoed from inside the iron lizard's front leg, and the shockwave tore the bones and tendons apart from within. The right front leg was completely broken off at the shoulder. The iron lizard lost its balance and collapsed heavily onto the ruins, creating a shallow pit on the ground. It was still struggling, supporting itself with 3 legs, trying to stand. Lu Chun controlled the mechanical arm extending from the vehicle, opening the clamp. The claws seized the exposed belly scales of the iron lizard. The hydraulic system tightened fully, and the steel fingers of the clamp embedded into the soft ribs. The iron lizard let out a final wail, convulsed violently a few times, then stopped moving. He manipulated the mechanical arm to flip the creature over, finding the location of the beast core in its abdomen. The clamp cut through the soft tissue between the scales and removed a glowing blue beast core from near the heart. It was twice as large as the beginner beast core from the pale shallow. System scan, beep. Target identified, intermediate beast core. Quality, above average. Estimated conversion value, 350 truth points. Lu Chun inserted the beast core into the vehicle through the supply port. The glowing blue stone in the iron plate was his first big income from the rust-wind wasteland. 350 points. Plus 10 medium-grade coal crystals worth 500 points, and 250 points in his account balance. Total, 1,100 points. The middle-level mutated beast in the rust-wind wasteland is ahead of pale shallow waters, with a dozen young icefield wolves. There are even more in this industrial graveyard. Over the next 3 hours, Lu Chun systematically cleared the ruins of the factory aboard the Polaris. The second target was a subspecies of a mutated iron-horned lizard. It was about 1/3 smaller than the first, with slightly softer scales. Lu Chun used a heavy machine gun to fire 20 rounds in a row, breaking the joints of its front legs. He controlled the mechanical arm to hold it down on the ground and forcibly took out a shining beast core. The system provided scan information. The target was identified as an intermediate beast core of medium quality, with a conversion value of 280 truth points. The third target was a new species Lu Chen saw for the first time, with no record in previous files. It was a mutated iron-armored spider covered in rust-colored shell. It had 8 long legs, each ending with sharp metal spikes. This creature was not very large, about the size of an ordinary off-road vehicle, but moved very quickly. Using the cover of broken walls and debris, it leapt from the ceiling of a collapsed factory and landed on the armor of the Polaris. The spikes on its 8 legs scratched the wedge-shaped modules of the external armor, causing a series of sparks and a harsh metal screech. Lu Chen stared at the holographic panel, his fingers steady on the control stick. The precisely calculated angles of the wedge-shaped surfaces made it impossible for the spider's spikes to find a grip, causing all attacks to slide away. He didn't waste ammunition and pressed the control button for the 4-corner steam jets. High-temperature steam at 200 degrees Celsius shot out from the roof vents. The scalding white mist enveloped the iron-armored spider on the armor. In less than 3 seconds, the joints of the spider emitted a series of cracking sounds. This was caused by the metal shell contracting under extreme temperature differences, leading to physical cracks. The spider rolled off the roof, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. The mechanical arm removed the beast core from its abdomen. The system evaluated this intermediate beast core as slightly below average in quality, with a conversion value of 150 truth points. The fourth target was a large, mutated iron-spined wolf. This creature was more than twice the size of the pale flatland ice wolf, with a row of grayish metal spikes along its back. When it ran, those spikes made deep howling sounds in the wind. Lu Chen first used a heavy machine gun to fire 30 rounds in a row, blocking its path. Then, a spear cannon shot through its chest. The delayed fuse inside the iron-spined wolf exploded, destroying its internal organs with a strong blast. This wolf's core was surprisingly high quality. The system identified it as a mid-level beast core, top quality, with a conversion value of 480 truth points. After clearing these 4 mid-level mutated beasts, Lu Chen drove the Polaris away from the ruins and stopped on a wide, hard ice surface. He sat in the driver's seat, thinking about what he gained. The 4 mid-level beast cores were worth 350, 280, 150, and 480 points, totaling 1260 truth points. Plus, 10 medium-grade coal crystals provided 500 truth points. Adding his original account balance of 250 points and 2 low-level beast cores worth about 50 points that he hadn't converted yet, the total reached 2060 truth points. Lu Chen habitually deducted the costs of today's supplies. The machine gun used about 70 rounds, costing 7 truth points. The spear cannon used 2 shells, with a reforge cost of 20 points. After subtracting these expenses, he had 33 points left to spend. Seeing this number, Lu Chen let out a breath. System: convert all 4 mid-level beast cores, 10 medium-grade coal crystals, and 2 low-level beast cores into high-dimensional degradation. A faint blue light appeared on the dashboard. The stacked materials silently disappeared in the glow. The system displayed the final summary panel. Degradation complete. This conversion yielded a total of 1,810 truth points. His current account balance was 2,033 points. Lu Chen spent 27 truth points to replenish the machine gun ammo and spear cannon supplies. The standard caliber ammo was restored to 385 rounds. The anti-armor explosive spear shells were back to 2. He leaned back comfortably in the driver's seat, staring at the flickering golden number. The account balance showed 2033 points. With a reserve of 2,000 points, I have enough to unlock 2 key technological nodes. City Lord, are we going back to Blackrock City? Lin Wan's voice comes from the planting area behind. Yes, we're returning. Lu Chen turns the steering wheel with one hand. The Arctic Star's heavy tracks crush the gray-brown ice layer, producing a steady engine hum as it speeds southward for the return journey. Inside the cabin, the temperature remains steady at 20 degrees. Outside, rust-colored dust swirls in the wind. His fingers rhythmically tap the control stick. 2,000 truth points. This large amount of points is enough for the Arctic Star to evolve again. He has already prioritized the new technology. The Arctic Star returns to the lower docking area of Black Rock City and switches to idle. Lu Chen doesn't get out immediately or contact Lin Xiao. He sits in the driver's seat and brings up the holographic panel. For branches of the Level 2 technology tree spread out on the screen. Military equipment. 3 nodes glow gold. The top core is dark. Infrastructure armor. 2 nodes glow. The other 2 are dark. Ecological logistics. All gray. Power engine. All gray. 6 glowing gold. 10 gray. Lu Chen's eyes scan back and forth over the gray branches of ecological logistics and power engine. Weapons and infrastructure are for fighting. Their priority is always highest. Fighting consumes resources, and logistics support that consumption. The 3-ray cannon is nearly out of energy, mainly due to insufficient power supply. 50 fragments of grenades are nearly exhausted, mainly because truth points can't keep up with consumption. Both bottlenecks stem from power and logistics. Lu Chun points his finger at the first node of the Level 2 power engine. Power engine LV.2, Node 1 high-energy fuel conversion device. Node description. Install a fat cracking and refining device in the vehicle's power core area. It can convert the fat tissue of Arctic mutants into low-quality diesel through high-temperature cracking. The produced diesel can serve as auxiliary fuel for boilers, providing a backup heat source when source fire coal crystals are scarce. Additionally, the trace source fire energy contained in mutant fat will be concentrated during cracking, increasing the overall profit from hunting mutants by about 30%. Unlocking cost, 500 truth points. He read the node description several times, focusing on the last line. The overall benefit from hunting mutated beasts increases by about 30%. This means that for the same mid-level iron lizard, which previously yielded 350 truth points, unlocking this node allows it to produce 455 points. The long-term return is very high. The fat from mutated beasts is a byproduct of hunting. Before, it was all discarded or only the tender meat was taken, wasting a lot of fat tissue. With this transformation device, fat becomes diesel fuel, which can be used as fuel. Each hunt gives double the benefit. Truth points and fuel. Unlock. Ding. Deducted 500 truth points. Power engine level 2, node 1 high-energy fuel conversion machine, successfully unlocked. Current truth point balance, 1,533 points. The modification started at the rear power core area of the carriage. Lu Chun turned his head and saw changes happening in the space beside the boiler. System blue light shot out from the pipeline interface at the bottom of the boiler and condensed into a shape at a reserved module port nearby. A delicate metal device grew out of the blue light. The core is a half-meter-high cylindrical cracking furnace, wrapped in heat-insulating alloy, with a sturdy feed pipe and a thin exhaust pipe extending from the top. The bottom of the cracking furnace connects directly to the boiler's auxiliary fuel inlet via an oil pipe. Next to it, a matching filtering barrel was created to remove impurities from the cracking products. The entire setup occupies less than half a square meter. After embedding into the power core area, it forms a compact power triangle with the boiler and steam hub. The modification lasted 20 seconds. The outside of the cracking furnace emitted a faint heat, and the feed pipe had a funnel-shaped opening, waiting for the first piece of beast fat to be added. Lin Wan leaned over to look at the cylindrical device. City Lord, there's something new at the back. Oil fat cracking furnace. From now on, don't throw away the mutated beast fat you hunt. Collect it all and put it in. What can it produce? Diesel. Diesel? Isn't that from pre-civilization times? Low-quality diesel, but it can burn and be used as fuel for the boiler. Lu Chen paused. From now on, as long as I can catch prey, the fuel won't run out. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. City Lord, is your vehicle already self-sufficient in everything? Far from it. He glanced at her. 15 more nodes need to be activated. Self-sufficiency requires at least level 3. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the next target. Ecological logistics level 2, node 1. Balance, 1,533 points. This node costs 500 points. After spending, 1033 points remain. 1,000 points aren't enough to unlock the third node. But he must unlock this one first. He had long seen the name of the ecological logistics node 1. Constant temperature hydroponic plant garden. The planting area is 8 times larger than the simple cultivation box. It can grow high-calorie crops like tomatoes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Growth efficiency increases by 40%. Those 3 improved watermelon seeds and 5 cream strawberry seeds have been waiting for this node. Lu Chen's perfectionism and obsession with infrastructure are both active. 6 cultivation boxes are already full. Winter wheat is growing, sweet potatoes are growing, carrots are growing, cabbages are being harvested in cycles, and potatoes are ready to be planted. The planting area has reached its limit. Opening the constant temperature hydroponic garden would break this bottleneck. 8 times the area. Lin Wan, if the planting area is expanded 8-fold, what could you grow more? Lin Wan's body trembled slightly, her hands tightly gripping the watering can. City Lord, are you serious? Answer the question. Her speech quickened, her botanist mode fully activated. Watermelons can be grown now. Improved watermelon seeds need at least 1 square meter of root space, and the current cultivation boxes are too small. Strawberries can also be grown. Cream strawberries require a separate hydroponic tank and more precise temperature control. Besides these 2, I can also expand the winter wheat planting area to 4 boxes, doubling the yield. She spoke faster and gestured with her hands to show the sizes. Sweet potatoes and potatoes can each add 1 box, and carrots can add 2. If efficiency improves by another 40%, the cabbage harvest cycle could be shortened from 72 hours to about 43 hours. She paused, her fingers stiffening slightly. City Lord, give me 8 times the area. In 2 months, the food output from the North Star will be enough to feed more than 10 people. That's enough? Lu Chen interrupted her. System, unlock Eco-Logistics Level 2, Node 1. Ding. Deduct 500 truth points. Eco-Logistics Level 2, Node 1 temperature-controlled hydroponic plant garden, successfully unlocked. Current truth point balance, 1,033 points. The renovation started from the ecological planting area on the right side. This time, the noise was quieter than before. No sounds of armored metal grinding or hydraulic roars from turret deployment. Only a gentle blue light seeped out slowly from the floor and walls of the planting area. He quickly pressed Lin Wan against the door frame of the cockpit. Don't move. She obediently stood still, but her neck stretched out desperately, eyes fixed straight ahead. The blue light spread across the planting area for exactly 30 seconds. When the glow faded, Lin Wan's mouth was wide open. The 6 simple, soil-free cultivation boxes, each half a meter square, remained in place. But around them, the entire right side planting zone had undergone a huge change. The wall moved back by 1 meter. This extra space was gained by compressing the partition wall between the living area and the cold storage. The system calculated the structural strength to ensure the compressed wall still met Level 2 camp safety standards. In the newly freed space, a brand new large temperature-controlled hydroponic system was fully formed. A 3-layer vertical planting rack extended along the inner wall of the right side from front to back, over 10 meters long. Each layer was lined with standardized hydroponic troughs, filled with a finer, white nutrient substrate than the simple cultivation boxes. Beneath the substrate was a nutrient solution circulation pump system, with transparent hoses winding between the rack's framework, with a drip irrigation port every 30 centimeters. The ultraviolet light strips above had been upgraded from a single row to 3 rows, covering a broader spectrum with adjustable intensity. The bottom of the planting rack also had an independent temperature control module, connected via a pipe to the main heating system, ensuring the hydroponic area's temperature could be controlled separately. The entire planting system's area was 8 times larger than the original 6 cultivation boxes. Lin Wan stood at the entrance of the planting area, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes red and teary. City Lord, don't cry. I'm not crying. I'm happy. Even if you're happy, don't cry. It wastes water. Lin Wan chuckled softly and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. She crouched down and gently touched the inside wall of the water cultivation tank with trembling hands. Her fingers brushed the surface of the white nutrient medium, which felt delicate and dense, much better than the gray-brown medium in simple planting boxes. This medium is incredibly breathable and retains water well, she said with a trembling voice, full of excitement like a professional seeing top-quality equipment. City Lord, can we plant watermelons now? Yes. And strawberries? Yes. All of them? Yes, all of them. Linwan took out a small package wrapped tightly in multiple layers of oil paper from her pocket. She carefully unwrapped the paper, revealing the seeds inside. There were 3 improved watermelon seeds, each larger than ordinary seeds and shining with a faint green luster. There were 5 cream strawberry seeds, tiny like sesame seeds, but showing a very light pink under the light. These seeds had been stored in an A-grade constant temperature seed bank for many years, kept in perfect condition. City Lord, the growth cycle for the improved watermelon is 90 days, requiring plenty of light and a root temperature of at least 25 degrees. Linwan held the seeds and looked up at him. Can the independent temperature control module of the water cultivation system be set to 25 degrees? Lu Chun checked the temperature control parameters of the hydroponic system on the holographic panel. It can be adjusted up to 30 degrees. That's enough. Lin Wan's eyes shone brightly. The cream strawberries take 70 days to grow, and their temperature needs are less strict than watermelons. They can grow well between 20 and 25 degrees, but they need an independent water tank to prevent root competition. She walked back and forth in front of the 3-layer planting rack, gesturing constantly and muttering to herself as she planned the layout. The bottom layer gets the least light, so plant sweet potatoes and potatoes. They don't need strong light. The middle layer is for winter wheat and carrots, with moderate light. The top layer gets the most light, so plant watermelons and strawberries. She patted the top shelf. Leave 2 more slots for quick cycling cabbage. It turns out that the 6 simple cultivation boxes are kept as a seedling area. New seeds are first germinated in small boxes, and once they grow enough, they are transplanted into the hydroponic system. She planned everything clearly, pointing at the planting racks with quick, precise movements. Lu Chen leaned against the door frame of the cockpit, watching her work while drinking from a thermos. City Lord, I will start planting now. Okay, just watch. In 3 months, the variety of food on this vehicle will surprise you. After saying this, Lin Wan squatted in front of the top planting rack. She pinched a modified watermelon seed with her left hand, then used her index finger to poke a small hole in the white nutrient medium, just deep enough for the seed to sprout properly. She gently placed the seed into the hole, covered it with medium, and pressed around it with her fingertips to make sure the seed was in good contact with the medium. Her movements were very gentle, afraid of damaging the seed coat. The first watermelon seed was planted, then the second, and the third. The 3 modified watermelon seeds were planted into 3 hydroponic tanks spaced 1 meter apart, giving the roots plenty of room to grow. Next, she planted strawberries. 5 cream strawberry seeds were placed into 5 small, separate hydroponic tanks next to the watermelons. After finishing planting the last seed, Lin Wan stood up and took a deep breath. All done, she turned to look at Lu Chun, her face flushed, fingers covered with white nutrient powder, radiating a sense of humble satisfaction. City Lord, if the watermelons ripen in 3 months, I will be the first to cut one for you. I don't like watermelon. Liar. Who doesn't like watermelon? Lin Wan put her hands on her hips. In this place, being able to eat fresh watermelon. Aren't you craving it? Lu Chen didn't answer. His gaze swept over the 3-layer planting racks, where the hydroponic tanks with newly planted seeds and empty spots waiting to be filled were visible. Arrange the other seeds too. Potatoes go to the bottom layer. Add 2 more slots for winter wheat, and leave 2 quick circulation spots for cabbage on the top. Follow your plan. I don't care. Got it. Lin Wan turned and continued working, taking more seeds from the A-grade seed bank, planting them one by one into each slot. Lu Chen returned to the pilot seat and summoned the holographic panel. Current truth point balance, 1,033 points. LV.2 technology tree status, armament and weapons. Node 1, Node 2, Node 3, top core, infrastructure armor. Node 1, Node 2, Node 3, top core, ecological logistics. Node 1, Node 2, Node 3, top core, power engine. Node 1, Node 2, Node 3, top core already activated, August 16th. Remaining, 8. 2 more points have been activated since the start. Ecological logistics and power engine are no longer empty. Lu Chen closed the panel and stored the 1,000-point balance. No rush. Save the money until enough. That's the basic rule of a building enthusiast. That night, Inside the Arctic Star train car, the hot water in the heating pipes made soft flowing sounds. The orange flames from the boiler flickered behind the semi-transparent furnace window, casting a warm yellow glow over the entire car. Luchin sat on a metal chair in the cockpit, with a foldable table in front of him holding an iron pot. The pot was bubbling with cabbage and snow bear meat. The last 8 leaves of the third batch of cabbage, paired with the final piece of premium snow bear hind leg meat from the cold storage. He only added 3 peppercorns and half a spoon of coarse salt. He covered and uncovered the pot repeatedly. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the natural sweetness of the cabbage spread through the 20-degree environment, filling the over 100 square meter car. Lin Wan emerged from the planting area, her nose twitching involuntarily several times. "City Lord, it smells so good. Wash your hands, time to eat." Lin Wan washed her hands with industrial wastewater. Lu Qin's rules were clear. Pure water was only for drinking and cooking. The two sat face to face at the foldable table. Lu Qin first served Lin Wan a bowl, with half of it filled with meat chunks and cabbage leaves, just enough broth to cover the ingredients, then poured himself a bowl. He picked up a cabbage leaf and put it in his mouth, chewing a few times. The leaf was tender and juicy, with a slight sweetness after soaking in the snow bear fat. The faint numbing sensation of peppercorns added just the right touch of freshness. It was better than the first time he ate cabbage stew with wolf meat during the extreme cold blizzard. Much better. The first time I ate cabbage stew with meat, outside was freezing cold with a snowstorm, and I was only accompanied by a recently rescued botanist in a long iron coffin 8 meters long. Now, outside is a rusty-colored dust storm in a barren wasteland, and the same botanist is with me. The iron coffin has become a 20-meter-long armored fortress, backed by a city of 30,000 people at level 4. "City Lord, the meat is just right." Lin Wan holds her bowl, eating small bites, her cheeks puffed out. Much better than the wolf meat the first time. The snow bear meat has finer fibers. Speak less, eat more. Oh, the two of us quietly finish a pot of cabbage stew with snow bear meat. Lin Wan cleans the iron pot and dishes, rinsing them several times with industrial wastewater, then placing them securely on the stove beside the fixed position. Lu Qin leans against the driver's seat, holding a thermos, watching the newly planted seeds on the 3-layer planting racks in the cultivation area. The ultraviolet light array emits a gentle glow, and the nutrient solution circulation pump hums softly. The seeds are quietly absorbing water beneath the white nutrient medium, waiting to sprout. In 3 months, watermelons and strawberries will grow on this vehicle. On a wasteland ice plain frozen for over 100 years, inside a 20-meter-long mobile city, bright red strawberries and green-skinned, red-fleshed watermelons will sprout. "City Lord, what's wrong?" "Today's meal is the best I've ever had on the wasteland." Lu Qin doesn't reply. He turns the radio dial to the public frequency. The internal broadcast of the Black Rock City reports tomorrow's weather forecast and resource distribution in a steady, formal tone. In the crackling noise, everything seems normal. He then switches to the encrypted frequency of the snow-shattering gang. Still just hollow radio static. But Lu Qin knows these quiet days won't last long. Radiation markers show less than 4 days remaining. The snow-shattering gang should be making moves soon. The next morning, Lu Qin wakes up before dawn. He washes his face, drinks a warm glass of water, and checks the status of his entire weapon system. Heavy machine gun ammo, 385/500. Harpoon cannon rounds, 2/4. Ray cannon fully charged, 3 shots. Fragmentation grenade launcher ready for action. The steam gun was working normally. The crossbow was fully loaded. All systems on the control console were online. Everything was ready. He walked to the planting area and took a quick look. Lin Wan had already gotten up and was squatting in front of the top shelf of the hydroponic system, using a thin glass tube to test the nutrient solution sample for concentration. Any movement with the watermelon seeds? Not yet. It's only been a few hours since planting. It takes at least 48 hours to sprout, and the strawberries. Strawberries are even slower. We expect to see sprouts in about 60 hours. Okay, City Lord, are you going out again? Going hunting. Be careful. Take care of your vegetables. Lu Qin unlocked the hydraulic lock on the car door and walked onto the steel-plated ground in the parking area. Cold air hit his face. mixed with the rusty smell typical of the iron rust wilderness. He wrinkled his nose. This smell had a metallic tang that was stronger than the cold air of the pale flats. A crackling sound came from the communicator on Zhou Yuan's frequency. City Lord Lu Chun, good morning. Deputy Commander Zhou, are you going out today? Yes, heading north. To the ruins from yesterday? Further north. That area has been cleared, so I'll go somewhere else. Understood. Zhou Yuan paused. About 25 kilometers due north today, our patrol team is on routine patrol. If you meet them, say hello and avoid friendly fire. Got it. Also, the city lord asked me to pass on a message. Go ahead, he said. Those 4 cabbage patches yesterday were so delicious. Next time, pick some and send a little over. Lu Chun replied. Tell him to exchange for blueprints. There was a brief silence from Zhou Yuan, then laughter. I'll pass it on. The communication cut out. Lu Chun returned to the car, closed the door, and started the engine. The Polaris headed out of the parking area, rolling over the gray-brown surface of the iron rust wilderness, heading straight north. Today, he planned to go a bit farther. The ruins from yesterday had already been cleared. That area wouldn't see high-value mutant beasts for a while. Zhou Yuan said there was a patrol team 25 kilometers north, which means there is something worth guarding in that area. Lu Chun increased the car's speed to 40 kilometers per hour. The coal-powered booster can give him 1.5 times more power when needed, but he doesn't waste coal crystals during normal driving. The newly unlocked high-energy fuel converter is quietly waiting in the power core area. Today, he plans to test how well this device works in real life. Yesterday, he only took a small part of the fat from 4 mutated beasts. Most of it was left on the corpses in the ruins. Today, he wants to eat all the prey he catches, not wasting a single bit of fat. The car moves steadily, and the tracks on the gray-brown ice surface leave 2 deep marks. Rust-colored dust swirls on both sides of the vehicle, parted and closed by the armor. 10 kilometers ahead, Lu Chun sees a new area of ruins through his telescope. This ruin is larger than yesterday's and more crowded with debris. A giant crane frame from before the civilization era stretches across the ice, forming a rusty arch below the arch. There are many broken metal plates and twisted pipes scattered on the ice. Among the debris, Lu Chun spots black stones reflecting faint dark red light. Not just 1 or 2. It's a medium-grade coal crystal vein. He slows down the vehicle and switches the control panel of the mechanical arm to work mode. Both arms extend smoothly from the sides of the vehicle, with open claws ready to collect. The Polaris stops steadily beside the exposed vein. Lu Chun controls the right mechanical arm to extend to its maximum radius, gripping the nearest medium-grade coal crystal firmly. He pulls it out, retracts, and places it into the cargo loading port. The movements are very quick. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th crystals are collected. Within 10 minutes, he gathers 6 medium-grade source fire coal crystals from this vein, with varying quality. But he doesn't rush to convert them all yet, because the claw marks near the vein tell him there's more than just minerals here. There's something guarding the mine. Lu Chun retracts the mechanical arms into the vehicle and returns his hands to the fire control console. He unlocks the heavy machine gun. The spotlight shines at full power ahead. Under the shadow of the giant crane frame, something is moving. The hunt turned into double the reward. Something moving in the shadows was more numerous than expected. 3-headed mutated iron-backed wolves emerged from the debris beneath the crane frame, roughly the same size as the one killed yesterday. But these wolves did not attack immediately. They spread out, moving slowly and cautiously around the Polaris. All 6 eyes fixed on the light from the spotlight. They were mid-level pack wolves, working together with tactics. Lu Chun calmly aimed his machine gun's crosshairs at the front leg joint of the leftmost wolf. If these 3 mid-level iron-backed wolves were in the pale flats, they would be a disaster. But in front of the Polaris in the rust-wind wasteland, they were 3 walking truths. However, he didn't plan to use the spear cannon. He only had 2 rounds of spear ammunition. Wasting 1 on 3 wolves was not worth it. He also didn't plan to use the ray cannon. 3 fully charged shots were reserved for tougher enemies. And he wouldn't use fragment grenades either. 50 points of continuous firepower was too much for 3 wolves. A combination of the machine gun and steam jet was enough. He pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 10 shots fired in quick succession, precisely hitting the front leg joint of the leftmost wolf. The bullets sparked as they hit the joint's armor seam. The iron-backed wolf howled painfully, its front leg buckling and kneeling on the ice. The other two wolves immediately charged, one from the left, one from the right, both very fast, trying to approach from the sides of the Polaris. Lu Chun turned the turret to the right and fired 15 shots, hitting the right wolf's shoulder. Though the thick scales weren't pierced, the impact caused its charge to veer off by more than a meter. A meter was enough. He pressed the switch on the steam jet on the right. High-temperature steam at 200 degrees Celsius roared out from the nozzle, forming a 3-meter-wide scorching white barrier. The right wolf charged into the steam wall and let out a piercing howl. Its scales heated rapidly, and the soft tissues around its joints were burned. It rolled out of the steam wall, convulsing on the ice. The third wolf on the left bypassed the steam and pounced from behind the Polaris. Its claws scraped against the armor at the rear, and its bone spurs scratched forcefully at the wedge-shaped module of the armor's corner. The sound of metal scraping was extremely harsh, but the specially designed wedge-shaped surfaces, optimized through ballistics, made it impossible for the bone spurs to find a way through. Lu Chun pushed the control lever of his left mechanical arm all the way forward. An 8-meter-long hydraulic arm shot out from the left side of the vehicle. Its claw swung through the air in an arc and grabbed the third wolf by the back of its neck. The hydraulic system tightened with full force. Crack! The sound of a broken neck was clear and sharp in the cold wind. The iron spine wolf's body went limp. The mechanical arm pulled it down from the back of the vehicle and dropped it on the ground. From the moment the attack started until all three wolves lost their fighting ability, less than 40 seconds had passed. Lu Chun controlled the two mechanical arms to handle the bodies of the three wolves one after the other. First, he removed the beast cores. 3 medium-level beast cores, glowing with blue light, were sent into the cargo compartment. Next, he cut the meat. The tender parts were cut into pieces and stored in the cold storage. Finally, the main event of the day, fat. He used the mechanical arms to peel away large amounts of fat tissue from inside the three wolves' abdomens, cut it into chunks, and sent it into the cargo via the material loading port. The fat reserves of the 3 medium-level iron spine wolves were much richer than those of the juvenile icefield wolves from the Pale Flatlands, totaling several dozen pounds. Lin Wan, throw all the fat into the pyrolysis furnace. Okay. Lin Wan carefully placed each yellowish-white chunk of fat into the feed hopper at the top of the high-energy fuel converter. The temperature inside the pyrolysis furnace rose rapidly, and hissing hot gases escaped from the feed pipe. 30 seconds later, the exhaust pipe began to emit faint gray waste gases. 1 minute later, the first drop of liquid flowed out of the bottom oil pipe. A dark brown liquid slowly dripped into the auxiliary fuel inlet of the boiler through the pipe. Low-quality diesel. Rough, impure, but combustible. Lu Chun watched the indicator on the holographic panel, showing the auxiliary fuel reserve of the boiler slowly rising from zero. Several dozen pounds of mutated beast fat had produced nearly 2 liters of low-quality diesel. The amount was small, but it was a valuable gain. What was once discarded after hunting was now becoming a real fuel reserve. City Lord, the pyrolysis is complete, Lin Wan reported. He glanced at today's total harvest. 6 medium-grade coal crystals, 3 medium-level beast cores, 2 liters of low-quality diesel. A large amount of meat was stored in the warehouse. There is one more important thing. He checked the scan results of the 3 beast cores on the holographic panel. The bonus effect from the high-energy fuel converter is now active. When the beast cores are transformed, they will earn an extra 30% of truth points. A beast core that was originally worth 300 points is now worth 390 points. This bonus is long-term and permanent. As long as the high-energy fuel converter is running, all beast cores obtained from hunting will benefit from this boost. Lu Chen's tense face relaxed a little. Now, each beast he kills is like getting 30% more points. Time equals truth points, and the hunting ground is a gold mine. The Rustwind Wasteland is the right place for this. In the evening, the North Star ship returned to the Black Rock City docking area, engines idling. Lu Chen neatly placed 6 medium-grade coal crystals and 3 medium-grade beast cores on the control console. He wasn't in a hurry to transform them. He first did some quick calculations in his mind. 6 medium-grade coal crystals, each worth about 50 points, total around 300 points. 3 medium-grade beast cores, with the 30% converter bonus, estimated to be 260, 195, and 390 points respectively, totaling 845 points. Adding the previous balance of 1,033 points, the estimated total after transformation would be 2,178 points. That's quite a lot. But the level 2 tech tree still has 8 nodes not unlocked. Following the increasing pattern, several remaining nodes are worth 2,000 points or more, which are big gaps. He decided to save up and not spend immediately. He stored the coal crystals and beast cores in the storage compartment under the control console, holding off on transforming them for now. From the planting area, cheerful humming came from Lin Wan, who was checking the nutrient solution circulation pump for the hydroponic system. Lu Chen took a sip from his insulated cup and tuned the radio to the encrypted frequency of the snow-shattering gang. Crackle. Still just hollow radio noise. But compared to the complete silence of the past 2 days, today's noise included short pulse signals. Someone far away was quickly sending commands on a distant frequency. He leaned his ear close to the speaker, eyelids slightly drooping, eyes fixed on the radio dial. These pulse signals are too short to decipher their content, but their frequency is increasing. This is a sign that communication activity is rising. He was about to turn the radio back to the public frequency when the communicator lit up. It was the frequency of Zhou Yuan. Lord Lu Chun. Zhou Yuan's speech was faster than usual, but steady. Chief Zhou Yuan, what's the matter? The public broadcast channel of the Black Rock City-State will air an urgent notice in 3 minutes. What's the message? The forward troops of the snow-shattering gang have made contact with our patrol convoy on the outskirts. Lu Chen's finger paused at the edge of his thermos. When did this happen? 40 minutes ago. Zhou Yuan's voice was slightly lowered. Our 7th Patrol Convoy spotted 5 unknown LV.2 combat vehicles 70 kilometers northeast. They opened fire first. What's the configuration of the 7th Patrol Convoy? 2 LV.2 standard patrol vehicles. For drivers, 6 infantry soldiers. Any casualties? 1 patrol vehicle was hit, 2 infantry soldiers injured. They've retreated to the buffer zone. And the enemy's losses? Unknown. The contact was brief. Once our convoy saw their firepower advantage, they immediately withdrew. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, quickly tapping his fingers on the armrest. 5 LV.2 combat vehicles. 70 kilometers northeast. That direction was exactly along the expansion route marked in the files for the snow-shattering gang. Are you sure they're from the snow-shattering gang? Their vehicle has a blood-red skull emblem painted on it. No further confirmation was needed. 3 minutes later, the public broadcast channel of the Black Rock City-State sounded on time. The usual calm, monotone announcement tone was gone, replaced by a formal voice filled with urgency. Attention all city residents and parked vehicles. This afternoon, the 7th Patrol Convoy of Black Rock City-State engaged in armed contact with the forward troops of the snow-shattering gang 70 kilometers northeast. Preliminary assessments indicate that the snow-shattering gang has sent reconnaissance units toward the rust-wind wasteland. The city-state is now in a level 2 state of readiness. All external vehicles are not allowed beyond 30 kilometers from the core area without approval. The Iron Wall Fortress has received orders and is moving toward the contact point. Please remain calm and follow the instructions of your district administrators. The announcement was repeated several times. The usually quiet city guards in the docking area quickly moved into action. Several Level 2 patrol vehicles' engines were started urgently, and their tracks screeched as they rolled over the steel ground. Lu Chen looked out the window at the suddenly busy scene in the docking area. Above the steel beams overhead, the deep structure of Black Rock City emitted increasingly loud mechanical noises. It was the sound of 120 fixed gun emplacements preparing for battle. The communicator lit up again. It was Lin Zhao's frequency. Lin Zhao's usual relaxed laughter was gone, replaced by a calm, steady tone. Did you hear the broadcast? Yes, I heard it. The Snow Shaman gang is here. Lu Chen picked up his thermal mug and took a sip of water. They're here, so what? His tone was flat, without any emotion. Are the vehicles ready? Machine guns loaded, missile launchers full, laser cannons charged. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the communicator. A deep, nasal voice, like a veteran about to fight, came through the radio. Good. Stay in contact. The communicator went dead. A storm was coming. Lu Qin's fingers rested on the dual control sticks of the fire control console. After the communicator cut out, the car was silent for about 10 seconds. Lin Wan peeked out from the planting area, still clutching a glass straw, her face losing some of its rosy glow. City Lord, is the Snow Shaman gang really here? Frontline, 5 level 2 vehicles. Lu Qin's tone was steady and calm. He didn't look at Lin Wan, his gaze fixed on the storage compartment beneath the control console. 6 medium-grade coal crystals were neatly arranged in 2 rows of 3, and 3 medium beast cores, wrapped in oiled paper, sat beside the coal crystals. City Lord, should we? Don't say anything yet. Lu Qin took out all the untransformed materials from the storage compartment, placing each one carefully on the metal panel of the control console. 6 dark, medium-grade coal crystals, their faint red glow flickering under the warm yellow lights of the vehicle. 3 blue glowing beast cores, varying in size, the largest about the size of an egg, and the smallest about the width of a thumb. System, execute high-dimensional degradation and transformation. A soft blue light glowed from the control panel, enveloping all materials. The coal crystals and beast cores silently dissolved in the light, erased from the physical world. A holographic display popped up with statistical data. High-dimensional degradation complete. Intermediate fire coal crystals, times 6, gained 312 truth points. Intermediate beast cores times 3, with 30% bonus from high-energy fuel conversion device, gained 1133 truth points. Total points gained this time, 1445. Current account balance, 2,478 points. Lu Qin stared at the number for 2 seconds. It was 300 points higher than his previous estimate. The largest of the 3 beast cores was better quality than he expected, and with the 30% bonus from the conversion device, each contributed 507 points. 2,478. He read out the number and tapped the armrest. It was enough to do many things. But he didn't rush to open the tech tree, because the communicator lit up again. The public broadcast channel of Black Rock City State aired an emergency notice for the second time, and this message was longer than the first. The announcer's tone shifted from urgent to a different, calmer mood. Lu Chun turned up the volume of the radio slightly. Attention, all city residents. Here is a recording from City Lord Lin Xiao. After a crackling sound, Lin Xiao's voice came through the speaker. Unlike the private conversation on the communicator, this was a public broadcast for 30,000 people. Lin Xiao's voice was steady and strong, each word hitting with a metallic tone. All residents and soldiers of Black Rock City State. I am City Lord Lin Xiao. Minutes ago, our 7th patrol team engaged with the vanguard of the Snow Killer Gang 70 kilometers northeast. The enemy deployed 5 LV.2 battle vehicles. Our patrol team identified the enemy and quickly withdrew. 2 infantry were injured and are being treated. No casualties reported. There was a pause in the broadcast. Some of you may be afraid. Feeling fear is normal. But I want to tell you one thing. 2 years ago, when the Snow Shashan gang attacked the scavenging outpost at Ashen Rift with 2,000 people, the people there were also scared. They were afraid, so they ran away. None of those who stayed behind survived. The radio paused briefly. The voice said, Black Rock City State will not run. It's a city of over 30,000 people, with 120 cannons and an 800-meter-long wall. We don't need to run. This city is our home, built by the efforts of all of us, nail by nail. Anyone who tries to destroy our home, let them try. From now on, Black Rock City State is on full wartime alert. All combat personnel must report to their posts immediately. All logistics staff will distribute supplies according to wartime quotas. All residential areas are under curfew. The Iron Wall Fortress has already set out and is moving toward the contact point. Our cannons are loaded and ready. If the Snow Shashan gang wants to fight, then let's fight. Black Rock City State will not retreat. The broadcast ended. The carriage returned to silence. Lu Chun turned the radio volume back to normal. Lin Wan stood at the entrance of the planting area, her arms crossed over her chest, fingers intertwined. City Lord, don't be afraid, Lu Chun said without turning around. Your brother is right. 120 cannons are not just for show. I'm not afraid, I just... What? I'm afraid I can't help much. Who says you can't help? Lu Chen looked at her. Your job is to grow the vegetables well. How does farming relate to fighting? Fighting is about logistics, Lu Chen said, taking a sip from his thermos. The city of 30,000 people only has enough food for 3 months, and it gets used up faster during a war. Every cabbage and potato you grow will be future strategic supplies. So, your most important task right now is to stay in the planting area and take good care of those seeds. Do you understand? Lin Wan loosened her fingers and nodded. Understood. Go do your work. Okay. Lin Wan turned around and went back into the planting area, squatting in front of the hydroponic rack to check the pH level of the nutrient solution. Lu Chen watched her figure disappear behind the partition wall and then looked away. He summoned the holographic panel and quickly checked the status of the 4 branches. The weapon and armor systems are missing the top core. The infrastructure armor is missing 2. The ecological logistics are missing 3. The power engine is missing 3. Total points, 2,478. Based on the known increasing pattern, the level 2 node costs are 500, 1,000, and 2,000 points. The cost for the top core is unknown, but definitely not less than 2,000. To activate the top core of the weapon system, at least 2,000 points are needed. After activating it, there would be over 400 points remaining. No matter how he calculated, it didn't seem enough. But war waits for no one. Lu Chen put away the panel and leaned back in his chair. He didn't make a decision immediately because he needed more information. The 5 level 2 tanks were for early reconnaissance. He needed to know what the main force behind them was, when it would arrive, and from which direction. The answers to these questions would determine his next steps. The communicator lit up again. It was Zhou Yuan on the frequency. Lu Chen, City Lord. Zhou Chief of Staff. I have an update. What is it? The 5 tanks stopped after making contact and did not pursue. They are currently stationary. Stopped? Yes, they stopped. Our outpost is monitoring them continuously. What are they waiting for? Lu Chen's tone was straightforward, without doubt. Zhou Yuan was silent for a second. They're waiting for the main force. When will the main force arrive? Based on the marching speed of the snow-shattering gang. If the ice-breaking groups and fragmenting ice groups move out at the same time, it will take about 24 to 36 hours. And if only one group moves out, between 12 and 20 hours. Lu Chen's finger paused on the armrest. 12 hours. From now until tomorrow morning. Any other discoveries at the outpost? Not at the moment. Our reconnaissance can't cover the area more than 70 kilometers northeast. Understood. The communicator went silent. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat for a full 5 minutes without moving. The only sounds in the cabin were the water flowing through the heating pipes and the faint rustling of Lin Wan flipping through the cultivation boxes in the planting area. After 5 minutes, he stood up. He walked to the cold storage, opened the door, and checked the stock of frozen beast meat bricks. It was full. He then went to the coal bin and looked at the reserve of source fire coal crystals. It was full. Next, he checked the status of the high-energy fuel converter in the power core area. It was on standby, with 2 liters of diesel reserve intact. He returned to the cockpit and carefully checked each weapon system on the fire control panel. All 6 sets of weapons were online, with enough ammunition, and the ray cannon was fully charged and ready to fire 3 shots. Everything was prepared. Lu Chen sat back in the driver's seat, picked up his insulated cup, and took the last sip of water. City Lord, Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area. The roots of the 4th crop of cabbage are now stable. It's estimated that in 43 hours, the first batch of leaves can be harvested. Got it. Also, the watermelon seeds have been in the soil for about 30 hours. I just checked the surface of the medium, and 1 seed has already developed a tiny crack. We should see the sprout tomorrow. Okay. City Lord, what will you eat tonight? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Is there wolf meat in the cold storage? Yes, the hind leg meat of the iron spine wolf. It's frozen. Cut out 2 pieces and make a meat soup. No vegetables. Got it. Lin Wan responded and went into the cold storage to select the meat. The sound of Lin Wan quietly cutting the meat came from the planting area. The reactor in the power core area's pyrolysis furnace was quietly on standby. Everything was in its proper place. Lu Chen's thumb brushed the metal handle of the joystick. He was waiting for the right moment to make his move. The meat soup simmered in the iron pot for 40 minutes. Lu Chen drank 2 bowls. Lin Wan drank 1. The hind leg meat of the iron spine wolf was coarse in texture but rich in flavor. The broth it produced had a layer of golden oil on top. A small pinch of coarse salt was added, but no Sichuan pepper. City Lord, this soup is far worse than last night's cabbage stew with snow bear. The meat is different, and the cooking method is different. They're not comparable. I mean, next time, it's better to stew it. Let's talk about that next time. Lu Chen placed the bowl on the table, and Lin Wan quickly tidied up the dishes. He walked to the driver's seat and sat down, glancing at the wall clock. It was 9:15 p.m., less than 15 hours remained until the 24-hour window that Zhou Yuan mentioned. He tuned his communicator to Zhou Yuan's frequency. Commander Zhou, Lu Chen, City Lord. What's the matter? Are those 5 tanks still in the same place? They are. The outpost is monitoring them continuously, and they haven't moved. Please report their exact location again. 70 kilometers northeast, between the remains of 2 ancient cooling towers. The terrain offers natural cover. How far is that from the Iron Wall fortress? About 25 kilometers in a straight line. Where is the Iron Wall now? It is moving toward the contact point, expected to reach the designated position in 4 hours, and is building a defensive line 50 kilometers northeast. Lu Chen's thumb paused on the rivet cap of the armrest. Commander Zhou, does the secondary alert level restrict field operations for the Polaris? There was a 2-second delay before Zhou Yuan responded. Strictly speaking, the secondary alert order issued by the City Lord applies to all vehicles within the city-state's organization. Polaris is not part of that organization. Another 2 seconds of silence. City Lord Lu Chen, are you planning to go out? I'm considering it. Which direction? Northeast. Zhou Yuan's breathing paused briefly over the communicator. I need to ask the City Lord for permission. Go ahead. The communicator switched to waiting mode. 30 seconds later, Lin Zhao's voice directly joined the channel. Brother Lu Chen, are you planning to go out to fight? I'm thinking about it. Thinking about what? The 5 tanks are just sitting there, waiting for the main force to arrive. Yes. Once the main force arrives, whether it's the icebreaker or the fragmented ice group, more than 30 tanks moving together will be very hard to fight head-on. So, you mean to take out these 5 frontline tanks before the main force arrives? Not just to take out the front line. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. The resources in the Rustwind Wasteland are 10 times better than those in the Pale Shallows. But the truly valuable resources are not coal crystals or beast cores. What are they? They are the wreckage of the Snow Slaughter Gang's vehicles. There was a 1-second silence on the communicator. Can your mysterious device break down vehicle wreckage? Lu Chen did not answer directly. I go out to fight to support fighting with fighting. I understand, Lin Xiao replied. You want the wreckage on the battlefield? Yes, after the fight. The wreckage is mine to handle, whether I caused it or you did. Brother Lu Chen, please be clearer. I go out as a frontline fighter. If there are bigger battles later, I will handle all the wreckage. Lu Chen held the metal handle of the control stick with one hand, lowering his voice slightly. As part of the deal, I will use all my firepower in battle and not hold back. There was a 5-second silence on the other side. During these 5 seconds, Lu Chen heard faint mechanical sounds in the background of the communicator, the 120 cannons of Black Rock City entering combat readiness. Brother Lu Chen. The wreckage is yours, no problem. Whether I or you caused it, all the scrap on the battlefield is yours. But I have one condition. Speak. I want my sister to stay on the vehicle. She was already on the vehicle. What I mean is, when you go out to fight, make sure she is safe. You've seen the armor of the Polaris. I have, but I still need to say this. Lin Zhao's usual big laugh was gone, replaced by a short, low chuckle. Enough. Is there anything else to say? Yes. Lin Zhao's tone returned to normal. Zhou Yuan will send real-time monitoring data from the outpost to your communication channel, so you can always track enemy movements. Good. Additionally, the Iron Wall will arrive at the position in 4 hours. Before that, only patrol vehicles are in the northeastern buffer zone. Do you mean I should leave before the Iron Wall arrives? I mean that once you reach the battlefield, the Iron Wall can cover you from behind within 25 kilometers. Understood. Brother Lu Chen. Yes. After the fight, bring me 4 pieces of cabbage. Lu Chen slightly raised his eyelids. I told you to exchange them for blueprints. Haha. Lin Zhao's laugh finally sounded normal, and then the communicator cut off. Lu Chen put down the communicator and stood up. City Lord, are you going out? Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area, trembling at the end. Yes, I am going out. To fight the Snow Demon Gang? After the fight, I'll come back. City Lord, take good care of your crops. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, hands on the steering wheel. The boiler didn't need to be managed, just keep it idling. Also, throw all the iron spine wolf fat from the cold storage into the cracking furnace. Before I return, I want to see the diesel reserves increase. Got it. Lin Wan stood at the entrance of the partition wall, watching Lu Chun pull the engine control lever. The boiler of the Polaris roared low, and the heavy tracks started moving. The vehicle slowly left the parking area, rolling onto the dark brown ice surface of the rust-wind wasteland at midnight. Outside, the night was deep, and rust-colored dust floated in the beam of the searchlights. Lu Chun turned the steering wheel toward the northeast, increasing the speed to 35 kilometers per hour. No turbocharger. Save fuel. The 60-kilometer journey would take about 2 hours. Once there, the 5 LV.2 tanks parked among the wreckage of the cooling tower would be his first battlefield earnings. The Polaris advanced northeast through the night. The sound of the tracks crushing the rust-wind wasteland surface was different from daytime. It lacked the rust-dust crunching, replaced by the cracking of frozen, solid ice. The temperature was dropping. At night, the rust-wind wasteland was at least 10 degrees colder than during the day, with the outside thermometer showing minus 52 degrees Celsius. Inside, it was still a steady 20 degrees, with the hot water flowing through the heating pipes making a gentle, even sound. Lu Chun held the steering wheel with one hand and carried a thermos cup with the other. The communicator was clipped to the right side of the dashboard, and Zhou Yuan's frequency was kept open. City Lord Lu Chun, the latest report from the forward outpost. Zhou Yuan's voice came on time. What's the situation? 5 enemy tanks are still in the same place, not moving. Are there new vehicles joining? No new heat signals have been detected within the outpost's observation range. Did they send anyone down to scout? Uncertain. The telescope at the outpost has limited night vision, so we can only confirm that the engines of the 5 vehicles are idling. Understood. Lu Chen put the thermos back on the cup holder and tapped the steering wheel twice. The 5 vehicles were stationary, engines idling. This indicates 3 things. First, they are waiting for the main force behind to catch up. Second, they are not panicking, meaning the main force is nearby or already on the way. Third, they haven't dispersed to scout. These 5 vehicles are grouped in a sheltered area, a typical waiting pattern when a reconnaissance team is out of sync with the main force. This is the work of the recon group. He quickly reviewed the files in his mind. Recon group, led by the Gray Bee, responsible for reconnaissance and infiltration. Over 20 tanks and a large number of armed snowmobiles, with about 2,000 troops. If these 5 vehicles are the vanguard reconnaissance team of the recon group, then the main force is likely within 100 to 150 kilometers behind. At a marching speed of 30 kilometers per hour, they could reach the front line in 3 to 5 hours. In other words, if the recon group departs now, they could join the front before dawn. According to Zhou Yuan's estimate, the icebreaker group's white bone could take at least 12 to 20 hours. Time window. Lu Chen's eyelids lowered slightly. He had less than 6 hours to eliminate all 5 vehicles at the front before the main recon group arrived. 5 LV.2 vehicles, each with at least 200 points of wreckage. A guaranteed 1,000 points of truth points, plus ammunition replenishment. Net gain of at least 800 to 900 points, adding the 2,478 points in his account. The total dispatchable after-action points would exceed 3,300. 3,003. It can power a core node with 2,000 points and still have over 1,000 points left. City Lord, Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area. The pyrolysis furnace has started, and the iron spine wolf's fat is being fed. How much did you put in? All the stored fat in the cold storage, about 30 pounds. Good. How much diesel do you think we'll get? Last time, a few dozen pounds produced 2 liters. This time, 30 pounds will produce a little over 1 liter. That's enough? Lu Chen didn't say anything more. The tracks of the Polaris moved through the dark, crushing the silhouettes of ancient mechanical ruins. A crooked chimney pipe passed from the right, casting a long shadow along the edge of the searchlight beam. In the distance, the remains of an old factory building could be seen as a dark outline in the night. looking very large and intimidating. The vehicle was moving steadily at 35 kilometers per hour. The engine was not boosted, and the boiler was running at normal power. Lucien was calm. There was an hour and a half left on the 60-kilometer journey. He picked up his thermos and took another sip of water. The communicator rang again. This time, it was not Zhou Yuan. It was Lin Xiao. Brother Lucien, are we leaving now? Yes, we are. How far have you gone? 15 kilometers. Okay. Lin Xiao paused. I just received the latest analysis from the staff. What analysis? About the ownership of those 5 frontline vehicles. From the ice fragment group. Zhou Yuan also thinks so. Lin Xiao's voice grew serious. Next to the skull emblem on the vehicle's paint, there's a gray honeycomb pattern. That's the mark of the ice fragment group. Confirmed. Confirmed. The city lord's tone became more serious. The ice fragment group is made up of the gray bees. Their group is different from the cracked ice group. How are they different? The cracked ice group is like a fist of skeletons, tough and direct, with 30 vehicles lined up and charging forward. The ice fragment group fights differently. Gray bees are good at splitting up, with small groups of 3 or 5 scattered over dozens of kilometers, coordinating with each other. When you arrive, don't just focus on those 5 vehicles. Pay attention to whether there are other reconnaissance teams nearby. I understand. Lucien tapped the steering wheel and said, only 5 level 2 vehicles are gathered between 2 cooling towers, which means they are either waiting for the main force or for the small groups to return and join. Do you mean we should move quickly after attacking? Quick in and quick out. Okay. Lin Xiao remembered something. By the way, about your ray cannon. What about it? What's its range? Effective within 200 meters, with the best accuracy at 100 meters. That's enough. Lin Xiao raised his voice slightly, full of anticipation. I want to see what happens when that thing hits a level 2 tank. You'll see. What do you mean? Out of the 5 vehicles, leave 1 for the ray cannon. There was silence on the communicator for 2 seconds. Lucien, how fearless are you? It's not about fear. Lucien's tone was as casual as discussing what to eat tonight. The ray cannon has 3 fully charged shots. Wasting them would be stupid. Real combat data needs to be collected. Lin Xiao chuckled. All right, you do your thing. I'll listen from behind. Keep me updated with any new information. Don't worry. The sound of the communicator's static faded away. The spotlight on the Polaris was cutting through the darkness. 30 kilometers ahead, the remains of 2 ancient cooling towers marked by Zhou Yuan were steadily approaching. The moonlight shone through the thin, rust-colored mist on the ground, providing better visibility than he expected. 2 kilometers ahead, 2 cooling tower wrecks stood on the ice. These were the cooling towers of an old power plant from before civilization advanced. The curved concrete shells were damaged after over 100 years of harsh cold, but their basic shapes remained. The 2 towers were 300 meters apart, forming a natural semi-enclosed space. Inside that space, Lucien saw 5 blurry, box-shaped outlines. 5 LV.2 camp-level combat vehicles. Their engines idled, emitting white steam from the exhaust pipes. The vehicles bore a blood-red skull symbol painted on their bodies, faintly visible under the moonlight, with gray honeycomb patterns nearby. They were part of a group of broken ice. The 5 vehicles were arranged with their fronts outward, forming an irregular circular defensive formation. This was a standard outdoor patrol formation, showing that the convoy's commander had basic tactical skills. However, the circular formation also had clear weaknesses. It exposed their sides. Lucien parked the Polaris behind the ruins of a collapsed factory, keeping the engine running at idle. He quickly ran through his thoughts for 3 seconds. 5 LV.2 combat vehicles, each equipped with a 75mm smoothbore cannon, as he had tested before against the Snowshark Gang's 3rd Squad. The 75mm cannon deflected off the Polaris's angled armor, unable to penetrate. But he had to be cautious about all 5 firing simultaneously, as a well-aimed shot could hit a gap in the armor. They couldn't all respond at once. He needed speed. Lucien switched the fire control system to battle mode, unlocked the heavy machine gun turret, rotating it to face directly forward, prepared the harpoon cannon, ready the fragment grenade launcher array, kept the laser cannon on standby for the final attack. He chose fragment grenades as his first strike. The 5 vehicles grouped together in the 300-meter wide space, making them perfect targets for a blanket of fragment grenades. 12 grenades per round, 50 truth points. He confirmed the real-time ammunition generation command on the holographic panel. Fragment grenade launcher array, reload confirmed. Consuming 50 truth points, ammunition being generated. After 3 seconds. Reload complete. There are 6 tubes on each side, totaling 12 fragmentation grenades ready to fire. Lu Chen placed his hand on the dual control sticks. He took a deep breath, and only his steady heartbeat remained in his chest. Let's go. He pushed the engine control stick all the way forward. The boiler of the Polaris roared loudly, and the makeshift coal-powered booster's external cylinder clanged as it popped open. A 1.5 times burst of power surged into the track transmission system. The steel beast, weighing over 20 tons, burst out from behind the wreckage of the factory, crushing a pile of abandoned pipes blocking the way, heading straight for the gap between 2 cooling towers. 2 kilometers away. With the booster engaged, the speed shot up to 55 kilometers per hour. 2 minutes. A voice came through the communicator. Commander Lu Chen, the outpost reports your vehicle is approaching the target area at high speed. Understood. Stay safe. Lu Chen didn't reply. His full focus was on the periscope sight. The distance was closing. 1 kilometer, 500 meters. 1 kilometer, 500 meters. The outlines of the 5 tanks became clearer. The closest one was parked at the outer edge of the formation, facing southwest, with its side fully exposed. 400 meters. 300 meters. Lu Chen pressed the trigger for the fragmentation grenade launcher. Puff, 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 puff. 12 grenades shot out from the launch tubes on both sides of the vehicle, leaving orange arcs in the night sky. The projectiles flew less than 2 seconds at 300 meters. The proximity fuses detonated about 10 meters above the target. A series of explosions echoed back and forth in the semi-enclosed space between the 2 cooling towers, deafening in sound. High-speed metal fragments rained down from the sky, covering the entire 300-meter-wide parking area. The top armor of the outermost LV.2 tank was covered in a rain of fragments, with metal shrapnel embedded in its thinner top plates and unarmored observation windows. The turret shell on the roof was pitted and scarred, but the LV.2 armor was not pierced by the fragmentation grenades. The main purpose of the grenades was to blind and damage external equipment and light armor targets. For LV.2 armor, their role was to cause confusion and disrupt systems. The effect was achieved. The 5 tanks were thrown into chaos by the explosion. 2 of them suddenly revved their engines from idle to full power, their tracks spinning wildly as they tried to move out of position. 1 tank's turret began to turn in panic, but in the wrong direction, firing at the remains of the cooling tower wall. Bang! A 75mm shell hit the concrete wall, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The other 2 tanks were affected by the fragments, their engines sputtering unevenly. Amid the confusion, Lu Chen slowed the Polaris to 20 kilometers per hour, steering along the curve of the cooling tower's remains to flank the target area. The nearest tank was 150 meters away. The commander turned the heavy machine gun turret to the right. The crosshairs locked onto the drive wheel of the tank that was trying to turn around in panic. 30 rounds fired in a burst. The barrel spun with a sharp, buzzing sound that cut through the night. The bullets struck densely on the exposed part of the drive wheel. Sparks flew for several seconds before the bearing broke apart. The tank's right track lost tension and slipped off. It spun sharply and crashed into the base of the cooling tower, unable to move. The first tank was disabled. After the first tank hit the base of the cooling tower, it finally managed to turn its turret, the dark barrel pointing straight at the Polaris. With a deep roar, a shell fired at a distance of 150 meters. Lu Chen didn't even bother to dodge. He kept his hands steady on the fire control console, eyes fixed through the periscope, tracking the shell's path. The shell struck the angled armor on the Polaris' front left side, bursting into a flash of sparks. The carefully designed wedge-shaped armor absorbed most of the impact, deflecting the shell with a sharp screech as it flew off into the darkness. A distorted voice came through the Snow Fiend Gang's communication channel. It can't be pierced. What kind of monster is that? Lu Chen's fingers moved quickly over the controls. The harpoon turret turned smoothly, locking onto the side armor of the disabled tank. He pulled the trigger. A 50-pound steel harpoon shot out with a roar, leaving a trail of steam behind it. Thick, Sharp barbs forcefully tore open the weld seam on the side armor of the opponent, deeply embedding into the vehicle's interior. The delayed fuse triggered precisely after 3 seconds. The internal explosion sent a shockwave rushing outward from the pierced point, violently lifting the armor panel from inside. The boiler pipes shattered completely, and hot steam mixed with flames and black smoke burst out from the opening. The screens in the communication channel were cut off entirely by the explosion. The third vehicle finally turned around and charged straight at the Polaris, its front facing directly toward it. The enemy driver roared hysterically over the radio. "Crash into him. I'll fight him to the end." The 75mm cannon fired again during the move, its shell hitting the Polaris's reinforced manganese steel bumper head-on. Sparks flew, metal fragments scattered everywhere, but the bumper didn't even leave a proper dent. Lu Chun pushed the engine control lever to the limit, driving the vehicle at full speed toward the third tank. Lin Wan, standing tightly on the water cultivation rack in the rear planting area, trembled as she held on. "City Lord, it's coming." Lu Chun gripped the steering wheel tightly, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. "Hold on tight." Two steel behemoths faced each other at 80 meters. In the last 50 meters, Lu Chun made a tiny steering adjustment, turning the front of the Polaris 15 degrees. The reinforced manganese steel bumper became a heavy iron wedge, avoiding a direct collision and slanting to cut into the side of the enemy's vehicle. At the moment of impact, the Polaris, weighing over 20 tons, stabilized on the ice thanks to its greater weight and lower center of gravity. The enemy tank's front armor was forcibly pried open wide, and the entire vehicle was pushed sideways 5 meters by the powerful lateral force. Its left track was broken in 2 places, like a limping beast collapsing in place. Lu Chun pressed the control button for the steam jet gun. Hot steam at 200 degrees Celsius roared out from 4 nozzles on the left side of the Polaris, pouring directly into the enemy's cabin through the opened gap. Scalding white mist swirled wildly inside the confined space. A piercing scream erupted from the enemy's communication channel. "Help! I'm burning. Open the door." The scream lasted only 2 seconds before vanishing completely. The remaining 4th and 5th tanks finally accepted reality. They gave up resisting and sped away in 2 completely opposite directions. One headed east, the other north. Lu Chun glanced at the radar screen, ignored the tank fleeing east, and turned his vehicle to pursue the one heading north. The Arctic Star's coal-powered booster was running at full capacity. Its 1.5 times burst power made this steel beast accelerate rapidly on the ice surface. The speedometer needle shot up to 55 kilometers per hour. The enemy's LV.2 standard tank, even with its engine smoking, could only reach just over 40. Within 10 seconds, the distance between them was forced down to 100 meters. The enemy driver desperately shouted on the radio. "He's catching up. Sister Gray B, help!" Lu Chun rotated the heavy machine gun turret 5 degrees to the front right, pressed the trigger, and held it down. 30 standard caliber bullets poured out. The humming of the gun barrel spinning sounded like a death knell in the night. All the dense bullet impacts hit the thin armor around the rear engine exhaust port of the enemy tank. 3 bullets forced their way through the exhaust pipe's outer wall. The engine roared into a shrill metal screech, and the tank's speed dropped sharply. Lu Chun closed the distance to 50 meters, then pushed the control lever of the mechanical arm with his right hand. An 8-meter-long hydraulic arm shot out from the right side of the vehicle, swinging through the air in a stiff arc. The wide steel clamp gripped the rear exhaust pipe of the tank tightly, and the hydraulic system tightened with full force. With a cracking sound of metal breaking, the exhaust pipe and a large piece of surrounding armor were torn off. The engine lost its exhaust passage, causing exhaust gases to back up severely. After 3 seconds, a deep explosion sounded. The entire vehicle shut down completely, black smoke billowing as it lay on the ice. Lu Chun didn't even look at the wrecked tank. He turned the steering wheel to chase the eastward tank. That tank had already pulled ahead by over 400 meters. Since it was heading away from the main force, it couldn't transmit effective information. Lu Chun kept the booster on and spent 40 seconds closing the distance to 200 meters. He glanced at the holographic panel and made a decision. Live targets were needed for the combat test. He moved his right hand from the machine gun control to the independent control panel of the laser cannon. The charge indicator on the panel showed it was fully charged at 100%. The turret at the back of the vehicle's roof, wrapped in dark red coils, rotated smoothly, aiming steadily at the fleeing enemy tank 200 meters ahead. The enemy driver looked at the strange-shaped turret in the rearview mirror and let out a final cry over the communication channel. "What's that thing? Don't kill me." Lu Chen aimed his crosshair at the middle armor of the enemy vehicle and pressed the firing button firmly. A deep, low humming sound came from the rear of the vehicle's roof. A bright red beam shot out from the ray cannon's firing chamber. The red beam cut a straight line through the air, burning the rust dust around it with intense heat, forming a 30-centimeter wide orange-red channel. The beam hit the middle of the 5th tank's body directly. There was no impact, sound, or explosion, only the terrifying hissing of metal melting at high temperature. A 10-centimeter thick scrap steel armor plate turned bright orange-red in half a second, then became white-hot in another second. The tough armor softened and deformed from the heat, allowing the beam to pass through smoothly. The red beam sliced into the left side of the tank, destroying all internal load-bearing structures as it moved across, finally emerging from the right side. Molten iron, red and white mixed, splashed wildly from the cut, creating a long trail of bright sparks in the night. The LV.2 tank was forcibly cut in half at the middle, with a clean, smooth cut that revealed the brutal beauty left by industrial cutting tools. After 2 seconds, Lu Chen released the firing button. The red beam disappeared. The heat dissipation coating on the turret's roof began to emit white smoke. High-temperature melting cutting ray cannon single shot complete. Current stored energy at 70%, with 2 shots remaining. The system prompt appeared on the holographic display. Lu Chen looked through the periscope at the battlefield results. The tank had come to a complete stop. The drive shaft in the middle of the tank was fully cut by the beam, and the edges of the 5-centimeter wide cut still radiated faint red heat. The front half of the tank slid forward about 10 meters due to inertia and tilted awkwardly onto the ice. The rear half remained in place, with thick black smoke billowing from the engine compartment. There was no more sound from the enemy communication channel. Lu Chen removed his finger from the ray cannon control panel and grasped the steering wheel again. The combat data collection was complete. At a distance of 200 meters, with a 2-second firing time, it penetrated 10 centimeters of scrap steel armor and cut through the vehicle body, achieving perfect results. He turned the vehicle around and drove the Polaris back toward the cooling tower area. 5-level, 2 tanks, from the first fragment grenade blast to the final laser cut, all destroyed in less than 8 minutes. The entire force was wiped out. The Polaris stopped in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by wreckage and smoke, with its engine idling. Moonlight shone through the rusty-colored fog, illuminating the deformed and dented tank shells. Lin Wan's voice came from the rear planting area, trembling noticeably. "City Lord, there's no movement outside. Is it over?" Lu Chen took a sip from the thermos beside him. "It's over." Lin Wan swallowed nervously and asked bravely, "What was that red light just now?" Lu Chen looked at the energy readings on the holographic panel. "A laser beam." Lin Wan gasped in surprise. "That's incredible." He activated all the controls for the mechanical arms. "Stay inside and don't come out. I'm going to start clearing the wreckage." An 8-meter-long hydraulic arm slowly extended from both sides of the vehicle, its wide claws opening in the night, ready for a bountiful harvest. The 2 hydraulic arms of the Polaris busily worked in the moonlight and smoke. Lu Chen sat in the cockpit, controlling the levers of the left and right mechanical arms. First, the immobilized tank. No living people inside. Metal fragments from the grenade shattered the observation window, and bullets from the heavy machine gun pierced near the track drive wheel. Members of Snow Sha and the tank were killed by metal fragments pouring in through the broken observation window during the grenade barrage. The claws of the mechanical arm gripped the edge of the tank's top armor. System, perform high-dimensional degradation on the target. A faint blue glow spread from the contact point of the claws. The 10-centimeter thick scrap steel armor rapidly dissolved into nothingness under the glow. The degradation process was slower than processing mutant beast corpses, since it was several tons of metal. But the system's high-dimensional force field was powerful enough. The entire combat vehicle was disassembled layer by layer from outside to inside. The metal was stripped of its physical form and transformed into energy data, flowing into the truth point account. After 30 seconds, the first vehicle disappeared. All that remained was a shallow dent and scattered debris. High-dimensional degradation complete. LV.2 vehicle wreckage times 1. Gained 215 truth points. 215. This was 15 points more than the estimated 200. The second vehicle, the one destroyed by the harpoon cannon. After the boiler explosion, the body was badly damaged, so less metal could be converted. LV.2 vehicle wreckage times 1. Severely damaged. Gained 178 truth points. The third vehicle, the one filled with steam. Its structure was mostly intact, but the inside was completely destroyed by high-temperature steam. LV.2 vehicle wreckage times 1. Gained 223 truth points. The fourth vehicle, the one with the broken engine. Its mechanical arm dragged it back from 300 meters away. LV.2 vehicle wreckage times 1. Gained 208 truth points. The fifth vehicle, the one cut in half by the ray cannon. It needed to be processed in two parts. First, the front half, then the back half. LV.2 vehicle wreckage times 1. Cut and separated. Gained 196 truth points. During cutting, some metal melted from the high heat, reducing the amount that could be converted. He didn't mind this. All 5 vehicles had been fully degraded. He checked the total for this battle on the holographic panel. Total vehicle wreckage converted, 1,020 points. Ammunition used, 1 round of fragment grenades costing 50 points, 120 rounds of heavy machine gun fire equivalent to 12 points, and the ray cannon's 30% stored electricity avoided truth point consumption. Total ammunition cost, 62 points. Net profit, 958 points. Adding the pre-battle account balance of 2,478 points. Current total balance, 3,436 points. He stared at this number for 2 seconds. 3,436. System, replenish ammunition. Standard caliber heavy machine gun ammunition replenished. 120 rounds, costing 12 points. 2 reinforced anti-armor explosive harpoons reforged, costing 20 points. Current account balance, 3,404 points. The heavy machine gun's ammunition was back to 500 rounds, fully loaded. The harpoon cannon's ammunition was fully reloaded to April 4th. The ray cannon had 2 shots left and was charging. He checked the ammo status and leaned back in his chair. City Lord, the cracking furnace has produced 1 liter of diesel, Lin Wan reported from the planning area. Good. The communicator lit up. It was Zhou Yuan's frequency. City Lord Liu, the outpost confirmed that all 5 enemy tanks in the target area have lost signal. All handled. Destroyed completely. Yes, all of them. There was a 1-second pause on the other end. How long did it take? 8 minutes from firing to the last one stopping. Another silent second. City Lord Liu, I will submit the battle report to the staff department. Go ahead. Also, Zhou Yuan's speed increased slightly. The City Lord asked me to ask you something. Go ahead. What is that red light? He looked normal. It's the color of the heat dissipation coating. Zhou Yuan didn't ask further. I will pass that on to the City Lord. The communicator switched to Lin Zhao's frequency. Brother Liu, Lin Zhao's loud voice was even louder than usual. 8 minutes for 5 vehicles. Did you invite a god to ride with you? They didn't react. Didn't react? Lin Zhao's laughter paused. Your vehicle is armed enough to fight a whole squad. And you say they didn't react? This is called equipment dominance. Huh? I like that explanation. After laughing, Lin Zhao's tone softened. Now, listen carefully. Go ahead. While you finish those 5 vehicles, I received a second report from the outpost. His finger paused on the control stick. What report? The outpost detected a large heat source signal about 120 kilometers northeast. How large? At least 20 moving heat sources arranged in a marching formation. More than 20. He compared the data in his mind. Ice fragment group. Over 20 tanks plus many armed snowmobiles. Main force of the ice fragment group. Zhou Yuan also made this judgment. Lin Zhao's tone lowered slightly. Based on their current marching speed, they should reach your recent battle position in about 6 to 8 hours, before dawn. Yes. His fingers tapped the joystick twice. Has the iron wall arrived at its position? In about an hour. An hour later, the iron wall will be at a position 50 kilometers northeast, with the ice fragment group at over 120 kilometers away. There's a buffer of about 70 kilometers in between. Is that enough? Yes, Lin Xiao replied confidently. The iron wall is a level 3 fortress with 10 105mm main guns and 10 level 2 patrol vehicles. The ice fragment group has over 20 tanks and snowmobiles, mainly light firepower. Against them, the iron wall wouldn't fear a direct fight, but the ice fragment group won't engage directly. The Gray Bees people are good at scattering and harassing. So, what do you suggest? First, you should return to the core area to rest. After dawn, decide based on the situation. He didn't answer immediately, thinking. 3,404 points. Over 20 tanks in the ice fragment group, each with about 200 damage points remaining. 20 tanks total about 4,000 points. If they are all destroyed, plus the current points, it would be over 7,000. 7,000 points. Enough to upgrade the level 2 technology tree from August 16th to 12/16 or higher. But the ice fragment group is not like the frontline 5 tanks that are easy targets. 20 tanks plus 2,000 soldiers, with Gray Bees scattered attack tactics, would be very persistent in fighting. And behind them, there are the Bones Ice Splitter group. Over 30 tanks, 3,500 soldiers. Together, more than 50 tanks and over 5,000 fighters. Using battle to sustain battle is logical, but the appetite shouldn't be too big. Lord Lin Xiao, after the ice fragment group reaches the front line, can the iron wall and patrol vehicles engage them directly in the buffer zone? They can, but I don't really want the iron wall to go straight in. Why? Because the iron wall is the core of the Rust-Wind Wasteland's outer defense line. If it gets entangled with the ice fragment group, the buffer zone will be left empty. Lin Xiao paused briefly. If the Bones Ice Splitter group sneaks up from another direction, the iron wall might not be able to retreat in time. So, the iron wall's role is to intimidate and cover, not to attack head-on. Understood. He leaned back against the chair. Who will be the main attacker? Do you want to come? I want to eat the leftovers. There was a 3-second silence on the communicator. Then Lin Xiao's laugh came through the speaker, lower than before. Brother Lu Chun, you're crazier than all the tough guys I know on the wasteland. I'm not crazy, Lu Chun said calmly. I know exactly what I'm doing. Then figure it out, Lin Xiao replied. Tell me once you've calculated, and I'll cooperate fully. Go back first. We'll talk at dawn. Okay. Contact me when you return. The communicator went dead. He turned the steering wheel of the Polaris toward the southwest. The engine shifted from boost mode back to normal driving. 60 kilometers on the return trip. He had an hour and a half to think clearly about his next move. The Polaris returned to Black Rock City's docking area at 2 a.m. As the engine idled, Lu Chun leaned his head against the back of the seat, closing his eyes for a few seconds to clear his mind. Ice Fragment Group, with over 20 tanks and 2,000 people, was expected to reach the front line in 6 to 8 hours. This means, between 8 and 10 a.m. after dawn, the group would arrive near the 2 cooling towers. But all 5 of the frontline vehicles had been eliminated by him. So when Ice Fragment Group arrives, they will find the front line gone. How will the Graybee respond? The files say they act very secretly. When such people find the front line destroyed, their first reaction is to scatter, scout, and find out what happened. This means Ice Fragment Group won't attack immediately after dawn. They will spend time scouting. The scouting window could be half a day or a whole day. But no matter how long, the Bone Ice Group will be rushing behind them. Before the 2 groups merge, this window is the best time for Lu Chun to fight and grow stronger. City Lord, Diesel has reached 3 liters and 2. Lin Wan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Okay. He opened his eyes and looked at the holographic panel. Current truth point balance, 3,404 points. Heavy machine gun ammunition, 500 out of 500 rounds. Harpoon cannon shells, 4/4. Ray cannon stored energy, 70%, can fire 2 shots. It is expected to take about 2 hours. Lu Chun put away the panel, then stood up and looked at the planting area. Lin Wan was crouched at the top of the hydroponic rack, gently using a thin cotton swab to move the nutrient medium next to a watermelon seed. Has the sprout appeared? Yes. Lin Wan turned around, her tense expression replaced with excitement. The second watermelon seed just broke through the seed coat, showing a small white tip. What about the strawberries? They haven't moved yet. They are slower than the watermelons. Understood. The city lord, the roots of the fourth batch of cabbage are growing very well. We expect to harvest the first leaves tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon, Lucien repeated. Tomorrow afternoon, the ice fragment group will reach the front line, and the cabbage will be ready. Two things will happen at the same time. All right, you take care of your vegetables. Don't worry about anything else. Okay. He walked back to the driver's seat and sat down. The communicator lit up. It was Zhou Yuan's frequency. City Lord Lucien, the Iron Wall ship has arrived at the designated position. Received. 50 kilometers northeast. The Iron Wall ship has completed docking and deployed its artillery. Any updates on the ice fragment group's position? Latest data shows the heat source signal has shortened to 100 kilometers, and the marching speed is steady. Estimated arrival time, between 8 and 9 a.m. 6 to 7 hours remaining. Yes. Commander Zhou, I need to confirm one thing. Please go ahead. Who is the city lord of the Iron Wall ship? The Iron Wall ship does not have an independent city lord. It is directly commanded by the city-state military staff, and the on-site commander is a battalion commander. What's his name? Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu. Lucien repeated the name. Has he fought in tough battles? Yes, Zhou Yuan answered confidently. A year ago, during a probing attack by the Snow-Shattering Gang, Zhao Taizhu led the Iron Wall ship and 5 patrol vehicles in independent combat in the buffer zone for 4 hours, repelling 12 enemy tanks and casualties. The Iron Wall ship was hit by 23 rounds, but no structural damage. 2 patrol vehicles were destroyed, and 7 soldiers were killed. And the enemy? They lost 4 tanks and retreated with the rest. Using 10 105mm cannons for 4 hours only destroyed 4 vehicles. Zhou Yuan was silent for a second. Zhao Tieju's command style was cautious, mainly defensive. Understood. Lucien put down the communicator. A cautious commander can hold the line, but cannot attack effectively. If the ice fragment group arrives and confronts the Iron Wall, the result will likely be both sides testing each other. Ice fragment group dispersing to harass. Iron Wall staying in position and firing, with neither able to defeat the other after several hours. Then the skeleton's crack ice group arrives. 30 tanks and 105mm howitzers press forward directly. Iron Wall cannot hold them back. So, before the crack ice group arrives, the ice fragment group must be heavily damaged. It's not necessary to wipe them out completely, just destroy more than half the tanks, so the Grey Bees lose their ability to attack, and they retreat to wait for skeleton. This way, when the crack ice group arrives, they face a weakened ice fragment group combined with the Iron Wall, not a full-strength 2-unit force crushing everything. Lucien took a sip from his thermos. He needed to sleep. For hours. After 4 hours, the laser cannon would be fully charged and ready to go. Lin Wan, I'll sleep for 4 hours. Wake me at 6. Okay, no matter what happens before 6, as long as the vehicle isn't overturned or hit, don't wake me. Okay. Lucien reclined his seat and closed his eyes. After 3 seconds, his breathing became even. He fell asleep. In the planting area, Lin Wan sat in front of the hydroponic rack, staring at the watermelon seedling just sprouting for a long time. She picked up the communicator and tuned to Lin Zhao's private frequency. Brother, Xiaowan, what's wrong? The city lord is asleep. Good. Let him rest well. Brother, Lucien just went out and fought 5 Snow-Shattering Gang vehicles. I know. 8 minutes. The last vehicle was cut in half by a red beam. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for several seconds. What kind of light? Red, very bright, coming from the turret at the back of the vehicle. How bright? Through the armor and insulation layers, I could see the red glow reflected on the interior walls. Lin Xiao was silent again. Xiaowan, what's wrong, brother? I'm relieved that you're with this person. Yes. Take good care of him. Don't let him go hungry. I understand. The communicator went silent. The docking area was quiet and still. The engine of the Arctic Star was idling, and the flames in the boiler flickered orange through the furnace window. Outside the carriage, the steel dome of Black Rock City silently covered everything. In the distance, the sound of metal clashing at the gun positions could be heard. It's the ammunition handler checking the last rounds for the 120 cannons. The first half of the storm has ended. The second half is still on its way. City Lord, it's 6 o'clock. Lin Wan's voice came from 2 meters away. Lu Qin's eyes opened instantly when he heard the voice. Completely alert. No hesitation. He sat up straight, looked at the clock. Exactly 6 o'clock. Ray cannon. That was the first thing he said. Lin Wan froze in place. Lu Qin summoned the holographic panel. High-temperature melting cutting ray cannon. Fully charged. Current energy reserve. 100%. Shots available. 3. Fully charged. He returned at 2 a.m. So in 4 hours it would be fully charged, ready to fire 3 times. He put away the panel, stretched his neck. Breakfast. I made meat soup, just like last night. 1 bowl is enough. Lin Wan brought over a steaming bowl of iron spine wolf meat soup. Lu Qin took 3 sips, then set the bowl down. Next, he walked to the pilot seat, turned on the communicator. Before he could dial out, Zhou Yuan's frequency connected automatically. Lu Qin, City Lord, latest intel. The main force of the ice shards arrived at the front position at 4:30 a.m., 3.5 hours earlier than expected. Lu Qin replied. Yes, they sped up in the second half, and after they arrived, they stayed in place for 40 minutes. 40 minutes doing what? We suspect they were searching for traces of the front convoy. Did they find anything? Nothing at all. Zhou Yuan's tone carried a different meaning. You have completely destroyed the 5 vehicles, leaving only shallow pits and debris on the ground. Even the tire marks are covered by the tracks of the Polaris. So, the Grayby knows the front line is gone, but they don't know how it happened. Most likely, that's the case. And then, at 5:10, the ice fragments moved southwest for 15 kilometers from their original position and are now 55 kilometers northeast. Lu Qin's finger paused on the armrest. 55 kilometers. It's only 5 kilometers from the iron wall. What is the response from the iron wall? Zhao Taizhu has turned all 10 of the 105mm main guns of the iron wall toward the northeast. What about the 10 patrol vehicles assigned there? They have moved within a 3-kilometer radius around the iron wall, forming a protective formation. Are the number of vehicles in the ice fragment group confirmed? The latest count from the outpost is 23 level 2 tanks and at least 15 armed snowmobiles. 23 vehicles. Lu Qin did some quick multiplication in his mind. 23 times 200 equals 4,600 truth points. Adding the 3,404 points in his account, it totals over 8,000. If he includes the wreckage of the snowmobiles, it approaches 9,000. He pressed the switch on his communicator. Master Lin Xiao, what is it? Lin Xiao's voice was clear but hoarse from a sleepless night. The ice fragment group has reached the buffer zone. I know. Zhou Yuan just reported it. 23 level 2 tanks and 15 snowmobiles, 5 kilometers from the iron wall. Understood. They are stationary there and haven't attacked immediately, indicating Gray B is scouting. Yes, she's checking the situation. The frontline 5 vehicles disappeared, and Gray B isn't sure what happened. She will send out snowmobiles first to scout and find out what's on the other side. Your judgment is the same as Zhou Yuan's, Lin Xiao responded. Zhou Yuan estimates that Gray B's reconnaissance phase will last at least 2 to 3 hours, and after 2 or 3 hours, if Gray B confirms that only the iron wall and 10 patrol vehicles are there, she will choose to disperse and harass, using up the iron wall's ammunition and forces, not engaging head-on. The fragmented ice group does not engage head-on. Lin Xiao paused. Gray B's main tactic is to spread out and harass, while waiting for the white skeleton to arrive. When will the white skeleton arrive? Latest estimate is between this afternoon and tonight. What about the marching speed of the cracked ice group? It's slower than the fragmented ice group because the cracked ice group is equipped with 3 heavy transport trucks carrying 105mm howitzers, which slow down their movement. So I have half a day. Half a day for what? To weaken the fragmented ice group before they arrive. There was silence on the communicator for 5 seconds. Brother Lu Qin, do you want to fight 23 LV.2 vehicles alone? I'm not alone. What do you mean? The iron wall is in position, attracting the fragmented ice group's attention. I will flank them. When they spread out to harass, the vehicles are in groups of 3 to 5, scattered over dozens of kilometers, making them easier to fight. Lin Xiao was quiet again, thinking. Are you planning to take them all out one by one? Gray B is good at guerrilla tactics, but once they spread out, each small group has only 3 to 5 vehicles. You saw how Polaris performed against 5 vehicles. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Lu Qin repeated. Groups of 3 to 5 vehicles, I only need 5 minutes per group. After finishing one group, I move to the next. Each time, I take out 3 to 5 vehicles, and the wreckage is fully broken down. When more than half of the fragmented ice vehicles are destroyed, Gray B will have to retreat. By then, the cracked ice group won't have arrived, and the fragmented ice will be finished. There was heavy breathing from Lin Xiao on the other end. Brother Lu Chun, yes, I have a condition for you. What condition? I'll connect you to the communication channel of the Iron Wall. You can contact Zhao Taizhu directly. His artillery can provide remote fire support when needed. What's the effective range of the 105mm gun on the Iron Wall? 5 kilometers. That's enough. One more condition. Lin Zhao's tone tightened. After you go out, report your position every 30 minutes. Why? Because my sister is on your vehicle. Lu Chun tapped his finger on the armrest. Report every 30 minutes. Okay, one more thing, Lu Chun added through the communicator. The wreckage of the ice fragment group. All yours, I told you that. Even the snowmobiles. Yes, including those. Thanks. No need to thank me, Lin Xiao chuckled. If you help me take out half of the ice fragment group, and I don't give you the wreckage, then I'm not Lin Xiao. The communicator went dead. Lu Chun stood up and walked to the car door. City Lord, are you going out again? Lin Wan's voice came. Yes, how long will you be gone? Half a day, half a day. Don't worry, the Iron Wall ship is 5 kilometers away to cover us, City Lord. Lin Wan stood at the entrance of the partition wall, clutching the corner of her apron. I can pick cabbages at 4 in the afternoon. When I come back, the cabbage will be ready for stew. Lu Chun glanced at her. All right. The engine of the Arctic Star roared from idle to low gear, heavy tracks turning. It moved out of the parking area again and headed onto the rust-wind wasteland. Direction, northeast. The Arctic Star advanced 40 kilometers northeast under the dull morning light. Lu Chun did not go straight. He curved around, cutting into the buffer zone from the east, avoiding the direct confrontation line between the Iron Wall ship and the ice fragment group. A new frequency was connected in the communicator, Iron Wall ship's command channel. Captain Zhao, this is Lu Chun from the Arctic Star. A middle-aged man's voice came through, rough and hoarse. Lu Chun, City Lord has already told me. Where is the ice fragment group now? I'm about 5 kilometers east of the front, with 23 vehicles divided into 5 small groups, scattered over a 15-kilometer sector from 3 to 5 o'clock relative to me. Vehicle distribution among the 5 groups. The largest group has 7 vehicles, right at the front. Mostly the command unit of the ice fragment group. Zhao Taizhu paused. The other 4 groups have 3 to 4 vehicles each, scattered on the periphery. And the snowmobiles? All the vehicles scattered everywhere, within a 30-kilometer radius, at least 15 of them. What are they doing? They are scouting. A few have already approached my patrol line. Did you shoot at them? No. I was ordered to defend the position. A cautious approach, just as Zhou Yuan said. Captain Zhao, I will cut in from the east side, starting with the small groups on the outskirts, clearing them one by one. What do you need me to do? Target the command group of the 7 vehicles in front with artillery fire. Pin them down so they don't spread out to the edges. Can you do that? Yes, Zhao Taizhu replied confidently. 5 kilometers ahead, I'll use the 105mm cannon to set a fixed blockade. I've got this. Good. Lu Chun tapped the steering wheel. Also, if the snowmobiles of the Gray Bees find me, they will report to the command group. Before that, I need your patrol cars to help clear the motorcycles on the eastern flank. How many? How many patrol cars do you have on the east side? 3. That's enough. Let them clear the motorcycles within 5 kilometers in front of me. Make way for me. Understood. The communicator was cut off. Lu Chun increased the speed to 40 kilometers per hour. He turned off the searchlight and switched the engine to low-noise mode. The grayish light was already showing at the horizon, and the rust-colored fog was thinning in the morning light. He looked through the periscope to scan the terrain ahead. The eastern buffer zone of the rust-wind wasteland was more open than the northern side, with fewer remnants of ancient civilizations, offering a good view. This was bad for the scattered infantry tactics of the ice fragment groups because they lacked cover. But it was perfect for the long-range fire of the Polaris. 12 kilometers ahead, 3 small black dots appeared in the periscope. They were moving fast, snowmobiles. Zhao Tieju's 3 patrol cars had already started clearing them. Short bursts of gunfire and the screeching of engines came through the radio. 3 minutes later, Zhao Tieju's voice was heard. 2 motorcycles on the east side destroyed, the third fleeing north. Chasing. Chasing. Understood. The communication was cut off. Lu Chen continued forward. After 5 kilometers, his periscope revealed the target. The first outer group of the fragment ice cluster. For level 2 battle vehicles, arranged in a diamond formation, are moving slowly westward. They are 2 kilometers straight from the Polaris. They haven't noticed him. The city lord slows his vehicle to 20 kilometers per hour, circling behind a collapsed ancient power line tower. The distance shortens to 1.5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. 500 meters. He stops. System, load fragment grenades. Fragment grenade launch array. Consumes 50 truth points. Ammunition being generated. 3 seconds. Loading complete. 6 tubes on each side. A total of 12 fragment grenades ready to fire. First wave attack. He pulls the trigger. Pop, 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 pop. 12 orange flames streak through the morning light. Fragment grenades explode above the diamond formation at 500 meters. Boom, 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 boom. Metal fragments rain down from the sky. The armor on the tops of the 4 vehicles is covered with debris. Sensors and antennas are shattered. Blinding complete. Lu Chen accelerates to 50 km/h. The booster activates, and the Polaris heads straight toward. 300 meters. Machine guns open fire. Shoo, 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 shoo. 20 rounds fired in rapid succession, aiming at the track drive wheel of the nearest vehicle. Sparks fly, the drive shaft breaks, and the track falls off. The first vehicle is immobilized. 200 meters. The second vehicle's turret is spinning in panic, aiming correctly, but too slowly. Lu Chen doesn't give it a chance to fire. Switching targets, the machine gun fires 30 rounds at the turret's rotation mechanism. 3 gears are shattered, the turret jams. 150 meters. The third vehicle finally reacts, rushing straight toward the Polaris at full speed. Lu Chen aims the collision bumper at it. 2 vehicles collide head-on at 80 meters. A deafening crash. The homogeneous manganese steel collision bumper hits the other's front armor, deforming the entire left front section. The opponent's vehicle is pushed sideways 3 meters. Lu Chen releases the steering wheel, switching to the steam jet gun. The left nozzle hisses as it activates. 200 degrees of steam floods into the opening of the other vehicle's front. 2 seconds later, the sounds inside stop. The third vehicle is destroyed. The fourth vehicle tried to escape, but Lu Chen used his mechanical arm to tear off its exhaust pipe. The engine shut down. There were 4 vehicles in total, and the entire event took 3 minutes and 40 seconds. This was half the time it took for the 5 vehicles in the front line. Because the ice fragments had not formed a circular defensive formation, they were in a marching line, which responded more slowly. Lu Chen extended his mechanical arm and began to break down the wreckage. System, all 4 vehicles execute high-level degradation. A blue light appeared. Within 30 seconds, the 4 combat vehicles disappeared one after another. LV.2 vehicle wreckage times 4, gained 847 truth points. Ammunition was replenished. 1 round of fragment grenades costs 50 points. 50 rounds of machine gun ammunition cost 5 points, and the harpoon was unused. Net income was 792 points. The current balance increased from 3,404 to 4,196. Lu Chen turned the vehicle toward the next target. The communicator rang. It was Zhao Tieju's voice. Lord Lu Chen, the front command group has some activity. What kind of activity? The formation of 7 vehicles has shifted from defense to alert. 2 vehicles are rotating their turrets and scanning. They've detected movement on the east side. Should I open fire to block them now? Yes. Understood. 5 seconds after the communicator was cut off, distant gunfire sounded. Bang, bang, bang. The main gun of the iron wall, a 105mm cannon, fired 3 shots in quick succession, hitting the ice surface 200 meters ahead of the ice fragment command group. 3 craters smoked in the morning light. This was not to hit the target. It was a warning. To inform the Grey Bee, there are 10 105mm cannons pointed at your front. Don't move recklessly. The formation of the 7 vehicles stopped. Lu Chen nodded. Zhao Taiju could hold the front line. He could safely go eat at the periphery. The North Star turned slightly northeast, heading toward the second outer group of the ice fragment cluster. The second outer group was 8 kilometers east-northeast of the North Star. 3 LV.2 combat vehicles formed a straight line and moved slowly southward. Their movement indicated that Gray B had noticed trouble on the east side and was adjusting the outer group to tighten the defense line. But their retreat was too slow. Lu Chun increased the vehicle speed to 50 kilometers per hour, keeping the booster engine on. After 6 minutes, the Polaris rushed out from behind a rusty crane frame, only 300 meters behind the 3 vehicles in the convoy. This time, he didn't use fragment grenades. 3 vehicles were too few. Using 50.1 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition on just 3 vehicles was not worth it. He opened fire with the heavy machine gun. Chit 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 chit. 20 rounds fired in quick succession, hitting the rear engine compartment of the last vehicle. 5 rounds pierced the thin armor around the exhaust port. The engine emitted black smoke, and its speed dropped sharply. The second vehicle turned around and rotated its turret. Bang! A 75mm shell hit the right front armor of Polaris at 200 meters. Sparks flew. The angled armor deflected the shell, which then sped off into the sky. Lu Chun drove Polaris straight toward the second vehicle. 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Steam jet. Hiss. A wall of hot white steam covered the second vehicle for a second and a half. The bulletproof glass on the window cracked under the temperature change. Lu Chun extended his mechanical arm, gripping the barrel of the second vehicle's cannon. Hydraulics tightened. Crack. The barrel bent at a 30-degree angle. This cannon was useless now. He released the clamp, moved Polaris forward 20 meters, and caught up with the first vehicle still moving slowly. The driver was completely panicked, turning the steering wheel left and right, trying to maneuver on the icy surface. It was useless. Polaris was bigger by a whole ton. A slanting collision pushed it out of its path. The vehicle flipped onto its side, tracks in the air. Lu Chun used his mechanical arm to straighten the overturned vehicle, then tore off a loose armor plate from its side. He extended the clamp, grabbing the main steam pipe of the boiler. Hydraulic pull. Bang! The pipe broke, and steam burst out from the rupture. Pressure dropped. The engine stopped. The third vehicle, which was smoking, was completely stuck. Lu Chun turned back and fired 10 rounds from the heavy machine gun at its drive wheel to make sure it couldn't move. 3 vehicles, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. System, all 3 degraded. A blue light appeared. LV.2 tank wreckage times 3, converted to 632 truth points. After deducting the consumption, the net income is 587 points. Current balance, 4,787 points. The communicator rang. It was Zhao Tieju's voice. Lord Lu Chun, the Ice Fragment Group command team has moved again. What's their move? 3 of the 7 vehicles have split off and are heading northeast. Are they coming toward me? Looks like it. What's their speed? They're moving at full speed, about 40 km/h. Lu Chun quickly calculated the distance in his mind. He is currently 12 kilometers from the Gray B command team. 3 vehicles coming at full speed will arrive in 18 minutes. Captain Zhao, can you hold the remaining 4 vehicles? 4 are easier to pin down than 7. Then do it. Understood. Lu Chun turned his vehicle around and headed toward the third outer group. He wanted to take out another group before the Gray B's 3 reinforcements arrived. The third outer group is 6 kilometers northwest with 4 vehicles. They just received the retreat order from Gray B and are moving toward the command team. The Polaris cuts in from the side. Fragment grenades. 51 rounds. 12 fragments explode above the 4 vehicles. Bang, 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 bang. Metal shrapnel rains down from the sky. They cause blindness. Then, heavy machine gun fire hits the tracks, steam spray guns pour in close range, and robotic arms finish the kill. For vehicles, in 10 seconds. Degradation. LV.2 tank wreckage times 4, converted to 841 truth points. After deducting the consumption, the net income is 736 points. Current balance, 5,523 points. 5,523. Lu Chun leaned back in his driver's seat for 2 seconds. Lord City Lord, the water pipe next to the boiler is making noise. Lin Wan called out from the planting area. Normal. When steam consumption is high, the pipeline pressure fluctuates. Oh, The communicator rang again. This time it was Lin Zhao's frequency. Brother Lu Chun. Lin Zhao's voice was 3 times louder than usual. How many vehicles have you taken out on the east side? The communicator on the other end made a loud banging sound. Huh. Brother Lu Chun. 11 vehicles this morning. 23 ice-breaking units. You've taken down almost half. Not yet. Not yet? 3 more reinforcement vehicles from the Gray B group have arrived, plus a small outer team I haven't encountered. A total of 8 outside. The command group still has 4 vehicles pinned down by the iron wall. Are you going to keep fighting? The 3 reinforcement vehicles from the Gray B group are heading this way. So, what do you mean? Since they're coming to me, I might as well take them. The other side burst into laughter again. That's ruthless. Lin Zhao suppressed his laughter. Brother Lu Chun, this is serious. Go ahead. Latest intel on the ice-breaking group. Lu Chun paused his finger on the control stick. Where is the white bone now? An hour ago, the outpost 200 kilometers northeast detected a large heat source signal. 200 kilometers. A convoy of over 30 vehicles, moving at 25 kilometers per hour. Lin Zhao paused, then tapped the outside of the communicator. Slower than the ice-breaking group. Because the ice-breaking group is pulling 3 heavy transport trucks, each carrying 6 105mm medium howitzers. At this speed, when will they reach the buffer zone? Between 6 and 8 tonight. Lu Chun glanced at the clock. It's 9:30 in the morning. There are about 8 to 10 hours before the ice-breaking group arrives. Master Lin Zhao, once the ice-breaking group arrives, how do you plan to fight? With the iron wall and my 10 patrol vehicles, we'll hold the buffer zone first. Is that enough? No, Lin Zhao answered firmly. The Whitebones ice-breaking group fights very differently from the ice-shattering group. 30 vehicles rushing forward at full speed without slowing down can't be supported by the iron wall's 10 cannons. So I need to send reinforcements from Blackrock City. The iron wall is the core of the outer defense, but it can't hold against the ice-breaking group alone. I'll send 10 LV.2 patrol vehicles again, making 20 patrol vehicles in total, along with 10 105mm cannons. This is the only mobile force I can send out. What about the main body of the Blackrock City state? It remains still. Why? Because of the North Ice Cluster. Lu Chun tapped the armrest lightly. The North Ice Cluster. The base guard group directly commanded by Iron Spine. 4,000 people, over 40 tanks, stationed at the main base of Roaring Ice Abyss. Are you worried about Iron Spine? It's necessary to defend. Lin Zhao lowered his voice. If the Ice Fragment and the Cracked Ice groups move out at the same time, and the North Ice Cluster also comes out from Roaring Ice Abyss, they could approach the Rust-Wind Wasteland from another direction. The 120 cannons of Blackrock City State must stay on the city walls and cannot be split up. So, the Iron Wall and 20 patrol vehicles are all the support I can give. Yes. When do you plan to leave? Right now? The 10 patrol vehicles supporting the attack will depart immediately and are expected to arrive at the Iron Wall position in 2 hours. Understood. Lu Chun put down his communicator. He looked at the rust-wind wasteland ahead. The morning light was fully bright now. Under the gray-white sky, rust-colored mist flowed slowly in the strong wind. In the distance, the 3 reinforcement vehicles of the Ice Fragment group were rushing toward him at full speed. They should arrive in about 15 minutes. Lu Chun shifted the engine from 3 LV.2 tanks, arranged in a triangle formation, with their fronts facing the Polaris. They were moving very fast, at full speed. Their paintwork was the same as the ones previously destroyed, blood-red skulls with gray honeycomb patterns. But their formation was much tighter than the smaller groups encountered before. The distance between the 3 tanks was only 30 meters, allowing them to support each other's fire. This was the elite Grayby group. Lu Chun slowed the vehicle to 15 kilometers per hour and stopped behind a partially buried transformer shell from the ancient civilization. It was 1 kilometer from the targets. He was not in a hurry to fire. 3 cars form a triangle and rush forward at full speed, showing they already know what happened on the east side. The Grey Wasp sent out a direct attack against him. The enemy was prepared, so he changed his plan. Lu Chun canceled the loading command for the fragment grenades. 50 points of firepower to hit 3 cars isn't worth it. Their formations are very close, and the fragment grenade's area damage isn't as effective as focusing fire on a single point. He equipped a heavy machine gun and a missile launcher. He waited for the enemy to get closer. 80 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. The three cars' turrets started turning to scan the terrain ahead. Lu Chen kept the engine of the Polaris at idle. He stayed still. The transformer's shell blocked the enemy's line of sight. 400 meters, 300 meters. The lead car's turret stopped turning and aimed at the transformer's shell. They spotted him. Bang! A 75 millimeters shell flew over. It hit the transformer's shell, causing a half-ton metal casing to flip and shatter, with fragments flying everywhere. The Polaris was not hit. It was 15 meters behind the transformer. Lu Chen started the engine under the cover of the explosion's smoke. The supercharger activated. The Polaris burst out of the smoke. 300 meters. The enemy's three cars reacted faster than the previous patrol group. All three fired their 75 millimeters cannons simultaneously. Bang! 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 Three shells shot toward the Polaris in half a second. The first hit the front bumper, sparking and bouncing off. The second hit the wedge-shaped armor on the left side, ricocheting away with a whistling sound. The third struck near the base of the heavy machine gun turret on the roof, leaving a white scratch on the sloped armor and bouncing off. All three shells missed. Lu Chen didn't even blink. He rotated the heavy machine gun turret to face directly forward and locked onto the right front drive wheel of the lead car. 50 rounds fired in quick succession. The buzzing sound of the gun's rotation cut through the air. The dense spray of bullets hit the drive wheel, creating a shower of sparks. The bearing shattered, and the track loosened. The lead car was disabled. The distance was shortened to 150 meters. The second and third vehicles split up and tried to flank from both sides. On the left side, Lu Chen aimed the harpoon cannon at its side. At 120 meters, the side was exposed. Bang! A 50-pound harpoon was fired. The barbs embedded into the welds of the side armor. 3 seconds. Boom. An internal explosion. 2 pieces of the side armor flew off. The boiler pipes broke, and steam burst out. The second vehicle was destroyed. The vehicle on the right circled behind the Polaris, with its gun barrel aimed at the rear armor. Bang! A 75 millimeters shell hit the rear at 10 meters. A vibration came from behind. A warning message popped up on the holographic panel. The rear armor was hit, but the angled armor modules deflected the attack successfully, remaining intact and unpierced. At 10 meters, the 75 millimeters shell still bounced off. He pulled the control stick of the left mechanical arm to the limit. An 8-meter hydraulic arm shot out from the left side of the vehicle, bypassing the rear, and the claw grabbed the enemy's gun barrel. The hydraulic system tightened. Creak. The gun barrel was forcibly twisted off at the base of the turret. The mechanical arm continued downward, moving the claw from the broken gun barrel to the enemy's roof armor. Clamping, pressing, pulling. The roof armor was lifted open at one corner by the force of the hydraulic pull. A steam jet was aimed at the opening. Hiss. 2 seconds. The third vehicle was destroyed. 3 vehicles, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. This was nearly 2 minutes longer than the small outer group. The elite of the Gray Bees was tougher than the usual ice-breaking combat vehicles. But the result was the same. Lu Chen deconstructed all 3 wrecks. A pale blue light enveloped the 3 steel corpses. The system displayed statistics. LV.2 vehicle wrecks multiplied by 3, converting into 651 truth points. After deducting the costs, the net gain was 601 points. Current balance, 6,124 points. 6,124. Lu Chen stared at the number. Before coming to the rust-wind wasteland, it was 250. Now it had increased 24 times. The efficiency of fighting to sustain fighting was very high. The communicator rang. It was Zhao Tieju's voice. Lord Lu Chen, the 4 vehicles of the Broken Ice Group command team are beginning to retreat. Retreat? Yes, heading northeast at a very fast speed. Are they running away? Yes, they are. Graby noticed that the 3 elite reinforcements had disappeared, including the 11 vehicles from before. The 23 tanks of the Broken Ice Group were reduced to 14 by the Polaris star. There are 9 left. 4 of them escaped with Graby's team. Another group of 5 vehicles on the periphery is unaccounted for. Graby chose to retreat. This matches the description in the records. The Broken Ice Group does not fight head-on. When faced with a strong enemy, they retreat and wait for reinforcements. Should we chase? Lu Chen asked Zhao Taizhu. My suggestion is not to chase. Zhao Taizhu's voice remained steady. If we chase too far, we will leave the fire coverage of the iron wall. If the broken ice group has set a trap outside, it could be dangerous. I agree. Lu Chen decided not to pursue. Chasing the broken ice group isn't worth it. Gray Bee's scattered tactics work best in pursuit. Chasing too far would bring us closer to the crack ice group. The white bone is still on the way. Time is running out. Captain Zhao, when will Lord Lin Xiao arrive with reinforcements? In about 40 minutes, with 10 LV.2 patrol vehicles. Once reinforcements arrive, the iron wall's position should stay the same, holding 50 kilometers northeast. The broken ice group has retreated, but the crack ice group will arrive by evening. Add 20 patrol vehicles to the iron wall, and build a complete defensive line in the buffer zone. Understood. The communication device cut out. Lu Chen turned the Polaris star around, heading toward Black Rock City. He needed to resupply ammunition and recharge the laser cannon. Wait for the crack ice group. He glanced at the clock. It was 10:45 a.m. There were over 5 hours until the cabbage ripened, as Lin once said. It would take 7 to 9 hours for the crack ice group to reach the buffer zone. The timing was just right. The Polaris star returned to the Black Rock City docking area at 11:20 a.m. As the engine shifted to idle, the atmosphere in the docking area was completely different from when he left. At dawn, only a few guards were patrolling in the docking area. The lights were warm yellow, and it was very quiet. Now, at least 30 people are standing on the steel ground. There are guards in gray uniforms, officers in dark blue military uniforms, and a few drivers in rough cold-weather clothing. As the tracks of the Arctic Star car rolled onto the steel surface of the docking area, everyone's eyes turned to look. Someone clapped. A few scattered applause sounded. Then more people joined in with cheers and shouts. It's the Arctic Star. That vehicle is back. Did you hear? It destroyed 14 snow-shattering enemy vehicles this morning. 14. Just one vehicle? Commander Zhao's message said the outpost confirmed it. The ice-breaking group was driven away. Cheers and chatter echoed under the steel dome of the docking area. The Arctic Star slowly moved into its designated parking spot and shut off the engine. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, looking out the window at the excited faces outside, appearing calm. The communicator buzzed. It was Lin Xiao's frequency. Brother Lu Chen. Today, he had already heard this loud voice several times. Is it back? Yes, it is. Ha! That loud laugh made the speaker shake. 14 vehicles. You destroyed 14 enemy vehicles and 3 reinforcements in just one morning. The Grey Wasp took the rest and ran. I just finished reading Commander Zhao's report. That guy has never seen this kind of tactic before. What exactly did he say? Lin Xiao cleared his throat and repeated in Zhao's tone. Arctic Star's single vehicle broke into the ice-breaking group's flank, clearing 3 outer groups and 1 reinforcement squad within 40 minutes, destroying 14 LV.2 enemy vehicles, with no effective damage to Arctic Star. He paused, suppressing his laughter, and finished the last sentence. Suggest the city lord include this battle as a teaching case in the staff college. Huh? A teaching case? Lin Xiao laughed for 10 seconds before calming down. Brother Lu Chen, do you know why so many people are standing in the docking area? No, I don't. Because Zhao Tiezhu's battle report was sent back through the staff channel, the staff officers all ran down to see your vehicle. When the news spread, the logistics soldiers and patrol vehicle crews also came down. You are currently the most famous outsider in Black Rock City. Lu Chen took a sip from his thermos. I don't care about being famous. I know you don't care. Lin Xiao's laughter softened. But there's one thing you should care about. What is it? Some of the patrol drivers on the front line have just been rotated out of the buffer zone. Lin Xiao slowed his speech slightly. They saw the size of the ice shard swarm with their own eyes and heard Zhao Taizhu relay your battle report. They were originally very tense about the main attack of the Snow Shaman gang. The results you achieved this morning are more effective than 100 encouraging words. For them, having a vehicle on the border of Black Rock City that can challenge 14 LV.2 vehicles is the strongest confidence. Lu Chen didn't reply, placing the thermos back on the rack. Lord Lin Xiao, when will the ice-breaking swarm arrive? Lin Xiao's tone grew serious. The latest estimate is around 6 o'clock this evening. Bai Gu personally leading the team? Yes, personally leading. with over 30 vehicles and 3 heavy transport trucks equipped with 105mm howitzers. Lu Chun rubbed his thumb on the metal handle of the joystick. Including the remaining 9 vehicles of the ice-breaking swarm, that makes about 40. Almost. Can a group of 40 vehicles withstand an attack with 20 patrol vehicles supporting? They can't hold the front line. Lin Xiao took a breath. You've seen Baigu's tactics in the archives. Full speed ahead without slowing down, even if it means wrecking the vehicles and risking lives. The 10 105mm cannons on Iron Wall can't destroy more than 5 to 8 vehicles before they reach, and the rest will just crush through. So Iron Wall can't face them head-on. It needs to fight a mobile war. Is Iron Wall fast enough? Yes, with a speed of 25, faster than the heavy transport vehicles of the ice-breaking swarm. If we fight a mobile war, you need someone who can sneak into the ice-breaking swarm's charge and strike. Lin Xiao was silent for 2 seconds. Do you mean you still want to go out? The wreckage of over 30 battle vehicles from the Ice Fracture Group is very valuable to me. The communicator carried Lin Xiao's heavy breathing. Brother Lu Chun, are you fighting or doing business? Is there a difference? Lin Xiao chuckled again. This time, his laugh was short, filled with helplessness and respect. At 6 in the evening, the Ice Fracture Group will arrive at the buffer zone. Before that, you rest, recharge, and resupply ammunition. Depart again at 5:30. Okay. Also, the reinforcements I promised have already left. The Iron Wall, along with the original 10 patrol vehicles and the 10 new ones, a total of 20 level 2 vehicles, are in the buffer zone, plus the Polaris, plus you, 21 vehicles. No, Lu Chun held the steering wheel with one hand. Lord Lin Xiao, the Polaris is the sword that pierced into the Ice Fracture Group's formation. There was a 3-second silence on the communicator. Understood. See you in the evening. The communication ended. Lu Chun completely shut down the engine, and the ray cannon began charging. Fully charged in 6 hours, with 3 shots ready, just in time for the evening battle. Lord, the cabbage can be harvested by 4 p.m. Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area, holding a glass tube used to measure nutrient solution concentration. Okay, do you want to rest for a while? Lu Chun glanced at the clock, 11:30. 6 hours before departure. Sleep for 2 hours. Wake me at 1:30. Got it. He reclined the driver's seat and closed his eyes. The air in the cabin, kept at a steady 20 degrees Celsius, flowed evenly. Faint sounds of Lin Wan moving the cultivation boxes came from the planting area. Above the steel beams overhead, 120 cannons of the Black Rock City Alliance stood silently, ready. The Polaris was quietly charging in the docking area. The energy indicator of the ray cannon climbed upward, one segment at a time. 1:30 p.m. Lord, it's 1:30. Lu Chun opened his eyes. 2 hours of sleep was enough. He sat upright and immediately checked the holographic panel. Ray cannon charging progress, 52%. Estimated full charge time, 2 hours 48 minutes remaining. By 5:30 in the evening, he left with a full charge. The second thing was to check the balance. Current truth point balance, 6,124 points. 6,124. He stared at this number, tapping his finger rhythmically on the armrest. 6,124 points. The core at the top consumes up to 4,000 points. He still has 8 nodes to activate, with a total requirement for these remaining nodes. Infrastructure Armor Node 3, 2,000, plus Infrastructure Armor Top Core, 4,000. Ecological Logistics Node 2, 1,000. Node 3, 2,000, and Top Core, 4,000. Power Engine Node 2, 1,000. Node 3, 2,000, and Top Core, 4,000. Armament Top Core, 4,000. Total needed, 24,000 points. Less than a quarter of 6,000 points. But if he can also weaken the ice group in the evening, adding the wreckage of over 30 tanks, 30 times 200, that's 6,000 points. Adding this to the current balance, he would have 12,200 points. 12,200 points could activate 3 or 4 core nodes. He's still far from fully upgrading to level 2, but he can see the path ahead. Lu Chun put away the panel. City Lord, do you want to eat something? Yes. Still meat soup? Add 2 more pieces of meat. I'll be running all evening today. Lin Wan went to the cold storage to get the meat. Lu Chun walked over to the planting area and took a look. The 4th batch of cabbage leaves had mostly unfolded, with edges showing a moist, light green. Lin Wan. Here. Lin Wan, holding 2 pieces of frozen meat, peeked out from the cold storage. Can we harvest the cabbage at 4 o'clock? We can, but waiting 2 more hours would improve the quality. Harvest at 4. Okay. After harvesting, pack 4 pieces into a lunchbox and give it to your brother. Again? Last time, for pieces traded for a blueprint library. This time, I don't know what we'll get, but it won't be a loss. Lin Wan thought for a moment, agreed that it made sense, and nodded. The meat soup simmered in the iron pot for 20 minutes. Lu Chen ate 2 bowls. After finishing, he conducted a thorough pre-battle check of all weapon systems. He refilled the machine gun ammunition from 480 to full capacity of 500 rounds, using 2 points. The harpoon cannon was reloaded to full capacity of 4/4, with 2 recast rounds costing 20 points. 1 round of fragment grenades was preloaded, costing 50 points. The total cost was 72 points. His remaining points dropped from 6124 to 6052. After checking the weapons, he tuned the communicator to Zhou Yuan's frequency. Commander Zhou, City Lord Lu Chen, what is the latest position of the Ice Splitter Group? 130 kilometers northeast, moving at 25 kilometers per hour. Is the estimated arrival time unchanged? Between 6 and 6:30 in the evening. And the fragmented ice group? The remnants of the Gray Bee have retreated to over 150 kilometers northeast and have merged with the Ice Splitter Group's marching column. They've merged? Yes, 9 fragmented ice group vehicles have joined the Ice Splitter Group's column. Lu Chen paused briefly. The remnants of the fragmented ice group have joined the Ice Splitter Group. When Baigu arrives at the buffer zone, the total number of vehicles will be about 40. A convoy of 40 vehicles, along with 6 105mm medium howitzers. This firepower density is more than the Iron Wall's front can withstand. Commander Zhou, how long can the Iron Wall's ammunition last? The 105mm shells can support 2 hours of intense fighting. And the patrol vehicles? 20 LV.2 patrol vehicles, each with a 75mm cannon, enough ammunition for about an hour and a half. An hour and a half to 2 hours. And after that, then we'll rely on the main guns of Black Rock City State to cover us. But if the Ice Splitter Group reaches within 30 kilometers of the core area, the city's 180mm main guns can be effective. Should we lure them toward the city? That's up to the city lord. It's not my decision. Understood. Lu Chen switched the communicator to Lin Xiao's frequency. City Lord Lin Xiao, if the Ice Splitter Group breaks through Iron Wall's defenses, where do you plan to intercept them? Within 30 kilometers of the core area. Lin Xiao answered immediately. The city-state's 180mm main gun has an effective range of 8 kilometers, capable of hitting a level 2 tank from start to finish. But that means pushing the Ice Fracture Group toward the edge of the core area. Under the protection of the Iron Wall, I don't want them to enter the core area. What if they can't hold out? If they can't, they retreat. The Iron Wall fights and withdraws, with 20 patrol vehicles providing cover. Finally, they retreat to 30 kilometers outside the core area, where my 120 guns take over. That's the worst-case scenario. Yes, the worst case. But what if someone manages to stab into the Ice Fracture Group's charging line? Then the worst case won't happen. Both fall silent. 3 seconds of silence. Brother Lu Chen, are we leaving at 5:30? Yes, 5:30. Take care, mm. The communicator cuts out. Lu Chen glances at the clock. It's 2:10 in the afternoon, 3 hours before departure. He adjusts the backrest of the driver's seat to a semi-reclined position, neither lying nor sitting. The thermos is placed in the cup holder. He tunes the radio to the encrypted frequency of the snow-shattering gang. A crackling sound. The pulse signal's frequency becomes denser. White Bones is issuing commands. The Ice Fracture Group is gathering. The second half of the storm is about to hit. At 4 p.m., City Lord, the cabbage can be harvested. Lin Wan crouches in front of the cultivation box, gently plucking the leaves of the 4th batch of cabbage, one by one. 14 leaves. 2 more than the 3rd batch. The 40% efficiency increase in the temperature-controlled hydroponic garden is starting to show in the 4th batch. 4 pieces for the lunchbox. Okay. Lin Wan packs the 4 most plump cabbage leaves into a tin lunchbox, the remaining 10 into the cold storage's freshness compartment. She contacts Lin Xiao via the communicator. 5 minutes later, A service soldier comes down to pick up the lunchbox. 3 minutes after that, Lin Zhao's voice comes through the communicator. Brother Lu Chun. Yes, cabbage. More cabbage again. Trade for blueprints. Trade, trade, trade. Lin Zhao's voice rises loudly. Tomorrow, someone will deliver the best few blueprints from the warehouse to you. Okay, ha ha. After laughing, Lin Zhao's tone became serious. 5:30, 5:30. The communicator cut off. Lu Qin glanced at the charging progress of the ray cannon. Ray cannon charging progress, 89%. Estimated full charge time, 42 minutes. It will be fully charged in 42 minutes. 5:12. Departure time, 5:30. Perfect timing. He double-checked all weapon systems. Heavy machine gun, 500 out of 500 rounds. Harpoon cannon, 4 to 4 rounds. Fragmentation grenade preloaded, ready to fire. Ray cannon, nearly fully charged, 3 shots remaining. 4-corner steam spray guns, pressure full. Repeating crossbow, fully loaded. Hydraulic arms, fully pressurized. Fire control system, all systems online. Everything is ready. The Polaris quietly parked in the docking area, waiting for the signal to move out. 5:15 in the afternoon. High-temperature plasma cutting ray cannon, fully charged. Current stored energy, 100%. Shots available, 3. Fully charged, 3 shots. Lu Chen stood up. Lin Wan, we're going out, okay. Tonight's cabbage stew will be a bit later. I'll start cooking now, so we can eat when we get back to Black Rock City. Lu Chen looked at her. Don't start cooking yet. Wait until we return. Lin Wan was momentarily surprised. Then she nodded. All right, we'll wait for you. Lu Chen started the Polaris. The engine roared. Heavy treads crushed the steel-plated ground. This is the third attack. Target. Ice fracture swarm, skeletons. The Polaris rolled over the steel slope in the docking area, heading onto the gray-brown ice surface of the rust-wind wasteland at dusk. The western horizon was a dark orange, the sun half set. In the northeast sky, it was lead gray and gloomy. In the distance in that direction, 40 tanks were rushing over. Lu Chun held the steering wheel with one hand, driving at 35 kilometers per hour without boosting. He summoned the holographic panel. The status of the 4 main branches is displayed on a light blue holographic screen. 8 out of 16 nodes are lit. His gaze first falls on Node 3 of the Infrastructure Armor. Infrastructure Armor LV2 Node 3. Cabin Insulation Coating. A superfine insulation composite coating applied to the interior walls of the cabin to improve temperature stability. It can maintain a comfortable temperature even in extreme external environments, suitable for short-sleeve work. Cost, 2,000 truth points. In a cabin kept at 20 degrees Celsius, wearing a single layer of clothing is enough. Working in short sleeves during the evening battle at 6 o'clock doesn't add much. Spending 2,000 points on this is a complete waste. He shifts his focus to the power engine branch. The details of Node 2 are expanded. Power engine LV2 Node 2, tracked ground source absorption array. A set of ground magnetic absorption modules installed on the heavy track chassis. Each track segment contains high-density magnetic anchoring units that produce strong adhesion when in contact with the ground. This greatly improves grip, keeping the vehicle stable during high-speed turns and intense impacts. Even in a strong wind pushing from the side, it won't drift. Cost, 1,000 truth points. Lu Chen's thumb taps once on the steering wheel. Earlier this morning, when smashing the ice clusters, the Polaris had a slight skid while rushing through the third group of 4 vehicles on the ice surface. Just once. It lasted less than half a second, with the vehicle shifting about 30 centimeters sideways. It didn't affect the battle outcome, but he remembered it. The ice skeletons crack ice groups are a formation of 40 vehicles charging forward in a line. In such dense chaos, the Polaris needs to repeatedly change direction at high speed, weaving through the vehicle groups. A 30-centimeter skid would cause the angle of impact to shift by 5 degrees. A 5-degree deviation means the attack angle changes from a diagonal cut to a direct frontal collision. A frontal collision doesn't cause much damage but wastes time. Time equals truth points. 1,000 points for a highly stable chassis is worth it. He continues to look at Node 3. Power engine LV2 Node 3. Reciprocating heavy diesel engine. An additional 4-cylinder reciprocating heavy diesel engine installed alongside the existing coal-fired steam boiler. The diesel engine runs in parallel with the steam boiler, with both power sources working together to drive the tracked system. Power output peaks increase by 80%, and the maximum speed surpasses current limits. The diesel engine can directly use low-quality diesel produced from the breakdown of high-energy fuel, forming a complete self-sufficient fuel cycle with LV.2 Node 1. Cost: 2,000 truth points. He stared at those words for 3 seconds. Peak power increases by 80%. The turbocharger can burst at 1.5 times for a short period, providing a sustained 80% boost. With the 1.5 times burst from the turbocharger, the combined maximum output is about 2.7 times the original, allowing the top speed to break current limits. Currently, cruising without turbo boost is about 35 to 40 km per hour. With boost, it can reach 55 km per hour. After installing the diesel engine, cruising speed can exceed 60 km per hour. With boost, it reaches 80 to 90 km per hour. The most important thing is endurance. Using a pure coal boiler with turbo mode causes coal crystal consumption to rise exponentially. Running at full power for an hour nearly empties the coal storage. After installing the diesel engine, coal and diesel fuel are used together, sharing the load of boosting between two power sources, at least doubling the endurance. Diesel doesn't cost money. High-energy fuel can be converted into diesel by breaking down mutant beast fats, making hunting equivalent to refueling. Hunting mutant beasts yields fats, which are cracked into diesel, fueling the diesel engine to drive the Polaris to hunt more mutants, creating a perfect closed loop. Luchin did some quick calculations. 1,000 plus 2,000 equals 3,000 points. Current balance: 6,052 points. Spending it all leaves 3,052 points. 3,000 points isn't much, but tonight's battlefield has 40 LV.2 tanks and 3 heavy transport vehicles waiting for him to destroy. Each costs about 200 points. Taking them all out would cost over 8,000 points. Spending 3,000 points to earn over 8,000 points results in a profit of more than 5,000. This deal is worth it. Lin Wan, find something sturdy to hold on to. The vehicle needs to stop for a moment. Upgrading again. 2 upgrades. Got it. Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area. She was holding onto the support beam of the hydroponic rack. Lu Chen slowed the Polaris and stopped beside the wreckage of an ancient forge water tower. The engine shifted to idle. System: unlock power engine LV.2 Node 2. Track ground absorption array. Confirmation of unlock. Cost: 1,000 truth points. Current balance: 5,052 points. The bottom of the vehicle emitted a dense series of mechanical clicking sounds. These sounds were not dull like collisions, but crisp, small metal parts snapping into their designated slots all at once. The entire vehicle sank slightly, about 2 centimeters. Then it stabilized, unusually steady. He felt the change through his hands on the steering wheel. The vibrations disappeared completely, leaving it perfectly smooth, with not a hint of trembling. Before, when idling, the steering wheel always had a slight tremor caused by the contact between the tracks and the ground. Now it was gone. The water in the nearby thermos was perfectly still, like a mirror. City Lord, why is the car not shaking anymore? Magnetic modules were added to the track base. What does that mean? It means the car is now stuck to the ground. Not even a typhoon could move it. Lin Wan was silent for a second. Can you really install anything on the car? The system installs whatever I command. He checked the balance on the holographic panel, 5,052 truth points, and then issued the unlock command for Node 3. System: unlock power engine LV.2 Node 3. Reciprocating heavy diesel engine. Confirmation received. Cost: 2,000 truth points. Current balance: 3,052 points. This upgrade was much more intense than the track adhesion array. A deep metallic resonance sounded from the rear power core area. In the space beside the boiler, the system's high-dimensional force field was creating new mechanical structures out of thin air. A 4-cylinder diesel engine with an iron block gradually took shape from the blue glow. The crankshaft, connecting rods, pistons, fuel injectors, turbocharger, and exhaust manifold. Each part condensed from nothing into solid form. The new engine's output shaft connected directly to the existing track drive system through a set of gears and a transmission. Luchin looked through the rearview periscope and saw a heavy iron block appear in the power core area, standing alongside the boiler. The boiler was round. The diesel engine was square, one round, one square. They were tightly connected by a drive shaft and gear set. The high-energy fuel conversion pipe extended automatically, linking to the diesel engine's fuel tank. The 4 liters of diesel stored earlier were rerouted from the boiler's auxiliary fuel inlet into the main tank of the diesel engine. The modification process lasted 40 seconds. Power engine level 2 node 3 unlocked. Reciprocating heavy-duty diesel engine installed. Current power mode. Dual fuel parallel drive using coal and diesel. Luchin pulled the engine control lever to low speed. The boiler kept running normally, but the nearby diesel engine also started to turn. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds were completely different. The boiler's sound was a steady, hissing flow of steam through pipes. The diesel engine's sound was a short, powerful pounding of pistons moving back and forth inside the cylinders. These two sounds overlapped, creating a new rhythm of power. He released the idle lock and slowly increased the vehicle's speed. 20 kilometers per hour, 30 kilometers per hour, 40 kilometers per hour. Without using the turbo, at 40 km/h, the engine still had at least 30% power left. The old coal boiler was already near full capacity at 40 km/h. He kept accelerating. 50 kilometers per hour. The vehicle was incredibly stable. The new track adhesion system kept the 20-ton steel beast firmly gripping the ice even at 50 km/h. No shaking, no slipping, no signs of soft ground. 60 kilometers per hour, still steady. He tried a sharp 15-degree turn at 60 km/h. Previously, this would cause the vehicle to sway noticeably, but now it didn't. The tracks held the ground, and the vehicle turned exactly in the direction he aimed, with no extra sideways movement. City Lord, this speed looks much faster than before. Diesel engine is engaged, power has nearly doubled. So, we won't need to store fat in the cold storage anymore, right? We can just turn it into diesel? Exactly. All fat will go into the cracking furnace from now on. Linwan thought for a moment. So, hunting is like refueling. You finally understand. The communicator lit up. It was Zhou Yuan's signal. City Lord Lu Chun, latest update on the ice-breaking group's position. 110 kilometers northeast. Marching speed unchanged, at 25 kilometers per hour. Has the arrival time at the buffer zone been adjusted? After correction, expected between 6:15 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. About an hour and a half remaining. Understood. Luchin glanced at the gauge on the dashboard. The speed was 60 kilometers per hour. From their current position to the iron wall formation at the buffer zone was about 40 kilometers. At this speed, they could reach in about 40 minutes. After arriving, there would be nearly an hour to prepare. Commander Zhou, have you confirmed the positions of the 9 remaining vehicles from the ice fragment group within the crack ice formation? Yes, they are positioned in the middle to rear section of the crack ice formation. Middle to rear. Yes, the Grey Hornet team is mixed with the White Bone vehicles. They are no longer an independent unit. This information was very important. The mixed formation meant the 9 vehicles from the ice fragment group had been absorbed into the crack ice formation, and Grey Hornet no longer had independent command. White Bone was in charge now. His tactic was to charge at full speed without slowing down. This meant the 9 remaining vehicles from the ice fragment group would also be swept into the attack formation. One more thing. Zhou Yuan's voice was a bit faster than usual. After merging with the crack ice formation, did the remnants of the ice fragment group provide any intelligence about the Polaris ship to White Bone? We can't confirm this. What's your guess? I think they probably did. Zhou Yuan paused briefly. The Grey Hornet team was driven off by you. At least 1 or 2 of the 9 remaining vehicles saw your combat firsthand. How much did they see? Fragment grenades clearing the ground, heavy machine guns hitting the tracks, ramming and deforming vehicles, steam jets flooding into the cabins. Zhou Yuan recited these tactical details over the communicator. If White Bone was told this, he would be prepared. And the ray cannon. The ray cannon was only used once on the front 5 vehicles. All 5 were destroyed, with no survivors. But the ice fragment group has snowmobile scouts on the perimeter. I'm not sure if they observed the red glow of the ray cannon from a distance. Lu Chun tapped the steering wheel. So, Whitebone probably knows that the Polaris ship has strong armor and heavy firepower, but his understanding of the ray cannon is limited. That's the most reasonable guess. Understood. The communication cut out. The Polaris ship, powered by a new engine, sped northeast at 60 kilometers per hour. The noise inside the vehicle was quieter than before. The diesel engine's speed was steady in the middle range. The boiler's load had decreased by 30%. Both power sources shared the driving load equally, so neither was strained. He picked up his insulated cup and took a sip of water. It was 3,052 hours, and 10 key points had been activated. All 3 main engine nodes were lit, missing only the top core. The weapon systems also had all 3 nodes lit, missing only the top core. On the battlefield at dusk, the wreckage of 40 tanks awaited him. The new engine of the Polaris was making a short, powerful roar, crushing everything ahead. The Polaris arrived at the Iron Wall's position at 1805. The Iron Wall was larger than Lu Chen's imagination. The LV.3 fortress-level mobile city was 6 to 7 times the size of the Polaris, nearly 100 meters long and over 30 meters wide. It was covered in thick, gray iron armor, with reinforced ribs welded densely on the walls. 10 105mm main guns were placed along the walls and on the top, all pointing northeast. Around the Iron Wall, 20 LV.2 patrol vehicles formed a protective circle with a radius of 3 kilometers. The communicator connected to the Iron Wall's command frequency. "Captain Zhao, the Polaris has arrived. I see you." Zhao Tieju's voice was still rough and hoarse. "You're moving faster than the patrol cars. Change the engine." "What kind of engine makes LV.2 vehicles go so fast?" "Diesel engine." Zhao Tieju paused but said nothing. "Captain Zhao, where is the icebreaker swarm?" "The latest report from the outpost. 50 kilometers northeast, moving at about 25 kilometers per hour. They'll arrive between 1815 and 1830. "Yes, about 10 to 25 minutes away." "What about the formation?" 3 columns marching in a line, wider at the front and narrower at the back." Zhao Tieju's tone deepened. "The front 2 columns are standard LV.2 tanks, each with 15 or 16 vehicles, spaced less than 20 meters apart. The last column has 3 heavy transport vehicles with 6 105mm howitzers mounted on top. The heavy transport vehicles are at the rear. Yes, protecting the back. Those 3 are modified heavy-duty chassis, with a top speed just over 20, dragging the entire column along." Lu Chen's thumb brushed the edge of the steering wheel. Behind the heavy transport truck, a 6-barrel 105mm howitzer was mounted. After the icebreaker group arrived at the battlefield, the standard tactic was for the frontline vehicles to charge forward and attract fire, while the rear transport trucks stopped to deploy the howitzers for long-range covering fire. The effective range of the 105mm howitzer was at least 5 kilometers. The main gun of the Iron Wall was also a 105mm, with the same 5-kilometer range. But the Iron Wall only had 10 guns, while the enemy had 6 howitzers and 37 tanks equipped with 75mm guns. Their firepower was less intense by 1 level. "Captain Zhao, those 3 transport trucks are the top priority targets. You think so too?" Baigu's tactic is for all tanks to charge at full speed without slowing down. The charging tanks can collide and bump, but their firepower is limited. The real threat is the 6 howitzers behind them. If the howitzers are gone, what's left are just a bunch of metal boxes with 75mm guns. "You mean you want to attack the transport trucks?" Zhao Tieju's tone added a note of confirmation. "I will," Lu Chen said, his finger resting on the edge of the laser cannon control panel. The laser cannon is fully charged with 3 shots. 1 shot per transport truck. That red glow? Zhao Tieju paused. Morning battle report mentioned that thing. It can cut through LV.2 tanks in 2 seconds. The transport trucks have thinner armor than the tanks. If you use the laser cannon to hit the transport trucks, who will block the charging tanks in front? Iron Wall will face head-on, and patrol vehicles will harass from the sides, Lu Chun said casually. As if discussing a recipe, after taking out the transport trucks from the side and rear, I'll circle around to hit the flank of the charging formation, just like this morning. This morning, you were fighting scattered soldiers of the icebreaker group. Zhao Tieju's rough voice grew serious. Baigu's icebreaker group isn't scattered soldiers. Over 30 vehicles are tightly packed and charging at full speed. It's easy to get squeezed in the middle if you cut in. Getting squeezed in the middle doesn't matter. Can your armor handle it? You've seen how many 75mm shells I took this morning, haven't you? Zhao Taizhu didn't reply. The battalion commander was silent for 3 seconds. Lu Chun, I respect your firepower and armor, but Baigu fights without rules. What does being unreasonable mean? For him, the phrase, destroying cars and causing deaths, is just a way of operating. A year ago, during a tentative attack, 12 vehicles charged at the Iron Wall formation. We destroyed 4, and 3 of the remaining 8 were already on fire and still rushing forward. He paused briefly. The driver was badly burned, but kept pressing the accelerator without letting go. Do you mean they will crash into us? Yes, Zhao Taizhu replied firmly. Baigu's order is to charge to the end. If the vehicle is gone, the person is still there. If the person is gone, the vehicle still moves forward. Be careful when you go in. Watch out for those metal shells that are broken but still moving forward because of inertia. Understood. Lu Chen recorded this information. Baigu's subordinates won't stop just because their vehicles are destroyed. On a fast battlefield, a vehicle that has lost power but is still sliding forward by inertia is no different from a piece of 20-ton shrapnel. Captain Zhao, how are your 20 patrol cars deployed? 10 on each side of the iron wall, protecting the flanks. Another 10 are divided into 2 groups, waiting 5 kilometers behind for quick repositioning. Can you send 3 to help me go around from the east side? I need someone to block the returning enemy vehicles when I attack the transport trucks. Zhao Taizhu thought for 2 seconds. Yes, 3 on the east wing for you. That's enough. I'll have them move closer to you now. No rush. Wait until the ice crystal swarm arrives. Moving early might reveal our intentions. Understood. The communication device went silent. Lu Chun parked the Polaris 4 kilometers east of the Iron Wall formation, behind a partially collapsed factory. He switched the engine to idle. The diesel engine and boiler both lowered to their minimum speeds, their sounds overlapping into a deep metallic breathing. He glanced at the holographic panel showing the time. It was 6:12 p.m. Linwan, have you finished your meat soup? Finished, and the bowls are washed. Good. City Lord, after we finish with those vehicles tonight, will the wreckage be completely destroyed? All of it. How many points will that give us? If there are 40 vehicles, about 8,000 points. Linwan pursed her lips in the planting area. 8,000. Adding the 3,000 in the account makes a total of 11,000. 1,100 points. She repeated the number, her fingers tightening on the glass straw. How many new nodes can be opened? Enough to open 3 to 4 core nodes. Does that mean the Polaris needs to change again? It depends on the situation after the battle. Lu Chen took a sip from his thermos. The communicator lit up again. It was Zhou Yuan's frequency. Lord Lu Chun, the reconnaissance motorcycle ahead of the ice-breaking group has entered the outpost's coverage area. How far away? 30 kilometers to the northeast. And the main force? The main force is 20 kilometers behind the reconnaissance motorcycle, in the same formation, 3 columns in a line. The reconnaissance motorcycle is 30 kilometers away, and the main force is 50 kilometers away. At a speed of 25 kilometers per hour, the main force will arrive at the Iron Wall formation in just over an hour. But the reconnaissance motorcycle is much faster, arriving in 10 minutes. Is the outpost's order to observe? Yes, observe without contact. And Zhao Tieju's patrol car, it has already pulled back within 3 kilometers of the Iron Wall. Understood. The communicator went dead. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The reconnaissance motorcycle arrives first, the main force later. This is similar to the front tactics of the ice-breaking group. Using light units to scout, confirm enemy defenses, then push the main force forward. But the White Bone and Gray Bee are different. Gray Bee disperses to harass when it sees tough targets. White Bone accelerates to charge when it sees tough targets. The original report states, all outside combat vehicles are directly commanded or authorized by this person with an extremely fierce fighting style. They use pincers to encircle. Pincer tactics. 40 vehicles, split into 2 pincers, 20 vehicles each. One presses from the front, the other from the side. The Iron Wall focuses on the front pincer. The side pincer is the prey of the Polaris. But first, they need to eliminate the transport vehicles behind. If the 6 105mm howitzers open fire, the Iron Wall, will be within 5 kilometers of artillery. 105mm shells are different from 75mm armor-piercing rounds. A 75mm armor-piercing shell hitting the Polar Star's angled armor would be deflected. However, a 105mm shell is high explosive, which doesn't need to penetrate. The shockwave and fragments are enough to damage the structure. The node description of the angled armor clearly states, it fully deflects projectiles of regular cannons up to level 2 caliber. For level 3 cannons, it still provides some protection, reducing damage. A 105mm shell counts as level 3 firepower. Reducing effect means it can't be fully deflected. This means the shell can cause injury. Therefore, the transport vehicles must be the first to be sacrificed. Lu Chun moved his left hand from the steering wheel to the control panel of the laser cannon. His fingertips paused for a second at the edge of the metal panel. 3 shots, fully charged. 3 transport vehicles. 1 shot per person, just enough. The communicator rang. It was Zhao Tieju's voice. Mayor Lu Chun, the Iron Wall ship's observation post reports that moving targets have appeared on the horizon to the northeast. How far? Estimated about 15 kilometers by eye, many targets. Lu Chun brought the periscope sight to his eye. Below the gray-white horizon to the northeast, a row of blurry black blocks appeared. They were moving. Not fast, but numerous. The black blocks formed 2 parallel lines, with a short, wider tail dragging behind. 2 columns of tanks, plus the heavy transport vehicle at the rear. The ice-breaking group has arrived. The skeletons are coming. The black blocks on the horizon were rapidly growing larger. Lu Chun counted them through the periscope, one by one. Left column, 16 vehicles. Right column, 15 vehicles. 3 heavy transport trucks at the back, twice as large as regular level 2 tanks, with thick gun mounts welded onto their wide, flat bodies. Behind them, about 7 or 8 armed snowmobiles scattered and darting around the tail of the convoy. A total of 40 tanks, 3 transports, and snowmobiles. If all the metal could be broken down, it would be worth 8,000 truth points. Zhao Tieju's voice came through the communicator. Visual confirmation, 12 kilometers northeast. Main force of the ice-breaking group. The formation began to spread out, changing from 3 columns into 2 fan-shaped groups. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. 2 fan shapes, pinching and encircling. The front group had about 20 to 25 vehicles, while the flanks had 15 to 20. Which way is the front fan pointing? Directly at the iron wall. And the flanks? Slightly north, circling around the right side of the iron wall. This was a standard pincer tactic. Baigu used the same strategy from the records. Captain Zhao, don't worry about the flank fan. Focus all your cannons on the front. Are you going to handle the flank? I'll take the flank, but first I'll go around to attack the transport trucks from behind. How far are the transport trucks from the battlefield? Based on the current formation, they are about 2 kilometers behind the main force. Zhao Tieju's rough voice lowered. How long will it take you to get behind them? Lu Chen quickly calculated in his mind. He would go east in a big arc, then turn northeast to reach the back of the icebreaker group, about 15 kilometers away. The Polaris is cruising at 60 kilometers per hour now. 15 minutes. How long until the icebreaker group is within range of the iron wall? At 25 kilometers per hour, 12 kilometers away, it will take about 28 minutes. We have enough time. Lu Chen, I have a question. What is it? When you go around to attack the transport trucks, the 20 or so vehicles in front will rush forward. My 10 105mm cannons can fire, but they can't stop all of them. You don't need to stop all of them. Lu Chen's finger rested calmly on the control panel of the laser cannon. Your 105mm cannons target the front line, 1 shot per vehicle. With 10 cannons firing simultaneously, you can disable 10 vehicles at once. How long does reloading take after the first volley? 15 seconds for a 105mm cannon. After 15 seconds, the second volley, another 10 vehicles. So, 2 volleys can take out 20 vehicles? Zhao Tieju's tone was strained. Lu Chun, the 105mm cannons have less than 100% hit rate against moving LV.2 tanks. 6 out of 10 is good. A 60% hit rate. 2 volleys of 20 shots will hit 12, destroying about 8 to 10 vehicles. Exactly. The remaining 10 or so vehicles will rush forward. Your patrol cars on the flanks can hold them back. You don't need to destroy them. Just hold them for 3 to 5 minutes. Can you finish the transport vehicles in 3 to 5 minutes? 3 laser cannons, 2 seconds each. Plus transition time, 3 minutes. Zhao Taizhu paused for several seconds. I've never seen this kind of tactic before. There were no laser cannons before. Okay, Zhao Taizhu said simply. I'll face the front. You go attack the transport vehicles. Are the 3 patrol cars on the east wing ready? Ready. Waiting for your signal. The signal is when I start the engine and move out. Understood. The communicator switched to Lin Zhao's frequency. Lord Lin Zhao, visual confirmation of the ice fracture group. 40 vehicles plus 3 transport trucks are forming a clamp formation. I see Zhou Yuan's real-time data, Lin Zhao said, suppressing his usual laughter. Bai Gu has come personally. I'll first attack the transport trucks, then switch to the flank. Laser cannons? 3 shots are enough. After destroying the transport trucks, those 6 cannons will be useless. Exactly. And after that, I'll charge in from behind the formation. Kill among the 40 vehicles? Use fragment grenades first, then machine guns, then ram with the front. Lin Zhao's heavy breathing came through the communicator. Brother Lu Chun, I trust you. Lin Zhao paused briefly. 120 cannons of the Black Rock City-State are on standby in the core area. If things go wrong, retreat within 30 kilometers. My 180mm main cannon can reach. Understood. Take care. The communicator cut out. Lu Chen placed his hands on the steering wheel. Through the periscope, the 2 fan-shaped arrays of the ice fracture group had fully unfolded, rushing toward him at 25 kilometers per hour. The engines of the front vehicles expelled white steam trails under the gray-white horizon. The blood-red skull paint was visible in the dim evening light. 10 kilometers away. Lin Wan, are you seated properly? Yes. It'll be rougher than this morning. I'm holding onto the support bar. Good. Lu Chun pushed the engine control lever into low gear. The diesel engine and boiler worked together, and the Polaris moved forward. He turned the steering wheel toward the east. He did not go straight ahead. He veered around from behind. The Arctic Star moved along a large arc at 60 kilometers per hour, turning east and creating an angle with the ice-breaking group's marching line. 3 Level 2 patrol vehicles left the east flank of the iron wall and followed the Arctic Star about 1 kilometer behind. Zhao Tieju's voice sounded over the communicator. Enemy front line in 6 minutes. Countdown to engagement. Lu Chen did not reply. He focused entirely on the periscope sight, watching the convoy of tanks charging from the front through the cracked ice, locking onto the last 3 heavy transport trucks at the rear. On top of the 3 heavy transport trucks, 6 105mm howitzers were raising their barrels. They were preparing to fire. The first shot came from the iron wall. Bang! That was Zhao Tieju's main 105mm gun. The first shell hit the ice surface 200 meters ahead of the charging front line, creating a crater and kicking up ice shards and dust. This was a warning shot. Then came the second and third shots. Bang! Bang! The 10 guns on the iron wall did not fire all at once. Zhao Taizhu was measuring distance with a single gun. Lu Chen sharply turned the steering wheel northeast at the top of the arc. The new tracks of the Arctic Star showed strong stability during the sharp turn. At 60 kilometers per hour, a 15-degree turn caused no side slip. The vehicle remained steady. The tracks gripped the ice tightly. He drove straight toward the rear of the ice-breaking group's column. Distance to the transport trucks, 3 kilometers. The effective range of the laser cannon was within 200 meters. He needed to get closer. In the distance, the front line of the ice-breaking group showed no signs of slowing after the warning shots from the iron wall. Boney's response was to have all 37 tanks accelerate to full power. White steam billowed twice as thick from the exhaust pipes. The charging speed surged from 25 to 40 kilometers per hour. Full speed ahead. No slowing down. Zhao Tieju's voice came through the communicator. Boney is accelerating. All tanks are charging at full speed. Follow the plan. Preparing for a full frontal salvo. Lu Chen refocused on the target ahead. The convoy of transport vehicles is 2 kilometers away from the Polaris. The 3 transport vehicles on the east side notice approaching vehicles. The nearest vehicle's 105mm howitzer begins to turn. The barrel shifts, aiming toward the Polaris. Lu Chen's right hand moves from the steering wheel to the control panel of the ray cannon. Charging indicator, 100%. Number of shots available, 3. Distance to the transport vehicle, 1.5 kilometers. Not enough. He presses the switch on the booster. The diesel engine, boiler, and booster combine for triple power. The Polaris roars loudly, its speed jumping from 60 to 85 kilometers per hour. The heavy tracks crush and tear apart ice fragments and rust debris in front, splashing over 2 meters high. 1 kilometer. 500 meters. The 105 millimeters cannon on the front right transport vehicle completes its turn. The barrel aims at the Polaris. Bang! The 105 millimeters shell explodes on the ice 30 meters ahead of the Polaris. The shockwave sends ice shards and shrapnel crashing against the front armor, creating a loud metallic clatter. The wedge-shaped armor on the angled side deflects most of the shock and debris outward. A layer of grayish-white powder splatters on the window, but a fragment embeds into the weld seam on the left side of the front armor, penetrating 2 millimeters deep. 2 millimeters. The high explosive shell from 30 meters only penetrates 2 millimeters. Luchen's gaze is fixed ahead, his hand steady on the control stick. Distance to the transport vehicle, 300 meters. Enough. He aligns the crosshair at the center of the nearest vehicle. Presses the firing button for the ray cannon. A bright red beam erupts from the turret at the rear of the roof. Rust dust in the air ignites instantly, forming a 30-centimeter wide orange-red channel. The beam hits the side of the transport vehicle. The armor of the heavy transport is 30% thinner than a standard Level 2 vehicle. They are designed for transport, not combat. In less than half a second, the armor turns bright orange-red. 1 second later, everything turned bright white. A beam of light shot in from the left side, passing through the car's internal support structure and the rotating mount of the 105 millimeters grenade launcher on the roof, then emerged from the right side. Molten metal splashed from the cut, leaving a trail of sparks in the evening twilight. The transport vehicle was forcibly cut in half, right down the middle. The two 105 millimeters cannons on the roof, along with their mounts, fell down and hit the ice with a loud crash. High-temperature melting cutting laser completed one shot. Current battery level, 70%. Remaining shots, 2. Luchen pressed the firing button, rotating the turret toward the second transport vehicle. The driver of the second vehicle saw everything happening ahead. He frantically turned the steering wheel, trying to make the vehicle turn and escape. But the heavy transport steering radius was very wide, and its clumsy body skidded in a half circle on the ice and got stuck. Luchen steadied the crosshair on its engine compartment. He pressed the firing button again. A second red beam pierced through the engine compartment. The vehicle's power core was directly melted by the laser, causing the engine to explode violently, black smoke billowing from the back of the vehicle. The two cannons on the roof tilted forward, their barrels sinking into the ice. Current battery level, 40%. Remaining shots, 1. The third vehicle. The driver of the last transport reacted faster than the others. He didn't turn to run but hit the brakes hard, stopping the vehicle in place. The doors opened. 3 soldiers in heavy cold weather gear jumped out and hurriedly ran to the sides. They knew what that red light meant. Luchen did not chase the soldiers. He was after the vehicle. Although the third transport stopped, the two 105 millimeters cannons on its roof were manually turning, trying to aim at the Arctic star. Distance, 150 meters. He pressed the firing button for the third time. The red beam sliced across the upper part of the vehicle. The cut line formed a clean diagonal from the front left corner to the rear right corner. The roof was completely torn off, and the two cannons with their mounts spun twice in the air before crashing onto the ice 30 meters away. Current battery level, 10%. Remaining shots, 0. Charge time, approximately 5 hours and 46 minutes. 3 transport vehicles and 3 ray cannon shots. 6 105 millimeters howitzers, 1 shot not fired. From the first to the third shot, it took a total of 32 seconds. He moved his hand away from the ray cannon panel and grabbed the steering wheel again. City Lord, are all the transport vehicles destroyed? Linwan's voice came from the planting area, trembling at the end. All destroyed. The communicator lit up, and Zhao Tieju's voice came through. Lord Liu, all signals from the 3 transport vehicles behind have disappeared. Handled. 3 vehicles, 30 seconds? 32 seconds. There was a pause on Zhao Tieju's communicator. All 6 105 millimeters cannons are gone. All gone. Then only the 75 millimeters remains on the front. Zhao Tieju's voice grew more confident. The 75 millimeters is like tickling the iron wall. How's the front attack? First volley hit 6 targets, stopping 4 and injuring 2. Reloading is in progress. Keep firing. Keep firing. The communication cut back. Luchan began to deal with the wreckage of the 3 transport vehicles. Mechanical arms extended, dismantling each one. Heavy transport vehicle wreckage times 3, including 105 millimeters howitzer mounts, gained 987 truth points. The 3 transport vehicles are worth half as much as standard LV.2 tanks. Current balance increased from 3,052 to 4,039. Ammunition consumption. Ray cannon uses electricity, not converted into truth points. Net profit, 987. He retracted the mechanical arm and turned the vehicle. 2 kilometers ahead, the charging formation of the ice rift group was crushing toward the iron wall. Zhao Tieju's second volley came through. Bang, 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 bang. 10 105 millimeters cannons fired simultaneously. Shells hit the front row of the charge formation. Flashes of fire and smoke burst in the twilight. He pushed the vehicle speed to 70 kilometers per hour, keeping the booster on. The Polaris moved from directly behind the ice rift group, rushing into the tail of the charge formation at 70 km/h. Lin Wan, it will be very bumpy next. I'm holding on. Good. His right hand reached for the trigger of the fragment grenade array. Preloaded with 1 round, free of charge. The 4 tanks closest to the rear of the assault formation are 500 meters away. Then 400 meters. Then 300 meters. Pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 12 fragment grenades streak across the dusk sky, exploding above the 4 tanks at a set altitude. Boom, 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 boom. A rain of metal shrapnel pours down. The tops of the 4 tanks are covered with debris. 1 has its observation window shattered, and 2 have their communication antennas broken. The blinding effect is complete. Luchan rotates the heavy machine gun turret to face the front of the vehicle, locking the crosshair on the rear exhaust pipe of the nearest tank. 30 rounds fired in quick succession. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. 5 rounds pierce the thin armor around the exhaust pipe. The engine emits black smoke. That tank does not slow down. The driver keeps pressing the accelerator. Zhao Tieju's statement about not slowing down is true. He aims the ram at its right rear side. At a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, the homogeneous manganese steel collision wedge becomes a heavy iron pick. The moment of impact, the right rear armor plate is pried open with a half-meter wide gap, and the entire vehicle is pushed sideways 4 meters by the force. The right track falls off 2 sections of chain. The vehicle spins out of control, crashing into another tank nearby. Both vehicles flip over, landing upside down. He activates the steam jet gun. 200 degrees of steam floods into the gap beneath the overturned vehicle. 2 tanks, mission accomplished. The Polaris tears open the first gap at the rear of the assault convoy. Second round of fragment grenades. Luchan confirms the reload command on the holographic panel. Fragment grenade launch array. Consumes 50 truth points. Ammunition being generated. 3 seconds. Reload complete. 300 meters ahead are again 4 tanks' tails. They notice something behind them causing trouble. 2 turrets start rotating backward. It's too late. 12 fragment grenades explode above the 4 tanks. Bang, 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 bang. Metal shrapnel rains down from the sky, sparking on the rotating turret shells, destroying all targeting systems. Before the city lord can fully blind the enemies, he accelerates to 65. The heavy machine gun fired. Clink, 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 clink. 40 rounds were fired in a rapid burst, hitting the drive wheel of the vehicle on the far left. The drive shaft broke, and the track came loose. It was immobilized. The second vehicle desperately turned its steering wheel, but the Polaris was already close to its side. A mechanical arm shot out from the right side, grabbing the edge of the vehicle's top armor plate. Hydraulic pressure pushed down forcefully. Crack. The armor plate was lifted at one corner. A steam jet was aimed at the opening. Hiss. After 2 seconds, there was no movement inside. The third vehicle, 100 meters ahead, was moving at full speed, showing no signs of slowing down. Its driver ignored the threat behind and continued charging toward the iron wall. Lu Chun aimed the harpoon cannon at its rear. Bang! A 50-pound harpoon was fired. The barbed tip embedded into the exhaust area of the rear armor. A 3-second delay. Boom! The engine compartment exploded from inside, black smoke and flames spewing out of the exhaust. The vehicle skidded forward about 20 meters before veering off and stopping unevenly. The fourth vehicle did not escape. The Polaris overtook it from the right side, its manganese steel collision corner slanting to hit the front right corner of the enemy vehicle. Collision. The enemy's body shifted 5 meters sideways, and the left track was broken. He tore off its exhaust pipe with the mechanical arm, causing engine fumes to backfire, and it stalled after 3 seconds. For vehicles, for minutes and 10 seconds. Inside the communicator, Zhao Tieju's voice mixed with distant gunfire. City Lord Lu Chun, the third round of frontal volleys is complete. 15 hits in total, 8 vehicles stopped, for damaged. How many of the stopped vehicles are still moving? 3 are smoking but still moving forward, 5 are completely stopped. I told you, the Bone Clan people won't slow down. I saw that too. Zhao Tieju lowered his voice. There are 24 more vehicles coming from the front, within 3 kilometers. My patrol cars are ready to engage. Don't block the main road when fighting. Let them pass and attack their tracks from the sides. Understood. The communicator cut out. Lu Chun continued advancing toward the front of the assault formation. The Polaris was now positioned in the middle rear of the ice-breaking squad. He had already taken down 8 vehicles from the rear. There are more than 20 vehicles ahead. At least 7 or 8 are mixed vehicles from the ice fragment group. The vehicles of the ice fragment group have different paint schemes from the crack ice group. Next to the skull emblem of the crack ice group, there are no honeycomb patterns. The ice fragment group's vehicles have honeycomb patterns. System: load fragment grenades. Fragment grenade launcher. Consumes 50 truth points. Ammunition being generated. 3 seconds. Loading complete. He extended his mechanical arm and gradually dismantled the wreckage behind him, 1 vehicle at a time. While driving, he also dismantled. The arm could reach and handle debris within an 8-meter radius. 8 LV.2 vehicle wrecks transformed into 1623 truth points. Total ammunition cost: 2 rounds of fragment grenades at 50 points each, 70 rounds of heavy machine gun at 7 points, 1 harpoon reforge at 10 points, totaling 117 points. Net gain: 1,506 points. His current balance increased from 40-39 to 55-45. The city lord maintained a steady cruising speed of 60 kilometers per hour, cutting in from the middle right side of the formation. This position was right at the base of the flank pincers. The skeletal pincers were divided into front pincers and flank pincers. The front pincers were crushing toward the iron wall. The flank pincers were circling around from the north, trying to encircle the iron wall's right wing. Lu Chun cut into the middle of the flank pincers. The flank pincers consisted of 15 vehicles, arranged in a loose arc, spaced twice as far apart as the front pincers. Because they needed to go around, the formation naturally expanded. Once expanded, it was easier to fight. The 15 vehicles were scattered within a 6-kilometer sector, grouped in 3s or 4s. This was a variation of the scattered tactics used by the ice fragment group. These weren't grade B's people. They wouldn't scatter to harass. They would only charge forward. He targeted the nearest group of 3 vehicles. 300 meters away. Fragment grenades. Puff, 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 puff. 12 fragments exploded, blinding the enemies. Heavy machine gun. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. 1 vehicle was paralyzed. He rammed into the second vehicle with the horns. Steam spray from the third vehicle. 3 vehicles, 20 seconds. He moved on to the next group. For vehicles, 1 round of fragment grenades costing 50 points. Lu Chun shook his head and switched to a more economical combo of heavy machine gun and mechanical arm. Heavy machine guns hit the drive wheels, mechanical arms pulled on exhaust pipes and gun barrels, and then steam spray guns finished the job. For vehicles in 5 minutes. A battle sound came through the communication channel. Zhao Tieju's 20 patrol cars were fighting against the crack ice group vehicles approaching from the front and sides of the iron wall. They exchanged fire, 75 millimeters against 75 millimeters. Both sides had similar firepower, but Zhao Tieju's patrol cars had support from the Iron Wall's 105mm cannons. The communicator buzzed. It was Zhao Tieju speaking. Report on the front line. The Iron Wall has hit 21 targets, stopping 11 vehicles, 4 of which are burning. On the sides, we've destroyed 2 vehicles in the fight, with one of ours lost. How many vehicles are still charging from the front? 11. They've already reached within 2 kilometers, and the Iron Wall continues to fire. On the flanks, I lost 7 vehicles, leaving 8. Lord Lu Chun, where is the command vehicle of the bone skeleton? An interesting question. Lu Chun scanned the area through his periscope. The bone skeleton's command vehicle should be near the front middle of the attack formation. Records show Bone Skeleton personally led all attack teams. His vehicle was positioned where it had the best view. Probably the one with the most unusual paint job in the middle front of the front line. The observation post reports that the 7th vehicle in the front has more gold skull patterns on its paint. That must be Bone Skeleton. Should we take him out? First finish off the flanks, then deal with him last. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the diesel engine roared. The Polaris rushed toward the remaining 8 vehicles on the flank at 70 kilometers per hour. The last 8 vehicles on the flank were split into 2 groups of 4. Lu Chun first attacked the nearby group of 4. Shrapnel grenades tore the ground apart. Heavy machine guns targeted the tracks, vehicles collided at angles, and steam spray guns poured in. For vehicles, 34 seconds. It was a minute slower than when they broke the ice group earlier in the morning. The reason was that Bone Skeleton's team fought more fiercely. One vehicle was hit, and its track broken. The driver opened the door, grabbed an upgraded rifle, and charged out, firing 5 shots at the Polaris's armor. The bullets hit the angled armor, but left no dents. Lu Chun didn't bother with him and drove over. In the distance, a group of 4 vehicles saw the chaos here and did not scatter to escape. Instead, they sped up and charged toward us. They rushed straight at us at full speed. Facing each other, Lu Chun made a quick turn and moved to meet them. At a distance of 200 meters, both sides collided. The 4 vehicles on the opposite side fired their 75mm cannons simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shells flew toward us. 2 hit the front corners of our vehicle and ricocheted off. 1 struck the side armor at the corner and bounced away. The 4th hit the shield on the top machine gun turret, leaving a white scratch on the sloped armor before bouncing off. All 4 shells missed their target. Lu Chun's counterattack was a harpoon cannon. A 50-pound steel spike hit the front armor seam of the leading vehicle from 150 meters away. It had a delayed fuse. 3 seconds later, an explosion tore open the front of the vehicle, creating a 1-meter-wide gap, and steam from the boiler burst out through the crack. The remaining 3 vehicles, not destroyed by friendly fire, slowed down. They circled around the sides of the lead vehicle and continued charging. Lu Chun used his heavy machine gun to shoot off the drive wheel of the vehicle on the left. He tore off the gun barrel of the vehicle on the right with his mechanical arm. The middle vehicle charged straight at him. Its manganese steel bumper aimed at the front of his vehicle. They collided. The new tracks of the Polaris Star vehicle activated, anchoring it firmly to the ice surface during the impact. The vehicle did not move back even an inch. The opponent's front armor was pried open, and the entire vehicle was pushed back 6 meters and flipped over. City Lord, that was a loud bang just now. Just a normal collision. My cabbage roots are knocked over twice. Help me stand them up? Okay. The side flank was cleared. All 15 enemy vehicles were dealt with in just over 20 minutes. Lu Chun began dismantling the wreckage. His mechanical arm moved back and forth across the battlefield. A faint blue glow lit up in the dusk, flashing in clusters. Each time it lit, a vehicle disappeared from the material plane. System notifications kept popping up. Lu Chun continued dismantling while turning his vehicle to advance toward the front battlefield. He received the latest report from Zhao Tieju. Frontline situation. The Iron Wall has stopped 16 vehicles. Patrol cars destroyed 5, with 3 damaged. There are still 8 vehicles remaining at the front. 8 vehicles. Out of 40 vehicles, only 8 are left now. Captain Zhao, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Tieju was not used to hearing this phrase. He paused briefly. Normal combat. And the positions of those 8 vehicles? They have already entered within 1 kilometer of the Iron Wall. My patrol car is intercepting them. What about the golden skull pattern vehicle from the Whitebone group? It's still there, in the second row among the 8 vehicles. Good. Lu Chun increased his speed to 70 kilometers per hour, heading toward the front battlefield of the Iron Wall. He didn't have time to fully degrade all the debris on the side flanks, so he first degraded 12 out of the 15 vehicles he could reach. The points from degradation, plus the points from the transport vehicles and the 8 vehicles at the rear, 3 transport vehicles, 987 points. 8 vehicles at the rear, 1,623 points. 12 vehicles on the side flank, partially degraded 2,441 points. Current total points, 7,793. There are still 3 side flank debris vehicles left to degrade, plus the debris on the front battlefield waiting to be processed. He switched his communicator to Lin Zhao's frequency. Mayor Lin Zhao, I'm here. Lin Zhao's voice was more urgent than usual. Report. All 3 transport vehicles of the Icebreaker group are destroyed. Not a single effective shot from the 6 105mm cannons. All 15 vehicles on the side flank are wiped out. Currently, 8 vehicles remain on the front, including Whitebone himself. I am heading toward the front. 40 vehicles down to 8. Yes. How long did it take? Lu Chun glanced at the clock. From the first shot of the ray cannon until now, just over 35 minutes. There was a loud sound of Lin Zhao slamming his hand on the table from the other end of the communicator. 35 minutes. Brother Lu Chun, you are a nightmare for the Snow/Gang. Over 30 vehicles and 6 cannons of the Whitebone group are gone just like that. Still 8 vehicles. What are 8 vehicles? Zhao Tieju's 10 cannons and 20 patrol cars can handle them easily. You don't even need to go personally. I need the debris. You're such a person, Lin Zhao chuckled. Always picking up trash. The debris is worth 8,000 points. All right, go pick up your trash. When you're done, I'll give you the blueprints. Okay. Lu Chun tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. The background sounds in the communicator changed. Initially, it was normal movement and quiet reports from the command room. Suddenly, a harsh alarm sounded from the background of the communicator. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This alarm was not just a beeping sound. It was the highest level battle alert in Black Rock City. Lu Chun had only heard this sound once before. It was only used in full combat readiness. But full readiness was already active. This alarm was even more serious. Master Lin Zhao, on the other end. Lin Zhao's voice was partly drowned out by the alarm. His voice was still loud, but the tone had changed. The cheerful laugh was gone, and his loud voice was gone. Now, he spoke in a very low, tight voice. Brother Lu Chun, something has happened. What is it? Hour behind us. Lin Zhao's breathing quickened in the communicator. Southwest, 40 kilometers from Black Rock City. What is it? A level 4 moving city. 2 level 3 fortresses. Lu Chun's fingers paused on the steering wheel. His mind quickly calculated in 2 seconds. Southwest. The ice fracture group was coming from the northeast, and southwest was directly behind Black Rock City. Level 4 plus 2, level 3s. That's the configuration of the North Ice group. The main force of the Iron Spine. Why didn't the reconnaissance detect this earlier? I don't know. Lin Zhao's voice was anxious. Our radar and outposts detected no signals. They appeared out of nowhere, 40 kilometers away. Stealth. One word. Lu Chun's mind flashed through the files of the 4 leaders of the Snow-Shattering Gang. North Ice Group, stationed at the Roaring Ice Abyss main base, guarding the level 4 main city and 2 level 3 fortresses. The files did not mention any stealth abilities. 3 years of intelligence gathering, and not a single clue. Ice Thorn, Lu Chun said this name. On the other end, another voice came through. Not Lin Zhao's. It was from all public channels simultaneously, with such power that even the old military radio of the Polaris was automatically picking it up. A man's voice. Young, sharp, with a strangely cheerful tone. Spiders of Black Rock City. Can you hear me? If you can, jump once. I'm Ice Thorn. His voice echoed across all frequency bands. The speaker of the old military radio was distorted by a powerful signal, making a buzzing sound. Every corner of the Arctic Star carriage was filled with that voice. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ice Thorn. Some call me the boss, some call me the crazy one. I prefer the latter. His tone was unusually cheerful, like hosting an entertainment show. What's your city lord's name? Lin Zhao? Loud Lin Zhao? I've heard your no-retreat speech. It was pretty good. Very inspiring. But, Speech is one thing, fighting is another. Icethorn paused briefly, then raised his voice. Your 120 cannons are impressive, but today I brought 180. Guess who has more? Laughter came from the frequency band. Sharp, short, all the sounds of metal scraping glass. Here are two choices. First, open the gates. Everyone come out and line up. Put your weapons down. I promise I'll only take your stuff, not kill anyone. Most likely, I won't kill. Second, don't open the gates. I'll do it myself. Icethorn's voice suddenly lowered, then rose again. My level 4 main city is equipped with a battering ram loaded with 6 tons of explosives. One strike can turn your armored gates into scrap metal. Guess if I'll use it. You have 15 minutes to think. After 15 minutes, whether you're ready or not, I'll start smashing. The broadcast cut out. Only a harsh buzzing of electrical current remained on the frequency. Lu Chen sat still in the driver's seat, hands on the steering wheel. City Lord, Lin Wan's voice came from the planting area, trembling. Is what that person said true? Not sure. Level 4 main city plus 2 level 3 cities. All the forces of the North Ice Group. Lu Chen spoke calmly. If it's true, Black Rock City is caught between enemies. What about my brother? Your brother has 120 cannons and 30,000 soldiers. He can hold out. The communicator lit up, indicating Lin Zhao's frequency. Brother Lu Chen, did you hear that? Yes, I heard. Bingjiu personally came. I've never heard anyone speak like that before. Lin Zhao's voice lowered even more. This person is crazy. How much does this crazy person have? Zhou Yuan is verifying now. Zhou Yuan's voice cut in. Lord Lu Chen, preliminary check. About 40 kilometers southwest, there is a confirmed level 4 heat source signal and 2 level 3 signals. The level 4 is as large as the Black Rock City state, and the 2 level 3 signals are bigger than the Iron Wall ship. Why didn't the radar detect this earlier? The radar covers 100 kilometers. Zhou Yuan's voice was tense, but the signals appeared 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago, within 100 kilometers, no abnormal signals? No, the heat source signals appeared suddenly. From 0 to full in 1 second. Lu Chen tapped the steering wheel twice. From 0 to full in 1 second. No signs of slow approach. They appeared out of nowhere. 2 guesses. First, the moving city of the North Ice Group has some kind of heat source masking or radar jamming ability. Second, they transferred from another location to 40 kilometers away in a very short time using some method. No matter which, the conclusion is the same. Bingjiu has technology that neither Black Rock City State nor the North Star ship possesses. The reason for the abnormal expansion of the snow-shattering gang is unknown. Bingjiu's identity is extremely mysterious. 3 years of intelligence gathering have all failed. These gaps that repeatedly appeared in the records now have some explanation. Lord Lin Xiao, I need to confirm one thing. Can your 120 cannons plus the city walls hold off the North Ice Group for 15 minutes? 15 minutes? I need 15 minutes to finish the frontline battle. There was a 2-second silence from Lin Zhao's side. From afar, the deep mechanical sound of cannons turning on the city walls came through, 120 cannons shifting from the northeast to the southwest. 15 minutes. Lin Zhao's voice regained its usual firmness. My city can hold for an hour. 15 minutes will be enough? Hurry up. The communicator switched to Zhao Tieju's frequency. Captain Zhao, the situation has changed. I heard Icethorn's broadcast. Zhao Tieju's rough voice carried rare urgency. The North Ice Cluster has appeared behind the city, 40 kilometers away. Should I bring the Iron Wall back? Not yet. First, deal with these 8 vehicles at the front. 8 vehicles? Shouldn't we fall back now? It takes 3 minutes to break down the wreckage of these 8, plus 3 more wrecks on the side that we haven't handled yet. Total time needed is 5 to 8 minutes, Lu Chen said calmly. Whether we fall back or clear the wreckage, both must be done. Everything finished within 5 minutes. Zhao Taiju was silent for a second. Are you going to fight, or should I? Your patrol vehicle blocks the 8 vehicles at the front, preventing them from spreading out. I'll slip in from behind and finish within 5 minutes. Okay. The communicator cut out. Lu Chen pushed the engine control lever to the maximum. The diesel engine and boiler roared to full power. The turbocharger released a burst of pressure. The Polaris roared low and fierce, speed jumping from 60 to 85. 2 kilometers ahead, flames flickered at the iron wall's position. Zhao Tieju's 10 105mm guns and 17 patrol vehicles were engaged in a firefight with the last 8 ice cluster battle vehicles. The 8 vehicles split into 2 groups, still rushing forward. One of them was painted with a gold skull pattern, different from the others. Skull. His gaze fixed on that vehicle. In the back row, there are 3 vehicles, one of which is painted with a gold skull pattern. Skull. Lu Chen first attacked the back group. The 3 vehicles formed a triangle, with the skull's command vehicle in the middle. The formation was tight, with less than 20 meters between them. System: load fragment grenades. Fragment grenade launch array. Consumes 50 truth points. Ammunition being generated. 3 seconds. Loading complete. They were 300 meters away from the 3 vehicles. Lu Chen pulled the trigger. Puff, 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 puff. 12 fragment grenades exploded above the 3 vehicles. Metal shards rained down. The roofs of the 3 vehicles were covered in debris. The communication antenna array on the top of the skull's command vehicle was shattered by the fragments. The city lord rotated the heavy machine gun turret to the left flank of the triangle formation, firing 40 rounds in rapid succession. The drivewheel bearings shattered, and the tracks came loose. It was immobilized. The vehicle on the right flank was turning its turret toward the Polaris. He locked onto the missile launcher. 150 meters to the side. The missile was fired. 50 pounds of steel spikes pierced the side armor seam. A 3-second delay. An internal explosion. The side armor plate flew off, and the boiler pipes broke. The second vehicle was destroyed. The skull's command vehicle. This vehicle did not slow down, turn, or evade. It sped up. The engine revved to full power, and the exhaust emitted thick white steam. It charged straight toward the iron wall. It crashed without slowing down, resulting in casualties. The command vehicle accelerated beyond 150 meters, and its 75mm cannon fired at the iron wall during the run. The shell hit the side armor of the iron wall, sparks flying. The LV.3 fortress-grade thick armor left no dents. The iron wall's 105mm cannon aimed at the skull's command vehicle. Close range. 300 meters. The 105mm shell had a very different effect on the LV.2 tank's front armor compared to the 75mm on the iron wall. One shell penetrated. It went through the front armor, exploded inside the engine compartment. The skull's command vehicle continued to slide forward another 20 meters due to inertia. The engine caught fire. The entire vehicle slowly stopped, emitting black smoke and flames. The doors never opened. The vehicle was destroyed, and people were lost. The 4 words Zhao Taiju once said are now the method of operation among the skeletons. He used his own way to carry out these words until the very last second. Lu Chen paid little attention to the skeletons. The Arctic Star was already rushing toward the remaining wreckage of 5 broken ice groups still fighting the patrol cars. Machine guns, ramming horns, steam spray guns, mechanical arms. 51 fragmentation grenades, 5 scattered vehicles, none worth much. The most cost-effective way to finish. Disable the drive wheels, ram and overturn, spray in the gun, tear open the hatch with the mechanical arm. 5 vehicles, 12 minutes and 4 seconds. The last one, after its tracks were broken, still tried to use its turret to hit the Arctic Star with its mechanical arm. The hydraulic clamp of the mechanical arm grabbed the barrel and bent it 90 degrees. The entire vehicle was flipped upside down. Commander Zhao, Lu Chen said through the communicator. Here, Zhao Tieju's voice was hoarse. Front cleared. 8 vehicles destroyed. Skeletons eliminated. There was a 3-second pause on the other end. Cheering sounds of patrol car drivers came from the background. City Lord, Zhao Tieju's voice returned to its usual rough tone. Did the skeleton really die? His command vehicle was pierced by your 105, caught fire, and the doors didn't open. Was it me who shot? Your cannon, your achievement. Zhao Taiju paused for 2 seconds. Good. Just one word. Begin dismantling the wreckage now, Lu Chen said, extending both mechanical arms. Give me 3 minutes. What after 3 minutes? Return to Black Rock City at full speed. Understood. The 2 hydraulic arms of the Arctic Star started working rapidly amid the smoke and fading dusk. Faint blue degradation light flickered on the battlefield, one after another. The command vehicle of the skeletons dissolved in the blue glow. The overturned tanks dissolved in the blue glow. The smoky engine compartments dissolved in the blue glow. The city lord drove while dismantling. With each vehicle dissolved, the numbers on the holographic panel jumped. The system displayed the overall statistics. Remaining debris on the front and rear was fully degraded. Including the 3 remaining wing debris that hadn't degraded before, they were also processed during movement. All debris has now been fully degraded. The Polaris stopped in the middle of a devastated battlefield, engines idling. The last faint blue glow of degradation faded into the evening dusk. Lu Chun checked the total statistics on the holographic panel. Total degradation income, 8,306 truth points. Total expenditure, 318 truth points. Net income, 7,988 truth points. Pre-battle balance, 3,052 points. Current total balance, 11,040 points. 11,040. He stared at this number for 2 seconds. Since crossing over to the icy wasteland of Blue Star, 33 days have passed. His truth point account started with 6 coal crystals worth 30 points. After countless hunts, battles, trades, and degradations, he finally surpassed 10,000. 11,000. Enough to power at least 2 top core nodes costing 4,000 points each. Enough for the Polaris to make 2 more significant leaps. But now is not the time to spend money. Black Rock City faces the threat of a full-strength North Ice horde. A level 4 and 2 level 3 units are approaching from behind, with stealth abilities that completely bypass radar detection. This intelligence gap is far more dangerous than a charge of 40 tanks. Lin Wan, are your vegetables okay? 2 cabbage roots fell, but have been fixed. The watermelon seedlings are fine, and the strawberries are safe. Good. Switching the communicator to Lin Zhao's frequency. City Lord Lin Xiao. Yes, are you done fighting? All finished. The ice fracture horde is wiped out, including the 9 merged from the broken ice horde. The skeleton army is dead. There was a pause on the other end of the communicator. Brother Lu Chun, you fought nearly 40 vehicles alone today. Zhao Taizhu and the patrol cars fought 5. That's still 35 vehicles. All debris has been degraded. Lin Xiao did not ask further. On to the main matter. Any updates on the Ice Thorn situation? His 15-minute countdown has 6 minutes left. Lin Zhao's voice grew serious. All 120 cannons are now aimed southwest. Zhou Yuan is coordinating the defense deployment at the command center. Iron Wall are now returning at full speed. The Iron Wall is traveling at 25 kilometers per hour, and it takes 50 kilometers from the buffer zone to the city-state, which is about 2 hours. That's too slow. What about you? The North Star is cruising at 60 kilometers per hour, and it will reach the city in about 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Lin Xiao paused for a moment. My 120 cannons can fire before the Ice Thorn knocks on the door. I can handle the first wave. An hour? An hour is fine. If the Ice Thorn really uses a city-battering hammer to hit the armored gate, my 120 cannons firing together can create a hole in its main city wall before it gets close. But the Ice Thorn has stealth abilities, and it might have other tricks up its sleeve. Lin Xiao was silent for 2 seconds. I understand. I will get there as soon as possible. Okay. The communicator switched to Zhao Taizhu. Captain Zhao, the Iron Wall is starting to retreat. It's already moving. Zhao Tiezhu's voice was urgent. At full speed, 25 kilometers per hour. What about the 17 patrol vehicles? They're following the Iron Wall back. 3 have been destroyed and abandoned, with personnel transferred to other vehicles. Any casualties? 3 patrol vehicles destroyed, 5 lightly injured, 1 seriously injured, no deaths. That's better than expected. You took out the transport trucks and flank pincers ahead, so the firepower coming head-on is much weaker. Zhao Taizhu paused. If your 105mm cannons hadn't been taken out earlier, the Iron Wall would have taken a big hit today. Coordination. Not really coordination, Zhao Taizhu said gruffly. Most of the credit goes to you. Let's talk about it when we get back. The communicator went dead. Lu Chun turned the steering wheel of the North Star to the southwest. The engine shifted from idle to cruise mode. The diesel engine and boiler worked together, maintaining a steady speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Dusk had completely fallen over the rust-wind wasteland. The searchlight cut a beam across the gray-brown ice surface. In the distance, on the southwestern horizon, a faint reddish glow could be seen. It was the reflection of the industrial chimneys of Black Rock City on the low clouds. The city-state was still there. But further away, in another direction, below the horizon line, there was another glow. The light was completely free of dark red. It was a cold white color. The cold white light spread across the dark horizon, forming a very wide line. It was about 1 kilometer wide. This was a level 4 moving city, similar in size to Black Rock City, slowly moving forward. All the lights and gun emplacements on the city walls created a glowing band in the distance. This was the main city of Icethorn. He stared at the cold white light band for 5 seconds. Then he looked back at the holographic panel. It showed 11,040 points. System, open level 2 technology tree. The 4 main branches in light blue spread out on the panel. Out of 16 nodes, 10 were lit up. 6 remained dark. He focused on the first target. Construction armor level 2, node 3. 2,000 points. Previously, the insulated coating in the chamber was considered useless. But now it was different. It wasn't about the coating itself, but about unlocking the construction armor branch. Once node 3 was lit, he could unlock the top core of the construction armor. The top core costs 4,000 points. Plus, the top core of the weapon system also costs 4,000 points. Together, that's exactly 10,000 points. After upgrading these 3 major parts, he would still have 1,000 points left. He decided to upgrade all 3 major parts at once. The construction armor node 3, the top core, and the weapon system's top core. Lu Chen made his decision. Lin Wan, find the sturdiest thing you can hold on to. We need to upgrade 3 modules. 3 modules? Yes. In the planting area, Lin Wan's voice came as she tightly held onto the hydroponic rack's support pillar. I'm holding on tight. Lu Chen slowed the vehicle to 30 kilometers per hour. He didn't plan to stop. The Arctic Star was rushing back to Black Rock City at full speed. In the past, unlocking a single node required stopping the vehicle for upgrades. But today, there was no time to stop. The 15 minutes given by Icethorn had already passed. Black Rock City was about to start fighting. He had to upgrade while on the move. Upgrading nodes at level 1 was a partial upgrade, so the vehicle didn't need to be fully locked down. Level 2 node upgrades covered a larger area, but the system's high-dimensional force field was strong enough to allow partial upgrades while moving. Let's try the first one. System, unlock construction armor level 2 node 3, cabin insulation coating. Cost, 2,000 truth points. Confirmation received. 2,000 truth points deducted. Current balance, 9,040 points. The interior walls of the carriage began to change. A very thin, light blue shimmering composite coating started spreading from the center of the ceiling outward. The coating spread very quickly, instantly covering the surface. Within 10 seconds, the entire interior walls, including the ceiling, walls, floor, and both sides of the partition walls, were covered with this coating. Once dry, the coating turned into a matte silver-gray color. Lu Chen noticed the temperature change. It didn't get hotter, but it became more stable. The previous constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius was maintained by a triple system of boiler, heating pipes, and heat bridge. The temperature fluctuated slightly between 19.5 degrees Celsius and 20.5 degrees Celsius. After applying the coating, the fluctuations disappeared, locking the temperature exactly at 20 degrees Celsius, with no half-degree variations. City Lord, does it feel more comfortable now? Yes. The insulation coating has eliminated temperature fluctuations. Does that mean we can wear short sleeves now? Outside, where it's below freezing, you still need warm clothes. Inside, you can wear short sleeves. But you don't need to now. Oh. The first task was completed without affecting travel. The system's high-dimensional force field finished applying the interior wall coating while the vehicle was moving. The second task involved the large, top core of the construction armor level 2, costing 4,000 points. Lu Chen released his grip from the steering wheel for half a second, clenched his fist, then placed his hands back on the wheel. System, unlock the top core of construction armor level 2. The holographic panel displayed the node details. Construction armor level 2 top core, hydraulic expansion frame. Install hydraulic fold-out extension mechanisms on both sides of the vehicle chassis. The vehicle can expand outward on both sides as needed, increasing internal usable space by about 60%. The expansion modules include complete structural supports and armor covers. When extended, they form an integrated space with the main cabin. can be extended or retracted while driving. Cost: 4,000 truth points. The internal space increased by 60%, turning over 100 square meters into approximately 160 square meters. This involved growing a whole new structure on each side of the vehicle. Confirm unlock. Confirmation received. 4,000 truth points deducted. Current balance: 5,040 points. This modification was much more intense than the coating. The armor plates on both sides of the vehicle made deep resonant sounds as metal was stretched, bent, and welded in the high-dimensional force field. The chassis extended outward on both sides, creating new support structures. The armored beast slowly opened its wings as it moved. The left wall moved outward by 1.5 meters, and the right wall also moved outward by 1.5 meters. Each side gained 1.5 meters in width, changing the interior space from 8 meters to 11 meters wide. The ceiling and floor expanded at the same time, seamlessly connecting the new extension with the original cabin. The armor plates on the outside wrapped around the extended structure, and the angled armor modules automatically extended to cover the new surfaces. The entire transformation took 60 seconds. The Polaris completed its lateral expansion while moving. From outside, the width of this mobile city camp increased from 8 meters to 11 meters. Its length and height stayed the same, but its size grew by nearly 40%. City Lord. The cabin is wider. Lin Wan's excited shout came from the planting area. The planting area was directly expanded, with nearly 2 meters of extra space next to the hydroponic racks. Hydraulic expansion frame. What is an expansion frame? The vehicle is bigger now. I see. In the infrastructure armor branch, nodes 1 to the top core all lit up, reaching full completion. The icon for the infrastructure armor branch on the holographic panel changed from 4 separate blue dots into a golden ring, just like when it was at level 1 full completion. They spent 4,000 points, reducing the balance from over 9,000 to 5,040. The third one. Lu Chen paused his finger on the control stick. The last one. The top core of the weaponry and armor branch, level 2. He had been looking forward to this since unlocking the first node of the weaponry branch. From the steam-powered rapid-fire crossbow to the 6-barrel machine gun, to the fragment grenades and the ray cannon, each node on the weapon branch directly increased combat power. The top core was the final step. System: display the top core of the weaponry and armor level 2, weaponry and armor level 2 top core. Early Electrical Fire Control Center. A basic electrical firepower control system driven by a steam generator. Integrates all vehicle weapons into a unified electrical control platform. New features. Basic radar array. Can detect heat sources within 3 kilometers, working in blizzards and thick fog. Automatic target lock assistance system. Provides electrical aiming compensation for all weapons. All weapon coordinated firing mode. Can trigger multiple weapon systems at once to attack the same target. Cost: 4,000 truth points. Radar. The submerged ship's eyes paused for 2 seconds on these words. Detection of heat sources within 3 kilometers, still operational in blizzards and dense fog. The Polaris will have its own radar, no longer relying on the naked eye or periscopes, and no longer needing information relayed from the outpost at Yuan. All heat sources within 3 kilometers will be shown on the panel. Automatic target lock assistance, of course, and each weapon's aiming will be electrically compensated. Manual control combined with system assistance will improve accuracy further. The all-weapon firing mode allows the machine gun, torpedo launcher, fragmentation grenade, and steam jet to fire simultaneously. With one button, all firepower is focused on the same target for a saturation attack. The submerged ship took a deep breath. Confirm unlock. Confirm unlock. Cost: 4,000 truth points. Current balance: 1,040 points. The lights inside the carriage flickered, and the fire control console in the cockpit began to change dramatically. Next to the original purely mechanical brass control stick and periscope targeting device, a whole new set of panels appeared out of nowhere. A rectangular display screen rose from the center of the console. This was not a holographic projection, but a real physical display. With a green background and black grid lines, the screen showed a circular scanning area centered on the Polaris, with a radius of 3 kilometers. A bright green scanning line slowly rotated within the circle, This is the radar. With each rotation, the heat source data on the screen updated. After the first scan, multiple light spots appeared. Directly behind the Polaris, 3 kilometers away, a series of moving light spots. These were Zhao Tieju's iron wall and 17 patrol vehicles. In the southwest, at the edge of the screen, a very bright light cluster, far brighter than all others. That is the Black Rock City state. On the opposite side of Black Rock City, at the edge of the screen, there is another very bright light cluster, shining as brightly as Black Rock City's own glow, Ice Thorn's Level 4 main city. Next to it, there are 2 smaller light clusters, 2 Level 3 fortresses. These 3 enemy targets are clearly shown on the display panel. City Lord. Lin Wan poked her head out from the planting area. What is that green screen on the control deck? Radar. Radar? The same size as Black Rock City's? Small radar, within a 3-kilometer range. But it's enough. Lu Chen looked at the 2 bright light clusters on the radar screen, facing each other. The distance between Black Rock City and Ice Thorn's main city is slowly getting shorter. Ice Thorn is approaching. The status of the technology tree on the holographic panel has been updated. Under the weapons and armor branch, node 1 to the top core, all 4 nodes are lit up, forming a golden circle, fully upgraded. Current state of the level 2 technology tree, 12 out of 16 nodes are lit. Infrastructure armor, fully upgraded. Weapons and armor, fully upgraded. Power engine, 3 out of 4, missing the top core. Ecological logistics, 1 out of 4, missing 3 nodes. Remaining total node consumption, 4,000 for the power top core, 1,000 for ecological node 2, 2,000 for ecological node 3, and 4,000 for ecological top core, totaling 11,000. Current balance, 1,040. Missing 11,000, but that's for later. Right now, the most important thing is the battlefield ahead. Lu Chen shifted his gaze from the panel back to the icy surface in front of him. In the distance, the outline of Black Rock City became clearer in the dusk. An 800-meter-long steel city wall, with 120-gun muzzles arranged in a bright line in the darkness. On the other side of the wall, Ice Thorn's Level 4 main city is approaching, flanked by 2 Level 3 fortresses, massive armored dogs on both sides. On the new radar screen of the Polaris, the distance between the 2 brightest light clusters is steadily decreasing. 35 kilometers, 34 kilometers, 33. The communicator lit up. It was Lin Zhao's voice. Brother Lu Chen, where are you? 15 kilometers from the city-state, arriving within 15 minutes. Ice Thorn's main city has entered the 30-kilometer range. My 180mm main gun just fired a warning round. Has it slowed down? Reduced the speed. From 15 to 5 kilometers per hour. Testing your firepower. Yes, Lin Zhao lowered his voice. He's trying to find the blind spot where my fire can't reach. Once I arrive, the Polaris can provide real-time heat source data within 3 kilometers. Radar? Lin Zhao paused briefly. You mean your vehicle now has a radar? Just installed it. How come you can install everything? The problem is how to send the data to you. How do you transmit it? I report the coordinates through the communicator to Zhou Yuan, who marks them on the map at the command center. That works? Lin Zhao's tone grew more confident. Our radar can't detect the hidden city of Ice Thorn, but if your radar can see heat sources within 3 kilometers, then I'll get close enough to report real-time positions within 3 kilometers. That's enough. Lord Lin Zhao, my vehicle just added 3 more large items. There was a 1-second silence on the communicator. Added more? Lin Zhao's breathing grew heavier. Brother Lu Chen, how much did you really put on that vehicle? Enough for what I need. In the distance, the city walls of Black Rock City glowed with the muzzle flashes of 120 cannons at dusk. A 180mm triple-barreled main gun roared softly. Shells streaked across the dark sky, trailing flames, landing on the ice surface 2 kilometers in front of Ice Thorn's main city, exploding and sending up high ice shards and stones. The first shot from Black Rock City was a warning to Ice Thorn. You're not the only one with teeth. The Polaris sped toward the dark area between the fire and the gunfire at 60 kilometers per hour. The vehicle was 3 meters wider than when it started, and the lights on the radar screen flickered steadily. Inside, the temperature was a constant 20 degrees Celsius, motionless. All weapon systems were linked to the electric fire control center. Lu Qin's right hand rested on the new electric control panel, fingertips touching the red button marked for full weapon synchronized firing. The nearby display showed a faint blue glow in the twilight. Current truth point balance, 1,040 points. Level 2 technology tree progress, 12/16. The spotlight on the Arctic star cut through the last darkness of dusk. 3 kilometers ahead, the open armored gate of Black Rock City was waiting for it. The Arctic star rolled over the last 300 meters of ice in front of Black Rock City's armored gate. The hydraulic arms on both sides of the vehicle expanded, making its outline in the dusk 3 meters wider than when it first started. The guards at the armored gate saw this clearly larger vehicle rush in and opened their mouths, but couldn't speak. The heavy tracks of the Arctic star crushed the steel plates of the parking area, and the engine kept running. Lu Qin slowed down to 10 kilometers per hour and stopped the vehicle at an independent parking spot, facing the gate, ready to rush out again at any moment. The communicator crackled again with Ice Thorn's voice. This time, there was no threat. 15 minutes left. Lin Xiao, have you made your decision? Ice Thorn's voice was still sharp and cheerful, but faster than before. I'll give you 1 more minute. Because I'm in a good mood today. 60 seconds more. The communicator switched to Lin Xiao's frequency. Lord Lin Xiao, I've arrived. I see. The people at the parking area report you've entered. Lin Xiao's voice was low, with the background filled with the sound of footsteps and low reports from advisors in the command room. Ice Thorn is waiting for my reply. What do you plan to say? Tell him to get lost. Lu Qin took a sip from his thermos. Wait a moment. What? Why does he want you all to leave? There was silence on the other end of the communicator for 2 seconds. You noticed? He gave 15 minutes for you to surrender, but his exact words were to open the gates, come out all at once, put down your weapons. He only wants to take your stuff, not kill anyone. Lu Qin put the thermos back on the rack. A raider leader, if his goal was to destroy Black Rock City, he wouldn't say he only wants to steal things without killing. You mean he has no intention of fighting? His goal is just to make you give way. The sound of Lin Xiao slamming the table echoed through the communicator. Give way? Why should my city of 30,000 give way to a raider? Lin Xiao's breathing grew heavier. Fine. The communicator switched to the public channel. Lin Xiao's loud voice rang out across all frequencies. Ice Thorn. Hey. Ice Thorn's voice responded from the other end. Finally, big voice Lin Xiao is speaking. I thought you were so scared you hid in your shell. You brought 180 cannons to my back door. Are you here for a fight? There was a brief silence on the public channel. Ice Thorn's laughter squeezed out from his throat. Oh, you figured it out? Let's talk. What do you want? I want you to move aside. Ice Thorn's tone suddenly changed, losing its cheerfulness and turning sharp and harsh. I want your Black Rock City-state to leave the rusty wind wasteland. Leave the Ashen Rift Valley. Leave the pale shallow flats. Head south. The farther, the better. Why should I? Because of the Iron Hoof Legion. Ice Thorn uttered 5 words. All channels in the communication device went silent at once. Lu Qin's finger paused on the steering wheel. The Iron Hoof Legion. He had seen this name in the archives of Black Rock City-state. The strongest military force in the northern ice plains. It possessed a Level 5 Wonder-class mobile city for Level 4 city-states and more than 10 Level 3 fortresses. 2 years ago, Ice Thorn's voice suddenly cut through the channel, speeding up to twice the normal pace. That crazy guy Iron Crown made a decision. He's going south, crossing the roaring ice abyss from the northern ice plains into the central domain ice plain. Do you know what the roaring ice abyss is, Lin Xiao? Ice Thorn's breath hissed into the microphone, crackling. That's my territory. My Snow Shard gang's old base. I spent 10 years there. Ice Thorn's voice grew sharper and faster, with no pause between words. That crazy bull from Iron Crown brought a Level 5 crusher rushing over. For Level 4S followed behind. More than 10 Level 3S lined up in a row. Do you know what that scene looks like? My Level 4 can't beat his Level 5. 2 Level 3S are surrounded and hammered by his 4 Level 4S. I resisted for 6 days. 6 days. Ice Thorn's voice suddenly cracked at the peak, then sank back into a sickly low tone. After 6 days, I ran away, carrying all the living people with me. I ran south from the roaring ice abyss. We reached the Ashen Rift, the Pale Shallow, and the Rust Wind Wasteland. You think I want to come and take your territory? I was forced to come here. On the other end of Lin Xiao's communicator, The voice of the staff in the command room gasped in shock. Lu Qin sat still in the driver's seat. The Iron Hoof Legion is moving south. The snow-shattering gang has been driven out. Ice Thorns have no intention of expanding. They are fleeing. This is the main reason why the snow-shattering gang has been unusually expanding outward for nearly half a year. All the blank spots marked as unknown reasons in the files were today filled with the roar of a madman. Lin Xiao, do you understand? Ice Thorn's voice returned sharply. The Iron Hoof Legion has already taken the roaring ice abyss. Their front units entered the northern edge of the central domain ice plain a month ago. In at most 3 months, the main force of the Iron Crown will crush into the rust-wind wasteland. By then, your 120 cannons will be just a bunch of toothpicks compared to his level 5 Wonder-class weapons. I'm not here to fight you today. I'm here to tell you to run quickly. And by the way, take what you have in your hands. Ice Thorn's last words carried that metallic scraping laughter. Lu Qin switched his communicator back to his private frequency. Lord Lin Xiao, I heard you. Lin Xiao's voice grew more serious. The Iron Hoof Legion. Is what he said true? Not sure. But he has no reason to lie at this moment. Lu Qin glanced at the radar screen. The distance between the Ice Thorn's level 4 main city glow and the Black Rock city-state's glow, 28 kilometers. It's still slowly shrinking. At a speed of 5. Testing. Even if the Iron Hoof Legion really moves south, it's still 3 months away. Lin Xiao's voice hardened. The main problem now is this madman in front of us. He has 180 cannons in his hands. I have 120 plus city walls. He also has invisibility and unknown technology. And I have you. Lu Qin didn't respond to that. He looked at his remaining energy. 1,040 points. The ray cannon's power is at 10%, 0 shots available, and it will take more than 5 hours to fully recharge. Fragment grenades are loaded with 50 points each, with a maximum of 20 rounds. Ammunition for heavy machine guns needs to be replenished. The harpoon needs to be reforged. Lord Lin Xiao, if Ice Thorn really attacks, how long can you hold out? With the city walls and 120 cannons, level 4 against level 4 head-on, I can last more than 2 hours, and 2 level 3s. If level 3s attack from both sides, my firepower will be scattered. Scattered, you won't last 2 hours. 1 hour. Lin Xiao paused. If 2 level 3s attack from both sides at the same time, I can only hold for 1 hour. 1 hour is enough? Enough for what? Enough for me to destroy 1 level 3. On the communicator, Lin Xiao's voice was heard pounding on the table. You use 1 level 2 to fight a level 3? Today, I fought 40 level 2s with 6 105mm cannons. That's level 2. Level 3 is a different level. I know. Lu Qin's finger hovered near the red button for full weapon coordination and rapid fire. But my vehicle is also a different level. In the distance, the 120-gun barrels on the walls of Black Rock City form a line of fire in the dusk. On the other side of the wall, Ice Thorn's level 4 main city is slowly approaching at 5 kilometers per hour. Ice Thorn's voice appeared again on the public channel. Time's up. Lin Xiao. What's your answer? Lin Xiao's loud voice boomed on the public channel. The answer is to get lost. There was a 1-second silence on the channel. Ice Thorn's laughter burst from the lower end of the frequency. Sharp, cheerful, extremely twisted. Good. Then attack. On the radar screen, Ice Thorn's level 4 main city light cluster started moving faster. Speed increased from 5 to 10. 15. Both level 3 fortresses moved simultaneously. One veered north. One veered south, flanking from both wings. The 120 cannons on Black Rock City's walls fired together. The first salvo's roar echoed through the city's steel frame into the docking area, making the steel plates above tremble. The war has begun. The flames on the city walls of Black Rock City lit up the southwestern sky with an orange glow. 120 fixed guns fired their first shot at the same moment. 12 180mm triple-mounted main guns led the attack, sending 36 heavy armor-piercing shells streaking across the dusk sky with fiery tails. 48 rapid-fire guns followed closely behind, their dense barrage creating a curtain of bullets in the air. 60 small-caliber anti-aircraft guns lowered their barrels to the lowest angle, aiming at the icy surface on the horizon to block incoming fire. The combined sound of all 120 guns was deafening, like a thunder of metal causing the steel plates on the dock to shake. The hull of the Polaris also trembled, and ripples spread across the nutrient solution on the hydroponic racks inside. "City Lord, this noise is 10 times louder than when the ice shards hit," said Lin Wan, crouching in the corner of the planting area, hugging the support pillar of the hydroponic rack. "That was a full volley of 120 guns," she added. "Should we go out now?" asked someone. "Wait a moment," replied Lu Chun, staring at the radar screen. The greenskin line spun around, updating the light points on the screen. Beyond a precise 3-kilometer range, large heat sources of level 3 and level 4 hovered at the edge of the screen as rough, glowing blobs. Signals are rough, but their directions are readable. The level 4 main city of Bingji is 25 kilometers from Blackrock City and is accelerating. The level 3 fortress to the north shifted 3 kilometers northward, maneuvering around. The level 3 fortress to the south shifted 2 kilometers southward, also maneuvering around. It's a standard pincer movement. Similar to the ice shard fracture group, Bingji is pressing forward to attract fire, with 2 level 3 enemies flanking from the sides and behind the city. The communicator switched to Lin Zhao's frequency. "City Lord Lin Zhao, the 2 level 3 enemies are circling." "I see," came the reply. Lin Zhao's voice was partly drowned out by the sound of cannon fire in the background. "The northern one is moving faster, the southern one is slower." "Can your radar see their exact positions?" asked someone. Level 3 heat sources are large, and even outside the calibration range, they can still be detected as rough signals. The city to the north is located 15 degrees northwest of the city-state, 22 kilometers away, moving at 15 kilometers per hour. The city to the south is 20 degrees southwest of the city-state, 23 kilometers away, moving at 12 kilometers per hour. "Your coordinates are more accurate than my radar." His voice sounded rough. "My radar still can't detect signals from the Ice Thorn main city, so I can only rely on the city wall lookout to visually locate it. But you can see the coordinates I gave you. I report the coordinates, you mark the map, and Zhou Yuan adjusts the artillery parameters." "Got it." "Zhou Yuan," Lin Zhao shouted into the communicator, and Zhou Yuan's voice came from the background. "City Lord Lu Chun, I received the coordinates and am marking the map. On the front side of the Ice Thorn main city, 25 kilometers away, speed increased to 17, and the bearing is 5 degrees south of west." "Received." Zhou Yuan's voice was tense. "Horton, adjust the main gun direction, 5 degrees south of west, 25,000 meters away. Lower the elevation by 2 levels. From afar, the deep mechanical sound of the gun positions on the city wall turned, and the second round of fire was underway. Boom, 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 boom. The second volley of 120 guns fired precisely after a 15-second reload interval, and the lights in the docking area flickered briefly amid the vibrations. "Any hits?" Lu Chun asked. "Wait a moment." Lin Zhao waited for the observation post's report. After 5 seconds, his voice returned. "The first volley, 36 180mm main guns fired. The observation post reports at least 4 fires and 2 deformations on the front city wall of the Ice Thorn main city. Did it penetrate?" "Unconfirmed." "The fires were extinguished within 10 seconds. The fire suppression was quick." "Yes, their city wall isn't thinner than ours. Level 4 versus level 4. 2 comparable mobile city-states face off. 120 guns against 180. Ice Thorn has the firepower advantage, but Blackrock City benefits from wall defenses. In this direct confrontation, Blackrock City isn't at a disadvantage. The problem lies on the flanks." "Did the Ice Thorn main city retaliate?" "Yes." Lin Zhao's tone grew serious. 3 seconds after our volley, they fired back with their first round, 180 guns firing simultaneously. "Any hits?" "The armor on the southwest side of the city wall was hit with over 10 holes. 2 180mm shells penetrated the outer armor and got stuck on the second reinforced rib. 2 shells penetrated. They went through the outer layer, but not the second. However, 3 of the second layer ribs were deformed." Lu Chun did some quick calculations in his mind. With 180 guns firing together, 2 shells penetrate the outer layer, which is less than 2% of the total firepower. The level 4 city wall defense is enough at this distance, but if the Ice Thorn continues to advance within 10 kilometers, the penetration rate will increase greatly. I will keep reporting the positions of the 2 level 3 fortresses to you. Good. I'll have Zhou Yuan set a dedicated frequency to receive your coordinates. There's one more thing. What is it? I need to go out. The communicator went quiet for a moment. Brother Luchun, you just came back. I know. The ray cannon is out of power, right? Out of power. And the ammunition? The heavy machine guns need more, the harpoons need recasting, and the fragment grenades need reloading. So what will you use to fight outside? The ammunition isn't the main thing. Luchun placed his hand on the collision horn control panel and the robotic arm joystick, relying entirely on the collision horn and robotic arm. Can the collision horn and robotic arm break through a level 3 city wall? Level 3 fortress walls aren't as thick as level 4. If their armor plates are similar to the iron wall, my collision horn can pry open the joints. Are you crazy? Lord Lin Xiaocheng, your 120 guns are all focused on the main city facing the ice thorn. If 2 level 3 fortresses come from the wings, you'll have to split your fire. Splitting fire means less firepower on the front. If the ice thorn advances within 10 kilometers, with the fire density of 180 guns, your city wall won't last half an hour. The other end of the communicator was silent. So, someone has to stop the 2 level 3 fortresses. The iron wall is still on the way. It's traveling at 25 kilometers per hour. It will take 2 hours to arrive. Lu Chen's tone was calm, without any sense of urgency about the war. Whether Black Rock City's walls will still be there after 2 hours depends on whether the 2 level 3 fortresses can be stopped in that time. Are you using a level 2 to block a level 3? Blocking one, and the other one. Your patrol car is blocking it. Patrol car against a level 3? It's harassment. 17 patrol cars are scattered along the level 3 route, taking turns to attack and then retreat, slowing its progress. How long will it take? Until the iron wall arrives. The communicator crackled with Lin Zhao's voice, filled with tension. Brother Lu Chun, is that level 3 on the north side or south side? The north side. It moves fast. If we ignore it, it could reach the northern city wall in 30 minutes. The northern wall has half the artillery density of the southwest side, so it must be stopped before it reaches the north wall. Lu Chun pushed the engine control from idle to low gear. The diesel engine and boiler roared back to life. Lin Wan, sit tight. Going out again. Yes. Less than 10 minutes since you just got back. Late night stew can wait. Lin Wan paused for 2 seconds. Okay. I'll wait for you to return. The heavy tracks of the Polaris moved over the steel-plated ground of the docking area, heading toward the armored gate. Above, the third round of volleys from Black Rock City struck the steel dome, the roar of 120 cannons making every steel plate in the city resonate. As the Polaris burst through the armored gate, Lu Chun saw the scene on the southwestern horizon. 2 level 4 mobile cities were battling each other fiercely. Fire lit up the city walls of Black Rock City continuously, and the glow from the 120 cannons formed a starry river in the dusk. 20 kilometers away, the outline of Ice Thorn's level 4 main city was faintly visible in the firelight. It was a white, cold light strip as wide as Black Rock City, with fireballs erupting from its cannons every second. The 180 cannons counterattack created a dense barrage in the sky, with crossing trails of fire and smoke between the 2 steel giants. Lu Chun turned the steering wheel northward, avoiding a direct confrontation and heading to the northern flank. On the radar screen, the light cluster of the level 3 fortress to the north was moving at 15 kilometers per hour toward the city's north side, 18 kilometers away from the Polaris. At cruising speed of 60, it would take 18 minutes. System, replenish the machine gun ammunition to full capacity. Consumes 50 truth points. Machine gun ammo, 500/500. Current balance, 990 points. System, reforged 4 anti-armor explosive fish spears. Consumes 40 truth points. Fish spear cannon, 4 out of 4. Current balance, 950 points. System, load 2 rounds of fragment grenades. Consumes 100 truth points. Fragment grenades, 2 rounds, 24 preloaded rounds. Current balance, 850 points. 8,500 points. After this battle, if I can degrade the LV.3 wreckage, I will earn at least 2,000. Spending 850 to earn 2,000 is a good deal. The Polaris moved at 60 kilometers per hour across the icy plains on the north side of Black Rock City. The blinking dots on the radar screen kept steady. 16 kilometers ahead, the heat source signal from the LV.3 fortress was brighter than the iron walls by one level. It's coming. The communicator switched to Zhou Yuan's frequency. Chief Zhou, the latest position of the LV.3 fortress to the north. City Lord Liu, our radar still can't detect its signal. Your radar data is my only reference. Then I'll give you real-time coordinates directly. Okay. The LV.3 is currently 23 degrees northwest of the city, 16 kilometers from the northern city wall, moving east at 15 kilometers per hour, steadily approaching. Received, marking the map. If it keeps on its current path, it will reach the north wall in 22 minutes. The north wall only has 24 cannons. Zhou Yuan's voice was tense. 24 against a LV.3, that's not enough. So I'll hold them off. The communicator switched to Lin Xiao. Lord Lin Xiao, can a few patrol vehicles be sent to the north? There are 7 standby vehicles in the parking area. I'll send them all out. That's not enough. Even if it's not enough, that's all we have. The remaining patrol vehicles will return with the iron wall. 7 vehicles. Let them spread out along a 5-kilometer arc outside the north wall, 1 kilometer apart. When the LV.3 fortress approaches, they'll take turns shooting and then retreat. And you? I am directly blocking it. A deep thud came from Lin Xiao's communicator. It was the sound of the city wall being hit by an 180mm ice thorn cannon shell. How is the situation on the front? The 4th round of simultaneous fire is complete. Ice Thorn's main city has advanced 20 kilometers. Lin Xiao's voice was mixed with the sound of gunfire. I hit 12 open flames on its wall, but they were all extinguished within 30 seconds. The fire suppression system is strong. Yes. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth. My wall was penetrated by 7 shots, and 5 of the second-layer ribs are broken. Can it still hold? Yes, it can. At 20 kilometers, the penetration rate is less than 4%, but it's getting closer and accelerating. Once it gets within 10 kilometers, the penetration rate will double. I know, Lin Xiao exhaled. So I need to take down at least one level 3 before it gets within 10 kilometers. The northern one, I'll handle it. What about the southern one? The southern one moves slowly. I'll use the southern wall's cannons to hold it back. How long? Once the iron wall arrives, Zhao Taizhu will deal with it. The iron wall will take an hour and a half. In that time, the southern level 3 won't reach my wall. It's taking a longer route, moving at only 12 kilometers per hour. Good. The northern one is mine. The communicator cut off. Lu Chen looked at the radar screen. The northern level 3 fortress, 14 kilometers away, speed 15. He kept his vehicle at 60 kilometers per hour. In 233 seconds, he would enter the radar's 3-kilometer detection range. Before that, he needed to make a decision. What is the standard setup for a level 3 fortress? The iron wall is level 3. He remembered the data of the iron wall clearly. It is nearly 100 meters long, over 30 meters wide, equipped with 10 105mm main guns, with forged armor. The thickness is unknown, but 105mm shells can penetrate level 2 armor at 300 meters. The Polar Star's angled armor completely deflects shells from level 2 and below, and only reduces protection against level 3. This means 105mm shells hitting the Polar Star won't bounce off, but their strength will weaken. There is a risk of breaking through. Lu Chen tapped the steering wheel twice. He can't face the 105mm frontal barrage head-on. He must find an angle, from the side, behind, or at the joints. Where are the weaknesses of the level 3 fortress? He recalled all his observations about the iron wall ship. There are gaps between the welded ribs on both sides of the wall, a structural seam at the connection to the chassis, the engine exhaust at the back, and a gap between the turret's rotation base and the wall surface. These are common structural weak points. But each level 3 fortress is built and maintained differently. The Ice Thorn fortress survived after being crushed by the Iron Hoof Legion. Surviving means it took hits. Taking hits means some parts have been repaired. Repaired parts are weak points. System: load the 3rd round of fragment grenades. Cost 50 truth points. Fragment grenades: 36 preloaded in 3 rounds. Current balance: 800 points. Lin Wan, take out 2 pieces of frozen meat and put them in the pot to cook. Now, Yes, now? Before the battle, have a hot meal. Okay. Lin Wan ran from the planting area to the cold storage, took out 2 blocks of frozen meat, threw them into the iron pot, poured hot water from the purifier, and the broth started bubbling. Lu Chen picked up his thermos and took a sip of water. The dots on the radar screen were flickering. Distance to the North Level 3 Fortress, 11 kilometers. In 8 minutes, it will be within precise detection range. He tuned his communicator to Zhao Tieju's frequency. Captain Zhao, here. Zhao Tieju's rough voice was mixed with the roar of the Iron Wall ship's engine. How far is the Iron Wall from the city? Just over 40 kilometers. Full speed ahead. Estimated 1 hour and 40 minutes to arrive. That's too slow. Can you turn on the booster? Booster? The Iron Wall's booster hasn't been maintained for a month. If I turn it on and it breaks down, it's over. If you don't turn on the booster, you'll be close to the battle's end by the time you reach the city. Zhao Tieju was silent for 2 seconds. I'll try. The communicator cut out. On the radar screen, the brightening dot of the North Level 3 Fortress grew larger. 9 kilometers. 8 kilometers. Lu Chen poured a bowl of meat soup from the iron pot. He finished drinking in 3 sips and placed the bowl back by the pot. Lin Wan, you should have a bowl too. Okay. Lin Wan held her bowl and squatted in the corner of the planting area, sipping the meat soup slowly. Inside the train carriage, the warm air at 20 degrees mixed with the steam from the soup, creating a contrast with the loud noise of the city wall's 120 cannons overhead. 2 different worlds. The radar scan line turned again. 7 kilometers. 6 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 4 kilometers. A countdown to entering the precise detection range at 3 kilometers. Lu Chen slowed the vehicle from 60 to 40. He couldn't go too fast. He needed to see the full picture of the opponent first. 3 kilometers. On the radar screen, the bright spot turned into a clear heat source outline. It was a long shape, about 120 meters in length and 40 meters wide, larger than the Iron Wall ship by 1 size. Exactly as Zhou Yuan had described earlier. He saw the details of the heat source distribution. Front, 2 dense heat sources, the engine group. Middle, several small heat sources along the top of the city wall, the gun positions. Back, a scattered heat source, the exhaust system and auxiliary power. On the middle section of the left city wall, a particularly bright heat source point. This point was 3 times brighter than the surrounding gun positions. What could it be? Lu Chen's finger paused on the control stick. The bright point was located in the lower middle of the left city wall, at a different height from the usual gun positions on top of the wall. It was at the middle section of the wall, a repaired spot. The metal. Lu Chen's finger paused on the control stick. The bright point was located in the lower middle of the left city wall, at a different height from the usual gun positions on top of the wall. It was at the middle section of the wall, a repaired spot. The metal used during welding repairs has a different heat conduction coefficient from the original armor, which shows up a weak point. Lu Chen's face was expressionless, his gaze fixed on the screen. Lord Lin Shao City, I've found its weak point. Dusk has deepened, and the outline of the Level 3 fortress is clearly visible from 2 kilometers away. A 120-meter-long steel giant moves slowly across the gray-brown ice surface. The wall height appears to be over 30 meters, covered with thicker armor than the Iron Wall ship. At the top of the wall, a row of gun emplacements with lights is visible. There are at least 16 guns, 6 more than on the Iron Wall ship. A large blood-red skull symbol is painted on the front wall of the fortress, representing the Snow Killer Gang, with an extra layer of golden flame patterns added to the skull. The emblem of the North Ice Group, the Iron Spine Forces. On the middle left side of the fortress wall, Lu Chen sees the physical form of the bright spot on the radar. It is a slightly lighter-colored armor plate, about 3 meters wide and 2 meters high. Welding marks are visible in the twilight, with a color shade half a tone lighter than the surrounding original armor. This was recently welded, done by the Iron Hoof Legion 2 years ago. The communicator lights up, but it's not Lin Zhao's frequency, nor Zhou Yuan's. It's an unfamiliar frequency, coming from the Level 3 fortress ahead. Lu Chen presses the receive button. That small vehicle up front. A man's voice, rough and deep, not very fast, each word sounding firm and clear. You're blocking my way. He glances at the frequency code on the communicator. Who are you? Iron Spine. The commander of the Snow Killer Gang's North Ice Group. the logistics chief, and the deputy of the Ice Thorn. According to the records, Iron Spine, steady and serious, skilled in defense and logistics, trusted most by Ice Thorn. Commander Iron Spine, there's a patched armor plate on the middle section of your fortress's left wall. The voice on the other end pauses briefly. How do you know that? Guess. Iron Spine says nothing. Are you the small vehicle that took out the Ice Split group and the Broken Ice group? Yes. Level 2 camp grade. Yes. The commander's tone shifts, showing no tension but a hint of condescending pity. Kid, I admire your courage. His speech slows slightly. A single Level 2 vehicle took out over 40 Level 2 tanks. That achievement ranks highly across the entire Central Domain ice plain. But now, you're facing those Level 2 metal boxes? This is a Level 3 fortress-level mobile city. 120 meters long, 35 meters high walls, with armor 3 times thicker than your small car. 16 105mm cannons. He paused briefly. Plus 4 150mm heavy artillery guns. Lu Chen's fingers paused on the steering wheel. 150mm is a higher level than 105mm. When a 150mm armor-piercing shell hits the Arctic Star's angled armor, how much of its protective effect is left? He wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. It must not hit the target. What's your suggestion? Lu Chen asked. Move aside. The tone of Iron Spine was completely non-threatening, just cold facts. You can't beat me. Level 2 versus Level 3, armor difference, firepower difference, size difference. Your ram hits my wall and barely scratches the paint. You're insulting my ram. I'm stating facts. Iron Spine paused briefly. Kid, you're impressive. Bones with 40 vehicles dead at your hand show your tactics are far beyond ordinary. But tactics can't make up for the fundamental physical gap. If you drive this vehicle away, I won't notice. If you block here, I can't guarantee my gunners will hold back in the end. There was silence on the communicator. Lu Chen put the thermos back on the cup holder. Iron Spine Commander, the repair armor plate on the middle section of your wall's left side has less than half the original welding depth. If my harpoon cannon hits that spot, and the delay fuse explodes inside the weld, can it create a hole? The other side paused for 4 seconds. This pause was different from before. Earlier was condescending pity. Now, it was genuine surprise. Have you even figured out my weak spot? Answer my question. Generally, yes. Iron Spine's voice lowered slightly. But you need to survive long enough to send that harpoon to my wall. Within 150 meters. 150 meters, are you sure? Yes, I am sure. The communication device on Iron Spine's side emitted a laugh. There was no mockery, only a military officer observing another soldier. Kid, if you really rush to 150 meters, my 16 105mm guns and 4 150mm guns will fire at least 30 shells along your path. How many shots can your little vehicle take? Enough. Lu Chen's finger hovered over the trigger of the fragment grenade. You don't believe me? I believe in your courage. Iron Spine's voice was very low. I don't believe in your armor. Then let your gunner try it. The communication device went silent. Lu Chen shifted the engine from idle to low gear, with the diesel engine and boiler working together. The Polaris moved forward 500 meters and stopped behind the remains of a half-collapsed cooling tower from the old civilization. This position was 1.5 kilometers from the LV.3 fortress, within the effective range of the 105mm guns, but the cooling tower debris provided cover. Lin Wan, it will be more intense than when breaking through the ice field. I understand. Is your position safe? I'm hiding in the gap between the hydroponic rack and the cold storage. Good. He glanced at the holographic panel. Balance, 800 points. Heavy machine gun, 500/500. Harpoon, 4/4. Fragment grenades, 3 rounds. Laser cannon, 11% charge, 0 rounds. Steam spray gun, full pressure. Mechanical arm, full hydraulic. Radar, online. All weapons ready to fire in unison, standby. The city lord's gaze fixed on the red button. Since unlocking the fire control core, that button had never been pressed. Today is the time. System, load the 4th round of fragment grenades. Cost 50 truth points. Fragment grenades, for rounds, 48 preloaded. Current balance, 750 points. 750 points. Enough. Lu Chen placed the switch of the booster under his finger. The engine's RPM increased. He switched the communicator to Lin Zhao's frequency. City Lord Lin Zhao, the LV.3 position to the north. Due north of the city-state, 18 degrees west, 13 kilometers from the northern wall, speed 15. I am 1.5 kilometers ahead of it. Yes? What support do you need? No support needed. 7 patrol cars are spread out behind me, about 3 to 5 kilometers away, on standby. I will hold the front line. If any escape, they will fill in. Understood. Lin Zhao's voice was tense. Brother Luchan, LV.3 is hard to fight. I understand. It has a 150mm cannon. I know. Your vehicle will be destroyed if hit by a 150mm shell. That's why I won't get hit. The communicator cut out. Luchan released the idle lock. The Polaris emerged steadily from behind the cooling tower wreckage. 1.5 kilometers away, the LV.3 Fortress's 16 105mm guns and 4 150mm cannons were turning to face him. 20 guns, all aimed at the Polaris. He pressed the boost switch. The engine roared. The Polaris shot forward. The vehicle sped from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. The boost operated at full power, combining diesel and boiler energy. The Polaris became a dark steel shadow, cutting a straight path across the icy surface under the twilight. He didn't go straight ahead. He turned the steering wheel 30 degrees to the right. The Polaris moved diagonally at 60 kilometers per hour toward the front left of the LV.3 Fortress. He aimed to flank and find the damaged armor plate. The Fortress responded faster than the tank. The LV.3 fire control system didn't need manual aiming. The first shot came 5 seconds after the Polaris started moving. Bang! A 105mm shell flew from a kilometer away. Luchan sharply turned the steering wheel in boost mode. The vehicle skidded sideways at 70 kilometers per hour, shifting 10 degrees. The shell whistled past 3 meters on the right and exploded on the ice, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. The new track adhesion array kept the vehicle firmly stuck on the ice during the sharp turn, every inch of lateral movement under his control. Second shot. Bang! From the front left. Broken ice and shrapnel hit the vehicle's armor. The wedge-shaped armor deflected the fragments outward. Third and fourth shots rang out simultaneously. Bang bang. 2 105mm shells exploded simultaneously 20 meters in front of the Polaris and 15 meters to the right. A two-way attack. Shrapnel and shockwaves came from both directions. The vehicle shook slightly. He checked the armor status. The outer armor was intact. City Lord, Lin Wan called out from the planting area, holding onto a support pillar. All normal. Fifth shot. This one was different. The sound was deeper and heavier. Bang! A shell flew from 1 kilometer directly ahead, slower than the 105mm shells, but the tearing sound in the air was twice as loud. The City Lord immediately turned the steering wheel as the shell was fired. The Polaris made a sharp 5-degree turn at 80 kilometers per hour. A 150mm shell brushed past 7 meters on the left. If this shot had hit the front, the armor's deflection protection might have been enough to block it, but he didn't want to test that. 7 meters was close, but it missed. The Fortress was about 800 meters away. He could see the repaired armor plate, a lighter-colored square area below the middle of the wall. The target was still about 650 meters away. The effective range of the harpoon cannon was 150 meters. At 85 kilometers per hour, it would take 27 seconds to reach that distance. In 27 seconds, how many shells could the Fortress's 20 guns fire? The 105mm shells took 15 seconds to reload. The 150mm shells took about 20 seconds. In 27 seconds, 16 105mm shells could be fired and reloaded halfway, and 4 150mm shells could be fired. So, in 27 seconds, over 20 shells, around 25, would fly past. The chance of all hitting was 0. But even with a 20% hit rate, if one of the 5 shells hit the front with a 150mm shell, the battle could end early. He needed to reduce the enemy's hit probability. Shrapnel grenades. He pressed the trigger with his right hand. 700 meters was enough. Shrapnel grenades didn't need to be fired from close range. They could reach 300 to 500 meters. First round. Puff, 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 puff. 12 fragment shells shot out from both side launchers and exploded at a fixed height above the top of the LV.3 Fortress wall. Bang, 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 bang. Metal fragments rained down. For lamps on the top of the wall's gun positions were turned off by the fragments. At least 3 observation devices on the guns were covered by debris. The optical targeting system was blinded. There was a 5-second window of chaos. During this time, he increased the car's speed to 85. Full boost activated. The distance shortened from 700 to 500 meters. Second round of fragment shells. Puff, 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 puff. Again, 12 shells. This time, aimed at the gun positions on the left side of the wall. For guns directly above the repaired armor plate. Bang, 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 bang. Fragments hit the shield and rotating base of the turrets. The rotation mechanisms of 2 guns were jammed by debris, and the barrels tilted 5 degrees. A 5-degree barrel tilt meant an 87-meter deviation at a 1-kilometer range. Missed the target. At 400 meters, the fortress's gunners began to return fire. 13 105mm guns, regaining sight, fired simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. 13 shells exploded within 100 meters around the Arctic star. He moved in a snake-like pattern amid the barrage. Maximum maneuvering at 85 kilometers per hour. Turning the steering wheel 5 degrees left, 3 degrees right, 7 degrees left. Each change of direction was accurate within 2 degrees. The track adhesion array pinned the vehicle to the ice surface, with no side slipping or loss of control. Every turn was executed precisely as he directed. 13 shells, the closest one landing 4 meters to the right. Shrapnel hit the right side armor at the corner, metal clanged, and the shrapnel was deflected, but the vehicle shuddered. The shock was twice as strong as when the previous ice-breaking 75mm shells hit. What could 105mm kinetic energy compare to 75mm? At 300 meters. Third round of fragment shells. This was the last preloaded round. Puff, 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 puff. 12 fragments exploded at very close range. The fragments burst along the top of the wall. The barrels of 3 guns bent visibly from the impact of debris. The turret shield was sparks flying as metal fragments hit it. The visual equipment on the top of the city wall was covered with a layer of metal debris. It was blinding. Within range, 300 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. The city lord aligned the crosshair of the harpoon cannon with the center of the repaired armor plate. The automatic target lock assistance system activated. Electrical aiming compensation corrected the crosshair drift to within 1 millimeter. This was the first real combat aiming after unlocking the electrical fire control core. The crosshair was perfectly aligned. The index finger pressed the firing button. Bang! A 50-pound solid steel harpoon shot out from the barrel.